One morning, you awoke with a jolt, the remnants of a disturbing dream still clinging to your mind. But the true horror began when you realized you were no longer in your own bed. You were in a room, if it could even be called that. Just big enough to lie down and stretch your limbs, but utterly barren. No doors, no windows, no escape. Just a desk, a chair, and a computer. Your voice cracked the silence as you screamed, but no reply ever came. You searched every inch, your fingers running along smooth walls, praying for a hidden passage. Nothing. You tried to remember how you got here, but the memory slipped through your fingers like mist. Instead, one thing surfaced clearly, your last dream. You had died. Brutally. Violently. A grotesque end that twisted your insides just thinking about it. It was so vivid, too vivid. But wasn't it just a dream? What if it wasn't? What if you really had died and now found yourself drifting in some liminal afterlife? Strangely, you didn't feel fear. Not truly. You felt distant, like a ghost watching its own story from behind a veil of fog. Detached. Hollow. Maybe you were dreaming still. Maybe you were already gone. With a dry sigh, you sat at the desk and turned on the computer. The chair was familiar. The desk height, the mouse, the keyboard, it was all uncannily tailored to you, as if someone had studied your life before building this cell. The computer had a single application. Its icon shimmered between black and gray. You clicked it. The screen flashed. A title sequence played, its visuals simple but striking. A voice text, not sound, appeared across the screen. Dash. Once upon a time, long, long ago, there was a knight. He was powerful, fearless, and unwaveringly loyal. But no matter how great, he was still human. Time took its toll, wounds, weariness, age. To keep fighting, he replaced what failed. One by one. His arms could no longer feel touch. His legs shone like steel. Even his burning heart was replaced. Though no longer flesh, his soul remained proud. His lord begged him to rest. He refused. Generations passed. His legend faded. What was once honor became dust in forgotten books. The knight, long obsolete, rusted in a storage room. A tragic end, but he bore no regrets. He chose this path. Then, one day, a girl arrived. She wiped away the rust, restored his form with magic. A descendant of his ancient lord. A legacy made flesh. Proof that his sacrifices had not been in vain. But she needed help. His help. Yet his time had passed. His strength, gone. He couldn't even lift his hand. In his grief, another soul appeared. A soul untouched by this tale. A stranger. You. Brimming with potential. A story yet unwritten. Dash. To you, the knight extends a final request. Will you take up his burden and write a new legend? Two choices appeared on the screen. 1. Begin the story. 2. Do not begin. You stared at the glowing text, heart strangely calm. Your answer was clear. You clicked. For Dorothia, an apprentice witch dwelling in a modest cottage nestled deep within the eastern forests of the continent, being sent on absurd, life-threatening errands was less an exception and more a ritual. She'd nearly perished gathering herbs in a fog-choked swamp filled with poison. She once squared off against a full-grown bear with nothing but a wooden staff. And she had, more than once, spent 3 sleepless nights holding a crumbling barrier together to keep rampaging spirits at bay. Every time she dared to complain, her teacher would scoff. Tisk tisk. Whining over that. When I was your age, I faced far worse. Nothing grated on Dorothia's nerves more than the dreaded "when I was your age" sermon from the elderly. She would attempt to argue changing times, individual talents, different standards, but the answer was always the same. If you can't handle it, quit. The door's right there. And so Dorothea, the tired, begrudgingly determined, self-proclaimed tragically beautiful apprentice, swallowed her pride and carried on. Because between being apprentice to a great witch and ex-apprentice who got kicked out, the career prospects were drastically different. She endured. And endured. Because somewhere beyond this pain, she believed a brighter future awaited. That's why, when her teacher casually tossed her a new order one morning, she didn't immediately panic. You're going to the royal capital in my stead. Surprisingly manageable, she thought. At least it wasn't another trek into a troll-infested canyon. A civilized city sounded practically luxurious in comparison. The capital? What exactly am I supposed to do there? Meet the king. He's been pestering me. Handle whatever nonsense he throws your way. Dorothea wisely didn't ask whether it was appropriate to call the king that brat. Her teacher, the infamously unreasonable Queen of the Dead, had long since proven immune to common sense. Still, Dorothea raised a valid concern. If he summoned you, won't sending me just make things worse? If he cared who showed up, he wouldn't be so damn persistent. Just go. If it's serious enough to need you, I doubt I'll be able to. Exactly. Which is why it's your graduation exam. Dorothea froze. Graduation. A word like divine music. You're almost of age. Isn't it time you proved yourself? Her teacher added with a rare, benevolent smile that chilled Dorothea's spine more than any grimace. Now go. Show me what my apprentice is made of. The glow of an anglerfish in the deep sea is beautiful. The scent of a carnivorous plant is sweet. The words of a demon are smooth and beguiling. And the kindness of a wicked witch? Deadly. Damn that teacher. May she trip into her own cauldron. Dorothea grit her teeth as another dagger zipped past her face, missing her eye by inches. She parried the next strike with her battered staff, muttering a spell under her breath as spheres of cursed mana exploded around her. The ambushers hesitated, their rain of blades faltering. Dorothea lunged forward, staff gripped tightly. Looking back, there had been warning signs from the start. The king's disgusted frown when she introduced herself. The chancellor's suspiciously sweet welcome. The grandiose royal decree to recover 8 lost relics. The so-called allies urging her to relax and sightsee. It was a mess. A puppet show with mismatched strings. Nothing fit. She didn't care for court games or power struggles. And when her instincts screamed that she was being set up, she fled. But reason wasn't welcome everywhere. Now she was alone, wounded, and hunted under the cover of night. No allies. Unclear enemy count. Mana was plentiful, but tools and reagents were nearly gone. A familiar scolding echoed in her mind. Tisk tisk. Didn't I tell you to always keep a few undead around? They're free labor? Good shields? Why are you so squeamish about them? Dorothea rolled her eyes at the phantom memory. One time as a child, she brought 2 skeletons to town. Caused a panic. Not ideal. Now, in the forest depths, she saw something. A castle. Moss-choked stone walls. Towering, vine-wrapped gates. Weathered banners long forgotten by time. Clearly abandoned. Probably cursed. But her instincts, honed through years of surviving her teacher's lessons, tugged at her. Go inside. She obeyed. Inside, the air was thick with dust. Crumbled walls, shattered furniture, signs of past looting. Dorothea didn't flinch. She rubbed grave powder on her staff made from insects that fed near tombstones and a faint light bloomed from its tip. Then she let loose her next tool, a bubble mouse, born of enchanted rodent oil. It twitched its nose, then scampered down a corridor. Dorothea followed. Eventually, the mouse circled a section of floor insistently. A strike from her staff echoed hollow. A hidden space. No hesitation. She smashed through the floor with mana-infused rage. Stairs spiraled downward. She descended into darkness. Unlike the upper ruins, the underground storage chamber was untouched, ancient, thick with forgotten magic. Dust floated like ghosts. Shelves collapsed under their own age. Faint traces of long-expired preservation enchantments glimmered and died. Then, movement. The bubble mouse had found something. Metal limbs. A lifeless body. A tattered cloak. A magic doll. A familiar type of construct, used across disciplines. Alchemists preferred homunculi. Necromancers raised the dead. Witches versatile as they were often relied on magic dolls. This one, however, was ancient. Possibly centuries old. But the circuits were intact. Dorothea didn't hesitate. She pressed her hand to its chest and poured in mana. Rust fell away like dried leaves. The doll's body regained its shape, its gleam. But it was draining her too quickly. She gritted her teeth. Let's see who gives out first. Her mana waned. Then click. Success. The doll gleamed faintly, restored. Dorothea grinned and raised a fist in triumph. But celebration came too soon. Footsteps echoed from above. Voices. Enemies had found her. No time to complete the soul-binding ritual. No time for proper activation. Only one entrance. One exit. No allies. Her grip tightened on her staff. Then a soft hum. A brooch on the doll's waist began to glow, casting light that bathed Dorothea in its warmth. In her mind, a voice echoed. The Tin Knight has awakened from his long slumber. /Genesis Forsaken.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The royal capital. In a mansion befitting the status of a nobleman exuding aristocratic elegance resided. The nobleman asked his subordinate with an anxious expression, "Is there still no news?" "Not yet, sir. But you needn't worry so. We sent 30 men skilled in various rough tasks. They should have no trouble handling one witch who's barely come of age." Reassured by his subordinate's words, the nobleman nodded. "Yes, that must be so. It has to be. Tisk, that foolish girl. If only she had obediently accepted our offer." He was a noble of the kingdom. The nobleman's father, grandfather, and even his grandfather's father were all nobles of the kingdom. To the nobleman, the kingdom was his home, his fortune, and his very life. He never knew nor imagined a life outside of being a noble of the kingdom. That was why, when the king issued his decree that day, the nobleman was genuinely bewildered. "I shall recover all 8 sacred treasures lost by the royal family and lead the kingdom back to its former glory." It was true that such treasures had once existed in the kingdom. It was also true that the kingdom had greatly prospered when it possessed these treasures. But that was in the distant past. The kingdom had long since declined from its peak, and the treasures it once possessed had scattered across the world, finding new owners. Attempting to recover them now was nothing short of futile. There was no way the current owners of the treasures would willingly return them. However, the king was stubborn. No matter how much the nobles, including himself, and other subjects tried to dissuade him, he wouldn't give up his goal of recovering the treasures. All the subjects could do was prevent the king from carrying out his reckless plan of leading an army to recover the treasures. Fine, then how about this? If moving our soldiers directly would cause diplomatic issues, why not borrow the power of an outsider? If we get that renowned wicked witch of the East to recover the treasures, there shouldn't be any problems. The nobleman believed it solved nothing, only creating more problems. It seemed other subjects thought similarly. But the king insisted on carrying out his plan, and an envoy was dispatched to the renowned, or rather infamous, Wicked Witch of the East. The nobleman's only relief was that the one who responded to the king's summons wasn't the Wicked Witch of the East, but her apprentice. The witch's apprentice was young. No, she was just a child. The subjects assumed that dealing with one inexperienced girl would be no trouble at all. Under the pretext of acting as her escort, the nobleman constantly whispered to her, "There's no need to search seriously. You can just travel around until the king loses interest. We'll cover all expenses, and you'll be handsomely rewarded once everything is over." It was a generous offer. So generous, in fact, that even his colleagues were shocked, saying it was too much for one mere commoner girl. Some argued that it would be enough to just give her a little money or intimidate her. The nobleman also found it a tad bit wasteful but wrote it off as a necessary expense. While the legends about the Wicked Witch of the East couldn't all be true, even if only a tenth of them were, she would still be a monster capable of destroying a territory or two with utter ease. Considering the risk of angering such a monster by mistreating her apprentice, this level of expense was bearable. The real problem was that the witch's apprentice didn't seem to understand their hints. No matter how much the nobleman persuaded, tempted, or threatened, the apprentice wouldn't budge, saying, "I'm just completing the king's errand." It was behavior the nobleman couldn't understand. While it was natural for ignorant commoners to have blind loyalty and reverence for nobles, at this moment, the girl's ignorance was unbearably frustrating and hateful. Eventually, as the nobleman, unable to withstand the pressure from his colleagues, was preparing drastic measures, the witch's apprentice vanished. From the apprentice's perspective, she left because she thought she couldn't pass her master's test if she stayed with the nobles, but to the nervous nobleman, it looked like she had caught wind of their plot and fled. The nobleman grew uneasy. If the witch's apprentice reported what she had experienced to her teacher, it wouldn't be the foolish king who would face the brunt of the witch's wrath, but them, the nobles who had acted out of concern for the country. The witch's apprentice needed to quietly disappear in an accident, unrelated to them. The nobleman made a decision. The nobleman made a choice. The nobleman gave an order. All that was left for the nobleman, who had done his part, was to anxiously await the results. Damn it, still nothing? How long does it take to catch one little witch? The nobleman's words were cut short. A commotion that seemed to be coming from outside the mansion caught his attention. What's going on? Is it over? Despite his words, the nobleman's expression wasn't very bright. No, the emotion visible on his face was closer to anger. He had clearly instructed for the job to be handled quietly. If the commotion outside was caused by his subordinates, it meant his instructions had been ignored, and if it was due to something else, it meant unwelcome guests had arrived at his mansion. Either way, he couldn't possibly feel good about it. "I'll go check and report back." The trusted subordinate, sensing his displeasure, headed outside the room himself instead of sending his underlings. Only the nobleman, silently suppressing his anger, and a few guards remained in the room. About 5 minutes passed like this. The trusted subordinate didn't return, and the commotion, far from subsiding, was only growing louder. It was just when the nobleman, finally reaching the limit of his patience, was about to step out himself in disgust. Boom! A heavy noise, as if something large had been thrown, rattled the air. The nobleman wore a bewildered expression. That vibration just now wasn't felt from outside, it came from beneath his very feet. Thud, thud, thump thump thump. Something unknown was rushing from the first floor to the second floor where the nobleman stood. "Stop it! Ayek! Save me!" Screams and shouts could be heard. "My lord, please step away from the door." The guard knights drew their swords, shielding the space between the nobleman and the door. They braced themselves to respond to whatever might come through it, but the intruder was more violent than they had anticipated. Crash! The door flew through the air. Incidentally, one guard knight who was in its path also flew along with it. The other guard knight swung his sword, but the intruder effortlessly blocked the strike and stomped on the knight's foot. Crunch! The guard knight's body reflexively curled from the excruciating pain of his crushed instep. The intruder struck the knight's earlobe with the hilt of his sword before landing a back kick straight to his chest. Blood and vomit splattered as the guard knight collapsed. The other guard knight, who had been sent flying with the door, struggled to rise, but when the intruder stomped on the door and his body underneath, his struggle was replaced with a croak followed by silence. The terrified nobleman, unable to make a sound, stared at the intruder. A dull, metallic body that emanated an air of antique. A shield in the left hand and a blunt-edged sword in the right. No breath escaped from between the helmet that completely covered the face, and where the eyes should have been, only an eerie, ghostly light like a will-o'-the-wisp quietly flickered in its sockets. Monster. That single word flashed through the nobleman's mind. Cliché as it was, no other expression seemed more fitting for the knight before him. The knight was silent. Without threat, warning, or mockery, he simply stared at the nobleman. Faced with that silence, the nobleman could only shrink back further. Only after the girl from his memory emerged from behind the knight could the nobleman finally manage to take a breath. The nobleman asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" The girl silently raised her left hand. There was a birdcage. However, what was inside the cage was not a parrot or the like, but a human skull. That which should have been liftless rattled and spoke. "It's him. He's the one who ordered me to kill the witch. The noble of the kingdom. Marquis William Hemming is the culprit? I've told the truth. Witch, please have mercy. Have mercy on me who told the truth. Witch, mercy, 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 mercy." The skull repeated those words several times. Rattling its bones, making sounds with a head that had no vocal cords, it begged for mercy from the black-haired girl. Seeing this, the nobleman vaguely realized. She was not the witch's apprentice. The girl before his eyes was already a full-fledged witch. As she swung the birdcage in her hand clockwise in a circle twice, the skull turned to dust and scattered, and the cage became a small ring that slipped onto the witch's finger. The witch looked at the nobleman with a blank expression and spoke bluntly, "Need I say more?" She retaliated because the nobleman tried to kill her first. That was how the witch was explaining it. It was an extremely simple and easy to understand explanation. Yet for the nobleman, it was also an unreasonable answer. He was a nobleman. The witch before him was a commoner. While he, being a nobleman, could strike down a commoner, the reverse should never happen. That was the law of the world as he knew it. But that law had crumbled, and the knight beside the witch was too frightening for him to rebuke the witch's insolence. The witch, who casually manipulated the dead at will, was unsettling. Thus, instead of intimidating the girl with his authority, the nobleman swallowed his pride and tried to reason with her. "Yes, I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize for trying to harm you. But please, think about this carefully. The king is not in his right mind. He's intoxicated with some past glory or whatever, and can't see reality." The nobleman was a native of the kingdom. Therefore, the nobleman knew the kingdom's limitations all too well. A small country situated in the eastern part of the continent. Rich in history, but with no other outstanding features. A place just strong enough to protect itself, but woefully inadequate when compared to the real monsters out there. You must have received a magic tool from the king that reveals the locations of the 8 treasures. That wasn't made in our kingdom. It was given by the kingdom of heaven that roams the heavens. The foolish king rejoiced, believing the kingdom of heaven wanted to return the treasures to their rightful owners, but that's surely impossible. They must have given the same thing to other countries as well. The kingdom of heaven is scheming to have all the countries on the ground dance in the palm of their hand. This is such a grand conspiracy. We mustn't get involved. The nobleman was desperate. The nobleman was pleading. He was even more so because the witch before him, far from being shocked, wore an indifferent expression. "Don't you get it yet? If we get caught up in that conspiracy, our kingdom will be in danger, but the first one to be in danger is you, who's collecting the treasures. So, when you tried to kill me, you didn't seem so concerned. Only now do you pretend to be concerned. Do you think saying sorry once makes your crimes disappear?" Ugh. The nobleman was at a loss for words. Looking down at the nobleman, the witch unilaterally declared, "Firstly, do not attempt to harm me or interfere with my journey from now on. Secondly, inform me immediately if you see any signs of the king or other nobles trying to backstab me. Lastly, I don't need any escort or whatever, I'll recover the treasures myself, so properly explain that to those around you. If you violate any of these rules, you'll be turned into a frog while you're still alive. Now, say you agree." "What? There's no way I'd agree to such nonsense." "Then just die. I don't care either way. I only subdued the others because they weren't directly after my life, unlike the assassins, but don't think you, the mastermind, will receive such mercy." As the knight beside the witch silently raised his sword, the nobleman cried out in terror, "I agree, I agree, ack." The nobleman let out a short yelp at the stinging sensation he felt at his fingertips. The blood that seeped from his fingers formed letters in the air, then transformed into light and seeped back into the nobleman's body. Even after the witch and the knight had left, the nobleman remained slumped on the floor for a long time, like a person who had lost his Genesis forsaken. After the commotion at the mansion had settled, Dorothea looked at you with a slightly exasperated expression. "I can't believe you actually took down all the mansion's guards head on. And you didn't even end up killing a single one of them. Spare the ones you can, so long as it isn't pushing it." That was the restriction Dorothea had imposed on you, and you had flawlessly fulfilled that restriction. The Tin Knight claims to be the type that flawlessly accomplishes secondary objectives. The Tin Knight puffs out his chest triumphantly. "You look every bit of a dignified knight on the outsider. I can't help but wonder, do those who can't hear this voice mistake you as an emotionless, ruthless, iron-blooded monster?" Dorothea's words caused you to imagine such a scene. It actually seemed quite amusing. The Tin Knight resolves to create a more imposing atmosphere going forward. Dorothea chuckled. Unlike her chic appearance, the girl before you was quite expressive with her emotions. The Tin Knight asks if Dorothea follows a no-kill rule. Dorothea waved her hand, quickly dismissing the idea. "It's not something so grand, just reputation management. There are already plenty of people who give me the side eye for being a necromancer. Imagine on top of all of that, I had the reputation of going around and randomly killing people. I'd be branded a public menace. My teacher might be okay with that since she is such a monster, but I'm far too fragile for that." You nod in agreement. "Kill those who try to kill you directly, or those who order it, but try to spare the rest if possible. If it isn't, it can't be helped." Dorothea's standards were rather loose, but you liked it that way. It made it easier to act. The Tin Knight expresses curiosity regarding the next target. In response to your question, Dorothea took something out of a pouch at her waist. At a glance, it looked like a pocket watch. However, it had only one hand, and instead of numbers around the edge where the time should be inscribed, there were 8 different symbols. "This is something I received from the royal family. According to that nobleman, it's some troublesome thing related to the kingdom of heaven, but that's an issue for later. For now, we should use what we can." Dorothea clicked a switch-like thing on the edge of the pocket watch, then turned the hand to point at one of the 8 symbols. and then clicked the switch once more. The change was dramatic. The symbol the hand had pointed to wriggled before popping out of the pocket watch. It was simply black, without eyes or scales. It could best be described as a snake made of shadows as it writhed on the floor, slithering off somewhere. We just need to follow that. While not being able to gauge exact distances is rather troublesome, just having a guide should aid us immensely. After saying that, Dorothea calmly followed the shadow snake. You tried to follow behind her but soon realized your body wasn't moving as you intended. It wasn't that movement was completely impossible, but your reactions were dull and slow. The Tin Knight reports that something is wrong with his body. At your words, Dorothea turned her head. Wait a moment. Dorothea approached you with a stride. Her fair hand rested upon your chest. She closed her eyes as if concentrating. You felt as if something flowing from Dorothea's palm was filling your body. Soon, your body felt light once more. Dorothea withdrew her hand from you and explained, magic dolls can't function properly if they are not continuously supplied with external mana. The latest models seem to be able to be replenished from a distance without direct contact, but well, you seem to be an older model. The Tin Knight claims that for these things, the prototype is usually stronger and better. If the performance of the finished product is lower than the prototype, that seems like negligence on the part of the technicians. Magic dolls pop up even in old fairy tales and legends, so being a prototype of that, just how old is your design exactly? The Tin Knight comments that Dorothea is very knowledgeable. I originally planned to buy or make a few, so I looked into various things. Dorothea let out a deep sigh for some reason. My teacher would always go on and on, saying things like, Dorothea, listen here. If you want labor, you can simply sweep through a graveyard or two. Why go through all this nonsense? But unlike corpses, dolls are clean. And above all, they don't attract bad attention. The Tin Knight remakes that despite appearances, Dorothea is surprisingly conscious of public perception. Dorothea paused. Wait, what do you mean by despite appearances? You looked Dorothea up and down. She was an undeniable beauty, however, how should you put it? The Tin Knight evaluates that Dorothea looks like a female executive in an evil organization. Clang? Dorothea's staff struck your head. Don't speak to me until sunset. Leaving only those words, Dorothea fell silent. Ignoring every signal you sent her way, she simply followed the shadow snake. So what else could you do? You had no choice but to just walk. Clank. Clank. The concept of fatigue didn't exist in a doll's body. No matter how far you walked, you would never tire. However, it was quite remarkable to see Dorothea, who had a living body, walk for several hours without a single complaint. Swish swish. The shadow snake slithered across the ground unhindered. However, as time passed, the snake began to shrink, suggesting it was consuming something other than physical energy. You looked at Dorothea, wondering if it was okay for it to be like that, but Dorothea was still in her state of silence. Finally, just as the shadow snake could no longer maintain its form and was about to disappear, the two of you arrived at a certain forest. We should start preparing to sleep soon. Hey, can you keep watch? Caught off guard by her casual words, you merely stared at her in stunned silence. You were momentarily stunned by her casual words. Dorothea simply tilted her head as if to ask, is there a problem? What? The Tin Knight asks if the silent treatment is over. Dorothea pointed to the sky with her staff. The sun has set, hasn't it? You looked at the sky. Indeed, the sun had set and darkness had fallen over the surroundings. The reckoning is over. Dragging it out any further doesn't help either of us. It seemed that this was Dorothea's way of letting go of her anger. You suddenly wondered what reaction you'd get if you pointed out her fashion sense again, but you decided against it. A journey without a conversation partner was incredibly boring. Instead, you ask something else. The Tin Knight asks if it's okay that the shadow snake has disappeared. In response to your question, Dorothea held out the pocket watch-like object again. You noticed that the symbol which had detached itself in the form of a snake earlier was slowly being redrawn. That's how this magic tool works. When used, a guide appears that lasts for a few hours. Since we have to wait for the mana to recharge, it can't be used consecutively. The Tin Knight asks if it's not possible to just mark the destination on a map or something. If you want to argue about it, take it up with the ones who made this. The Tin Knight asks who made it. Some fools who believed themselves to be gods when they're merely hanging between heaven and earth. It was a cryptic remark. When you tilted your head in confusion, Dorothea waved her hand dismissively. You'll see it with your own eyes soon enough. That'll be faster than explaining it 100 times. After cutting off the conversation like that, Dorothea began preparing the campsite. However, her version of camp preparation was much simpler than you expected. She chose a tree of suitable size, sprinkled black and white powder in a circle around it, and then sat in the middle of the circle, wrapping herself in something like a blanket. That was it. There wasn't even a small mat or campfire, let alone a tent. The Tin Knight asks if that's really enough. Dorothea answered as if it was no big deal. I've cast spells to block cold and dampness, as well as to keep insects at bay. This blanket is enough to block the wind. The Tin Knight asks if Dorothea doesn't need something like a campfire. Gathering dry wood, and managing the fire so it doesn't spread is too troublesome. Besides, lighting a campfire is like announcing, here we are, to those nearby. The Tin Knight asks what Dorothea is going to do about food. I have dried fruits and jerky. And I naturally don't need much water to get by. You sensed familiarity in Dorothea's actions and answers. It wasn't simple bravado, but the calmness and composure unique to someone who had already gone through many experiences. Certainly, Dorothia's method was undeniably efficient. However, you found them unsatisfying. There was no romance to her actions. For someone who wanted to enjoy this word, this was a serious issue. The Tin Knight declares he will serve the ultimate camping cuisine. Huh? No, I'm telling you it's not necessary. The Tin Knight shouts to just wait a little. You launched yourself into the darkness of the Genesis Forsaken. For Dorothea, camping was nothing more than a routine activity. For someone who had even experienced infiltrating a troll's nest to carry out her eccentric teacher's instructions, sleeping in an ordinary forest hardly qualified as hardship. Dorothea was well aware that others typically made more elaborate preparations, but she didn't particularly care. After all, Dorothea had the power of magic at her disposal. Using ashes from burned root plants as a catalyst, she could ward off cold and dampness, and with a powder made from dried white flower petals, she could repel most insects. Mana-infused insects were an exception, but such insects were rare. The blanket she was using to cover her body was made of a fabric that expanded when infused with mana. Normally, it would be no larger than a handkerchief, making it convenient to carry around. This was why Dorothea couldn't help but be dumbfounded when the Tin Knight suddenly ran off into the darkness, talking about cooking. Wait, aren't magic dolls incapable of consuming food? How does he plan on cooking without even being able to taste? Dorothea paused mid-sentence. She remembered secretly flipping through a magic doll catalog before. She vaguely recalled seeing some that could supposedly cook. She wondered if such an advanced function could be present in an old model that couldn't even receive mana remotely, but considering his ridiculous combat abilities, she thought it wouldn't be strange if he had some unexpected abilities. Maybe I'll wait and see. Dorothea put back the dried fruits and jerky she had taken out. Just as being used to sleeping on a hard surface didn't make it more comfortable than a bed, adapting to simple meals didn't mean it tasted better than a proper meal. While Dorothea herself had no intention of preparing anything, there was no need to refuse if someone was offering to do it for her. Feeling a faint sense of anticipation and excitement, Dorothea awaited the Tin Knight's return. With a powerful swing of your blade, the deer's head split in two. It was a truly crude and brutal strike devoid of the finesse expected from a skilled swordsman. As you stared down at the twitching carcass, you fell into thought for a moment. It wasn't a belated repentance for the life you had taken. No, your thoughts were entirely focused on how to process the carcass before you into delicious meat. You didn't have any experience, but despite that, you were brimming with enthusiasm. With no experience and plenty of enthusiasm, the outcome was naturally disastrous. You hacked off one of the deer's legs with your sword and tore it away. It was such crude butchering that a professional butcher would have clicked their tongue at your ignorance. With a sword in one hand and a large chunk of meat in the other, you wandered about searching for a place to start a fire. It was a cooking plan that blatantly ignored various processes like removing the skin, trimming the fat, seasoning with salt in advance to let the flavors seep in, and other such steps typically involved in the cooking process. It was then that the flickering of flames caught your eye in the distance. Generally, it was easier to use an existing fire than to start a new one. Grateful for this unexpected stroke of luck, you began heading towards the light. One person's fortune often spelled misfortune for another. Though commonly an indirect affair, there were those who despised the idea of a middleman taking a cut. Therefore, they took it upon themselves to take the fortune of others through a more direct method. The world called them bandits. So there she was, clinging and begging, please, please, not this child, you know? And I, with a very solemn face. Solemn my ass. Even a monkey could have looked more dignified than you. Shut up and listen. Anyway, then I said, tisk, can't be helped. Come with me. I'll get you out before the others see. And then that woman started bawling her eyes out. Can you believe it? She bowed her head exclaiming, thank you, you bastard. I was wondering why you disappeared halfway. So that's what you were up to. So, what happened after that? What do you think? I enjoyed myself plenty and then threw her and the kid in the cage. I made sure she wasn't separated from her child. Aren't I too kind? Kind my ass. We've got to acknowledge that you're trash through and through. Hey, you bastard. Explain that enjoyed part in detail. You're skipping over the most important part. Those laughing and chattering here were among the worst of their kind. They were particularly vicious in that they raided villages, plundered wealth, and most disgustingly, kidnapped people to sell them elsewhere. The lighter their conscience, the easier it was for them to gain something new. These people, who had discarded things such as morals and ethics on the street, were wealthy precisely because of that. The alcohol and food scattered around them were proof enough. After a while of such lewd and vulgar chatter, one of the bandits casually brought up a suggestion. Man, just listening to the story makes me feel like we're missing out. How about we bring a few out from the cage? Another bandit frowned in response. Of course, this wasn't out of consideration for the victims who were probably shivering from cold and hunger in the cage. Have you already forgotten what the second-in-command told us about keeping our hands off the merchandise? That was just because that dumbass Eric messed with the high-grade goods without any fear and ruined it for all of us. These peasant women won't even be noticed anyway. We might be screwed if we get caught so soon after the warning. Damn coward. If you're scared, just stand back and watch like the dem kukya are. What about the rest of ya? The other gang members looked tempted by the bandit's suggestion. Even the bandit who had been against it until now seemed to sense the mood and clicked his tongue. Screw that. I will not be sitting this one out. That's more like it. Their actions were swift once a consensus was reached. Some of the bandits threw themselves into the cargo wagon, emerging a few moments later with frightened captives at their sides. The victims, with haggard faces and tear-stained cheeks, had grown so weak that they couldn't even put up a proper resistance, being dragged along as the bandits led them. Against the backdrop of burning campfires and torches, a cruel feast began to unfold in various corners of the campsite. Ah, dem bitch is thrashing around like mad. MMPH? MMPH. One of the bandits spat out curses with an impatient expression. The woman he had chosen for her pretty face was putting up a fierce resistance, desperately kicking and struggling against the bandit. Just stay still already. Displeased with her resistance, the bandit resorted to violence without hesitation. The woman, with her hands and feet bound and her mouth gagged, couldn't fight back properly, and soon went limp. Her bright blonde hair was smeared with dirt, and her moist green eyes reflected various sights. The dark night sky, the bandit's face, distorted by vile desire. The knight swinging his sword toward the back of the bandit's head. Sights like this. Huh? Simultaneously, the bandit's head split in two as a question mark appeared in the woman's mind. The sword, which had claimed its second head following the deer, gleamed red under the torchlight. Immediately, the knight charged forward. Slash. Gah. Wait, you. It didn't take long for the scene of revelry to turn into one of slaughter. The knight's sword showed no mercy, treating armed and unarmed foes alike. Only after losing a third of their gang did the bandits belatedly manage to prepare for a fight. Damn it, where the hell were the lookouts when this bastard crept in? Is that important right now? Let's take care of this bastard first. Murderous intent overflowed from the bandits' eyes. They were confident. Their enemy was but a single knight, while they still had more than 10 men left even after the surprise attack that had thinned their ranks. You bastard. Don't think for a second you'll die an easy death. One of the bandits spat out threatening words towards the knight. It was a very basic intimidation tactic, meant to make the enemy cower and bolster his allies' morale. The knight responded not with words, but with action. The sword in the knight's right hand sliced through the air. Until now, the knight's attacks had relied purely on brute force, but the following display was a very orthodox yet efficient killing technique. Clang! When the bandit's sword clashed with the knight's, what followed was one of two outcomes: either the bandit's sword was deflected, or they lost their balance while still gripping their sword. That was all. Slash. Necks were severed, hearts were pierced, and entrails were spilled. Like livestock at a slaughterhouse, the bandits were methodically and unceremoniously butchered. The sheer efficiency drained the remaining bandits of any morale they had left. Gah! Those who rushed at the knight's left side fared worse. If what his sword-wielding right hand displayed was a refined killing technique, what his left hand holding the deer's hind leg showed was barbaric violence itself. Thwack! The mass of bone and muscle weighing dozens of kilograms was no different from a colossal mace. Some bandits tried to boldly slash it with their swords, but the result of their effort amounted to little more than shallow cuts to the meat. Among them, some stupidly tried to stab it, only for the blade of their sword to get stuck in the meat chunk, rendering themselves weaponless. What is this monster? At last, the bandits realized the misconception they had been under. They hadn't been properly vigilant of their surroundings. They had been caught off guard. They hadn't been fully armed. All of these were mere excuses. Even if the bandits had been perfectly prepared and attacked as a group from the very start, the knight before them was a monster capable of effortlessly annihilating them all the same. It was a realization that came far too late. The surviving bandits tried to flee, abandoning their comrades, but the knight didn't allow even that. And now, wait a moment? Do you know who we are? We were wrong? We were wrong? Please forgive us just this once. Heek, heek. Neither threats, pleas, nor desperate attempts to flee made any difference. Slashing and striking, slashing and striking. The calm, methodical killing continued without pause until every last bandit was slaughtered. The surviving women watched the knight cautiously, holding their breath. While they were truly grateful that their devil-like tormentors had been vanquished, the knight's monstrous appearance during battle left them far too unsettled to give praise. Clank, clank. Ignoring all those gazes, the knight walked to the center of the bandits' campsite and plopped down. Then, he began to roast the deer leg he was holding over the blazing torch. A huge question mark appeared in the minds of all the survivors. Regardless, the knight diligently roasted the meat in indifference, turning the deer leg round and slashed Genesis forsaken. It took about 2 hours for the Tin Knight to return. Dorothea, who had been contemplating whether to eat the jerky and dried fruit in her hand, brightened at the sight of the roasted chunk of meat the Tin Knight had brought. I was wondering why you were taking so long. Did you actually make this? The Tin Knight gives a thumbs up. A faint smile appeared on Dorothea's lips. If it had been freshly hunted meat with the cooking yet to begin in earnest, Dorothea might have been unable to hold back her irritation any longer. However, since he brought a finished product, it was a different story. She wondered where the cooking had been done, but didn't dwell on it too deeply. Dorothea herself could easily light a fire if she wanted to, so she assumed the knight before her had managed somehow. The Tin Knight urges Dorothea to eat before it gets cold. The Tin Knight held out the meat. Although there wasn't a proper plate and she had to use the bone as a makeshift handle, the fact that it was still warm made it decent enough for an outdoor meal. Thank you for the meal. After offering a basic greeting as a matter of human courtesy, Dorothea bit into the meat. As for how it tasted when it spread throughout her mouth, Tui, the Tin Knight is shocked. I'm even more shocked. What is this awful taste? Dorothea shrieked. In fact, it was to be expected. The blood hadn't been drained, it hadn't been skinned, the odor hadn't been removed, the fat was left untouched, and it hadn't been seasoned. The meat was already close to hopeless as a dish, and on top of that, it had been swung around like a blunt weapon while beating up bandits, leaving it covered in bruises. The appearance was somewhat presentable because the burnt skin and outer surface of the meat had been cut away with a knife, leaving only the interior, but that was all it had going for it. The unimaginable scent of gaminess mixed with scorching soot combined with dry meat created the worst possible taste. The Tin Knight droops his shoulders. No, this is clearly your fault, you know. After glaring incredulously at the Tin Knight exuding melancholy as if he were some tragic protagonist, Dorothea was about to take out her travel rations again when, with a murmuring sound, a group of people holding torches began approaching from the distance towards where Dorothea and the Tin Knight were. Excuse me, may we have a word with you? A blonde woman at the front cautiously spoke, raising both hands. Dorothea's eyes narrowed. State your identity and purpose. At the cold voice, the other women in the group seemed to cower in fear. The only exception was the blonde woman. Ronnie Roxley. I was being sold to slave traders when I gained my freedom thanks to the help of the knight over there. The others are in similar situations. What have you been up to? The Tin Knight claims he handled it while passing by a campfire. Dorothea sighed, rubbing her forehead. Not sure how to interpret that reaction. The blonde woman, Ronnie, hastily elaborated. It's not a lie. We tried to speak to the knight earlier, but he didn't respond at all. Dorothea roughly guessed the situation. She could hear this voice of guidance and thus understood the Tin Knight's thoughts and intentions, but to outsiders who couldn't hear the voice, he must have seemed like a taciturn doll, or rather, a stoic knight who didn't utter a single word. It was natural for the women to be confused if some unidentified knight had suddenly intruded on their nighttime camp, killed all the slave traders, and then vanished without a word. Wait a minute. Does this mean this meat was roasted right after he killed the slave traders? Dorothea shot a piercing look at the Tin Knight. The Tin Knight asks if there's something on his face. Dorothea sighed once again. Reminding herself once more not to expect sensible behavior from this Tin Knight, she asked Ronnie, I understand your identity, but what about your purpose? I doubt you came just to express gratitude. Ronnie spoke cautiously. We came to ask how to dispose of the items left behind by the slave traders. We couldn't just do as we pleased with the knight's spoils of war. What are the contents? Horses and wagons, as well as the loot they plundered from the surrounding areas. The last part was said in a tone that seemed to be suppressing anger. After studying Ronnie's face for a moment, Dorothea asked the Tin Knight beside her, is there anything you want? The Tin Knight answers that he's not interested in anything except rare equipment. The Tin Knight suggests that Dorothea can take it if she so pleases. Why would I want that? Dorothea blurted out incredulously. If she had formed a normal familiar contract with the Tin Knight, all of his possessions would naturally become hers as the master, but the contract she had made now was an informal one. The Tin Knight's only obligation was to protect Dorothea's body, anything else was outside of his duties. Dorothea addressed the women, you can take it all for yourselves. You'll likely need a lot of money since you were captured as slaves and then freed. Are you sure that's all right? I said it's fine. Seeing Dorothea's attitude of genuine disinterest, the women exchanged whispers of delight. Ronnie calmed the excited women and said, the others will be worried, so please go back first and relay the news. Don't forget to move as a group since the forest is dark. What about you, Miss Ronnie? Despite appearances, I was once a page serving a knight. I can protect myself to some extent. Now, off you go. Ronnie's demeanor as she said this was so reliable that it was hard to believe she had been a captive slave until not long ago. Reassured by Ronnie's appearance, the women who had followed her turned and left. Only Ronnie remained. After confirming that the others were out of earshot, Dorothea finally spoke, you've been through a lot. Ronnie flinched. I couldn't help or save them on my own. This is the least I can do. Ronnie's tone as she said this was tinged with self-deprecation. It was a stark contrast to the strong and reliable attitude she had shown in front of the women. So, what business do you have with us? It wasn't a question of suspicion but rather an assertion of I know you have other motives, so speak up quickly. Ronnie gave a bitter smile but didn't waste time making excuses. Thud. Ronnie knelt before Dorothea and the Tin Knight. Please, help rescue the young lady who was captured by slave traders. You listened to Ronnie's story. A lord answered his old liege's summons and went to war, only to find death instead of the victory he hoped for. The eldest son, who sought to fill his father's shoes and revive their faltering domain, suddenly died in a riding accident. The only remaining heir was a young girl, but even she was attacked and captured by bandits while touring the domain to soothe and win the people's hearts. You tilted your head in curiosity. The Tin Knight asks if domains are so easily plundered by bandits. Instead of Ronnie, who couldn't hear your question, Dorothea answered, it depends on the domain. Not all domains are equal. If the domain itself was originally unremarkable, or if it was reeling from the impact of the lord dying in the war, it's not strange for it to become a target for bandits. It's the latter, unfortunately. My lord's family is one of the branch families of the renowned Lion Duke's bloodline. Normally, it wouldn't be a place bandits would dare covet. But, well, all the knights and elite soldiers who went out with the lord in the last battle were annihilated. Even so, isn't it normal to leave enough strengths to guard home? Ronnie couldn't continue. It was unclear whether she was at a loss for words because a careless answer would seem like criticizing a thoughtless lord, or if there was some other circumstance. Dorothea fell into thought, stroking her chin with her left hand. The Tin Knight suggests helping. Dorothea's blue eyes stared at you. Why? It was a short, yet loaded question. You answered clearly. The Tin Knight argues that killing human traffickers won't hurt his reputation. A moment of silence passed. Dorothea stared at you for a long time with an expression of disbelief, then blurted out, "You're unbelievable." The Tin Knight declares that he is still hungry for blood. Don't tell me you were sealed in that storage room because you're a cursed, insane doll or the like. The Tin Knight denies being insane, but he'll adopt that setting because it's intriguing. You do seem insane though. Dorothea, who had been habitually adjusting her hair that had fallen over her shoulder, turned her gaze to Ronnie. Ronnie, who had been watching the exchange between you and Dorothea without understanding, flinched. Do you know the destination? It's likely to be Albert City. It's the only place in this area where large-scale slave trades take place. The direction? From this forest, it's a day's ride south on horseback. We don't need to return, then. As if that was the minimum condition, Dorothea nodded. If it looks like it's going to take too long, I'll give up halfway and just leave. We have our own business to attend to. Of course, I expect proper compensation. Are we clear? Understood. Please, help us. Ronnie's answer was full of desperation. The Tin Knight remarks that Ronnie seems like the type to be taken advantage of. At your words, Dorothea chuckled. Dorothea didn't say anything, but you somehow felt like you heard an answer. Indeed. Hasty contracts with witches are /Genesis forsaken. The victims you rescued were divided into two main groups. One group consisted of people who wished to return to their hometowns. They received a share of the bandits' loot that was relatively small in size and convenient to use, then departed. Ronnie advised them to stick together if possible, saying, there might be other dangers, but few heeded her advice. Perhaps they were eager to return to their families as soon as possible, or perhaps they thought that traveling in a group without proper defenses would make them an easier target. Either way, Ronnie's words were ignored, leaving her visibly bitter. The other group consisted of those who followed Ronnie, or more precisely, those who set out with you and Dorothea. Our children were taken by the bandits? Please help us. Even if I return to the village alone now, all that's left is ruins. You're going to after those bandit bastards, right? Let me help. Unlike those trying to reunite with family, this group included those with nowhere to go and those blinded by their thirst for revenge. While Dorothea didn't welcome them, she didn't drive them away either. Her attitude seemed to suggest that as long as they didn't interfere, they could do as they pleased. Thanks to the seized horses and wagons used by the bandits, the journey became much faster. As you skillfully drove the wagon from the coachman's seat, Dorothea glanced at you with a puzzled expression. Where did you learn to do that? The Tin Knight says his body remembers. It wasn't just a metaphor, but a literal expression of the truth. Whether it was rampaging against the bandits or handling the reins on a horse, the memories engraved in your body coincided with your intent, assisting every action you took. You suspected that perhaps the predecessor who had passed on this body to you might have been remarkably versatile with the exception of cooking, which was decidedly poor. Dorothea gave you a peculiar look but didn't inquire further. And finally, your destination, Albert City, came into view. Towering city walls and a sturdy-looking gate. A long queue of people waited to enter the city. The Tin Knight remarks that the walls here seem grander and more elaborate than those of the capital. Well, there are no significant threats around the capital. The world was made up of supply and demand. The capital, which was far from the borders and monster activity, had little need for high, sturdy walls. Conversely, this implied that Albert City faced substantial threats that justified the construction and maintenance of such grand walls. Are there specific reasons why the walls are so high? It's because of the bandits, Ronnie answered Dorothea's question with a grim expression. You and Dorothea tilted your heads in unison. Didn't you say those bandits are doing business inside those walls? Bandits don't normally attack the place where they buy and sell goods. Of course, it wasn't because of some honorary code of thieves that bandits did not touch their customers, it was purely a matter of convenience. There was no point in raiding villages and capturing lots of slaves if there was nowhere to sell them. Similarly, there was no use in plundering passing merchants for gold and treasures if there was nowhere to spend that money. Even outlaws, or rather, especially because they were outlaws, tended to avoid targeting places that accommodate their trade. It's the opposite. The walls aren't to keep external attacks at bay, but to prevent people from escaping from the inside. Escaping? Who? Those who have broken the city's rules. The Lord of Albert City is the most powerful figure in this land, and at the same time, the most powerful bandit. A lord, a powerful figure, as well as a bandit. Walls to enforce his rules and prevent escapees. It was contradictory, but that made it fascinating. Sounds troublesome. A place where we can't move freely. Unlike you, who was brightening up, Dorothea seemed quite annoyed. You tried to ignite Dorothea's enthusiasm. The Tin Knight argues that such a prominent figure might have the item Dorothea is searching for. Say something that makes sense. You think it would come out that easily. The Tin Knight insists that there is no harm in checking it out. Good grief. Although Dorothea wore an exasperated expression, she couldn't resist your pestering and took out the detector. After one of the 8 symbols lit up and the shadow snake popped out. Shay. The snake, standing upright, reared its head toward Albert City, letting out a roar, as it slithered forward at full speed. It was truly lightning fast. Dorothea froze, stunned by the magic tool's unprecedented intense reaction. As if showing off to such a Dorothea, you gave a thumbs up. Dorothea trembled with her head lowered, while you reveled in the sweet taste of victory. Albeit unclear of the contest of wills you won nonetheless. The shadow snake disappeared beyond the city walls, but you and your companions couldn't simply rush after it. The people in the queue, numbering well over 100 at a glance, glared at you with fierce eyes. Seeing bandits mixed in among them, Dorothea muttered incredulously, "I can't believe these criminals are following the rules of a place like this. It just shows how terrifying the Lord of Albert must be." Ronnie's shoulders drooped as she said this. She seemed to have failed in her attempt to search for the men who had taken the young lady among the queue. "If we queue in line normally, we won't be able to enter today, will we?" Dorothea's words stirred murmurs among the other women. Their faces were all haggard from fatigue and hunger. It was the fault of those ignorant bandits who couldn't even manage their manpower or goods properly and had kept them locked up in cages for days without food. Although they managed to get emergency rations after killing the bandits, there was little left over as food had also been shared with the group returning home. There were no nearby forests to hunt or gather fruits, so if they couldn't enter the city today, everyone would end up starving. You surveyed the queue. Among them, there were quite a few with faces that seemed to advertise "I'm a bandit," but there was no certainty that all of them were criminals. Above all, swinging a sword to cut in line didn't seem cool by your standards. For you, this was a very serious issue. Moreover, it didn't seem likely that Dorothea, who was surprisingly sensitive about reputation despite her appearance, would allow such a massacre. With the option of simply cutting down everything in your way blocked, an option that seemed to come from a brain made entirely of muscle, you started to use your head. Ask, and you shall receive, as they say. Your gaze fell upon a group that had left the queue. They headed towards a small side door next to the large city gate and spoke to the gatekeeper guarding it. The gatekeeper held out his hand, and the group handed him a leather pouch that looked quite heavy. And lo and behold, the side door, which had seemed tightly shut and unlikely to ever be breached, swung wide open, and the group went through. The Tin Knight asks, "How about over there?" At your words, Dorothea and the others turned their gaze towards the side door. As if you weren't the only one who had seen the group enter just now, another group was seen approaching the side door and speaking to the gatekeeper. "I wonder what they're saying. Who knows? It doesn't seem to be any pleasant." As Dorothea said, unlike the previous group, the atmosphere between this group and the gatekeeper turned hostile. The rising voices could be heard even from where you were. "Hell no, cut the bullshit. That's an absurd amount just to pass through one damn door. If you don't like it, just get in line. No one's forcing you to use this door. You bastard, do you know who I am?" Thwack. The man's self-introduction was cut short. An arrow shot from one of the small holes in Albert City's thick city walls pierced straight through his head. Thud. "Be brother," the gang around the fallen man cried out in shock, staring at his bleeding body. To them, the gatekeeper coldly declared, "Who cares who you are? That crap doesn't fly here, so scram. Oh, I guess you can't leave now. Hey, you lot, quickly take your brother or whatever away. Or are you planning on joining him?" The gang members looked furious for a moment, but realizing that arrows could fly from the small holes in the walls at any time, they soon bowed their heads, retrieved the corpse, and left. Sensing the gazes of the people around, the gatekeeper shouted loudly, "Unless you're loaded, don't even think about coming near this door. Keep in mind that if you try any funny business, you'll end up filled with holes in your body like that guy." Capic. Some people in the queue flinched as they watched the corpse being dragged away. Ronnie frowned. "Judging by the caliber of his subordinates, I can imagine what kind of person the Lord is." Dorothea shrugged. "He's already the most infamous bandit in the area, right? It's not like he has any reputation to lose. Anyway, this works out well. Pardon. If there is a shortcut, we might as well use it. We have money, after all." Realizing that the money Dorothea was referring to was the loot reclaimed from the bandits, Ronnie hastily tried to dissuade her. Please wait a moment. Sure, using that might get us through, but we don't know how much money we'll need inside the city. Isn't this too hasty? Didn't you say we need to rescue your young lady? Are you saying it doesn't matter if she's left captive for another day since she's already been kidnapped?" Ronnie was at a loss for words. Dorothea was right. It had already been several days since Ronnie was separated from her young lady. While they assumed that they wouldn't carelessly harm such a valuable product, that was still a mere assumption. For all they knew, the young lady might be suffering terribly even as they hesitated. After confirming that resolve and determination had entered Ronnie's eyes, Dorothea headed towards the side door. "Oh ho!" The gatekeeper let out an exclamation upon seeing Dorothea's rare beauty. To this gatekeeper, Dorothea asked, "How much? Shouldn't the one in need make the first offer? So there's no fixed price, then?" Dorothea handed over a leather pouch without hesitation. From what you could tell, it was a heavier pouch than what the first group that passed through had offered. The gatekeeper opened the pouch to check its contents, then said, "Not enough." As Ronnie, who was nearby, tried to interject angrily, Dorothea held out her hand to stop her. "The amount doesn't seem to be lacking. One knight covered head to toe in armor. A bunch of women who look to be in poor condition at a glance. Any way you look at it, you're a shady group. Any good gatekeeper has the duty to always thoroughly check the identity of those passing through." The gatekeeper's hand landed on Dorothea's shoulder. In a suggestive tone, the gatekeeper added, "So how's about a quick little body check? If I confirm there's nothing suspicious, I'll let you through safely, so don't worry. You pondered for a moment, about 1 second, to be precise. Concluding the man before you deserved to be felled by your blade, you gestured to your sword butt. You know, among the curses of witches, there's one that turns people into animals. Suddenly, Dorothea muttered such words. Huh. The gatekeeper wore a puzzled expression. Regardless, Dorothea continued speaking, there are many types of animals, but dogs are the most convenient to use. Their corpses are easy to obtain, after all. The rest depends on information about the target. Knowing the name makes it easier, but it's possible without that too. It's even simpler if there's been skin-to-skin contact. What are you talking about? First the skin changes, then the skeleton, and finally the head turns into that of a dog. But this curse has one flaw. It doesn't function properly unless the target is a child. What do you think the reason for that is? Bringing her face close to the gatekeeper's, Dorothea whispered in his ear, dogs usually live about a decade. If it's a child younger than that, the curse will succeed properly, and they'll live the rest of their life as a dog. But what about adults older than that? There are no dogs that live for over 30 years. So, they die of old age before fully turning into a dog. Because they die midway, the curse doesn't complete and stops halfway. What's left is just the corpse of something that was once human, caught in the middle of becoming a dog. Dorothea's blue eyes sparkled. The witch's eyes twisted into crescent moons. You touched my skin. Now, you've been cursed by me. But don't worry, it takes about a day to fully change. By the end of half a day, your limbs will twist and you won't be able to walk on 2 legs, but you might be able to still crawl. That's enough time for you to say goodbye to your loved ones. Oh, and let me tell you in advance, killing me won't break the curse. It would actually make it stronger. My grudge would only grow, and you'd miserably live on, unable to die as something that's neither dog nor man. Well, I suppose that's one form of immortality. Try it if you wish. The gatekeeper trembled as he looked at his right hand. What was once a human hand was now covered in thick fur like that of a beast. A sound that was either a scream or a plea escaped from the gatekeeper's throat. Dorothea asked the gatekeeper, so, how much to let us / Genesis Forsaken? You and your companions were able to safely enter the city. There was no financial cost. The gatekeeper had suddenly awakened the conscience and chivalry he had long ignored, treating your entourage as special guests. As you left the main gate, the gatekeeper bowed deeply, shedding tears, a clear testament to his heartfelt gratitude. The Tin Knight marvels at how convenient the curse is. Oh, that? It was just a bluff, a bluff. Dorothea waved her hand dismissively at your admiration. There's no way I could easily use such a powerful curse like full-body transformation in the first place. Unlike the contract with the kingdom's nobleman, which was made with mutual consent, if a curse is unilaterally imposed, even if the caster offered the proper sacrifices and performed the ritual correctly, there is still a high chance of failure. Dorothea added that considering the risks, it was best not to attempt such things. You tilted your head. You had clearly seen the gatekeeper's right hand transform into that of a beast. That was just an illusion. I only made it look like it had a lot of hair temporarily. Even if I hadn't done anything else, it would have worn off in about half a day, you thought. Isn't it amazing to be able to make someone look hairy for even half a day without any special preparation? The Tin Knight claims that this could be a hit among bald people. No, what nonsense. Does that make sense? The Tin Knight argues that there are many people in the world who would willingly pay a fortune to appear more fuller. Dorothea seemed to be seriously considering your suggestion. She might have found some merit in the idea of generating an income. Excuse me, Lady Witch. Sir Knight. Just a moment. When you turned around at the voice calling you, there was Ronnie, looking usually tense. She spoke with an anxious expression. Is this really okay? That man might hold a grudge and try to retaliate. Although it seemed unlikely considering how the gatekeeper's waist had bent as flexibly as a flip phone, Ronnie appeared very uneasy. Dorothea didn't particularly dismiss Ronnie's words either. Well, even if the person himself doesn't, there's a possibility that others around might intervene. There were many eyes watching, and this could be a matter of face, after all. In that case. But you know, Dorothea's gaze fixed on Ronnie's. You didn't come here to be treated as guests, did you? If the high-ranking person in this city says, your young lady is our merchandise, so you can't take her back, are you going to say, oh, I see, then there's nothing we can do, and just go back? Ugh. Ronnie's face flushed at Dorothea's pointed remark. It would be ideal if we could achieve our goal without fighting and while following all the rules. But when it is unavoidable, it is unavoidable. There is no merit to be found in agonizing over what has already happened, or am I mistaken? I apologize for showing such wavering behavior repeatedly. You do not need to apologize to me. Rather than that, it would be best if you focused on quickly looking for those slave traders. I have my own business to attend to, so I can't help with that. Ronnie's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just bowed her head without saying anything and left. The Tin Knight remarks that was quite the cold attitude. Isn't it strange to expect kindness from a witch? Dorothea scoffed at your remark. As I said from the beginning, those people's business is just a bonus for me, a side job if you will. If it does not seem to be a major hindrance in the process of my main job, fine then, I might help a little. But treating me as some hero to depend on? Now that is an issue. After a pause, she added, why don't you step in to help? You were the one who brought it up in the first place, weren't you? You seemed to exclaim oh ho, despite your body lacking vocal organs. Dorothea's suggestion was unexpected. The Tin Knight asks if it's okay for Dorothea to be without escort. I will summon you when needed, so come running. Otherwise, do as you please. Saying that, Dorothea handed you a small skull. Perhaps because of its tiny size, it gave more of an endearing impression than a frightening one. If that thing starts acting up, it means I am summoning you. Do not lose it. It would be troublesome for you if there was no one to supply you with mana, correct? As if she had said all she needed to, Dorothea walked away without hesitation. You tilted your head again. You weren't sure if Dorothea was at Sundara, or something else entirely. Either way, it was an attitude you preferred to one that would try to micromanage your every move. You headed in the direction Ronnie had gone. Ronnie Roxley heaved a deep sigh. It was a sigh laced with self-deprecation about her own incompetence and patheticness. Initially, she felt hurt by Dorothea's cold attitude, but after cooling her head a bit, even that seemed natural. Claiming she would save the young lady, she charged at the bandits, only to be caught in a net and become a slave without even swinging her sword. She had knelt and begged for the aid of strangers, yet instead of taking the lead and acting as a guide, she'd done little more than voice her concerns. Even after entering the city with the witch's help, instead of actively searching for her young lady, she merely trailed behind the two strangers, awaiting instruction. Reflecting on her actions over the past few days, she felt ashamed enough to scream. If Sir Lowell were here, or if even one of the senior knights from the order had remained, they could have served the young lady much better than someone like me. To take meaningful action, I should rally those who came with me and lead them as a group. But will everyone follow the words of someone who isn't even a proper knight? I hope the young lady is safe. If anything happens to her, our domain is truly finished. Negative thoughts tended to snowball endlessly. Already worn down by the accumulated fatigue and stress of captivity, and now with her psychological state unstable, Ronnie's complexion looked almost like that of the gravely ill. Are you all right, Miss Ronnie? Perhaps finding it hard to watch her in such a state, a woman nearby offered words of comfort. She was one of the servants in her lord's castle, and also a victim of the slave traders. Seeing the worried expression, Ronnie forced a smile and answered, "Yes, I'm fine. Please, don't be too disheartened. The witch said to call her if we need help, so if we can just find out where those bandits are, we should be able to figure something out." It was a very optimistic statement. So much so that if her senior who always said a commander should assume the worst situation had heard it, he would have laughed it off as naive optimism. But for Ronnie now, it was much needed reassurance. Yes, that's right. I'm sure everything will work out well. But the world was rarely so kind. Just as Ronnie was about to gather her spirits and stand up, another trial befell her. "Miss Ronnie, it's terrible." At the news brought by one of the companions she had sent to find lodging, Ronnie's face hardened as she rushed through the streets. There, 5 or 6 women and a similar number of men were entangled in an argument. Ronnie tensed her stomach and shouted in a firm tone with a knightly manner, "What's going on here? Huh, Miss Ronnie." The men wore expressions that seemed to say, "What's this now?" while the women quickly hid behind Ronnie's back. Suddenly finding herself alone facing several rough-looking men, Ronnie was inwardly nervous, but concealed it, showing off a dignified attitude as she asked, "It's an unsightly scene to see several men gathered to oppress women. What business do you have?" The men exchanged glances among themselves, and then one of them stepped forward and pointed at one of the women behind Ronnie. "That woman behind you stole my wallet. I just want to get back what was stolen." "That's a lie," the accused woman shouted, almost hysterically. "I was just walking down the street and then they suddenly started to accuse me of stealing a wallet and picked a fight one-sidedly." "Ha, do you think a thief would honestly admit, 'Oh, I stole it,' when caught?" Ronnie's mind became clouded with doubt. She didn't know much about the woman accused of pickpocketing. It was natural, as they had only met a few days ago. But thinking rationally, the likelihood of a woman who hadn't bathed or eaten properly for days suddenly attempting pickpocketing in an unfamiliar city seemed far lower than the possibility of a misunderstanding or outright malice by the men in front of her. Therefore, Ronnie shook her head. "That's not possible. Do you have any evidence that she stole in the first place?" "Evidence? Well, we just need to search her body to confirm." In a sense, it was correct that obtaining physical evidence would be proof. If not for the faint smiles on the lips of the man and his companions and the lewd look in their eyes, Ronnie might not have doubted their intentions. "Fine. Then tell me the characteristics of the wallet. If it's your own, you should be able to describe that much, right? A wallet's a wallet. What characteristics could there be? Seeing how your tongue is getting longer, are you covering for your companion? It's even more suspicious that you're making such a fuss over something that could be settled by just checking." Ronnie was left speechless by the man's audacity. By that logic, whether the body search turned up the man's wallet or the woman's wallet, or anything wallet-like, the man could just insist it was his and that would be the end of it. "Stop with these absurd demands. If you insist, we can go to the city guard." Ronnie paused mid-sentence. She recalled what the gatekeepers had done on their way into the city. While it was foolish to judge the whole based on a part, it didn't seem likely that a guard force with such a person openly serving as their face would be decent. Ronnie glanced around. The passers-by, far from trying to intervene or call for help, merely watched the commotion with interested gazes. While all 6 men were armed, only 3 of the women, including Ronnie, were capable of fighting. Even then, they were people who had only taken up weapons out of a desire for revenge against the bandits, with poor practical skills. The sense of honor she had cultivated dreaming of becoming a knight in the future spoke. It urged her to protect her innocent companions, to not turn a blind eye to injustice. But the survival instinct and selfishness that had rapidly grown stronger through recent harsh experiences whispered, "What's one woman if it means saving the rest? Who knows, maybe the men's words ring true. Just hand her over and be done with it." Ronnie squeezed her eyes shut. Then, shing! She opened her closed eyes, drawing her sword. "So you're forcing my hand." The men responded by brandishing their weapons in unison. Like an audience awaiting bloodshed, the passers-by erupted in cheers. Before the echo of those cheers could even fade, Ronnie charged forward. She knew nothing of the enemy's skill, and they outnumbered her overwhelmingly. The only advantage she could seize was the initiative of a surprise attack. Ronnie was merely a knight's page. She was a woman who fell far short of being a formal knight, and whose lack of talent had delayed her recognition even as a proper apprentice knight. Nevertheless, her physical strength and swordsmanship, honed steadily since childhood, were incomparable to ordinary people. From upper right to lower left, a clean slash cut deeply across the chest of a man who couldn't react to the sudden attack. Then, pivoting her body to the right and swinging her sword as if pulling it, the man on her right side clutched his neck as blood spurted out. Having subdued two men in an instant, Ronnie quickly scanned the men's expressions. She hoped to see fear and bewilderment on their faces. How dare this bitch? But far from being scared, the men charged at Ronnie with anger. Though Ronnie fought back valiantly, the sheer number of opponents overwhelmed her, causing her movements to become disorderly. The other women, perhaps paralyzed by the fear of fiercely swinging blades, could only watch helplessly, unable to do a thing. Clang! With a sharp metallic sound, Ronnie's stance collapsed. A blade flew towards her face. And so, one person's courageous but futile effort had come to an end. Or at least, it should have had. Screek! Had it not been for one man reaching out, grabbing the sword that was about to stab Ronnie. A grating sound, screech, echoed. Grabbing a sharp blade with bare hands was originally an unthinkable act, but it mattered not to the intruder. He was not made of the softness of flesh and bone but of the hardness of cold steel. Crack! As the intruder applied more force, the sword in his hand could no longer withstand it, shattering. Before the man who was about to stab Ronnie could properly comprehend this bewildering situation, the intruder's fist slammed directly into his face, sending him spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. Everyone present held their breath at this somewhat exaggerated, cartoon-like scene. And then, the Tin Knight charged towards the remaining Genesis Forsaken. This was the second time Ronnie Roxley had witnessed the Tin Knight in combat. In truth, it would be a bit of a stretch to say she properly witnessed the first fight. Knight coveted the world, and Ronnie was bound rolling helplessly on the ground. The sudden upheaval of events left her too preoccupied to leisurely observe anything. While she understood intellectually that the Tin Knight was formidable after seeing the aftermath of his one-sided assault against the bandits, she hadn't fully grasped it. But now that she could properly see the Tin Knight's fight, it was different. Ronnie stared blankly, her eyes wide open, transfixed by the sight before her. There were no special techniques or skills. His attacks were all strikes using fists or elbows, and his defense could hardly be called clean, even as a courtesy. The sound of scraping metal echoed intermittently, proof that he was taking some of the men's blows with his very armor. In a way, it looked like he was just rampaging, relying on the performance of his armor. But Ronnie, who had long strived to become a knight, could see the truth. What appeared to be wild, haphazard punches were precise blows to the enemy's vitals. Conversely, the blades swung by the men were all subtly misaligned, failing to properly transfer force and merely grazing the surface. It was a fighting style premised on facing multiple opponents from the start. The Tin Knight's movements were imbued with the ideology of reducing unnecessary waste, efficiently deflecting minor attacks, and channeling the energy saved to take down as many enemies as possible. It didn't take long for all the men involved in the altercation to end up sprawled on the ground. The Tin Knight's gaze turned to Ronnie. Feeling as if the brightly glowing blue eyes inside the helmet carried a silent reproach, Ronnie unconsciously shrank back. Thinking about it rationally, it was no wonder why he was displeased. Not only did she merely gawk at the fight in a daze, she didn't even move to provide aid. She was no different from the passers-by. Thank you for your help. And I'm sorry. The Tin Knight didn't answer. After waiting about 10 seconds for him to say something, Ronnie belatedly remembered that the Tin Knight couldn't speak, or more precisely, that no one except the witch could understand his words. It was a foolish mistake, even by her own standards. As Ronnie was berating herself, blaming her incompetence as to why she would always be nothing more than a mere page, the Tin Knight showed her some kind of gesture with both hands. He pointed at one of the fallen men with his finger. Then, he mimed opening and closing his fist near his mouth. Finally, he gestured toward Ronnie, pointing above her head. At first, Ronnie didn't understand the meaning, but as the Tin Knight repeated the same actions several times, she soon grasped the intent. You want me to interrogate them and find out information about the young lady, right? Is that what you're saying? The Tin Knight nodded. Certainly, Ronnie understood. It was obvious that the men who had been active in this place for even a day longer than them, who had just arrived in the city, would know more about the area and its inhabitants. Unlike the two men Ronnie had initially cut down, the four that the Tin Knight had taken down seemed to be just unconscious, with no threat to their lives. Ronnie couldn't help but once again marvel at the Tin Knight's ability to fight multiple opponents while being mindful enough to show such restraint. The lingering concern was how to deal with the aftermath of committing murder in the middle of the street, but to put it simply, this too was easily resolved. Hey, ladies. Is it alright if I clean up those corpses lying over there? When one of the spectators who had been watching the fight spoke up like this, Ronnie thought the person was an acquaintance of the deceased. She believed they were asking for permission to bury their friends. But she was mistaken. As soon as Ronnie nodded, the spectator approached the corpses, stripped them of their clothes and belongings, and unceremoniously tossed the bodies onto a cart as though they were common luggage. It was an attitude that showed no respect for the dead whatsoever, literally treating them like objects. Ronnie was so dumbfounded that she stood there with her mouth open even as the spectator disappeared, pulling the cart away. Although the aftermath was dealt with without any extra effort, thinking about how those corpses would be processed left a very unsettling aftertaste. Of course, there were good things too. First, the men offered no unnecessary resistance and obediently answered her questions. Second, they knew information about the young lady. While glancing at the Tin Knight waiting with his arms crossed in a corner of the room, the man with a large bruise on his face spoke. If you're talking about the guys who recently brought a large number of slaves into the city, it would be Colombo's gang. They're notorious for committing any kind of profitable crime without discrimination. It was quite a comical sight for a person who had picked a fight with an innocent woman to try and extort money to talk about notoriety, but that wasn't important right now. Where are they? There's not holed up in one place. With their numbers, they're scattered here and there. Tell me about the ones you know. Ronnie pressed with a strong tone. The man, shrinking a bit at her imposing demeanor, which was quite different from her polite attitude towards the Tin Knight, answered, There's a place not far from here called the Black Boar Inn. I saw them partying there just last night. How many of them? Not sure on the exact number, but it looked to be over 20. Ronnie let out a sigh. 20. It was a truly overwhelming force. Though each of them was likely unremarkable individually, the very fact that so many criminals who thought nothing of killing others were gathered posed a significant threat. Moreover, since even that was just a part of their total force, their overall numbers could potentially exceed 100. I expected them to be significant enough to openly attempt to plunder a decent domain, but I never imagined it to be to this extent. Clank. It was then that Ronnie, lost in thought, heard the sound of the Tin Knight moving. Sir Knight. Without answering Ronnie's question, the Tin Knight approached the man with the bruised face. Wait. I told you everything I know? The one who picked a fight with your group is already dead. Thinking the Tin Knight was going to harm him, the tied-up man shouted while struggling. However, the Tin Knight grabbed the man's shoulder and forcibly lifted him upright. Then, with a firm pat on the man's back, he nudged him forward. Huh? What? The man was perplexed at first, but soon, as if realizing something, he cautiously asked, Don't tell me you want me to guide you. The Tin Knight nodded. No, that's a bit. If I'm openly marked by Colombo's gang, who knows what they'll do to me? Fine. I'll do it. I'll guide you. The man, who was about to make excuses, quickly changed his attitude as soon as he saw the Tin Knight's hand move towards the sword at his waist. There was a hint of a whimper in his voice, but thinking of it as his own karma, it wasn't particularly a sight worthy of sympathy. Please wait a moment, Sir Knight. Surely you don't intend to move right now. The Tin Knight nodded once again. Ronnie hesitated. They had just arrived in the city today, and it was already nearing evening. Considering the impending darkness and the fatigue of their group, now wasn't the ideal time to act. But, didn't you say we need to rescue your young lady? Are you saying it doesn't matter if she's left captive for another day since she's already been kidnapped? Why had they gone through the trouble of using the side door to enter in the first place? Wasn't it to rescue the young lady as quickly as possible? They had even fought, gaining a lead as to where the young lady might be. Is it truly knightly behavior to be satisfied and think that today's work is done? Impatience and haste were shortcuts to ruining a mission. However, it didn't feel right to just stay put here either. Ronnie spoke to the Tin Knight. Could you give me a little time? I'd like to recruit those among our group who are willing to move together. Those who came along because they had nowhere else to go, or those who came to reunite with family, that's one thing, but I'd like to give those who joined for revenge the chance to enact it. The Tin Knight seemed to think for a moment, then crossed his arms and leaned back against the wall. It was an easy-to-understand sign that he would wait. Ronnie bowed her head to the Tin Knight, then informed her companions staying at the lodging about the news. Those who were about to rest after having an early dinner to appease their hunger seemed bewildered by the sudden news. Some asked if they couldn't just leave it to the night, while others pleaded for a chance at rest before fighting. However, there were clearly those who were ready to move at a moment's notice, their eyes burning with determination. I couldn't do anything in the previous fight, but this time will be different. We're going to get revenge on those trash, right? I'm in. I'll kill them all. I need to find my sister who was taken by the bandits. Please take me with you. If it's to rescue the young lady, of course I'll join. Thus, a force of 5, including Ronnie, was gathered. Although their stance with weapons was clumsy, their resolve was undeniable. We're ready, Sir Knight. The Tin Knight silently nodded. Beside him were the 4 men who had been taken down by the Tin Knight, including the one who had provided the information. Released from their ropes and even given back their weapons, they led the way, looking miserable but obediently. It was the result of the Tin Knight mercilessly beating them whenever they showed signs of trying to escape or resist. The Tin Knight's gesture of a drawn sword across the neck made it clear, jeopardize the mission and your lives were forfeited. Upon reaching their destination, they could see bandits noisily chattering while eating meat and drinking alcohol. They seemed to be in the middle of dinner and were completely off guard, as if no one in this world could harm them. The Tin Knight, drawing his sword and charging, thrust the sword into a bandit's face without hesitation. And so, the battle/Genesis Forsaken. To you outside the monitor, the battle with the bandits felt like an exhilarating action game. Striking, blocking, creating distance, or rolling on the ground to avoid attacks. There was no particular tension. For you, who had faced opponents like a greatsword-wielding dog, a monkey that calmly revived even after being beheaded, or a charcoal king who cheated with specs and patterns, these human traffickers were not significant opponents. Point 1. Of course, you couldn't be completely careless, as the pattern of seemingly weak mobs actually being incredibly strong was surprisingly common. However, the perspective of you actually fighting on the scene was a bit different. There was an enormous gap between clicking a mouse button a few times beyond the screen and actually swinging a sword. Your position. The opponent's position. Surrounding obstacles. The trajectory of your sword had to constantly adapt to these variables, and a shield wasn't just a convenient barrier that blocked attacks when raised but required the technique to accurately receive and deflect the opponent's attacks. Techniques like stepping inside the opponent's legs to throw them off balance, or using walls or furniture to deny space for the enemy to swing their weapons, were subtle skills only possible on the scene. Not in the sense of being trivial or minor, but in the sense of being too intricate to execute individually with just a keyboard and mouse. Moreover, unlike you outside the monitor who habitually tried to avoid or block every enemy attack, you on the scene knew that it was more efficient to fight while taking some minor hits. The vast combat experience engraved in the body of the Tin Knight informed you, like a seasoned guide, about what was acceptable to tank and what wasn't. Of course, this didn't mean you were two people. You were both the player and the player character. Someone might point this out as a contradiction, but since it was the truth, there was no better way to put it. And besides, you were a man of action who relished in the thrill of battle against a multitude of opponents rather than one to fret over something as needless as philosophical issues. People's Spaga. The battle soon came to an end. Rather than killing each of the dozens of enemies one by one, you focused on disabling their capability to fight by cutting off arms or legs. The incapacitated bandits were soon vanquished by your allies trailing behind. Die, because of you, my family. The women who were initially full of enthusiasm but shrank back at the moment of truth gradually became more spirited, and even the hesitant men who were at first just cautiously observing eventually actively participated in the battle. It was clear that the sight of you effortlessly performing a one-man army act against dozens of bandits had ignited their enthusiasm. Or perhaps, the men's enthusiasm stemmed from the thought that if they didn't fight properly now, they'd join the bandits on the floor. What the hell? Who are you people? After most of the bandits occupying the tavern had been swept away, the handful of remaining bandits seemed to have fallen into a complete state of panic. It wasn't unreasonable for them to feel extreme fear and confusion, given that their comrades, who had been drinking and chatting with them mere moments ago, had all turned into corpses. Of course, you didn't need to be considerate of that. If they didn't like it, they shouldn't have committed heinous crimes like human trafficking in the first place. You subdued the remaining bandits by beating them up moderately, then signaled to Ronnie. At first, she seemed confused by your intentions, but when you showed her a few gestures, she soon nodded in understanding. Answer me honestly. Where are the people kidnapped from Friedel Domain? At Ronnie's question, the bandit darted his eyes. Kidnapping? What are you talking about? I think you've got the wrong goo. The bandit's words were cut short. A man couldn't speak with a sword cleaved through his head, after all. Red blood and grey brain matter spurted out, and all who bore witness, with the exception of yourself, flinched and trembled. The reactions of the surviving bandits who saw their comrade's head split in two right next to them were particularly intense. You pointed your sword at the next bandit. Ronnie spoke with a slightly hesitant tone. Where are the people kidnapped from Friedel Domain? Or even the location of your boss would be fine. If you know anything, spit it out. Otherwise, well. Though her words trailed off, the implication was clear. To reinforce her words, you moved your sword up and down. The bandit spoke with a pale face. We don't know how the goods will be disposed of. That's decided by the boss. It's the same for the boss location. He hardly gives us any information. It was a frustrating answer. You turned your gaze to another surviving bandit. Perhaps interpreting your action, the bandit's tongue moved at high speed. But I know where the second in command is. He would know where the boss is and how the slaves will be disposed of. So please. This answer was quite usable. You nodded, then stood up the surviving bandits. Then, you patted their backs lightly. Ugh. Perhaps remembering what had happened to him a few hours ago, the man with a large bruise on his face made an expression as if he felt sick. This was a good thing. It meant that your intention was clearly conveyed. Above all, it was easier to repeat instructions for something that had been done before than to give instructions for something completely new. Sir Knight, are you perhaps thinking of having them guide us right away? When you nodded, Ronnie's gaze moved between the darkening sky, the wrecked tavern, or more precisely, the first floor of the inn, and her weary companions. You could roughly understand what she wanted to say. Therefore, you fell into contemplation. Your body had no particular wounds, and the mana you received from Dorothea was still plentiful. You had enough juice in the tank to carry on. And more importantly, you wanted to fight more. Your body, accustomed to the clicking of keys and the gliding of a mouse, was finally starting to sync with the swinging of a sword and the deflection of a shield. Ending the battle now felt premature. However, that desire stemmed from the fact that you knew not of the hardship of pain and fatigue, nor the threat of death. Forcing the same standards on ordinary people would be far too cruel. You didn't ignore this fact. Of course, if you were just thinking about fighting, there was no need to move with the group, you could just go and rampage alone, but then there would be no one to interpret your actions. The same was true for the rescue operation of the young lady and other slaves. I understand. Let's hurry. What pulled you out of your contemplation was Ronnie's words. After rampaging so spectacularly, news will soon reach the ears of Colombo's gang, no, the bandit group. If they properly prepare and gather in one place ready to fight, we'll be at an even greater disadvantage. You briefly thought, wouldn't it be more beneficial to let them regroup so we can wipe them out all at once, but lacking vocal cords, you couldn't voice it. Thanks to this, Ronnie's perception of you as a righteous knight who showed no mercy to evildoers but fought selflessly for innocent civilians was preserved. Silence was truly a virtue. To settle this swiftly before the bandit group can prepare. If that is your will, Sir Knight, I will follow. Though you felt as if her interpretation was overly generous, you didn't particularly deny Ronnie's words. After all, she said she would follow, and she seemed full of enthusiasm, so you thought that was enough. We've come this far, we can't turn back now. It seems like our job is done, so is it okay if we leave now? No, it's nothing. The women once again burned with fighting spirit, and the men also willingly swore to join this righteous journey. The remaining bandits, desperate to survive, eagerly guided the strange group that inexplicably grew in number the more they skirmished. Fundamentally, there were two types of villains. Those who were aware of their wickedness, and those who remained oblivious. Vespero, the second in command of the Colombo bandit group, was the former. He knew that his actions were wicked, and was fully aware that he deserved to be labeled as a villain by society. Hey vs, lighten up, would ya? There's gold and silver, good wine, and stunning beauties here. Why the long face? Unlike the boss, Colombo, who carried himself under the notion that no one was more upright than him under the heavens, Vespero was always cautious and wary. He was a bandit. He was a villain. His life was one of countless grudges, a life where if he was suddenly stabbed while walking down the street, he would have no choice but to accept it as reaping the karma of his misdeeds. Therefore, even when his subordinates indulged in alcohol, gambling, and women after a big score, Vespero kept a gloomy expression, vigilant of his surroundings. The city of pleasure, Albert. This city, which willingly welcomed even criminals hated elsewhere as guests, was like a paradise for bandits where they could freely spend the money they had plundered, but it was also a dangerous place for the same reason. The enemy of evil was good. However, it was undeniable that evil was oftentimes consumed by a greater evil than it was vanquished by good. While the Colombo bandit group was a notorious villain in the area, in this city, there were plenty whose evil was just as great, if not more so. To show a relaxed appearance and let down one's guard in such a place was, in Vespero's opinion, as foolish and stupid as having a feast in a wild forest without a single lookout. Maybe I should have forcibly gathered them all nearby after all? They should at least be following the order to move in groups of at least 10 no matter what happens. In a room on the second floor of the lodging rented entirely under the bandit group's name. Looking down at the night view of the city visible through the window, Vespero clicked his tongue. He wanted to gather all the subordinates who would be out enjoying themselves around the city and have them on standby in a semi-war state, but Vespero knew well that such an order was unrealistic. The notion that a subordinate would unconditionally obey the orders of a superior merely because they were a part of the same organization was delusional. Even in the military, where the hierarchy was most rigid and old-fashioned, insubordination was frequent in extreme situations, so it was nonsense to expect firm loyalty and a law-abiding spirit from a mere group of bandits. To skillfully handle a pack of beasts that knew no gratitude or discipline, one needed the technique of giving them an appropriate amount of meat. If there was a boss like Colombo who had the charisma to wield his subordinates at will without such compensation, it would have been a different story, but he was now on his way to the Lord's castle for a major deal. It was solely Vespero's responsibility to protect the bandit group until the boss returned. Vespero prayed to the heavens. Please, let nothing happen. Let today pass uneventfully. As second in command, our guys have been attacked. According to witnesses, they were almost completely wiped out. Damn it. The heavens answered Vespero's prayer with fiery contempt. Then again, even if he had been the heavens, if some bandit offered a prayer, he would probably have just ignored it thinking, has this bastard gone crazy? Which ones were they? At the Black Boar Inn. With the size of that place, there must have been at least over 20. And you're saying they were all taken out. Did you confirm who the enemy was? It was a knight in full armor, accompanied by 5 women, and 4 men. It was a conversation that would have made the Tin Knight wonder why these bandit bastards had such a systematic reporting system. It was the result of Vespero's constant drilling and training of his subordinates. After all, even bandits needed to reach this level of competence to plunder a noble's domain. Vespero fell into thought for a moment. After inferring the identity of the enemy from the composition of the attackers, Vespero soon gave instructions. Call all our guys here right now, and drag a few slaves from the basement, prepare them so they can be used as shields if necessary. At Vespero's instruction, his subordinate asked back with a confused expression, didn't you say the slaves were meant to be used in the deal with the Lord? If we dispose of them arbitrarily, the boss already took the most important goods anyway, the rest are just extras. That's enough, just do as I say. The cautious and meticulous Vespero always had a habit of assuming the worst-case scenario. Considering the identity of the goods that the Colombo bandit group was currently trying to trade, it wasn't far-fetched for outside pursuers to come to recover the goods. A knight in full armor, huh? Could it be someone dispatched from the main family of the Lion Duke's bloodline? And they said more than half of the attackers were women. One group of the guys who were supposed to join us in the city has gone silent. Maybe it's related to that. There's also a good chance that those Mark guys sold us out. I need to gather the subordinates as quickly as possible and contact the boss. Crash. The sound of something falling and breaking from below. Gripped by an ominous feeling, Vespero hurriedly opened the door and hastily went down the stairs. And he saw, slash, thwack, bang, guh, the broken front door, the wrecked first floor, his subordinates being cut down like straw, the figure of the knight covered in blood who had caused all this chaos. The knight's head turned toward Vespero. The moment the blue flame-like eyes gazed at him, Vespero realized. His life lived as a villain. The calamity that would mark its end had now arrived. Footnotes. The city of pleasure, Albert, living up to its name, was famous for being a hub of entertainment. To the east were various accommodations and restaurants selling delicious food. To the west was a red light district that tempted travelers and led them into indulgence and pleasure. To the south were various shops and the slave market that stimulated the desire for purchase. To the north were gambling halls where people bet money or something other than money for a big score. However, this couldn't be called the core of Albert. While all of these were important facilities that made up the backbone of the city, the most important and irreplaceable facility laid elsewhere. It was the castle located in the center of the city where the lord of this city resided. Considering that Albert City itself was surrounded by towering walls, the additional castle at its heart could be seen as an odd structure. No, it was not just odd but even threatening. Surrounding the cast were various military facilities, including barracks for the guards. The very presence of soldiers armed with sharply shining weapons and clad in high-quality armor was a great deterrent in itself. Even lawless individuals who didn't hesitate to commit vicious crimes elsewhere had to meekly bow their heads before this military power that could treat the regular army of a decent domain as nothing. While boasting, of course, that they weren't scared, they were merely being polite as guests so they could enjoy everything the city had to offer. Such words would have left their victims, who had shed tears of blood due to their criminal acts, incredulous, wondering since when had these bastards cared about politeness. Magnificent. Yet, even before this terrifying military might, Colombo was not intimidated. It wasn't because he underestimated the power possessed by the lord of this city, no. Quite the contrary, Colombo held it in high regard, which was why he felt not fear, but something else entirely. How much would all this cost? Greed. That was the true nature of the emotion filling Colombo's chest. An army was like a money-eating hippopotamus in itself. Money went into every act of soldiers eating, dressing, and sleeping, and the higher the quality of the army, the more rapidly the consumed resources increased. To maintain an army capable of treating a domain as trivial meant possessing wealth far surpassing that of any ordinary domain. Well, that was only natural. The city of pleasure was not only a paradise for criminals but also a secret market frequented by high-ranking individuals from various countries. There were few places as suitable for buying and selling goods that were a bit awkward to handle officially. Magnificent, truly extraordinary. Like a child lacking in vocabulary, Colombo kept exclaiming similar words, constantly marveling. Such was his excitement. It was common knowledge among those in the know that the lord of this city was originally a bandit. If so, what laws existed to prevent Colombo, also a bandit, from achieving similar success? No, even if there were such laws, it didn't matter. He was an outlaw, a criminal, a bandit. And now, Colombo held in his hands a product that would help him get closer to his dream. Hey, young lady, what do you think? I mean, when Friedel wasn't in shambles as it is now, but in good shape. Were the soldiers then comparable to here? Not quite. Or were they even more impressive than here? The product Colombo addressed as young lady just glared at him without opening her mouth. The product was a girl with radiant golden hair. Though her youthful age made her appear more cute than beautiful, her potential to be evaluated as a beauty in the future was quite visible. Unlike other slaves captured by the Colombo bandit group, the girl's dress was extremely luxurious and there was even subtle makeup on her face. This was the result of Colombo going around various shops and dressing her up upon arriving in this city. Of course, the girl didn't express any gratitude for this. Colombo's intention to enhance the product value was far too obvious. Colombo wore a smirk as if the girl's silent rebellion was cute. Hey, I'm asking you, how did your domain compare to here when it was in good shape? Are you going to answer only after the servants captured with you scream? The girl gritted her teeth, and then answered with a venomous glare, don't compare it to this mere city of criminals. If only father had been safe, bandit groups like you would have been completely eradicated the moment you set foot in our domain. The expressions of the nearby bandits turned ugly, but Colombo himself laughed pleasantly. Ha ha ha, is that so? That's good. It's great news. Well, we did have quite a hard time bringing you in. We thought it would be easy since we heard it was already in tatters, but we took quite a beating. If it was like that even after losing the Lord and having all the main forces swept away, well, it must have been truly formidable in its prime. A smile never left Colombo's lips as he said this. Displeased by this, the girl asked, what's so amusing? How can I not be amused? Columbo spoke in an excited voice. If it was such a powerful place with such strong defenses, then there probably hasn't been a single instance of a lord's blood relative being captured as a slave and sold until now. If your domain's strength hadn't weakened due to your foolish father, the domain's heir wouldn't have been captured by a bandit like me. It means you're a rare and highly valuable product, young lady. And I got my hands on you before other guys could snatch you away. How can I not laugh? There wasn't even a speck of hostility in Columbo's eyes as he looked at the girl. Realizing this, the girl felt a chill run down her spine. That wasn't the gaze of a person looking at another person. Faced with a gaze that viewed her as a mere object, the girl unconsciously averted her eyes. Columbo, who had been staring at the girl trembling with her head bowed, soon lost interest and hurried his steps, looking ahead. Unlike the outside of the castle where many soldiers ostentatiously showed their presence, there were fewer personnel guarding the inside of the castle. However, as if inversely proportional to the number of personnel, the equipment became increasingly lavish, so Columbo's subordinates had to make great efforts not to shrink their shoulders. At times like this, they couldn't help but envy their boss Nerve, who was whistling and completely absorbed in sightseeing. The Lord is currently receiving another guest. Please wait for a moment. Columbo's confident stride came to a halt in front of the door of the reception room, which was the original meeting place. Another guest? We came exactly at the appointed time, though. Columbo grumbled, but the retainer with a grey mustache maintained his calm demeanor. Due to an unexpected guest, there has been a slight disruption in the schedule. I will guide you to another room, so please wait a moment. Who on earth is it? I cannot tell you. So you're unilaterally breaking the appointment, and you can't even properly explain the reason, is that what you're saying? My apologies, but I have nothing else to say. It was a polite yet firm answer. The subordinates Columbo had brought along twisted their rough faces, but the retainer's expression remained calm. Columbo understood this. The owner of this place was a senior in the industry Columbo was involved in. A direct retainer of such a senior must have gone through quite a few chaotic situations. It was natural that he wouldn't yield to minor threats. However, understanding was one thing, and business was another. Columbo had come here to strike a deal, not to pay tribute. He couldn't be looked down upon from the start. I'm a busy man, as well, so it's difficult for me to wait. Please relay a message to the Lord. My apologies, but... Don't give me that my apologies, but that's difficult line again. Or should we just leave? There seem to be many other places that would buy our young lady. The retainer's face, which had been calm all along, twisted slightly. Seeing the emotion of displeasure linger in that gaze, Columbo smiled. Truthfully, he had found it annoying how this man, a fellow bandit bastard at heart, was acting all dignified just because they were a bit older and had a somewhat decent position. The hesitating retainer glanced at Columbo once before entering the reception room, and after a while, the Lord will see you now. Ah, yes, good work. After patting the retainer's shoulder as if dealing with a subordinate, Columbo moved his steps. He felt a sharp gaze on the back of his head, but even that amused him. Columbo surveyed the inside of the reception room. 5 guards stood near the walls, glaring at Columbo and his subordinates. One old man with snow-white hair sat in the most honored seat, wearing a gentle smile. Lastly, one black-haired woman, teetering the boundary between girl and woman. I see. Even if he's old, a man is still a man, Columbo inwardly whistled. He had wondered who this supposed important guest was to have made him wait, but if it was a beauty of this level, he thought he would have acted the same even if he were an old man. Greetings, Lord. I'm sorry to interrupt while you're having a pleasant time, but this junior of yours isn't exactly free either. No need to worry. Overflowing enthusiasm is the privilege of youth, after all. I should be the one apologizing for not keeping the appointed time. The Lord's tone was gentle, and his entire demeanor exuded kindness. To Columbo, it just seemed laughable. He knew very well that the old man before him was a vicious criminal who had turned several domains into a sea of fire during the war decades ago. Now then, Miss Dorothea, could you spare some time for this impatient friend of ours? It shouldn't take too long. I don't particularly mind. Thank you for your consideration. The Lord's gaze passed over Columbo and moved to the girl beside him. Upon confirming the girl's brilliant golden hair and violet eyes, an exclamation escaped the Lord's lips. You really did bring the young lady of the Lion Duke's bloodline. Columbo, aren't you afraid of the consequences? Even if it's not the main family but a branch family, surely you're aware of the weight that name carries. Columbo shrugged his shoulders. Our senior is saying strange things. Even a 10-year-old child knows which has a stronger background between a countryside commoner girl and a noble girl from the royal capital. But if a bandit is told to choose only one of the two, of course, he'll choose the latter. Isn't that right? The Lord burst into laughter. That's right. If you're going to commit a crime anyway, it's natural to target the one with bigger gains. Well, if you cross the line too much, you might end up dead in an instant. But if you survive, you can make a big score. And if luck favors you a bit more, you can live comfortably being called Lord like our senior. Isn't that so? The Lord started laughing while holding his stomach, and Columbo joined him with hearty laughter. The girl's face turned pale blue. To the girl, both the Lord and Columbo seemed out of their minds. And now the girl's fate was in the hands of these two madmen. After laughing for a while, the Lord flicked his hand, and one of the guards placed a heavy wooden box on the table. Columbo also had his subordinate check the contents instead of touching it directly. Gasp. As the box opened, Colombo's subordinate swallowed his breath at the brilliant golden light revealed inside. Colombo picked up one of the gold coins in the box with his hand and marveled at the delicate design engraved on it. These aren't just ordinary gold coins, are they? They're imperial coins. The gold ratio is 10% higher than those minted in the kingdom, and the actual value is double. No, it can jump even higher depending on the region. You and your friends won't run out of money even if you hold lavish feasts every day for 10 years without missing a day, the Lord said with a warm smile. It might be a bit excessive for the price of a single slave, but well, think of it as a favor given to a junior who sees eye to eye with me. The bandit group's subordinates couldn't suppress smiles. They had engaged in slave trades many times before, but the price was usually paid in silver coins. It was certainly a lot compared to the money ordinary people earned through labor, but it was incomparable to the amounts handled by those called nobles or wealthy merchants. To the bandits who had never seen or used gold coins in their lives, the mountain of gold coins filled in the box felt like a limitless treasure. It's not enough. Now that I look at it, Senior, you seem a tad bit stingy. So when Colombo said that, his subordinates felt their hearts/Genesis forsaken. The Lord narrowed his eyes. Ho ho, having guts is a good thing, but it's a bit troublesome if you can't properly assess value. Please, don't make me re-evaluate my opinion of you. No, I'm saying this because I know the exact value. When else would such a rare product come on the market if not for an opportunity like this? You wouldn't be able to handle it on your own anyway. I'm fine because I have friends who help me in various ways, but you won't be able to get the proper price anywhere. Well, if it really comes down to it, I could always go to the magic country in the north. The descendant of an imperial hero would be like an enemy to them. Wouldn't they buy her at a very high price? Do you know how far that place is? It would be troublesome, sure, but with 2 working legs, I'd get there eventually. After several rounds of back and forth, the Lord spoke as if spitting out words. Fine. What do you want? The Lord's eyes had sunk coldly. They were eyes that showed the will to strike Colombo and seize the girl if his answer was unsatisfactory. Colombo answered, I want to have a city like this too. I'm not asking for yours. I'm asking for permission to open a branch. This is a wonderful place. You can freely indulge in your desires without being bound by annoying things like laws. Shouldn't we spread this good culture to friends in other regions too? The Lord stroked his beard. So you want to borrow my name, is that it? That would be the same as becoming your subordinate. I don't need to go that far. Just give a little hint to the nearby nobles when I settle in a new place, that's enough. You speak as if it's simple, but connections are often worth more than a significant sum of money. It might not be as much as the product I brought here, but I've secured other suitable items as well. I'll give you all of those. If it's not enough, I can get more. As long as the only heir is here, the chaos in Friedel won't settle easily. It's optimal for targeting. Wait, you? MMPH. The girl screamed at the talk of plundering Friedel again, but the subordinate's rough hands forcibly covered her mouth. In the forcibly created silence, the Lord finally opened his mouth. Very well, I'll permit it conditionally. Conditionally? I was planning to put that young lady up for auction anyway. If the selling price is satisfactory enough, I'll accept your proposal. If it falls short of expectations, the discussion ends here. Of course, even if it falls short, I won't return the amount in that box there. Don't you need the other slaves? I don't need many. A few to liven up the atmosphere is enough. I'll include that price in the calculation too. Colombo crossed his arms with a hmm. The deliberation wasn't very long. He was convinced that if he demanded more than this, the Lord wouldn't remain passive. If the Lord decided to come at him forcefully, throwing away all face and decorum, it would be troublesome for Colombo. Well, that should be fine. But let's set a specific amount clearly. Keek. That's only natural. I'll write up a contract. The transaction proceeded smoothly thereafter. Colombo and his subordinates left triumphantly with the contract and the box of gold coins, and the girl was seized by the Lord's retainers and moved somewhere. Only the Lord and Dorothea remained in the reception room again. The Lord apologized to Dorothea with a generous smile that was hard to believe was from someone who had just conducted an evil transaction. I'm sorry about that. It took longer than expected. It's fine. Thanks to that, I've sorted out my thoughts roughly too. Oh. The Lord raised the end of his words as if interested. So, what do you think? Will you accept this old man's proposal? The proposal the Lord had extended to Dorothea. It was about casting a witch's curse on the targets the Lord designated. If she could render a mere 3 people forever incapacitated, he would give Dorothea the treasure she demanded. I'll say it again, but if you want to harm someone, it would be faster to hire an assassin. Curses, by nature, are complicated and inconvenient. Ho ho, your modesty is excessive. I've already heard about how you gave our gatekeeper a taste of your power. With that level of ability, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Dorothea shook her head. No thanks. I was tempted AF first, but thinking about it rationally, I think my teacher would come to kill me if I used a witch's power for such things. It was a lie. Dorothea's teacher was not someone who would argue for the sanctity of human life, but rather someone who would grumble that merely 3 people was too petty and cause disasters on a regional scale instead. Is that so? What a shame. However, the Lord didn't doubt Dorothea's words much. It was a well-known fact that there were many eccentrics among those in the profession that starts with ma, be they male or female practitioners. A teacher personally tracking down and punishing a disciple who ignored their self-imposed rules was quite plausible in magical master-disciple relationships. Then it can't be helped. I'll put the key of opium up for auction as planned. The key of opium. That was one of the 8 treasures of the kingdom that Dorothea was tasked with recovering, and also one of the Lord's collectibles. Dorothea nodded with an expressionless face, then stood up. There was a small teacup in front of her, but its contents remained untouched as if new. Are you thinking of leaving? I think I have a lot to prepare before the auction. Tisk tisk, it'll be tough. If curses are difficult, how about staying as my guest? Having a powerful witch around is a big benefit in itself, so if you stay for about a year, I'll give you the treasure. Time is precious. Just before opening the door of the reception room to leave, Dorothea suddenly stopped as if she had remembered something. Why did you become a bandit? It seemed to be an unexpected question, as the Lord blinked for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter. What else could there be? I started because I would have starved to death right away if I didn't. Then now, Dorothea's blue eyes stared straight at the Lord. Are you still playing the role of a bandit because you feel like you'll starve to death if you don't take from others? The Lord answered, I'm no bandit. I am properly the Lord of this city. Is that so? Dorothea nodded obediently. A lord or a bandit, it's all the same, is it not? Click. The door closed, and silence fell in the room. The kind smile that had been on the Lord's lips slowly disappeared. A guard who had been watching this scene cautiously asked, is it all right to let her leave like that? She's already a woman who has bared her fangs at our guard force. If she's not going to be an ally, wouldn't it be better to eliminate her? Leave her be. It was a short but firm statement. The guard closed his mouth without pressing further or offering any additional suggestions. After staring into space with unfocused eyes for a while, the Lord tilted his head. Strange. I don't understand. Looking back on the Lord's long life, the words Dorothea left behind didn't even qualify as an insult. He had received far more intense, resentful, and blood-for-blood-like curses countless times. And yet, that one statement, which he would normally laugh off as the immature words of a young girl, strangely stirred his heart. After leaving the reception room, Dorothea sighed. The thought that she had done something foolish wouldn't leave her mind. It had been a rare opportunity to face the Lord directly. Although the curse the Lord requested wasn't an easy task, even if it didn't succeed, a bit of deception utilizing illusions would have sufficed. Then she could receive the treasure from the deceived Lord and say her farewells. It was truly a simple matter. It was truly an easy path. Yet, Dorothea had just kicked away that easy and simple proposal with her own feet. And not for some grand reason but a momentary emotional impulse. Even if the bandits plotted in detail, it had little to do with her. The dark future of the captured girl should have been of no concern to her. Dorothea regretted her decision. She blamed and self-reproached herself. But before long, she discarded all these emotions as mere trash. Well, what's done is done. Regretting the past wasn't as productive as planning for the future. Certainly, the easy path had disappeared, but thinking rationally, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Her promise with Ronnie, the heir to a domain that was precarious now but had good potential. If it results in my reputation rising and having a noble indebted to me, well, that's good enough. All right, let's go with that. Once she made her decision, her actions were swift. I'm thirsty, is it okay if I have something to drink before I go? Pardon. The servant guiding Dorothea momentarily wore a puzzled expression, but didn't coldly answer, there's nothing to drink, so just get out. From the servant's perspective, unaware that the negotiations had broken down, Dorothea was still the Lord's esteemed guest. Although her manner of speaking was a bit brash compared to her youthful appearance, that wasn't a big flaw compared to the vile nobles who frequented this place. Those people not only spoke rudely but their very gaze looking down on people from the start made one want to stab them with a fork. Yes. This way, please. Should I just give her cold water? Or should I prepare something like iced tea? Is that too much? Something small ran across the floor near Dorothea's feet, but the servant, lost in thought about selecting a menu for guest hospitality, didn't notice. Sob, hiccup. In a small room on the highest floor of the Lord's castle, the golden-haired girl wept alone, stifling her sobs. Her father and brother had died. Her mother, who was originally sickly, had collapsed unconscious from the great shock, and the girl left behind was consumed by the task of reviving the domain without the luxury to even properly grieve. And now, without properly achieving anything, she had been captured by bandits, destined to be sold off as a slave. What would become of her now? Would the servants captured with the girl be safe? Would the guards who had been ridiculed by the bandits for being miserably defeated while trying to rescue the girl be alright? And what of the girl's mother still lying in bed? What if she regained consciousness only to hear news of the girl and fall into even greater despair? Fear, anxiety, and despair crushed the girl's heart. The girl was still so young, too fragile to bear the weight of successive tragedies. Until now, she had desperately put on a strong front to avoid showing weakness in front of the people around her and the bandits, but once she was confined alone in a small room, she couldn't suppress the tears that burst forth like a flood. She wept and wept. Sob, heek, until something strange appeared before her. If one were to express the appearance of that strange thing in one sentence, well, yes, it was a mouse skittering about with only yellow bones remaining. Eek. A squeezed-out scream escaped from the girl's lips. It was truly fortunate that her voice didn't come out loudly because her throat was hoarse from crying continuously. Leaving the girl completely stiff and unable to move, the skeleton mouse busily moved its tail to write something like letters. Surprisingly, the bone dust of the skeleton mouse itself acted as ink. That sight of the mouse faithfully carrying out its master's orders to the point where its body literally turned to dust vividly showed why necromancers were considered the epitome of evil wizards. Received rescue request from Ronnie Roxley. Will act auction day. Take pill sent with familiar before auction starts. Clean up dust yourself. The sentences were short and concise, likely due to the limited ink. The skeleton mouse, which had lost nearly half its body in a short time, took out something like a red bead from near its ribs and presented it to the girl. The girl, dumbfounded, received it almost unconsciously. The skeleton mouse, having completed its mission, made a clack as its bones collided, then collapsed. All that remained was the bed sheet ruined by the yellowish bone dust and the red bead. The girl stood with her mouth open in a daze for a long time, and finally blurted out, "Really, why is everyone doing this to Genesis Forsaken?" On a night when the sun had fallen, Columbo, the leader of a band of bandits, strolled through the streets after leaving the Lord's castle, feeling elated. The deal he had considered somewhat of a gamble had been successfully concluded. He had received and pocketed a huge advance payment, and even though it was conditional, he had obtained a stepping stone to leap to a higher place. His subordinates would praise his achievements, and more bandits would want to join under his command. Columbo was willing to generously share his spoils with them. He was greedy, but not stingy, fully aware that generosity would only strengthen his position. He envisioned ordering lavish dishes that filled the table before him at the largest establishment in this city, preparing so much alcohol that the floor wouldn't be visible even after everyone had fallen drunk, and spending a pleasant night with beautiful women. Columbo sincerely intended to carry out these plans. That was until he checked his devastated headquarters. The thick scent of blood and the strange odor of innards filled the space. Tables and chairs were rarely intact, having been caught up in the battle, and blood stains overflowed indiscriminately on walls, floors, and ceilings. In between, the corpses of bandits who had met miserable deaths greeted their comrades. What on earth is this? Ugh. The faces of the subordinates who had accompanied Columbo to the castle turned pale blue. Some of them were dry heaving. They were bandits. Not petty pickpockets who targeted pedestrians' waists on the streets, but a gang of robbers who swung swords to take people's lives, property, and dignity. They had witnessed countless gruesome deaths, many caused by their own hands. And as was often the case with evildoers, they never imagined the same fate would befall them. The scene unfolding before their eyes was thoroughly shattering the unfounded confidence of Columbo's bandit group. The faces of their dead comrades, stained with fear, pain, and despair, seemed to prove that they, too, would soon join them. Which bastards dared to? Columbo gritted his teeth. On his face, twisted like an evil spirit, not even a fragment of the satisfaction and joy that had surrounded him just moments ago remained. It's total annihilation. There are no survivors. These bastards, they've thoroughly cut the throats of even those who were already incapacitated. Vicious bastards. Boss, the basement is empty. All the slaves we kept there are gone. Columbo listened quietly in silence to the successive bad news. At his feet, the corpse of Vespero, the second in command of Columbo's bandit group, was sprawled on the floor. Columbo's gaze fixed on Vespero's face. Unlike the uniformly distorted faces of the other bandits, Vespero's face was oddly peaceful. Rather than his death being less painful, it looked like a face of resignation, thinking, so it's finally come. Columbo found this unsettling. Columbo spoke as he lifted Vespero's body, "VS. Oh, Vespero, my diligent and cowardly friend. What were you thinking in your final moments? Surely you didn't die as if falling asleep, thinking foolish thoughts like your karma had come back to you, or that you had finally paid for your sins." Columbo's grip on Vespero's shoulders tightened. Thick veins visibly rose on the surface of his skin, and Columbo's voice trembled with intense emotion. "No, that's not it. There's no such thing as karma in this world. There's no such thing as paying for sins. Such things are illusions created by those high up there, those who have plundered and extorted incomparably more than bandits like us. They claim it's their natural right when they take, but when we lowly ones take, it's a crime, an evil deed. So they, the noble ones, must punish us? It's nonsense they made up to assert that. Why don't you understand that? You foolish friend." Columbo shed tears drop by drop. His subordinates, who were astonished to see their boss cry for the first time, were red in the eyes with emotion. Columbo stood up, drew his curved sword from his waist, and shouted, "Gather all our surviving comrades. Find out what happened here, and which bastards did this. If they took all the slaves from here, there must be witnesses. Find them without fail, and avenge our fallen comrades." To that passionate cry, the surviving subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, boss. After completing a big operation, you moved your steps to the Black Boar Inn. Initially, you planned to return to your usual lodging, but because the number of people had greatly increased, the existing lodging couldn't accommodate everyone. The innkeeper, who had just finished cleaning up the corpses of Columbo's bandit group that had died on the first floor and barely finished tidying up, froze when he saw you reappear, but decided to welcome you as a guest after receiving the heavy leather pouch you held out. There were plenty of vacancies anyway, as all the previous lodgers had turned into former lodgers. Not long after, Dorothia arrived to find you. You tilted your head. The Tin Knight wonders how she knew where to find him. Dorothia answered nonchalantly, "Whose mana do you think is powering you? Finding my own mana isn't that big a deal. More importantly, what have you been up to? It seems you've been rampaging quite spectacularly. Dorothea looked at you with an expression that seemed dumbfounded. However, that didn't stop you from straightening your shoulders and proudly declaring your exploits. The Tin Knight claims he only killed those whose death wouldn't tarnish his reputation. That's not what I asked. Although Dorothea directed her sharp glare at you, it was Ronnie who fidgeted and made excuses beside you. My apologies. It's my fault for failing to serve the knight properly. The commotion only grew larger because of me. But without the knight, neither I nor the others would have been safe. We wouldn't have been able to rescue the captured people either. As if to prove Ronnie's words, the Black Pig Inn was teeming with slaves rescued from the bandit group's headquarters. Mommy. Yes, I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so glad you're safe. Patricia? Oh, God. I never thought I'd see you again. Jack. Your left hand, what happened? It's okay, this much is nothing. It's a miracle that we're both alive like this. Those who had succeeded in reuniting with their separated families were busy embracing one another, shedding tears. The smiles on their lips proved that these tears were of joy, not wailing and sorrow. Have you seen my younger sister? Mary, a girl with braided brown hair. That child was captured in the same wagon as me, but on the way, she developed a high fever. In the end, she couldn't hold on. No matter how much we pleaded with those bastards, they wouldn't even give her water, let alone proper medicine. Those sons of bitches. Human scum? We should have killed them more painfully and miserably. Of course, not everyone could meet such good fortune. There were several who had died from wounds sustained during their capture by the bandits, others collapsed unable to withstand the forced march, and there were those who had been sold off immediately upon arriving in Albert City because it was difficult to store them all at the headquarters. Looking at this scene as if in pain, Ronnie desperately spoke up. If Sir Knight hadn't moved so swiftly and decisively, many more would have experienced tragedy. Of course, Lady Witch's help in allowing us to enter this city immediately was also significant. Thanks to the grace of both of you, we received great help. So please, I beg you not to quarrel with each other. She defended you, then thought that praising only you might displease Dorothea, so she praised Dorothea too, and after going back and forth like this, the result was an excuse that was neither here nor there. Although her speech skills lacked substance compared to her enthusiasm, Dorothea only made a slightly sulky expression without further pressing you. Instead, Dorothea offered practical advice. It would be best to prepare to send these people back to your domain as quickly as possible. Start preparations immediately, and move out as soon as the city gates open tomorrow. Ronnie wore a surprised expression. Her gaze flicking towards you seemed to suggest she was thinking, why are these people in such a hurry? Of course, the experience points gained from acting with you hadn't completely disappeared, so instead of unconditionally saying, it can't be done, Ronnie first asked for the reason. Why is that? Didn't you say you raided the bandit group's headquarters? The nights in this city are quite lively. Shops that would have closed long ago elsewhere are still doing business with their lights on, and there are still quite a few pedestrians around. Do you think none of them witnessed what you did? How long do you think it will take for the returned bandit leader to gather information and come barging in here? Ronnie's mouth closed. Smash the enemy's headquarters, rescue the slaves, and that was the end. She realized once again that things wouldn't go that easily. Their enemy was still out there, and Ronnie didn't even know the location of her young lady she needed to rescue. Time was still not on their side. However, in your opinion, the current situation wasn't all bad. The Tin Knight argues that if we know the enemy will attack, we should strike first. Dorothea stared at you for a moment. You seem to have rampaged quite a bit. It looks like you've consumed quite a lot of mana too. If you fight again in that state, you might stop midway due to fuel exhaustion. The Tin Knight says Dorothea can recharge him again. Mana isn't free, you know? Why should I waste mine on something that doesn't involve my own safety? It was a cold answer, but you responded proudly. The Tin Knight claims that after he's done this much, Dorothea couldn't have just been sitting around. Dorothea's movement paused. Dorothea looked at you with narrowed eyes, then curled up the corners of her mouth. A familiar daring to test its master's abilities? How impudent. The Tin Knight retorts that there was no clause in the contract about maintaining etiquette. But there is a clause about protecting me in exchange for mana. And yet, hasn't your contribution toward protection been lacking? The Tin Knight asserts that the best defense is annihilating the attackers. That's an absurd argument, but well, I found it oddly satisfying. I'll let it go this time. Dorothea turned her gaze from you to look at Ronnie. I'll retract what I just said. Since it's not my job to lead and command many people anyway, you decide what to do with them. If I had to give advice, at least set up night watches. Even if the leader doesn't show up, small fry could still attack. What are you planning to do? Make money. I need to participate in the auction, so I need to fill my wallet a bit. Oh, and I have news about your young lady, but I'll tell you when I get back. What? Wait a moment, please? Is the young lady safe? I said I'll tell you later. Don't follow me, it'll be a hindrance. Just wait. After unilaterally announcing this, Dorothea walked forward. You followed behind her. The Tin Knight asks if this battle marks the end of their fight with the bandit group. We won't know that unless we try. If things go according to plan, maybe, but why do you ask? The Tin Knight remarks that fighting the same guys 3 times is more than enough. So you do have preferences. I thought you were just a madman who was happy as long as you could fight. The Tin Knight complains that while fighting a lot is good, repeating similar patterns gets boring. Exchanging trivial chatter, the two of you continued walking. Since it was a path you had already walked once, there was no chance of getting lost. At one point, someone who looked like a member of the bandit group was seen hurriedly running away, likely having recognized you. The more you advanced, the more gazes from the surroundings increased. And after a while, upon reaching your destination, you came face to face with a man glaring at you with bloodshot eyes. You dare crawl here on your own feet? Have you come to beg for forgiveness? Though you felt tempted to respond with a grandiose line, you remembered that the other party wouldn't be able to hear your words anyway. Dorothea whispered to you, I'll take care of the small fry, so just bring the leader's head. Time limit 10 seconds. Can you do it? If not, say so in advance. I'll switch to plan B. It was an excellent provocation. Instead of words, you drew your sword. As if responding to you, the surrounding bandits also raised their weapons. The bandit leader's eyes flared as he pointed his curved sword at you. With a time limit imposed, the boss battle / Genesis forsaken. Columbo was a villain. He was vicious, despicable, and shameless enough to suck sweet honey from others' misfortunes without feeling any guilt. Yet, despite being such a terrible man, people gathered around Columbo. While Columbo's personality could hardly be called excellent even as a courtesy, his abilities were outstanding. Columbo had excellent eloquence. He also had a keen eye for digging into others' weaknesses. And above all, he commanded overwhelming strength, dominating the bandits in the surrounding area. The bluish energy flowing from the curved sword he wielded was proof of Columbo's power. Sword energy. The name varied depending on the region, and there were some differences in principles or distinctions of levels, but the basic concept remained similar. Strengthening weapons through mana. Its effectiveness was such that it allowed a person to cleave through huge logs or boulders just by swinging a blade. Metal was no exception, although there were some differences depending on the thickness. This was why Columbo inwardly sneered at the sight of the Tin Knight in plate armor. You must have been excited rampaging against my subordinates. I'll shatter that arrogance. Armor that covered the entire body with metal plates was certainly a powerful weapon in itself. It allowed the wearer to weather head-on blows from most weapons while unilaterally cutting down opponents. However, those with a certain level of skill rarely favored plate armor. For those skilled enough to handle sword energy, slicing through thin metal plates wasn't particularly difficult, and if the armor was made thick enough to withstand sword energy, its weight made movement a hardship. It was invincible against the weak, but useless against true strong ones, a gauge for measuring one's skill. This was the general perception of plate armor. The shield mounted to the Tin Knight's left arm was also one of the reasons Columbo underestimated his opponent. Well-made metal armor was sufficient to serve the purpose of a shield, as it had enough defense to withstand most frontal assaults. Utilizing both hands for offense was far more efficient than unnecessarily holding a shield. In fact, the Knights of Columbo's homeland in the central continent, famous for its abundance of strong individuals, tended to prefer large and heavy two-handed swords over one-handed swords and shields. To Columbo, who grew up watching such knights, the sight of the Tin Knight equipped with not only sturdy armor but a useless shield felt like the cowardice of someone too afraid for even minor wounds. Clang! Columbo's blade, swung with full force, easily cut the Tin Knight's sword in two. Rejoicing at the predictable outcome, Columbo followed through, adding momentum to his blade. He intended to sever the Tin Knight's sword-wielding arm. Crack! Columbo's eyes widened. The curved sword he swung had certainly cut the Tin Knight's right arm. The problem was that while Columbo had thought of cutting as completely severing, the actual result only managed to cut about half of the forearm. What was more concerning was the sensation. It didn't feel like metal plates wrapping flesh and blood, but as if the entire arm was made of metal. This bastard wasn't human. Thwack! The Tin Knight's low kick struck Columbo. It was a force that would have shattered the leg bones of an ordinary person, but for Columbo, who had strengthened his body with mana, it was an attack he could barely endure. However, he couldn't prevent his posture from being disrupted. Before Columbo could correct his posture, the edge of the Tin Knight's shield was driven into his side. Guh! Columbo's mouth was forcibly opened, instinctually reeling. The Tin Knight clasped both hands together, then struck down on Columbo's head, which had come down to a convenient position. Even in this situation, Columbo tried to roll to the side and regain his fighting stance, but the Tin Knight had no intention of letting Columbo go. He had to take the boss head before the time limit ended. The Tin Knight was the type who wasn't satisfied unless he meticulously cleared every side quest. The Tin Knight's left foot stomped on Columbo's chest, forcibly fixing him in place. Shortly after, a devastating right knee came crashing down on Columbo's neck. Crunch! Along with the sound of neck bones being crushed, Columbo's eyes bulged. Columbo's hand groped the air as if trying to grasp something, only to fall helplessly to the ground with a thud. The Tin Knight quietly stood up, then forcibly pulled out the curved sword embedded in his right arm. No blood flowed. Through the cracks, the inside of the arm was densely packed with what looked like metal mechanical devices. The Tin Knight examined it briefly in a moment of curiosity, but soon lost interest and scanned the surroundings. Stay back. Don't come any closer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it, I'll kill you. I'll kill you over and over again. It was a bizarre scene. Some crawled on the floor, desperately trying to escape, while others clutched their heads and repeated the same words, and then there were those who wildly swung their swords, soaking themselves in their comrades' blood. Dorothea approached the puzzled Tin Knight. She looked at Colombo's corpse with its crushed neck, then said with a slightly admiring tone, "You really killed him within 10 seconds. And he even used sword energy." The Tin Knight asks if sword energy exists here too. "I don't know what you mean by here too, but didn't you experience sword energy directly with your body? I don't know why someone who could use such a thing was just doing banditry though." Although the answer was a bit different from what he expected, the Tin Knight accepted it. With magic and magic-powered dolls existing, it made sense that sword energy would exist too. Above all, the lingering memory from his body being struck was stirring, giving him the intuition that he could do it too if he tried. The Tin Knight pointed at the surrounding bandits. The Tin Knight asks why they're acting like that. Dorothea shrugged her shoulders. "I asked the nearby souls to whisper a few words to them. There were plenty of souls volunteering to pounce on the bandit bastards, you know." The Tin Knight wonders why Dorothea didn't use such a convenient technique when they were being chased the first time. "The order is reversed. That experience led me to prepare magic that could deal with multiple opponents. Carrying all the catalysts for each spell is quite the hassle, you know." Grumbling slightly, Dorothea then squatted down and approached Colombo's corpse. The appearance of the corpse with its crushed neck was truly miserable, but Dorothea's expression as she placed her hand on the corpse's head was infinitely indifferent. In a pronunciation difficult for the Tin Knight to understand, Dorothea began reciting a long incantation. You bastard. What did you do to the boss GUH? A few bandits, seemingly freed from the illusion, glared and lunged at them periodically, becoming new achievements for the Tin Knight's exploits. The sharpness of the weapon obtained from defeating the boss, Colombo's curved sword, which was named on the spot, satisfied the Tin Knight. How much time passed like that? Finally, Dorothea's incantation came to an end. And twitch. Colombo's body, which was clearly dead, began to twitch. The Tin Knight's body also twitched in response. The Tin Knight cheers, asking if it's a Phase 2 boss. Even without a complete understanding of the exact meaning of words, people had the ability to infer content through context. Dorothea, roughly grasping what the Tin Knight was trying to say, shook her head. "I'm not telling you to fight, so drop it. Also, bring over the guys you cut down." The Tin Knight, though disappointed, stacked up the corpses as Dorothea said. Objectively, it was a truly gruesome sight, but neither the Tin Knight nor Dorothea seemed to notice. They were truly a master and servant of the same feather. Willem, a member of Colombo's bandit group, was running through the streets with an urgent expression. "Damn it, we're screwed." It all started when he spotted a knockout beauty to his taste in a tavern. He was dying to hit on her right away, but it was clear that if he started working on her while with his bastard comrades present, it would end miserably whether he succeeded or failed. Since most of his comrades were in a drunken state anyway, Willem boldly initiated solo action. It was against the second-in-command's order to always stick together, but Willem didn't care much. Originally, for any kind of business, it was fine as long as one didn't get caught. Willem's bold venture was successful, and after having a good time, Willem secretly returned to the inn before his comrades woke up. After that, Willem had been on cloud 9, but when he saw that not a single one of his comrades remained at the inn, an ominous feeling crept over him. When the innkeeper informed him that his comrades had rushed to the headquarters where the boss and second-in-command were staying, the sense of foreboding grew stronger. Damn it, did they find out about my solo action? Did the second-in-command crack down on our entire team for not managing personnel properly? He even thought about running away right then and there, but Willem eventually headed to the headquarters. If the situation was as he expected, he would get beaten up terribly after returning, but if he ran away wrongly here, he might lose his head instead of just getting beaten. Praying desperately that this situation wasn't related to him, Willem ran hard. To put it bluntly, Willem's prayer was answered. The slaves were all taken. Yeah, some monster bastards invaded. The situation he heard from a comrade he usually got along with was as followed. An unidentified knight and his group invaded the headquarters, killed the second-in-command, and stole the slaves. The boss, who returned from the castle, saw the disaster and gathered the guys to exact vengeance, but because the other side used some strange magic, everyone hallucinated and fainted. Hallucinations? What on earth was it? Ugh, damn. Don't ask, it's coming back to me. Anyway, it was horrible. Thankfully, those bastards didn't seem to want to make things bigger, so they just showed us hallucinations and left. If we had been attacked while unconscious, ugh, it gives me goosebumps. So nobody died, right? Yeah. But we might see something worse next time, so the boss order is to not mess with that knight or the slaves and just cover up this incident. You better remember that. The second-in-command and the guys died, but the boss gave such an order. Willem didn't understand at first glance. The boss he knew was certainly a cruel and evil man, but he was at least a leader who fiercely protected his own people. Willem couldn't believe that such a boss had made a declaration of surrender after being so one-sidedly defeated. Then what can we do? We can't all die by charging at monsters. The boss must have had no choice. And besides, the comrade, who had been cautiously looking around, whispered in Willem's ear, even though we lost the other slaves, it seems the most valuable slave that the boss took to the castle was sold for an extremely high price. They say that after that slave is sold at auction in a few days and the contract is finalized, there will be a grand reward for the members. Since our numbers have decreased a lot due to this incident, won't the share for each person increase? Only after hearing this could Willem understand the strange atmosphere permeating among the bandit group members. It was certainly humiliating to have been beaten by outsiders and be forced to turn a blind eye without being able to take revenge. But thinking about the benefits they would gain from it, it wasn't all bad. So everyone must have obediently followed the boss orders. But is this really okay? While feeling relieved that he wouldn't get beaten up immediately, a question remained in a corner of Willem's mind. After all, handling this situation in such a manner would inevitably shatter the sense of unity and belonging of the entire bandit group. In the end, a trend would develop where individuals would only care about their own gain with no regard for whether their comrades lived or died. While that might be common in other bandit groups, it was a fatal loss for Colombo's bandit group, which had been developing a sense of belonging centered around the boss and second-in-command. More importantly, it was clear that there would be a tremendous wound to the authority of Colombo, the boss. The bandits would still follow him, but they would no longer revere or serve him sincerely like before. The boss I know would rather charge in regardless of how scary the opponent is than see such a sight. Willem peeked at the boss sitting with some executive-level members in a corner of the headquarters. The boss' eyes were extremely empty. He seemed to be deep in thought, or conversely, completely vacant. Not only the boss but also the executives were all keeping silent without saying a word, making the surrounding atmosphere endlessly gloomy. Suddenly, Willem noticed that the boss was wearing a scarf. The sight of him completely wrapping his neck in a season that wasn't particularly cold struck him as old. Moreover, the boiling-like heat that used to be felt just by looking at him seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Don't the boss and executives seem to be in a bad state? To Willem's question, his comrade answered as if it was obvious, it would be stranger if they were fine in this situation. Indeed, Willem nodded. Thinking about it coolly, he didn't have the loyalty to seriously worry about the future of the bandit group or the boss condition. They were bandits, after/Genesis Forsaken. The Black Boar Inn, once a banquet hall for bandits, had now become a base for their victims. Around it, many gathered in groups, buzzing with activity. Miss Ronnie, is it really all right for us to receive this? A middle-aged man carefully asked while examining the pouch handed to him by Ronnie. He was the village chief of a village that had been devastated by bandits. He was also appointed as a representative to guide the victims back to the domain in place of Ronnie. You will need at least that much to safely return to Friedel territory. Originally, I should have protected you all personally, but I'm sorry for sending you off alone like this. The village chief, receiving Ronnie's apology, waved his hands in embarrassment. No, what is there to be sorry about when you're staying behind to rescue the young lady? Rather, we feel guilty for receiving support without being able to stay and help you in return. The number of people led by the village chief was staggering. Not only were there those who had been rescued from the bandit headquarters but also all those who had been sold as slaves throughout the City of Pleasure. Among them were those who wanted to stay with Ronnie and help rescue the young lady, but Ronnie firmly declined. Dorothy's advice to evacuate the people as far away as possible before the auction started rang in her head. Although she hadn't been told the specific plan, Ronnie heeded the young witch's advice, having never known her words to be frivolous. Moreover, although she refrained from informing them openly, Ronnie thought the witch's advice was wise for another reason. After all, it costs too much money. The number of liberated slaves had long since exceeded 100. Treating them, clothing them, and feeding them, each of these actions cost money, as they had been weakened by the hardships they endured while captured. They were managing somehow with the wealth recovered from the bandit group, but it was clear that if they kept spending without earning, this too would run out. Ronnie had initially envisioned returning triumphantly with everyone after rescuing the young lady, but given the current situation, such an act would turn the grand return of the heir into the humiliating sight of the heir and the beggars. To avoid such disgrace, it was prudent to send them back right away. After ensuring everyone's departure, Ronnie headed to the second floor of the inn. Excuse me? Knock knock. She knocked on the door of the innermost room on the second floor, but there was no response. Ronnie hesitated for a moment, then just opened the door with a short sigh. Whether Ronnie came in or not, the Tin Knight and Dorothea were absorbed in their own work without giving her a single glance. In a way, their attitude toward Ronnie might be seen as dismissive, but Ronnie, who had become accustomed to it over the past few days, didn't mind much and spoke without concern. I've sent all the captured people back to their homes. Thank you again for providing the support funds. Is there anything else I should take care of? Did you manage the transportation well? I've prepared 2 horses and a carriage. Then rest. Once the auction starts, we might have to keep moving without rest. It would be best if you gathered your strength. Yes. Ronnie nodded, then hesitated before finally settling in a corner of the room. Ronnie observed Dorothea. For the past few days since the fight at the bandit headquarters, Dorothea had always seemed busy. One day, she ground large animal bones into powder. The next, she lit a lampless lamp on leaves with impressive stripes and collected the ashes. On another day, she boiled snail shells in an unidentified liquid, and eventually put the gray gel-like product into a small bowl. She even infused mana into still-living plant stems to make them wither, mixed different types of stone powder, and once even chanted spells for nearly half a day over a tray filled with blood. Was magic originally like this? Ronnie had met the mages employed by Friedel Domain a few times, but the magic used by them and Dorothea's magic felt quite different. To put it bluntly, Ronnie had never seen Friedel's mages go through such tedious preparation processes. Nor had she seen those mages display such a diverse set of abilities as Dorothea did. The magic Ronnie was familiar with was specialized in things like shooting fireballs, throwing icicles, creating wind blades, and other forms of destruction. If it's like how there are various schools in swordsmanship, there's nothing to say if magic is the same, but although she was curious about many things, Ronnie didn't bother to ask about it. In the world of martial artists, it was a great rudeness to carelessly inquire about others' techniques or schools. It didn't seem like mages would be much different. Shifting her gaze, Ronnie looked at the Tin Knight. Unlike Dorothea, who was preparing various things, the Tin Knight focused solely on one thing, grasping the gently curved sword, and emitting silver mana from its edge. The silver mana was sometimes thin and faint enough to remind one of a veil, sometimes thick and clear enough to obscure the shape of the sword, and sometimes even drawn out in strands like threads. Ronnie let out a hollow laugh. Even the late lord couldn't handle sword energy so freely like that. The former lord, who was somewhat politically inept, was hailed as the kingdom's best warrior. If such a feat was beyond even him, it was likely beyond any knight in the kingdom as well. Even if the kingdom itself wasn't that powerful, the title of a country's representative was never something to be taken lightly. According to Ronnie's common sense, it should certainly be so, but here, it seemed slightly different. Poof. The ever-changing sword energy of the Tin Knight suddenly subsided and vanished entirely. The Tin Knight turned his gaze to Dorothea, and Dorothea, who had been deeply engrossed in her work, also stopped her movements and turned her head sharply to glare at the Tin Knight. Hey, didn't I tell you not to waste mana carelessly? This is already the third time today. Buzz buzz. What enlightenment, you damn bastard. Either freeze to death or change your excuse pattern already. Buzz buzz. Power up event my foot. Buzz buzz. The witch vented her frustration with all her might while the Tin Knight waved his arms as if in protest. In those petulant actions, which were like a child throwing a tantrum, there wasn't even a shred of the dignity of a country's representative. It was hard to believe that this was the same knight who had mercilessly slaughtered the bandit group with cold and efficient swordsmanship. Dorothea's gaze turned to Ronnie. Hey, didn't you say you were a knight? Ronnie shook her head in surprise. Knight? I'm just a mere page. But you should know roughly. This sword energy or whatever, is it normally used by consuming mana so recklessly? It's difficult to say definitively. It can vary depending on the school of swordsmanship, individual constitution, or habits, and to begin with, I don't know how much mana the knight possesses. You just need to know the amount of mana, right? Ronnie's question of her didn't make it out of her mouth as an enormous surge of mana flowed in through the wrist that Dorothea had suddenly grabbed. Her vision blurred, her body felt lighter, and an overflowing vitality that made her feel like she could do anything rushed through her. It's already full even though I haven't even put in a quarter of what I put into him. Any more and you'd burst. Frowning as if something wasn't to her liking, Dorothea released Ronnie's wrist. Ronnie was astonished, feeling the mana filling her body. How did you do that? Infusing mana into someone else's body, unless you've learned the same, or at least a similar type of cultivation method, it should be impossible. That's because different types of mana repel each other. I altered its nature to suit your body before infusing it, so you don't have to worry about that. More importantly, if you were to use sword energy with this much mana, how long do you think it would last? This didn't seem like something that should be brushed off so lightly. While thinking that, Ronnie hurriedly began to focus on mana manipulation. This was the second time in her life that she had handled mana in this way. Ronnie clearly remembered the emotion she felt when the young lady, pitying the lone ordinary talent who remained a page while repeating basic training and menial tasks as her juniors were recognized as apprentice knights, gave up her share of the elixir used for training. Back then, her mana manipulation itself was clumsy, causing her to exhaust all her mana and collapse right after forming sword energy, but this time, perhaps because of her past experience, she was able to form sword energy with relative ease. Although it was infinitely crude and clumsy compared to the artistic sword energy created by the Tin Knight, the mere act of being able to maintain sword energy without strain was in itself a novel experience for Ronnie. So, how long? Of course, Dorothea was unaware of Ronnie's sentimental reflection. Ronnie, in truth, found the mana that was just thrown at her now less moving compared to the grace she received from the young lady when she was struggling and in pain, so she was able to consider Dorothea's question with a cool head. And, she reached a conclusion. If I just sit here doing nothing with the sole intention of maintaining the sword energy like this, sitting, I estimate it would be possible for about 6 hours at most. It was a relatively long time, but in Ronnie's opinion, this wasn't a result of her own exceptional ability. To begin with, Ronnie wasn't even in full control of all the mana currently in her body, and the neglected mana was leaking out of her body like evaporating water. If a proper expert had received the same amount of mana, they would have been able to maintain sword energy for a much longer time than her. That was how much mana Dorothea had given her. And thinking about it that way, she suddenly felt dumbfounded. Didn't she say it was less than a quarter of what she gives to the knight earlier? Less than a quarter. That meant the Tin Knight was receiving at least 4 times the mana that was currently filling Ronnie's body. Not only that, but Dorothea had replenished it 3 times, just as she said. Rather than at least 4 times, in reality, it was at least 12. Then how immense is Dorothea's mana to begin with? Moreover, judging by her tone, she seemed to still have quite a bit of leeway. Ronnie looked at Dorothea anew with eyes filled with awe. Not only did the Tin Knight possess sword energy surpassing the kingdom's best knight, but the girl beside him was equally extraordinary. You hear that? Your mana efficiency when using sword energy is terrible? Stick to physical combat and recovery, and no using sword energy unless it's an emergency. Buzz buzz. Forget looking cool? What if you run out of mana while fighting and suddenly stop, and I die in the meantime? Especially when you can't even receive mana remotely, you relic of a bygone era. Buzz 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 buzz. Well, their abilities were exceptional but their antics, to put it mildly, were rather childish. Anyway, the fact that they were benefactors remained unchanged. Ronnie, who had been staring at the two bickering figures with dead fish eyes, eventually came to a conclusion. I guess I should just train too. And some time later. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the specialty of Albert, the city of pleasure. Welcome to the grand auction. Whoa, the fateful day had /Genesis forsaken. Money excited people. Greed excited people. Competitiveness excited people. The desire to show off excited people. It was, in a sense, natural that an auction house created by gathering all these elements would be a crucible of desire. Moreover, if this auction house was built not in an ordinary city, but in Albert, the city of pleasure where all kinds of criminals and corrupt nobles gather, its depravity would be beyond words. The intensity of the environment was clearly conveyed to the girl in the product waiting room behind the auction house. Hugh, the heir of Friedel, the only daughter of the kingdom's greatest swordsman. The young lady Ronnie was devoted to saving. The girl with various titles desperately repeated deep breaths. It would be difficult to maintain her sanity otherwise. It couldn't be helped. Even if she had visited the auction house as a guest, she would have felt nauseous from the malice and excitement overflowing around her, but now the girl was here as a product, making it all the more overwhelming. It would be abnormal not to feel fear when she was about to be sold like an object to a stranger she didn't even know, determining the course of her life. That message. It definitely said today was the day of action. A message had been delivered to the girl on the day she was handed over to the Lord's castle. That message, mentioning Ronnie's name and saying they would rescue the girl, was the last hope left for her. The mysterious red jewel described as a pill in the message. Although it was extremely unpleasant to put in her mouth and swallow something that was held inside the bizarre existence of a mouse skeleton moving as if alive, the girl had no other choice. All that was left was to wait. But, is it not time yet? The girl was anxious. The auction had already passed its midpoint, and nearly 80% of the products that had filled the waiting room had disappeared. Even if she was the final product to be exhibited, the remaining time was not long. Could the operation have failed? Or were they aiming for after she was sold, not before? As she spent her time resenting someone she didn't even know the face of, who hadn't told her anything about the specific plan. Swish. Suddenly, in a corner of the girl's vision, a wisp of purple smoke appeared. The girl looked at the smoke wondering what it was, and soon realized an astonishing fact. The billowing purple smoke had filled the floor of the waiting room. What is this? Where is it coming from? Open the door. No, not that one. If it leaks to the front stage, we'll all die. Open the back door. The back door. The smoke, which at first only reached the ankles, rose to cover her entire vision in the blink of an eye. Shouts and screams erupted from all corners of the waiting room. It's now? The girl's face brightened. Thinking that the rescue operation had finally been implemented, the girl tried to raise her body that had been crouching. No, she tried to raise it. Thud. The girl's legs gave up, causing her to collapse to the floor. Her vision spun due to severe dizziness. Cough. Something surged up from deep inside her body, and the girl reflexively vomited it out. It was blood, brilliant crimson liquid. What on earth is happening? How is this unfolding? No one answered the girl's queries. The girl lost consciousness right there. And whether the girl lost consciousness or not, the red blood she vomited began to fulfill its purpose. The blood, which had been bubbling like stew in a cauldron, gradually increased in size and eventually transformed into the shape of the girl. It was a truly amazing transformation that reproduced not only the simple form, but also the skin, hair, and even the clothes the girl was wearing, perfectly replicating the girl. Cough. Damn it, which bastard did this? Finally, as the smoke cleared, one of the auction house staff approached the cage where the girl was confined. The staff member sighed in relief as he saw the blood mass now in the form of the girl inside the cage. Hey, is the main product safe? Yeah, damn, I was so nervous thinking someone might have snatched her. We still haven't found the culprit who spread the smoke, so don't let your guard down. If anything happens to that young lady, we'll all die at the Lord's hands. You don't need to scare me, I know that too, bastard. Perhaps because they had confirmed that the product was safe, the staff members chatted in a more relaxed manner. It was truly a bizarre scene. The appearance of the girl collapsed on the floor seemed completely invisible to them. A short while later, when it finally became time for the highlight of the auction, the staff dragged away the blood mass that had taken on the girl's appearance. Security was only necessary to protect something. There was no need to guard an empty waiting room. As manpower was also needed to find the culprit who had emitted the purple smoke, the waiting room, which had been full of slaves and staff, was left completely empty and abandoned, leaving only the girl sleeping peacefully in the cage and peek. A small bone mouse hiding in a corner of the waiting room. Rattle. A purple bead fell out from between the bone mouse's ribs and crumbled the moment it touched the ground. The auction house staff, who frantically searching for the culprit behind the purple smoke, could never have imagined they were hidden in such a place. The bone mouse, which lightly leaped through the gap of the open cage, slapped the girl's cheek with its tail. The girl's eyelids twitched, and then her closed eyes fluttered open. Eek. The girl faithfully followed the behavior a normal person would show when waking up to find a skeletal mouse sitting on their face. In other words, she screamed and reflexively swatted away the bone mouse on her face. The bone mouse, which had been spinning in the air, landed gracefully on the ground as if performing in a circus. It was an unnecessarily excellent skill, as if it had done some somersaults in its lifetime. Click, click. The bone mouse, rattling its mouth as if protesting to the girl who had swatted it away, made a gesture as if telling the girl to follow. It was a clear and disciplined movement that even the girl, who had no experience communicating with rodents, could understand. The girl cautiously began to follow the bone mouse. The moment the golden-haired, violet-eyed girl stepped onto the stage, the heat of the auction house rose to the point where one might wonder if it would physically burst into flames. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of today's auction has finally arrived. Smiling as if satisfied with that heat, the host continued his explanation in a cheerful tone. A descendant of the renowned Lion Duke bloodline, considered the continent's greatest martial arts family, although she's from a branch family, not the main family. Behold, at this brilliant golden hair and bewitching violet eyes. While golden hair is common, and violet eyes can be found rarely, only those who inherit the blood of the Lion Duke possess both simultaneously. This is none other than proof that this girl has strongly inherited the blood of her illustrious ancestors. At the host's words, murmurs of admiration flowed from various parts of the auction house. Oh, so the rumor that the heir of Friedel domain was sold as a slave was true. Indeed, the color is surprisingly vivid. Her eyes are like jewels. Isn't the risk too high? The power held by their bloodline in the empire must not be insignificant. As if reading the hesitation harbored by the guests, the host raised his voice even more. It is said that the legendary hero, the Lion Duke, had a very special constitution, overwhelming physical abilities and robustness that wouldn't budge to any disease. His descendants also inherited some of their ancestors' abilities, which is why they have been praised as the greatest martial arts family for a long time. And bloodline, as you all should be aware, can always be inherited anew. The implication contained in the host's words was clear, and it was enough to arouse the greed of the participants. Voices hoping to purchase rang out from here and there, and in response, the winning bid price kept rising. Dorothea watched this scene with a cynical expression. It's good I didn't bring Ronnie. If she saw her master being sold like a market item, Ronnie would undoubtedly be tremendously shocked. She might even grit her teeth and say she would kill everyone here. Although Ronnie was infinitely polite to Dorothea and the Tin Knight, who could be called her benefactors, she was also a warrior who could coldly kill a bandit or two. That was not what Dorothea wanted. Smashing everything and gaining notoriety wasn't her style. Moreover, if things escalated that way, Dorothea wouldn't be able to receive the product she had won by bidding with her money, or more precisely, the money she had received from Columbo. Looking at the girl on the stage, or rather something in the shape of the girl, Dorothea wore a faint smile. After the auction, the Lord of Albert City found it hard to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there would be so many passionate participants. When news reaches the Lion Duke's main family, they won't let this slide easily. To think they want to have her even at the risk of that. Not only the price at which she was sold, but the sight of participants straining their neck veins as they rushed to get their hands on a single slave was what satisfied the Lord. Enjoying the disgraceful behavior of self-proclaimed noble blood was one of the Lord's perverse pleasures. In that sense, he might even be grateful to Columbo for providing such a pleasant sight. But, my lord, Columbo has been persistently requesting an audience with you. Soothe him and send him away. That was that, and this was this. If the girl was sold at a price satisfying to the Lord, he would support Columbo's independence. That was the contract the Lord had made with Columbo, and indeed, the girl was sold at a high price. All that was left was for the Lord to keep his promise, but the Lord had no intention of doing so. It wasn't to ignore or disrespect Columbo, no, his decision was made in recognition of his potential. He's bowing his waist now, but if he grows, he'll be someone who could devour me and have plenty left over. Of course, it would take quite a long time to actually reach that level, and the already old Lord was unlikely to live until then, but that didn't mean he needed to feed a young wolf. From Columbo's perspective, he probably thought the Lord wouldn't act so pettily and damage his face after even writing a contract, but originally bandits were shameless, and they became even more shameless as they aged. Needless to say, the old man who was an old bandit was no exception. Well, he's not the type to back down easily like this. He'll keep looking for my weak points, so this should keep me entertained for a while. Bang! Stop them, intruders. At the sudden commotion, the eyes of the Lord, who had been lost in thought, widened. Wondering what was happening, he looked down towards the main gate through the window and saw Columbo and his gang trying to invade the interior while cutting down the gatekeepers. But it was a futile action. The Lord had invested heavily into protecting his body, and the interior of the castle was full of skilled experts. 2 knights in heavy armor firmly blocked the main gate, and as other soldiers rushed in indiscriminately, Columbo's bandit group found themselves in a situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. "B-boss, why are you doing this? Wait a moment? I didn't know. I have nothing to do with this." Some of the bandit group shouted something with bewildered expressions, but the castle soldiers didn't listen to them and calmly exterminated the bandit group. Realizing there was no way out, the bandit group resisted reluctantly, but from the start, the difference in their levels was too great. Columbo and some executives showed their fighting spirit, literally not sparing their bodies, but that was only for a moment. Soon, they, too, became cold corpses before the soldiers' blades. Watching this scene, the Lord clicked his tongue. Did I overestimate him? Unable to endure even a momentary humiliation. Perhaps Columbo had acted preemptively, fearing the Lord might silence him, but even so, it was too hasty and foolish an action. While feeling disappointed that his judgment had been poor, the Lord didn't neglect his duties. Dispose of all the Columbo bandit group members within the domain. Make it clear to the riffraff of the city what it means to raise a sword against me. Yes. After the bowing retainer left the room, the Lord was left alone with his thoughts. For some reason, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was being played, but it was fleeting. After all, the Lord hadn't suffered any loss from this incident. A day later, however, turning back the clock hands, around the time when the auction house was heating up with intense excitement, the girl who had escaped from the cage was walking through the interior of the building, following the bone mouse. Click. The bone mouse proved to be a skilled guide. It adeptly found routes without people and quickly warned when it sensed someone approaching. The girl suddenly wondered, are its sense of smell and sight still intact when it's just bone? Click. Perhaps sensing the girl's stare, the bone mouse tilted its head. It was an unnecessarily lively movement for something made entirely of bones. The girl shook her head. If she started questioning things now, the very fact that a creature with neither muscle nor connective tissue was able to move would be the first mystery to solve. Click. When the bone mouse gave a warning, the girl quickly hid her body in a nearby shadow. Soon after, voices could be heard nearby. Damn it, I can't see anything. So what was that purple smoke about? Don't know. Maybe some idiot was secretly making a midnight snack or something. If you ate food that produced that much smoke, you'd probably head straight to the afterlife. How should I know? They say nothing's missing, so let's end the search here. The girl, who had been eavesdropping on the staff's conversation, felt puzzled. Nothing missing? That shouldn't be possible since I'm here. Come to think of it, it's strange that I was left alone in the waiting room. Although the girl pondered, no answer came. As the staff's presence faded away, the bone mouse once again took the lead and guided the way. And finally, the outside scenery greeted the girl. Gasp. The girl forcefully suppressed the exclamation that nearly escaped involuntarily. Though she had succeeded in escaping from the building, she couldn't say she was completely out of danger yet. Carefully, cautiously, avoiding others' eyes, she crept along a secluded alley. Oh, isn't the route a bit strange? Just as the girl was about to feel suspicious and doubtful, wondering if this was truly the right way, the bone mouse suddenly dashed ahead with urgency. As the girl hurriedly chased after the bone mouse, a familiar face came into her view. The girl's eyes widened. Ronnie. Young lady, I'm truly sorry for being late. Are you hurt anywhere? Ronnie's words trailed off as the girl threw herself into her embrace, hugging her with all her might. Ronnie wore a flustered expression at the sudden embrace, but noticing the girl's trembling body, she gently patted her back. It's all right. You're safe now. In a glamourless, dark alley within the city of pleasure, two victims of its cruelty consoled each other's wounds. Watching Ronnie embracing the golden-haired, violet-eyed girl, you recalled Dorothia's words. Ronnie, hide in an inconspicuous place near the auction house with the stone I gave you. Then your master will find you on her own. There might be times when you need to use force, so take this guy along as well. As for you, assist her as you see fit. When it's over, meet me at the carriage. You felt complicated emotions. Fortunately, the girl had returned safely. If comparing tragic endings and happy endings, you were firmly in favor of the latter. However, the fact that she had returned without pursuers was far from ideal. Why wasn't it good? Because it robbed you of the opportunity to block the girl's pursuers while delivering the classic line, leave this to me and go. Whether you had the ability to speak or not was irrelevant at this point. Your broad back would have looked cool, after all. If Ronnie and the girl, who were in the midst of an emotional reunion, knew your inner thoughts, they might look at you with cold eyes thinking, what's wrong with this crazy bastard? But they didn't know the truth. It was another moment proving that silence was golden. Who is this person? This is the knight who cooperated in rescuing you, young lady. I'll give you a detailed explanation after we move to a safe place, so please trust me for now. You, who had been looking around wondering if there might be any late pursuers, assassins, or hunting dogs, turned your gaze at the conversation heard from behind. Perhaps thanks to successfully reuniting with the young lady, Ronnie's expression was very bright, and the girl appeared to be in generally good condition except for her slightly swollen eyes. The auctioneers, likely believing that good packaging was necessary to sell at a high price, had dressed her in such luxurious clothes that it was obvious at a glance that she was a young lady from some noble house. Ronnie seemed to notice this as well and took out a prepared robe to wrap around the girl's body. After confirming that the girl's appearance was completely hidden, you drew your sword and started walking in the lead. Huh? What are you eek? As you moved through secluded alleys, you sometimes encountered shady-looking groups, but they were quick to run upon laying eyes on you. You, who had been secretly hoping for special combat during the escort mission, were disappointed. Even when making eye contact, they didn't pick a fight but just ran away, showing less courage than bug-catching kids. Arriving at the destination without any particular commotion like that, what was waiting for you was Dorothea, already sitting in the driver's seat of the carriage. The Tin Knight declares the rescue operation a success. Dorothea shrugged her shoulders. It's only a success when we get out of this city. Save the hot air for later and drive the carriage quickly. After addressing you, Dorothea turned her gaze to the other two. You two, to the luggage compartment. Don't forget to change into the clothes I prepared. Young lady, close your eyes when passing through the checkpoint. If they ask why, insist that you're blind. It was a unilateral notification, or rather, an order. Unlike Ronnie, who was already accustomed to Dorothea's speech and mannerisms, the girl seemed bewildered. However, Ronnie soothed her and helped her climb into the luggage compartment. Sitting in the driver's seat, you ask Dorothea. The Tin Knight asks if Dorothea has acquired her desired item. Dorothea took something out from her waist and showed it to you. It was a key made of pitch black stone with a strange luster. The key of opium. It's a master key that can open any lock. It's also one of the 8 treasures possessed by the kingdom in its heyday. Its ability was simple yet powerful. The Tin Knight infers that it must be extremely expensive. Compared to its actual value, I bought it relatively cheaply. But then again, while convenient, it's an item that's awkward for rich, high-ranking people to actually use. Whether it was a safe in the house or a lock on a door, the original owner naturally had the key to open it. So a master key wasn't necessary. One might say it was worth its price at the point where one didn't need to carry around multiple keys and could simply carry one, but to begin with, high-ranking people rarely had to manage or carry such things themselves. So they didn't feel much inconvenience. Only the servants who had to attend to them felt the inconvenience. To properly use a master key, one needed to use it to open locks that weren't originally theirs, but such actions often veered into theft. It could also be used to open treasure chests hidden in ruins or such places, but how often do rich, high-ranking people go to such places in the first place? Of course, there was value as a collectible, and there were people who wanted to buy it thinking of various ways to use it, but their enthusiasm wasn't very great. It wasn't a competition that Dorothea, who possessed numerous gold coins given by the evil bandit Columbo, couldn't overcome. The Tin Knight laments that clearing the first goal felt anticlimactic. Isn't it enough to have clashed with a major bandit group several times? The Tin Knight argues that cutting the neck of the city ruler would be more rewarding than such small fry. You're talking like a madman. Isn't it good if things end peacefully? Why is your way of thinking so violent? As you and Dorothea bickered, the carriage smoothly progressed along the road, and finally reached the city gate. Stop. We need to conduct a brief inspection. The atmosphere at the checkpoint was very chaotic. The soldiers all seemed to be pressured by something, and manpower also seemed quite lacking. May I check the luggage compartment? Perhaps due to the influx of nobles coming to participate in the auction, the gatekeeper's words were polite. With this, Dorothea nodded compliantly. The inspection process was swift. There was no complex luggage search, just a quick glance inside the luggage compartment. All clear. You may pass. Next carriage? Please wait. Leaving only a ceremonial greeting, the gatekeeper quickly hurried to the next carriage, clearly overwhelmed. Thus, your carriage was able to exit the city without incident. The Tin Knight wonders why it seems so perfunctory. After ensuring there were no prying ears nearby, Dorothea said, "It can't be helped. They're likely preoccupied with hunting down the Columbo bandit group members right now." The Tin Knight demands a detailed explanation. I controlled the bandit group by turning the bandit leader and his close associates into undead, but that's just a temporary measure. Their true nature would have soon been discovered and the remaining bandits will rampage again. There might be some who harbor grudges against us and come seeking revenge. Even if that weren't the case, they've robbed the domain once, so they might repeat the same thing. So I used this opportunity to clean them up once and for all. The Lord's power and authority within Albert were absolute. If one attacked the Lord using Columbo's undead, that anger would be poured out on the entire bandit group. The Tin Knight questions if it wouldn't have been better to do that after safely escaping. If I get too far from the undead, detailed control becomes impossible. I had to initiate the plan while I was still in the city. The Tin Knight points out the risk of the city gates being closed. That would be the case normally, but they can't do that now. Nobles are flocking in for the auction, after all. At most, they'll check if there are carriages with several men hiding. Even if the inspection was strict, blonde hair is common, so as long as the violet eyes aren't discovered, it wouldn't have been an issue. You marveled at Dorothea's ability to answer questions so readily. Thinking about it coolly, there were various gaps here and there, but for a single individual to simultaneously trick a vicious bandit group and the lord of a huge city was impressive enough. You gave Dorothea a thumbs up. The Tin Knight praises it as a villainous and vicious strategy worthy of a female executive in a real evil organization. Clang? The staff Dorothea swung struck your head. Humph. After imposing sanctions on the disrespectful familiar's remarks, Dorothea wore a sulky expression. For Dorothea, who had taken her infamous teacher as a negative example, remarks like villain-like or evil were one of her landmines. It was for the same reason that Dorothea, who had the powerful necromancer Wicked Witch of the East as her teacher, rarely used magic that would terrify others. It's not like I raised an undead army to sweep through the city like my teacher, unleashed a plague, or cursed people into a state where they can neither live nor die. I just made the bandits fight each other a bit, calling it vicious or whatever is going too far. Well, there were cases when what Dorothea herself considered reasonable veered into the realm of morally dubious in the eyes of others. However, this much could only be attributed to her poor upbringing. With her legs crossed and one hand on her chin, Dorothea fell into thought. She had safely secured the first treasure, annihilated the bandit group that had become hostile to cut off future troubles, and even pocketed a fair share of money. After some time passed and the fake young lady disappeared, the Lord would be furious, but there was no evidence to suggest that Dorothea was the culprit. Even if he harbored a grudge based on suspicion alone, there was almost no practical threat unless she openly returned to Albert City. Moreover, she hadn't even received compensation for rescuing the young lady yet. Despite the domain's current, precarious state, as the saying went, even a rich family could last 3 generations in decline. It was worth expecting compensation. Surely they wouldn't be ungrateful after saving the family's only heir? Dorothea's expectations were reasonable. From now on, our main family will manage Friedel territory. We can't entrust its future to an heir who was nearly sold off by mere bandits. That was, until the heir of Friedel became the R/Genesis Forsaken. That's what happened. On the way back to Friedel territory, the girl listened as Ronnie recounted all the events that had transpired during her absence. From being captured by slave traders, to being rescued by the Tin Knight, fighting with the Colombo bandit group, and creating a double for the girl to carry out the rescue. They are truly incredible. The girl couldn't help but marvel. A knight in silver armor who appeared suddenly when someone was in danger, displaying excellent martial arts to vanquish evil. A witch in black clothes who freely handled various mysterious magics, captivating people and guiding them to her will. They're like protagonists from a fairy tale. The girl's eyes were dreamily unfocused as she said this. Given that she was known for having a rich sensitivity, she seemed intoxicated by the situation of story-like characters rescuing her. Ha, ha ha, I see, ha ha. Trying not to shatter the young lady's fantasy, Ronnie forced a laugh while suppressing her trembling cheeks. Of course, Ronnie respected the Tin Knight and the witch as benefactors. But, well, you know, if asked whether those two were truly the fairy tale knight and witch the girl described, it would be a bit very difficult to nod. Unaware of the page's anguish who was lost in thought alone, the girl happily began to talk about future plans. Father always said that when you receive grace, you must repay it. When we return home, we should properly thank the two of them. That would be the right thing to do, isn't that right, Ronnie? Ronnie. Yes, it's as you say. In reality, something like a grand party would be difficult. After losing the Lord, then losing the eldest son who succeeded him, being plundered by bandits, and on top of that having the heir kidnapped, there was no way Friedel territory could be in good condition. The girl would have to devote great effort to restore the domain. It would undoubtedly be a long and arduous hardship. But Ronnie refrained from pointing that out. The girl was full of dreams, but she wasn't a foolish person. Rather, she was overflowing with talent. Such a girl couldn't have failed to realize what even an ordinary person like Ronnie could guess. Ronnie couldn't scold the girl's behavior of seeking a brief reprise from a future full of hardships. After the sun set and rose a few times like that, the homeland they finally reached betrayed the expectations of the two in a different sense. To describe how it betrayed them, in Dorothea's words, it's more intact than I thought. The streets were bustling with people, and the movements of the guards protecting the domain were orderly. There were traces of the bandits' rampage here and there, but even those were being quickly restored by the hands of the residents. Ronnie and the girl, who had been secretly imagining a desolate domain landscape, were simply dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. Young lady, Ronnie, you've returned safely. Those who greeted them as they looked around the domain in bewilderment were the people who had been sent back to the domain ahead of them from Albert City. I'm glad you're all safe. But what on earth happened in the domain? Could it be that Mother regained consciousness? Among the Lord's family, the Lord and the eldest son were dead, and the daughter had been kidnapped and only now returned, so the only one who could lead the domain was the lady. The girl assumed as much, but the answer returned by the people defied all expectations. No, those managing the domain now are the young lady's relatives. They brought lots of soldiers and supplies, and are helping with the reconstruction effort. Noble bloodlines were complicated. The number of people who could claim to be the girl's relatives exceeded 100, and even if grouped by family units, it was more than 5. But among them, if we were talking about a relative family capable of taking control of and reviving a declining domain in one breath, there was only one. When that relative met the girl after she returned home, they said, "Oh my, you returned on your own. We were about to send a rescue team. It's fortunate that we've been spared the effort." Several nations existed on the continent, but if asked which was the most powerful, people would usually mention 2 names. The Empire in the south and the Magic Country in the north. Let's exclude the Kingdom of Heaven frolicking in the sky there because it's not on the continent. The kingdom? It was too cruel to drag a patient groaning and cooped up at the eastern end to a place like this. It was important to respect the elderly, after all. The Leonard Ducal house was a family rooted in the Empire, one of these 2 great powers. The reason for using the expression rooted was simple. A family using the surname Leonard wasn't exclusive to the Empire. As a renowned prestigious household, they received love calls from various places, and as a result of the ducal house sensing the emperor's displeasure at its growth within the empire, the household halted its expansion and scattered its members externally. The members of the ducal house settled in the empire were the main family. Those who inherited the same blood but belonged to countries other than the empire were branch families. The relationship between the main and branch families could hardly be called equal even as a courtesy. It might be easier to understand if one thought of it as the difference between a direct operated store and a franchise. And now, at this moment, An auditor from the direct-operated store was delivering merciless criticism to the employees of the franchise. When I first heard the news, I couldn't believe my ears. The family's sole heir was roaming the domain without proper guards, only to be kidnapped by a bandit group. How on earth does something like that happen? Giselle von Lennart. A strikingly beautiful woman with an intellectual impression. Her silver-like blonde hair and violet eyes were glaring at the girl with a chilling coldness. The girl answered in bewilderment. The domain was in a poor state. All the main forces fell in the war. The power to protect the domain was weakened. I am aware of that. To begin with, Lord August's deployment was done under the agreement between our main family and the kingdom. Since the domain weakened as a result of responding to the main family's request, it's natural for the main family to provide support. The problem is why you, the heir, were wandering around the domain. Surely there must have been instructions to hold out in the mansion until support from the main family arrived. On behalf of the girl who was at a loss for words and shrinking, Ronnie hastily opened her mouth. Excuse me, Lady Giselle. May I speak? You may. The situation in the domain at that time was very chaotic, and the people were trembling with anxiety. The young lady was touring the domain to stabilize the shaken public sentiment when she met with misfortune. Let me ask one question. Yes. Was this public sentiment you claim to have stabilized heavier than the chaos that would ensue if something happened to the last remaining heir in this domain? Ronnie couldn't answer immediately. And that was the answer in itself. Your fault is clear. Arbitrarily ignoring instructions from the main family and taking independent action. Unable to overcome the impatience of feeling you must do something, you got caught up in danger doing things that didn't necessarily need to be done. Lastly, Giselle added, the level of ability itself is miserably poor. An heir who can't even protect herself against mere bandits has no right to claim to be a descendant of the Lion Duke. The girl's eyes shook greatly. Disregarding that, Giselle continued her cold words. The main family has judged that the current state of feudal territory lacks the capacity for independence and has decided to reclaim governance here. According to formal consultations with the royal family of the kingdom, I, Giselle von Lennart, will take over the position of Lord of feudal territory and the title of Viscount. Wait a moment? You can't just arbitrarily. There's no need to worry too much. Proper courtesy will be provided to the former lord's family. We will pay a certain amount of living expenses monthly, and support you to engage in any profession you wish according to your desires. We should also continue the treatment of the Viscountess who hasn't regained consciousness. Miss Ronnie Roxley, the same applies to you? Pardon. We must show proper courtesy to a loyal retainer who personally rescued the family's heir. I will appoint you as an official knight of feudal territory. It's a provisional appointment for now, but we will hold a commendation ceremony as soon as preparations are complete. It was an extremely one-sided declaration. With each of Giselle's words, everyone present was being arbitrarily swayed. The girl was furious. The girl quickly scanned the expressions of the retainers around. Such unreasonableness, such an outrage, there was no way everyone in the domain would accept this. These were people who had followed the girl's father. These were people who had supported the girl's brother. These were people who had comforted the girl who had lost her father and brother, saying it was still okay. But the girl realized. Not a single one of them tried to meet her eye. Only Ronnie wore a confused expression like the girl, but the overall atmosphere was clearly flowing in one direction. The retainers of feudal territory were supporting Giselle, not the girl. Why? A question arose. She couldn't understand at all how things had turned out this way. She had just barely escaped after overcoming the terrible ordeal of being sold as a slave. It was supposed to be a time to end the long hardship, thank her benefactors, and hold a joyous celebration. If this had been a short fairy tale, it should have been the part where and so everyone lived happily ever after would appear. Why is this happening? What is the reason? Unable to comprehend or accept this situation, the girl desperately racked her brain. She tried to find fault with everything she had seen in the domain to deny the woman before her eyes. The revitalized appearance of the citizens. The buildings being reconstructed. The disciplined elite soldiers. Certainly, that was impressive. But impressive as it might be, it was only possible because of support from the main family. It couldn't be said to have proven Giselle's own ability. Compared to that, what did I do again? The girl looked back on her own actions. The task of soothing the public sentiment of the people ended up being worse than not doing it at all, as the girl herself was captured as a slave. Even after being captured as a slave, there was nothing the girl had accomplished. Rescuing the other captives was done by the Tin Knight and the Witch, and requesting help from those two was done by Ronnie. The girl's will and efforts held no bearing on this incident. The girl was just rescued as things flowed, after all. She couldn't fight the bandits with outstanding skills, nor resist them with high spirits, after all. The moment she realized this, the girl collapsed in her seat without even realizing it. Thud. As you and Dorothea watched from afar, the girl collapsed in her seat as her legs gave out beneath her. Ronnie supported the girl in panic, while the surrounding retainers wore expressions of guilt. Only Giselle and those dispatched with her maintained indifferent expressions. You realized that something about the current situation didn't sit well with you. As you prepared to step forward, Dorothea's voice came from beside you. What are you going to do by stepping in? Cut down the new lord. At those words, you fell into thought for a moment. Certainly, that lord looks skilled, so fighting her might be fun, but cutting her down didn't seem like it would solve the current situation. The Tin Knight says that's not it. Just stay put. Whoever becomes the lord, we just need to receive our compensation and leave. The Tin Knight points out that's way too cold-hearted. Then the witch should be cold-hearted. What, should I spread happiness to those around with a big and broad heart? At Dorothia's words, you glanced down at her briefly. Regardless of her personality, she did seem physically big and broad, but that wasn't what was important right now. The Tin Knight insists this is pitiful no matter how you look at it. Dorothea wore an exasperated expression as if she couldn't believe your words. Coming from the guy who's about to enter triple digits in the number of people he's killed just from what I've seen? Why are you suddenly talking about compassion at a time like this? Dorothea's point was valid, but you didn't particularly feel guilty or agonize over the contradiction. You always just said what you felt at each moment. You didn't like this development now, and resolving this required something other than force. While you had an abundance of force, you lacked anything else. Therefore, you made a request to Dorothea. The Tin Knight reminds her of the second clause of the contract. Dorothea Estrangard will provide the mana necessary for the Tin Knight to move his body. In exchange, the Tin Knight will protect Dorothea Estrangard from threats. Dorothea Estrangard and Tin Knight can request additional cooperation from each other as needed. The compensation for cooperation will be determined by mutual agreement each time. At your words, Dorothea frowned. After seeming to ponder for a moment, Dorothea let out a short sigh as if lamenting. Then from now on, remarks like calling me evil or villain executive or anything of that sort are absolutely forbidden. You nodded obediently. There were plenty of other ways to tease her anyway. Her tendency to omit details and set conditions loosely when making contracts was both Dorothea's strength and weakness. All right, contract established. Unaware of your inner thoughts, Dorothea stepped forward with a slightly motivated expression. And she said, this main family of the Lion Duke's bloodline. Is your specialty being thugs? Is your idea of fun to verbally beat up one unfortunate kid? What lovely taste. Watching the expressions of those around turn to shock, you mused. Popcorn and soda would be great right about /Genesis Forsaken. Dorothea, was it? I'm grateful for your cooperation in the rescue operation, but I can't let your recent remark slide. Surely, you aren't trying to insult our entire bloodline, are you? Giselle's sharp gaze pierced through Dorothea. Her tone and expression were chilling. The naturally emitted stern aura was enough to intimidate those facing her, but Dorothea merely snorted. I merely stated the facts as I say them. If you want to call that an insult, suit yourself. I, too, have made a cold judgment based on facts. Giselle's gaze turned to the girl, who had collapsed on the floor. I promised a prosperous life. I guaranteed protection and treatment for her family. I discussed and am achieving the reconstruction of the domain. What more do you expect us to give? Dorothea made an incredulous expression and said, if someone took away all your clothes and possessions, then piled up a bunch of money you never asked for next to you and said, I've compensated you this much, so it's enough, right? Just take this and get lost, would you accept that? That's quite an exaggeration. It's an inappropriate analogy for the current situation. It's not so different in terms of being one-sided. Dorothea stood firmly against Giselle. At those words, light began to flicker in the girl's eyes bit by bit. What the girl recalled was a fairy tale she had read when she was young. A protagonist oppressed by her stepmother and stepsisters, and a kind witch who helped the protagonist with mysterious magical powers. Indeed, these people must be helpers sent from heaven to aid her. Of course, this kid seems a bit stupid. Wait, didn't something strange just slip past? I'll forego elaborating on the things you've said such as her almost being sold off after getting caught by mere bandits, but there's quite a bit to be concerned about beyond that. Whether knowing or not knowing the shock the girl had received, Dorothea calmly continued her harsh words. During the few days it took to come here to Friedel from Albert, I haven't seen this kid do anything properly. She can't hunt, can't prepare for camping, and on top of that, she's a picky eater who makes a fuss while refusing to eat things like grilled larvae. I thought we might discuss specific rescue compensation during the journey, but not a peep came out of her mouth. All she did was stare at that tin can wasting mana over there with sparkling eyes. Seeing how she acts, I think if we threw her into a troll's nest, she wouldn't last even half a day before dying. Well, isn't it normal not to eat larvae? And wouldn't most people die if thrown into a troll's nest? Most of those present, excluding a certain battle maniac tin can, had similar thoughts, but they didn't voice them. After glancing at the girl, who was gaping blankly, forgetting the dignity of a noble young lady, Giselle said, in that case, isn't there no issue? As you've assessed, she is incompetent and unsuitable as the ruler of this domain. That's precisely why our main family will manage it instead. How can there be no issue? You've been dressing it up nicely, but in the end, aren't you just snatching away the land that this kid's parents worked hard to cultivate? That's... Before Giselle could voice her rebuttal, Dorothea continued, you even said it yourself. The Lord's deployment was based on an agreement between your main family and this kingdom's royal family. So, following your request, the Lord and his army were annihilated while providing support, and as a result, this domain ended up in this state, right? And now you're telling the last survivor, you're too incompetent to entrust this domain to. We'll take it, so just take the money we give you and beat it. If this isn't thuggish behavior, what is it? A cold sneer appeared on Dorothea's lips. Or is this one of your management strategies? Do you request deployments from other branch families too, and when the lord dies or their army disappears and weakens them, you send people and resources under the name of support and swallow up the land the branch family has cultivated? You're reaping the seeds you've sown quite well. You'd be successful even if you became a farmer. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think the Honorable Lion Duke's bloodline would stoop to such dirty tactics? Giselle, who had been maintaining a composed attitude until now, raised her voice with a reddened face. Dorothea shrugged and replied, "Who knows? That's not for me to judge, but for the people of other branch families who will hear this story." At those words, Giselle's eyebrows twitched violently. It was amazing how the same facts could tell two different stories. When Giselle led the conversation, what the main family bestowed was mercy and kind consideration. But when Dorothea framed the story, what the main family committed was betrayal and a dirty plot. Of course, the words of a wandering witch and those of the Leonard ducal house, one of the most prestigious families on the continent, were incomparable in terms of influence. Given the fundamental difference in their standings, even if subversive rumors were to spread, the damage to the ducal house would be extremely minimal. However, for Giselle von Leonard as an individual, not as the ducal house, the damages could be considerable. The power held by the Lion Duke's bloodline was great, but the power struggles within were even more fierce. When the witch spread this story to other branch families, there was a sufficient possibility that competitors would use this incident as a pretext to attack Giselle's standing. Giselle couldn't help but be conscious of the sword at her waist. She was a capable person. And that capability included force as well. If Giselle had been in the girl's shoes when she was kidnapped, she would have slaughtered the enemy herself, regardless of poor security. If she cut down this insolent witch now, all matters could be resolved simply. Fine. State your demands. However, Giselle didn't choose that method. Setting aside personal likes and dislikes, the witch before her eyes had the achievement of rescuing one of the Lion Duke's bloodline. In Giselle's opinion, cutting her down just for being disrespectful while ignoring that achievement was dishonorable. Is it money? Or shall I write you a letter of recommendation to another noble family? Tell me what you want. I'll take money. But that's compensation for rescuing them. The hush money is separate. What? Give that kid a chance. At Dorothea's indication, the girl made a startled expression. What you want to say is basically that you're going to reclaim the domain because you can't trust that kid, right? Then if she proves her ability or achievements, there's no problem, is there? As I recall, you agreed that she lacks ability. Yes, that is how she is currently. It might be different later. Dorothea took a step back and looked around. And then, as if telling everyone present, not just Giselle, she said, "Anyway, it was that kid's dad who raised this domain, right? Is it so strange to ask to give his child one chance to prove their worth?" No one opened their mouth, but Giselle realized. The atmosphere lingering among the retainers had changed. The guilt they had been turning a blind eye to for the sake of the domain, the loyalty to the deceased lord. Such emotions became one lump, causing a great ripple in their hearts. Isn't that much okay? Given what the lord has done, can't we give his child at least a chance? If the young lady really changes and proves her ability, that's good, and even if she doesn't, we've done as much as we could, so there's no reason to feel uneasy anymore, right? Giselle looked at the girl. She observed and evaluated the value of the weak young lady who, despite this being a place discussing her own fate, was just being swayed back and forth without even being able to speak properly. Even if given a short grace period, it didn't seem like that wishy-washy girl would grow into an opponent that could threaten Giselle's position. It's not bad as an event to completely capture the hearts of the retainers and create a touching story to spread around. Having finished her calculations, Giselle opened her mouth. "Very well. I'll give you a 1-year grace period. That should be enough time that you can no longer use the excuse of being too young to do your part." "No, isn't that a bit short? Even if she grows for another year, it won't make her less of a kid. By imperial standards, she's already an adult. Even by kingdom standards, which have later coming-of-age ceremonies than the empire, she'll be an adult in a year. Isn't that a sufficient period?" Dorothea made a dumbfounded sound, and Giselle was also surprised by this reaction. Dorothea looked at the girl's appearance. "I thought she was 3 or 4 years younger than me at least." "Ah, I see. You were mistaken about that part. The Lion Duke's bloodline tends to age slower than others. In exchange, they have long lifespans and maintain their prime for an extended period." Hearing this new fact, Dorothea nodded. Then she suddenly looked at Giselle, a beautiful woman with an intellectual impression. She had thought that for someone who was supposed to be appointed as the new lord, she looked quite young for a mere auditor, but if what she just said was true, her actual age might be quite high. "My appearance and age don't differ much. I didn't particularly ask." Silence. And so, the serious yet somewhat foolish conference came to an Genesis Forsaken. That night, the girl went to see her mother. The sleeping face of the lady of the domain, lying peacefully in bed, looked incredibly serene. The girl believed that perhaps her mother was dreaming. A dream where neither the girl's father nor brother had died, and the entire family was smiling together in happiness. Perhaps the reason for her mother's continued slumber was the fear of leaving behind happiness, only to return to cruel reality. The girl understood her mother. If she were in her mother's position, she, too, would be reluctant to wake up. Even if it meant the girl would be left alone in reality, it was better than seeing her mother crying and suffering. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Holding her mother's hand, the girl fell deep into thought. "The rest is up to you. If you're serious about trying, try putting in the effort to become a knight here. If that seems impossible, discuss it with Giselle. She'd prefer the image of the heir actively cooperating and acknowledging the new lord rather than casting the heir into obscurity. Thus, she'll create a situation where everyone will nod along in agreement. That was the witch's final piece of advice. While she had created an opportunity for the girl, she showed utter disinterest in whether the girl seized it or not. The witch had outright stated that she merely indulged the knight's unnecessary meddling in exchange for compensation. As for the knight himself, all he did was give the girl a simple thumbs up. The witch and the knight planned to leave the domain the next day. After all, they saw no reason to stay any longer after receiving compensation from Giselle. Only then did the girl realize that neither of them was particularly interested in her. Whatever choice the girl made, whether she overcame her trials or gave up, it mattered little to them. Someday, while walking down the street, they might idly chat, "Hey, you remember that silly young lady from back then? Do you think she succeeded in the end? Or maybe she just gave up?" They'd casually talk about the girl without a second thought before forgetting about her again. It wasn't malice. It wasn't wrong. Rather, it was only natural. They weren't characters prepared for a fairy tale centered around her, but adventurers with their own goals. Tears streamed from the corners of the girl's eyes. She was pained by her own weakness, her tendency to unilaterally expect help, depend on others, end up disappointed, and fall into frustration. Even at this moment, her weak will tempted her, saying, "Wouldn't it be easier to just leave everything to Giselle?" She despised how pathetic she felt, and her inability to properly voice a single line of objection while everyone chattered about her as they pleased. Thus, the girl finally rose to her feet. She wiped her eyes and cleared her throat. She resolved to at least give her mother a proper farewell. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone, mother. But please wait just a little longer. As the daughter of my brave father, I'll become an heir you won't be ashamed of anymore. I'll make everyone acknowledge that I'm worthy of continuing this family line. I'll make sure of it. I promise I'll become such a person and return." Her unconscious mother didn't open her eyes, nor did her hand so much as twitch. Nevertheless, the girl thought it to be fine. She didn't need a wonderful miracle out of a storybook, not now at least. The girl left the room. Ronnie was standing next to the door, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As if guessing the girl's resolve, she spoke with a determined attitude. "Young lady, if you command it, I will follow you till the ends of this earth." The girl gave a bitter smile. Ronnie had finally become the knight she had so longed to be. While she was still considered lacking in pure skill, everyone acknowledged her loyalty and achievement in chasing after her lord and people to that city of vicious criminals and rescuing them. If she stayed in the domain, her future success was assured. Yet here she was, ready to abandon it all to follow the girl. The girl found it hard to express gratitude with words. However, the girl shook her head. If Ronnie were to go with her, the girl would end up relying on her again. She would depend on her, whine to her, and show her weakness. Ronnie was the one she could trust more than anyone, after all. However, it was precisely for that reason that the girl couldn't let her go with her. "It's okay. Can you stay and protect mother until I return? The new lord, or rather the acting lord, is taking good care of her, but you're still the one I trust the most, Ronnie." Ronnie's eyes shook violently. She answered with a resolute expression, "I will protect the lady, even at the cost of my life. You must return safely, young lady. Please. Thank you. But don't overdo it. You're as precious to me as mother, Ronnie." Suppressing her desire to talk further, the girl turned her back. There was much to prepare before the sun rose. The next morning, watching the rising sun, you twisted and stretched your body in an odd sort of warm-up routine. Dorothea watched you stretching with a creaking metallic sound, her gaze seeming to say, "What's wrong with this idiot? What are you doing?" The Tin Knight proclaims that stretching in the morning is essential for a pleasant day. That only applies to living bodies. What kind of stretches does a tin can need? Ones where you freeze to death. The Tin Knight argues that Dorothea should do them then. "No way, too bothersome." Whether Dorothea grumbled beside you or not, you steadfastly continued your stretches. There was absolutely no physical recovery effect, but mentally it felt refreshing. The Tin Knight wonders what choice the girl will make. That kid. Won't she end up hesitating, read the room, and get recruited by Giselle? It was an utterly cold assessment. You had no particular reason to argue, but being bored, you voiced an objection to continue the conversation. The Tin Knight argues that she might make a proper effort. "I'm not so sure about that. If Giselle Sweet talks her about working together for the future of the domain, or I sincerely care about this domain too, or I'll create a story that the retainers can accept, no one will deny your efforts. That fragile kid will probably give in quickly." You pondered for a moment. Unfortunately, you came to a similar conclusion as Dorothea. It was a bit disappointing. While Dorothea seemed to be freely underestimating the girl, you, or more precisely, the insight possessed by your body, had roughly grasped the girl's outstanding potential. The software might be problematic, but in terms of hardware performance alone, calling it innate talent wouldn't be an exaggeration. The Tin Knight laments missing out on newbie training content. "This guy's vocabulary seems to get weirder by the day. It's more annoying that I can roughly understand the meaning." Dorothea shook her head. "Even if we take a huge step back and assume that kid seriously challenges the lordship, she won't be adventuring with us. She'll either work with the knights or focus on administration or social duties. Why would a noble young lady go on a journey? The Tin Knight declares that adventure is the standard route for glory." Yeah, Enough with the nonsense. Let's get going now that we've finished your replenishing mana. Just as Dorothea opened the door to leave. Knock, knock. Knocks came from the door. Excuse me, may I speak with you for a moment? It was the girl's voice. Your gaze met Dorothea's for a moment, and her eyes blinked 2 or 3 times. As Dorothea opened the door, the girl's figure came into view. You were a bit surprised. Clothing made of leather and cloth, prioritizing mobility and durability. A backpack filled to the brim with various items. And even a sword, which, though still awkwardly worn, clearly showed her enthusiasm. Without a trace of her ornate dresses or anything similar, the girl, dressed like a novice adventurer, was staring at you and Dorothea with a determined gaze. I have a request. Please take me along on your journey. Dorothea, who rarely looked genuinely flustered, cleared her throat before speaking. I don't understand what you're saying. You seem a bit too excited right now. It might be better to cool your head first. No, I'm serious. And I didn't make this decision impulsively. The girl's gaze was unwavering. I want to prove that I'm worthy of succeeding my father. If that's the case, you don't need to follow us. You can do that here, can't you? It's easier to show the people around you how much you're trying. No, if I stay in this domain and fight on the same stage as acting Lord Giselle, I'll never be able to surpass her. Everyone will cheer me on. Everyone will say I'm trying hard, that I'm making an effort. But that's how people look at a child. Adults may watch a child's growth with fond eyes, but they won't acknowledge them as a superior. Especially if there's already a fully accomplished competitor nearby. They'll acknowledge the effort, they'll know I'm trying, they'll think it's pitiful, they'll think it's cute, but. The girl didn't want such an evaluation. She firmly asserted that to be truly acknowledged, she needed to build her skills and achievements somewhere other than here. At first, I thought about leaving alone. But with my inexperience and foolishness, if I set out on a journey with just enthusiasm, I'd only reach a miserable end before long. So, you decided to tag along with wanderers who seem to have some skills? You think you can gain experience by being with us, and won't die easily? Well, it makes sense. If we only consider your position, kid. Dorothea folded her arms. Looking down at the girl with an arrogant expression, Dorothea said, but what about our position? What benefit is there for us in dragging around a burden like you? The girl stepped outside for a moment, then lifted something like a sack from the corner of the wall and held it out in front of you. This is all my personal wealth that was left in the domain, and all the support funds I received from acting Lord Giselle. It's all yours. Chink. As the sack touched the floor, revealing its heavy presence, Dorothea's eyebrows twitched. But the girl wasn't finished just yet. She knelt on the floor and bowed her head. You don't even have to treat me as a companion. It's fine if you use me like a servant. So, please, help me. Silence fell. Dorothea didn't open her mouth, and the girl didn't raise her body. So you stepped in. The Tin Knight insists that now is the perfect chance to take on a student. Dorothea looked at you, raising her eyebrows unevenly. What are you talking about? The Tin Knight honestly asks if you don't want to try bossing around a student like your teacher used to do. No, I don't particularly. Dorothea's expression changed subtly. Still, she's not a student. It's not like I have anything easy to teach, and besides, she only looks young. We're not that far apart in age. The Tin Knight argues that it's even better if you can just boss her around one-sidedly without the responsibilities of a teacher. The Tin Knight points out that if she's of noble status, her very existence will be useful in many situations. The Tin Knight whines about wanting to take in a pupil. Arg? Fine, I get it, so shut up already. Clang? Dorothea swung her staff with all her might, hitting your head, then let out a deep sigh and helped the girl to her feet. Dorothea asked the tense-looking girl, your name? Pardon. I'm asking your name. I can't keep calling you kid, can I? In other words, it also meant that there would be occasions to call her name in the future. The girl's expression visibly brightened. Not wanting to be outdone, you held out the brooch hanging at your waist. To the girl who had a question mark on her face, Dorothea said, can you handle mana? Yes, at a basic level. Then try infusing it into that brooch. I'm not sure if it'll work or not. The girl tilted her head but placed her hand on your brooch and infused it with mana. The brooch, imbued with radiant golden mana, emitted a short, strong glow. The Tin Knight asks if she can hear him. The girl looked at you with a startled expression. The Tin Knight requests the girl to raise her right hand if she can hear him. What? Yes. I can hear you. It's resonating directly in my head. Is this magic too? It's amazing. Amazing, my foot. Before a day passes, you'll think it's more comfortable when you can't hear him. After blurting that out grumpily, Dorothea resumed the self-introduction that had been interrupted by your intervention. Dorothea Astingard. Occupation, witch. The Tin Knight proudly declares his occupation as knight. The girl answered, I'm Adelaide von Lennart. Please call me Adele. My occupation is, apprentice adventurer? Anyway, I look forward to working with you. The Cowardly Lion has joined the Genesis Forsaken. The departure schedule was postponed. Originally, they planned to leave when dawn broke, but that wasn't possible now that they had the domain's heir as a travel companion. Adele herself insisted it would be fine since she left a letter, but Dorothea knew that if the cherished young lady suddenly disappeared while only leaving a letter behind, it would lead to a kidnapping uproar followed by a chase. The Tin Knight thought such a scenario would be entertaining and lit up at the idea, but Dorothea had no desire to be chased when she hadn't committed any crime. An emergency meeting was held to convey Adele's will, and naturally, it caused quite a commotion in the domain. It was problematic enough that Adele, who had just returned after being kidnapped, suddenly announced that she wished to leave the domain, but to make matters worse, her travel companions were a duo of unclear origin, and they planned to leave without even a single attendant? Even with the justification of proving her ability as an heir, the retainers and subjects weren't naive enough to accept this at face value. The one who had to deal with the direct impact of this was Giselle, the acting lord. Rumors quickly circulated that the young lady was being driven out due to the acting lord's subtle pressure. For Giselle, this was an unjust accusation. There was no benefit for Giselle in driving Adele out. If Adele had been an outstanding heir capable enough to make Giselle wary, it might have been different, but Adele's evaluation within the domain was, at best, the cute and kind young lady. Simply by treating her and the ailing lady of the domain well, public sentiment would improve and the retainer's evaluation would rise. There was no reason to make any rash moves. She had even given a generous support fund as a gesture of goodwill, and this was the response? It was simply baffling. In the Lord's mansion office, Giselle confronted the Black Witch with blue eyes. Was this your plan from the start when you first brought it up? What are you talking about? If you want to complain, do it to Adele. I only heard about this first thing in the morning as well. Dorothea peered down at the scene outside through the window. In the small square in front of the mansion, Adele was surrounded by retainers and subjects, with the Tin Knight by her side. It's amusing to see them all gathering like this. Only now do they show concern when Adele decides to leave on her own accord when they turned a blind eye to her earlier. That's just how crowds are. It's the ruler's role to guide them properly. It was quite a noble statement, but Dorothea didn't bother to refute it. Dorothea herself didn't care much about whether someone was noble or not, influenced by her witch teacher who called the nation's king a brat, but she was well aware that her attitude was far from the norm. So, why did you call me out separately? I want to dispatch knights to escort Adelaide. Of course, your safety will be guaranteed as well. Not possible. It was a curt answer that left no room for compromise. While you call them escorts, we both know it's surveillance. Above all, I prefer traveling light. That tin can over there is enough for an escort. Then wouldn't it be good to take an attendant along at the very least? I can take care of myself, and Adele will be able to do the same in the future. Faced with this impenetrable wall, Giselle sighed. Whether considering the retainers' reactions or the main family's, it was important to keep track of Adele's situation. Where is the heir? Oh, she went off on an adventure to gain skills and achievements? She'll return in a year, but you don't know where she is or what she's doing now. Ah, so you just released her into the wild without any measures? Excuse me, but are you in your right mind? Such a disaster should be prevented at all costs. Giselle felt a throbbing headache coming on. She couldn't send people along, and forcibly holding Adele back would cause its own set of problems. She considered secretly attaching a watcher, but this too was not an easy task. It might be possible to monitor someone settled in one place, but tracking people moving around the continent for a year without being discovered was not something achievable with ordinary skills and perseverance. Given the continent full of eccentric individuals, there might be someone capable of this, but at least Giselle didn't have such talent under her command. If active surveillance from their side was impossible, the only option left was to guide the other party's destination. In that case, how about this? Adelaide's goal is to build achievements and skills. I'll recommend suitable places for her to visit. Dorothea perked up as Giselle elaborated. If a traveler were to enter a tavern and ask, who is the greatest hero, the patrons would likely erupt into a lively debate over who was the strongest. But if asked, who is the most famous hero, the answer would almost certainly be the same. The Lion Duke. Guy Sylvain Lennart. There were several reasons for the Lion Duke's fame. The Empire, which had deep ties with the Lion Duke, was one of the strongest nations on the continent today. The Lion Duke himself was a figure from about 2 centuries ago, making him relatively recent among known heroes, and thus there were more historical records about him. Above all, the decisive factor was that the Lion Duke's descendants were one of the most prestigious families of the current era. Those who inherited their ancestors' legendary constitution mostly possessed excellent qualities as warriors, leveraging this to its full potential. Actively utilized them. Not only did they secure key positions in the military, but they also established dojos across the continent, creating many disciples, or rather, supporters. The trainees of the Lennart dojos spread out across the land, preaching the greatness of the ducal house and the Lion Duke, which was why the Lion Duke's bloodline was praised as the greatest warrior family of this era. There are a total of 5 Lennart dojos, and there's a culture where trainees who have built up a certain level of skill tour other dojos besides the one they received teachings from to prove their abilities. Although Adelaide isn't a trainee of the dojo, she's undoubtedly of the Lion Duke's bloodline. If I write a letter of recommendation on top of that, she won't be turned away at the door. How about giving it a try? It was a proposal with very clear intentions. If the group visited dojos in various places, it was obvious that their whereabouts would be fully reported to Giselle. Of course, Dorothea had no intention of going along with this at face value. Dorothea's sole objective was, after all, the king's errand, the recovery of the 8 treasures. However, there were 2 variables she hadn't anticipated. The Tin Knight gets excited, exclaiming that touring gyms is classic content. The Tin Knight is curious if they give out badges. The Tin Knight is fired up, stating that although it's a shame he can't directly participate, he'll level up Adele and challenge the gym leaders that way. The first variable was, as always, the Tin Knight. Dorothia's escort, who looked imposing on the outside but was frivolous on the inside, often made her wonder if he even had a human heart. For some reason, he became incredibly excited about challenging the dojos, vowing to clear them upon hearing Giselle's suggestion. Of course, Dorothea didn't allow this. Her top priority was still carrying out her teacher's task, which was recovering the treasures. After successfully calming down the Tin Knight with a flurry of staff hits and scolding, she smiled briefly. But faced with the second variable that appeared before her eyes, Dorothea couldn't help but make a sour expression. It's about time our paths diverged, is it not? The magic tool for treasure hunting received from the royal family, the animal compass, as named by the Tin Knight, had the mysterious ability to transform the pattern engraved on the magic tool into an animal upon being infused with mana, acting as a guide. This had the advantage of simply needing to follow the animal's rear end without having to think too much, but it also had clear disadvantages. If the location of the target was marked on a map, they could collect them in order of proximity from their current location, but with the animal compass ability, there was no way to distinguish which treasures were near and which were far. In other words, if a treasure was a mere day's journey away, they could end up chasing after a treasure that would take over a month to reach. Thus, when the Tin Knight insisted on following the indigo mole heading north among the various animals moving as they pleased, Dorothea didn't particularly object. After all, choosing any animal was essentially a gamble, and she secretly found the Tin Knight's determination amusing. He seems to be acting like this after hearing that there's a Leonard Dojo in the city to the north from here, but not all norths are the same, are they? Assuming two travelers were starting from the same point, moving in directions of 90 degrees and 89 degrees respectively. At first, the distance between them wouldn't be that far. But after walking for about an hour, they'd be noticeably far apart, and if they walked non-stop for a day, it would be difficult to even see each other. If the routes they traveled through housed various terrains and obstacles, the divergence would only grow. The distance between Friedel and the city with the Leonard Dojo was more than 2 weeks even by carriage. Believing the mole would maintain a straight course toward that city during that time was too naive an idea. Hence, Dorothea remained relaxed. More precisely, she was until she confirmed that the mole's trajectory and the direction of the city on the map were completely aligned even after a week's travel. No, it can't be, it shouldn't be. Dorothea's muttering was more half self-suggestion than anything. In fact, even if there was a treasure in the city with the Leonard Dojo, Dorothea wouldn't lose anything, but this was more a matter of emotion than reason. And about 5 days later, the Tin Knight puffs out his chest, declaring that main quests and side quests often align on similar routes. Arriving at the exact city the Tin Knight had pointed out, Dorothea gritted her teeth in Genesis Forsaken. Seeing the same thing didn't necessarily mean feeling the same impression. While Dorothea was gritting her teeth in frustration at the cityscape visible from the high hill, Adelaide was shedding tears of joy at the exact same view. I am alive? It was a truly grueling journey. Although Adelaide had experienced her fair share of harsh experiences through Colombo's special slave travel plan, complete with randomized elements, forced participation, no voluntary withdrawal, and one's life as collateral for the participation fee, she had to admit that those trials paled in comparison to what she had faced in the past 2 weeks. Compared to her recent ordeal, those earlier events, while mentally taxing, had been physically tranquil. Adelaide's violet eyes became hazy as she began to recall the past. I must absolutely, under no circumstances, be a burden? When starting the journey, Adelaide had steeled herself for many things. No one had forced her on this journey she had followed of her own accord. It was she who had begged to be allowed to stay by their side, even if it meant being treated as a servant. Clinging to them, saying she would be reborn as a dignified warrior and heir rather than the immature young lady of a noble family, she was prepared to endure and bear any treatment. We'll eat dried meat and dried fruit. Any complaints? No, none at all. We'll sleep roughly in the carriage's luggage compartment. If you want to set up a separate tent or the like, do it yourself. The luggage compartment is enough. Tell me when you need to wash or do laundry. I can make things clean with magic. But it's not free. I'll give you a list of catalysts needed for the magic, and you'll have to get at least one set from the list each time you use it. The same price applies for insect repellent magic or cold removal. Understood. By the second day of travel, Adelaide thought, isn't this easier than I expected? Of course, objectively speaking, it wasn't a comfortable journey. Meals were all portable preserved food, she had to sleep in the carriage's luggage compartment, and she couldn't even dream of a leisurely bath. But that was all. To be more specific, Dorothea didn't order or demand anything from Adelaide. Of course, she did charge a certain price every time she used magic, but even that was just for things like specific types of grass or stones that could be found nearby if one tried. When Adelaide cautiously asked about this, Dorothea answered with an expression that seemed to say, "Why are you asking such a thing? I can take care of myself, you know? I have arms and legs, why should I make others do it?" It was a truly shocking statement for Adelaide, who had lived a life where it was natural for servants to cling to her even when changing clothes. Sitting in the luggage compartment all day, eating, sleeping, and occasionally gathering ingredients listed in the memo Dorothea gave her. To Adelaide, who was anxious wondering if this arrangement was okay, the Tin Knight's offer to oversee her training seemed like a timely lifeline. The opportunity to receive one-on-one instruction from a skilled knight was worth its weight in gold for an aspiring warrior. Although she didn't properly understand this when her father was alive and often skipped or half-heartedly did training, Adelaide had resolved to change. The Tin Knight states his teaching is very strict. The Tin Knight warns that he won't tolerate weak excuses once you become his pupil. The Tin Knight asks if Adele is prepared to follow through. Despite the Tin Knight's repeated warnings, Adelaide felt more expectation than anxiety. Although she was slightly concerned about Dorothia's subtle gaze from the side, she carelessly dismissed it, believing it to be a part of her unreadable nature, unaware that it was the same gaze one would have as they watched a small animal walk into a trap of its own accord. Yes, I'll follow. Please teach me. And so, the gates of hell swung open. The Tin Knight demands running. The Tin Knight demands strength training. The Tin Knight demands a reflex test. The start was orthodox and ordinary, checking basic physical strength and body abilities. Although Adelaide could hardly say she had been training diligently even as a white lie, her innate constitution was so blessed that her physical abilities were quite high. The Tin Knight says the basics seem to be there, so let's move on to practical training. Huh? Oh, okay. Adelaide tilted her head. Having observed the rigorous training regime of the feudal knights, Adelaide knew that knights invested years of time just to build proper bodies. Therefore, Adelaide herself expected to invest a considerable amount of time in physical training, but the Tin Knight shattered that expectation. Come to think of it, I only have a year time limit. It would be difficult to progress step by step like others. However, for normal trainees, practical training was far more engaging than monotonous drills. There was no reason to refuse when he was offering to progress faster rather than slower. In that case, shall we start with wooden swords? What? We're using iron swords? It's okay because there's no edge. The Tin Knight says he'll yield the first move. Well, okay. By this point, she started to feel a bit uneasy, but thinking that a knight with excellent skills must have deep thoughts behind his actions, she let it slide. Clang! The sharp sound of metal rang out as Adelaide's sword soared through the air. Although Adelaide quickly tried to regain her posture, seeing the Tin Knight's sword already pointed at her throat, she raised her hands in surrender. I lost? The Tin Knight withdrew his sword. The Tin Knight suggests trying again. Yes. Adelaide quickly retrieved the sword that had flown away and charged at the Tin Knight again. Clang! The Tin Knight suggests trying again. Clang! The Tin Knight suggests trying again. Clang! The Tin Knight suggests try. Please, wait a moment, let me catch my, huff kaye. Gasping for air, Adelaide screamed and rolled her body in panic as the knight's blade swung towards her face. Her heart, which had been pounding as if it would burst, suddenly felt chilled as if hit by cold water. Whether knowing Adelaide's feelings or not, the Tin Knight gave a thumbs up. The Tin Knight praises the roll as an excellent evasive maneuver. The Tin Knight says at this level, he doesn't need to yield the first attack anymore. The Tin Knight declares an increase in difficulty. No, wait, just a moment kaye. Adelaide had no memory of how she collapsed that night. She could only guess that she desperately dodged the Tin Knight's sword flying at her with terrifying momentum, dodging and evading until at some point she fainted. The Tin Knight suggests running beside the carriage. The Tin Knight says the more stamina, the better. The Tin Knight praises Adele for running well. The Tin Knight encourages Adele, saying she's almost there. The Tin Knight claims Adele is almost there. The Tin Knight claims Adele is almost there lying by the sheen of his visor. During the day, she had to keep running beside the carriage or train her body in the luggage compartment. When night fell, she had to drag her screaming body to face the Tin Knight's menacing blade. No matter how much Adelaide screamed and pleaded, the Tin Knight never went easy on her. What was even more terrifying was that despite abusing her body to such extremes, she faced no particular issues moving the next day. How could she even describe it? It felt as if there were gauges like stamina, willpower, or endurance displayed next to Adelaide's head, and he was squeezing them to the limit without letting them go into the negative. As a training instructor, the Tin Knight was first class, but for a trainee, his training was nothing short of sheer terror. To mentally survive, Adelaide had to desperately come up with excuses. Sir Knight, wait, just a moment. The Tin Knight declares there's no retreat in battle. That's not it. I'm too hungry to move. At Adelaide's resentful cry, the Tin Knight's movement paused for the first time. In fact, Adelaide's demand was reasonable. It might be fine when focusing solely on travel without much activity, but with most of the day invested in training, there was no way the body could endure on just dried meat and dried fruit alone. So, either we need to eat proper meals, or at least. Adelaide's following words, asking to reduce the training a little, didn't get to finish. The Tin Knight says he'll prepare meals from now on. The Tin Knight apologizes for realizing this late. Seeing the Tin Knight suddenly bow his head, Adelaide's heart softened. Thinking about it, it wasn't just Adelaide who was investing most of the day in training, but also the Tin Knight managing it from the side. The Tin Knight was helping her without receiving any compensation, and it felt wrong to resent him just because her body was tired. No, Sir Knight, you have nothing to apologize for. I'll help with meal preparation too. The Tin Knight shook his head left and right. The Tin Knight claims that creating an environment where the pupil can focus on training is also the master's responsibility. Sir Knight. Adelaide was moved once again. She failed to notice Dorothea looking at her with a pitying gaze that seemed to say, there she goes again, getting fooled once again. And that evening, Adelaide received a huge chunk of meat. For the first time in her life, Adelaide learned that something as mouth-watering delicious looking as roasted meat could taste so foul. Even the hard, dried jerky could be called gourmet food compared to this. Is he deliberately playing a trick on me? Distrust and doubt sprouted in Adelaide's heart. The Tin Knight's teaching ability was truly great, having imparted worldly wisdom to a sheltered greenhouse young lady whose head was full of flowers. I can't bear to pay witness to this any longer. Dorothea, who had been smoking some of the meat the Tin Knight had hunted, let out a deep sigh and then said to Adelaide, "You had cooking utensils among the luggage you brought from the domain, yes or no?" "Yes. Ronnie said they were essential for long-term travel, so I prepared them." "Bring them. I'll count it as the same price as one spell and put it on your tab." The skill Dorothea displayed after that was truly amazing. She just roughly moved her hands, tossing ingredients into a pot and boiling them, but in about 15 minutes, a proper soup was whipped up. Tasting the soup rich with mushrooms, unknown herbs, and plenty of meat untouched by the Tin Knight, Adelaide made an ecstatic expression. Perhaps because she had just eaten food waste that tasted like a sewer, the feast of flavors stimulating her taste buds felt even more sweet. Without exaggeration or flattery, she could assert that it was the best food she had eaten so far. The Tin Knight asks if they can do this from now on. It's a lot of work. The Tin Knight argues that delicious food is also an essential element of travel. You can't even eat anyway. The Tin Knight argues that vicarious satisfaction is important in mukbang. The Tin Knight encourages Dorothea to show off her skills since they have a guest. The Tin Knight argues that if Dorothea teaches now, she might be served in return later. You want me to teach her cooking just because she wants to eat? When would I? Ha, fine. I'll stop talking. Dorothea grumbled, but by this point, even Adelaide could roughly understand. Her cooking wouldn't be a one-time miracle. It's warm. Delicious. I'm full. Happiness she hadn't felt in a long time gently embraced Adelaide. Her whole body felt languid and drowsy as if she could have the best sleep if she closed her eyes right now. The Tin Knight shows enthusiasm, saying that now that nutrition is taken care of, he'll try harder too. It was a declaration more chilling than saying he would come find her in the middle of the night and kill her. Adelaide, trembling, looked at Dorothea with a pleading gaze. She had saved Adelaide from hellish food, so maybe this time too. Well, he warned you beforehand, and you still agreed to it. If you form a contract, you have the responsibility to see it through to the end. There was no second lifeline. Although she could be kind sometimes, a witch was still a witch. Until they reached their destination, Adelaide had to struggle to survive at the hands of a crazy magic doll without a human/Genesis forsaken. No, it's not certain yet if there's a treasure in this city. It's entirely possible that this city just happened to be on the way. I'm grateful for the training, and I have no right to complain since I walked into this of my own accord, but still, couldn't you show a little mercy? Sob. Dorothea and Adelaide were each deep in their own complicated thoughts. The Tin Knight hums a cheerful tune while looking at the new city. You were thrilled. You couldn't help but be. The source of dissatisfaction you had been feeling inwardly was resolved. The dissatisfaction you felt was that there were too few elements for growth. It made sense the Tin Knight was already a completed warrior. Combat experience so profound that it was impossible to guess how many years it had been accumulated was etched deep into the body. Extreme combat skills and insight derived from that experience. Of course, you, the one handling this body simultaneously in reality and from outside the monitor, and the original owner who had entrusted this body to you were not the same person, but that didn't make the night any weaker. You were in your own way someone seasoned in this kind of game, and the discrepancy between the character controlled by mouse and keyboard and reality was adjusted by you who had inherited the Tin Knight's experiences. In terms of software, you were already a veteran among veterans, so all that remained was to level up the hardware side, but in reality, there was no experience point system, no status window to invest points in, nor any equipment with its attack stats listed. Well, the last one might exist in some form that wasn't visible, but that was beside the point. If you were to try physical training, your body was a lump of metal. The more you used it, the more it would wear down, not get stronger. In other words, you were in a state where physical growth was blocked. If you thought of it as a LV1 restriction or beginner equipment restriction, this could be enjoyable in its own way, but in terms of content, you couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. At one point, you even considered focusing on Dorothea's growth since the quest given by the Tin Knight was to protect her. Unfortunately for you, Dorothea wasn't the type to fixate on strength. To be more precise, she was the type to handle her own needs without outside interference, so there wasn't much you could do to assist her growth. From the start, your job was knight, and Dorothea's was witch. Neither the you within the Tin Knight nor the you outside the monitor knew anything about magic, so there was nothing to teach. Then, before your eyes appeared a newbie who said she would do anything to become stronger. Moreover, she didn't come to you just for growth's sake, she brought along subquests for you to clear along the way. How could you possibly resist this? Unlike her appearance, which suggested she had never lifted a heavy load in her life, Adelaide was remarkably resilient. No matter how hard you pushed her, she would wake up fine though her expression was twisted from muscle pain and fatigue. You didn't pay it any mind after a night's rest. She didn't even succumb to colds or diseases, which usually accompanied those who had a drastic lifestyle change. It felt like a gift given to you from heaven to roll as you pleased. The Tin Knight's excellent insights were also skilled at discerning the limits of others, and you actively used this ability to squeeze Adelaide to her limits. It was incredibly rewarding as a master to see her visibly grow. Obviously, you didn't mean it in a noblewoman trainer kind of way. The Tin Knight urges the party to secure lodgings quickly. I haven't said we're staying here yet. The Tin Knight argues that between resupplying and waiting for the animal compass cooldown, staying here is an inevitability, not a choice. Dorothia's expression was full of dissatisfaction, but she didn't deny your reasoning. She acknowledged what needed to be acknowledged even if she had clear likes and dislikes, and didn't force things. This was one of Dorothea's strengths in your opinion. Dorothea's gaze turned to Adelaide. Perhaps wanting to escape from the hellish carriage training even for a moment, her round eyes were full of moisture and desperation. Although she seemed reluctant, Dorothea finally nodded. And so, you entered the city. The kingdom might be mocked as a land of idle elders recounting old tales while sitting in armchairs, or a haven for foxes playing gangster in the corner while tigers and bears growled at each other, but in terms of territory on the map, the kingdom was by no means small. Just Albert, that paradise for criminals, was technically part of the kingdom's territory. The real issue was the kingdom's influence. If the territory labeled under the kingdom on the map was a 10, the territory that was properly controlled by the royal family was a 4, which was all near the capital region. As for the remaining 6, it was every man for himself. To put it more extremely, each domain was a small nation, and the lords were its kings. Domains with good quality farmland grew their power based on massive harvests and population, those with ore veins diligently developed mines, and some grew into trade centers by leveraging their geographical location. However, not all domains were born with such blessed environments. Lowfeld, the city where the Tin Knight's party set foot, was no exception. Lowfeld had no outstanding resources, no exquisite location, and no specialty products with high scarcity value. Moreover, its rugged terrain made transportation inconvenient, and its surroundings teemed with magic beasts. It was like an environment where if one pressed the random start button in a city management game, one would be given a land full of every possible misfortune as their starting domain. Yet, Lowfeld thrived anyway. The nickname City of the Right Hind Leg guaranteed its prosperity. More precisely, it was Lowfeld, the city of the lion's right hind leg, but citizens who knew the virtue of abbreviation and compression usually preferred the former title. The origin of the name was simple. There were only 5 Leonard dojos on the continent. If one connected each of their locations, it formed the shape of a giant lion, and this city corresponded to the right hind leg. Questions like, how can connecting 5 points make a lion, were as meaningless as the supposed shapes of constellations. Of course, a certain witch who was in a bad mood didn't care whether this was the city of the right hind leg or the right hind leg's ankle bone. I'm going to rest in the lodgings, so do whatever you want with dojo conquering or whatever. Leaving only those words, Dorothea shut herself in her room. Adelaide was restless at this sight, but the Tin Knight remained calm. The Tin Knight urges Adele to hurry and go challenge the GY dojo. Is this okay? The witch doesn't seem to like me visiting the dojo, maybe I should quietly wait. The Tin Knight insists that if Dorothea really disliked it, she would have said so directly without beating around the bush. At the Tin Knight's words, Adelaide fell silent. Considering Dorothea's words and actions that she had experienced so far, it wasn't wrong. However, even so, Adelaide still had lingering concerns. But, I've only been properly training for about 2 weeks now, can I have my skills recognized at the dojo with just that much? The Tin Knight points out that nothing will start unless we first understand the content of the test. That's true, but the Tin Knight reassures Adele that even if she fails, she can try again. Oh, that's right. Adelaide's face brightened. It was as the Tin Knight said. After all, what was important to her was to build as much achievement and skill as possible within a year. Unlike actual combat, failing here would simply mean retrying, not a catastrophic loss. She could retry as many times as needed. The Tin Knight says not to worry even if Adele fails. The Tin Knight declares that he has prepared a special training course for passing. Yes, I see. Ha, ha ha, wow, how joyful. The intonation disappeared from Adelaide's words, and the light vanished from her eyes. Opportunity to try again, my foot. If she failed, only death awaited Adelaide. Feeling as if her shoulders had become even heavier, Adelaide started trudging along. By the way, where is the dojo? Adelaide tilted her head. Having lived a life where it was natural to have a guide when moving somewhere, the concept of finding her own way was foreign to Adelaide. While she might know her way around the Friedel domain where she was born and raised, there was no way she would know the geography of a city she had just entered. The Tin Knight advises that if one doesn't know the way, it's best to ask others. After nodding at the Tin Knight's words, Adelaide looked around. Since the number of people who could hear the Tin Knight was limited, Adelaide had to ask for directions herself. Adelaide approached a nearby shop owner. Excuse me, may I ask for directions? Huh? Oh. The shop owner, who had made a grumpy expression upon hearing the words ask for directions, soon recognized Adelaide and gasped. It wasn't just because of Adelaide's beauty, which still exuded nobility despite being dressed like an adventurer. Golden hair and violet eyes. There was no way a merchant doing business here in Lowfeld wouldn't know the significance of this. Oh my, welcome. Young lady. You said you're looking for directions. Yes. I want to go to the Leonard Dojo, where should I go? For that, just follow the main street ahead to the right. You'll see a building with a flag bearing a lion. Thank you very much. Oh, it's nothing. As Adelaide was about to move on, grateful for the merchant's courteous attitude, shouts echoed. 1 2, 1 2. As the shouts grew louder, the pedestrians walking on the main street all started moving to the sides. And a moment later, the source of the commotion revealed itself. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Paolo, your voice is too weak. Guff, your feet are out of sync. How can you be staggering just from running this much? Do you even deserve to be called disciples of our dojo? Answer me. We're sorry. In the middle of the city, dozens of sweat-doused men were sprinting down the main street. Despite this action that could be called collective visual terrorism or obstruction of traffic, the citizens weren't particularly surprised or displeased. They just waited calmly for the men to pass by as if it were a common occurrence. Some even offered words of encouragement. Seeing Adelaide blinking in surprise, the merchant chuckled. Hehe, looks like you haven't been in this city for long. Yes. What was that just now? Are they the Knights of Lowfelt? They're not knights, but they're similar. They beat up thieves, beat up magic beasts, and do basically everything knights would. Those are the disciples of the Leonard Dojo. I see. Adelaide looked at the backs of the disciples running far away. Her expression became wistful. Adelaide's hometown also used to have many knights and soldiers devoted to training like that. Sadly, after Adelaide's father passed away, such sights became rare. The Tin Knight stood beside Adelaide. The Tin Knight questions whether they really need to do this on a busy road where many come and go. The Tin Knight points out that while men might think sweating profusely makes them look cool, to others it usually looks gross or unsightly. Pfft. Caught off guard, Adelaide burst into laughter. The merchant made a puzzled expression at Adelaide suddenly laughing, but she didn't notice. Why, you're right. It's good to run, but there was no need to do it in a place like this. The Tin Knight insists that to uphold the honor of the Lion Duke's bloodline, a formal complaint must be lodged. Adelaide nodded. And then she realized. Dorothea sometimes said that when the Tin Knight used unfamiliar terms, she could roughly grasp the meaning. Now, Adelaide thought, so this is what she/Genesis forsaken. Finding the Leonard Dojo was a simple task. The road itself wasn't overly complicated, but even if it had been, it likely wouldn't have posed too much of an issue. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. Quite noisy, boisterous, and conspicuous guides were showing the way. However, there was a slight problem. These sweaty guides, perhaps not properly trained in guiding, didn't bother to check if the guests behind them were following and just ran off on their own. The Tin Knight suggests running along with them. The Tin Knight's solution to this was simple. What? Adelaide felt perplexed. It wasn't like they didn't know the way, so why chase after them? Moreover, didn't the Tin Knight just say it was inconsiderate to do this on the thoroughfare? Running in the middle of the street is uncouth for a noble, but then again, I'm a pupil rather than a noble lady right now, so does it matter? Is this perhaps some kind of training as well? Numerous question marks invaded her mind, slowing Adelaide's reaction like a buffering video. If it were Dorothea, she would have hit him on the head first for talking nonsense, but this was too much to ask of Adelaide, who was still only a beginner in Tin Knight comprehension. Clank. Thus, the Tin Knight began sprinting down the street without restraint. Wait a moment, Sir Knight. Adelaide, who came to her senses a beat late, raised her voice urgently, but the Tin Knight's speed didn't decrease at all. Clank, clank, clank. At the noisy sound coming from behind, some of the disciples turned their heads back. What the hell is that? And they saw a knight with something like blue flames flickering through the gaps in his helmet, and a girl with flowing golden hair. This bizarre duo was chasing after them. The commotion spread quickly, and within seconds, all the disciples witnessed this strange sight. What's that? What on earth is it? Why are they chasing us? Could it be an ambush? No, that's impossible. They wouldn't dare attack in broad daylight with just the two of them. Are they just crazy people? The disciples' gazes turned to their instructor. Their eyes held a meaning that said, whatever it is, do something about it. Ha ha ha, excellent, simply excellent. Boys, if you've been challenged, shouldn't you respond in kind? Add one more lap to the circuit? Anyone who falls behind that knight forfeits their free time today. As for falling behind the young lady behind him, figure it out for yourselves. What are you saying, instructor? At that moment, the disciples' hearts became one, but they failed to verbalize their united thoughts. Clank 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 clank. As if spurred by the instructor's words, the Tin Knight started increasing his speed like mad. The disciples could no longer afford the luxury of questioning. However, it wasn't just the disciples who had fire under their heels. The Tin Knight warns that if Adele doesn't overtake them, from today the running drills will level up to include carrying a backpack. What? Adelaide was shocked. She was so shocked that even her speech pattern crumbled. The running she had done so far was already enough to make her see stars every day, and now he wanted to add luggage on top of that? This was absolutely unacceptable. Arg? The disciples ran, and Adelaide ran. And the instructor and the Tin Knight both looked on, clearly pleased. Total annihilation. 3 in 10 survived. These were the results the dojo's disciples achieved against the Tin Knight and Adelaide respectively. It couldn't be called stellar by any means, but the instructor didn't seem to be in a bad mood. It was a handicap match that started after they had already been running for a while, and the competitor was none other than one of the Lion Duke's bloodline, so there were excuses to fall back on. Of course, not being in a bad mood and increasing the amount of training were separate issues. The instructor firmly believed in this distinction, considering it a hallmark of a quality instructor. Leonard Dojo, reception room. While serving tea to their distinguished guest who had visited after a long time, the instructor opened his mouth. Reuben von Lennart. I'm in charge of instruction here. So, you're Sir August's daughter. Brightening at the friendliness in his tone, Adelaide answered, yes. I'm Adelaide von Lennart. Do you know my father? We're both based in the kingdom, and though our ties are distant, we had some exchanges. He was a truly knightly knight, strict with himself and kind to those he needed to protect. I can only say it's regrettable that he met with an unfortunate accident. Well, it might sound sarcastic coming from me, who's from the main family. No, not at all. I'm glad you feel that way. As Reuben took a sip of tea as if organizing his thoughts, Adelaide followed suit. It wasn't the warm tea Adelaide usually drank, but a cold tea with a cool sensation. She felt the sweet yet tangy taste seeping deep into her body. Reuben resumed speaking. Do you know what the Lennart Dojo's test entails? I heard it's a custom where disciples recognized by each dojo as good enough to show outside are sent to other dojos, and the receiving dojo confirms their skills through appropriate tests. That's right. However, in your case, you don't have an original dojo to begin with. In other words, our dojo has to provide the guarantee that this is good enough to show outside on your behalf. Do you understand? Yes. If our dojo provides the guarantee and you perform miserably elsewhere, it becomes a matter of our dojo's face. In other words, the test will be as strict as for other disciples. Any complaints? None. Is that so? While Adelaide answered energetically, her trembling eyes betrayed her unease. Reuben felt newly bitter at this sight. She's truly an innocent, naive girl. In the sense that she didn't try to use complicated tricks or rely on privileges, she was the type of person Reuben quite liked. However, she doesn't seem to have the capacity to compete with and win against Giselle. Reuben glanced at Giselle's letter he had received from Adelaide. It contained, in very polite and elegant handwriting, the reason why Adelaide left the domain and a request to allow Adelaide to take the Lennart Dojo's test. Judging by the state of the seal, there were no signs of it being opened midway, but even if it had been opened, it was a perfect introduction letter that couldn't be faulted in any way. That was, if this had been the only letter. Reuben smiled bitterly, recalling another letter that had arrived via carrier pigeon a few days before Adelaide's arrival. The other letter didn't contain a request to fail Adelaide in the test. Giselle wasn't foolish enough to leave evidence that could become a political liability, or worse, a weakness to exploit when necessary. The content of the letter was about Adelaide. It detailed what kind of person Adelaide von Lennart was, how she lived when the previous lord was alive, the events she experienced after the lord's death, and how Giselle had originally intended to treat Adelaide. Through that letter, Reuben understood what Giselle wanted to say. Adelaide is not suited to be a lord. If this greenhouse flower-like girl travels around the continent, she'll gain nothing but wounds. It would be best for Adelaide to give up early and return to the domain without letting her entertain these vain hopes. She's basically telling me that even if I fail this young lady here, it won't ruin her life, so don't feel guilty and do it properly? Really? I'm moved to tears by such delicate consideration. This was enough to be flabbergasting, but the crowning touch was the part near the end of the letter that said, please conduct a fair test without being swayed by emotions. Fair, she says. Reuben knew all too well how cruel that seemingly just word could become depending on how it was applied. Having A and B compete under the same rules and selecting the superior one was fair. This was a fair thing. But if A was a child who had just started walking and B was a healthy young adult, making them compete fairly was already unfair in itself. Evaluating a girl who had never undergone proper training in her life by the same standards as disciples who had been rigorously trained for years was cruel no matter how one looked at it. Therefore, Reuben asked her. He asked if she had any complaints about being judged by the same standards as the other disciples. And the girl nodded. That was enough to settle everything. Although he didn't like the feeling of seemingly deceiving an innocent child, he knew how to suppress personal feelings as an instructor responsible for the dojo. Reuben's gaze shifted to the knight standing behind Adelaide's right. Except for the initial eccentricity, he hasn't intervened at all since then. Is he not suited for politics? Or is he simply letting the girl make her own choices? The eyes that seemed to flicker with blue flames were unreadable, making it difficult to discern what the knight was thinking. Feeling unsettled at this sight, Reuben rose from his seat. Well then, let's start the test. Get ready. From now, the test for challenger Adelaide von Lennart will commence. The rules are simple. Repeat one-on-one matches, and if you achieve 10 consecutive victories without losing once, you pass. The first opponent is Paolo. You're up. Yes, master. Paolo, a disciple of the Lennart Dojo, thought. I'll teach her a lesson. Paolo was often evaluated as having excellent talent in swordsmanship but lacking in perseverance and diligence. It was already annoying enough that the running training he disliked was forcibly extended, but losing his precious free time to additional training was enough to make him grind his teeth in frustration. Thinking that this was all because of that weird knight and the girl in front of him, heat boiled up inside him. Her small and cute face might have been endearing under normal circumstances, but having been through a rough time, even that looked displeasing. Paolo examined his opponent's appearance in detail, and he came to a conclusion. Terrible. The position of her feet, the balance of her body, the height at which she held the sword, none of it was right. Above all, her violet eyes full of tension clearly showed that the girl was a beginner who had only just recently stepped foot on this path. I was nervous because she's of the Lion Duke's bloodline, but she's nothing special. From Ruben, the representative instructor of this dojo, to the assistant instructors who traveled between the Empire and this city, all the Lion Duke's bloodline members Paolo had seen so far were monsters in terms of skill. Compared to them, this girl Adelaide in front of him was clumsiness itself. There was a rumor that the more distinct the hair and eye color of the Lion Duke's bloodline, the more talented they were, but judging by her current state, it seemed to be baseless nonsense. He did lose in the running competition, but that was just a fluke that happened because they tried to run more after already running as much as they could. Setting that ridiculous kin of a knight aside, he didn't think the girl was superior to him. It was a bit annoying that his opponent's status was that of a kingdom noble, but as long as they were competing in this Leonard dojo, there was no need to worry about the aftermath. Clap. As soon as the sound of hands clapping to signal the start was heard, Paulo's body shot forward. Judging by how she held her sword, it seemed like a strong side strike with the wooden sword would be enough to make her lose her grip and end the match, but that wouldn't give him an excuse for additional attacks. Paulo intended to give the girl a harsh blow, even if he had to force it. A sharp thrust aimed to pierce the girl's right shoulder. Tap. Failed to do so. Paulo was momentarily flustered. The girl's movement to avoid the thrust was surprisingly swift. Having lost sight of the girl, Paulo turned his body in panic, but contrary to expectations, the girl didn't dive into his side to launch an attack. No, far from it, she had instead distanced herself from Paulo and was just looking bewildered. While both of them were wearing puzzled expressions, the girl's head suddenly turned to the side. It was in the direction of the knight. Paulo, who had become alert after seeing the girl's unexpectedly sharp movement, felt blood rush to his head when he saw her blatantly looking away during the match. Fueled by rage, Paulo charged again. A two-handed downward strike aiming for the crown of her head descended upon the girl. Instead of raising her sword to block it, the girl pivoted on her left foot, pulling her right side back to let the attack slide past. Paulo tried to raise his sword again, but before that, the girl's right foot stomped on the back of his wooden sword. Paulo stubbornly held onto his sword, but in this instance, that was a mistake. The girl twisted her waist. The wooden sword swung with her left hand struck Paulo's temple. Everyone in the dojo clearly witnessed Paulo's body momentarily lift into the air and rotate about half a turn. Twitching on the floor, Paulo could only convulse. The girl blinked with an expression that said, "Huh? That's it. 10 consecutive victories challenge." One victory was Genesis Forsaken. Adelaide von Leonard had almost no real combat experience. She did receive basic training as a member of the Lion Duke's bloodline, but she never applied herself enthusiastically, and those around her didn't scold her for it either. After all, if there were to be an heir to continue the family line, it would undoubtedly be Adelaide's older brother, and since she was expected to marry into another household anyway, there was no need for Adelaide's personal combat skills to be exceptional. Therefore, Adelaide was ignorant about combat. She had some knowledge from occasionally observing others train, but it was only superficial at best, nowhere near professional even as a polite lie. She was a canvas untouched by anything. Clean, and pristine in all manners. It was on this pure white canvas that the Tin Knight etched his indelible mark. The Tin Knight's teachings were divided into just two parts: physical conditioning and one-on-one sparring. Through these sparring sessions, Adelaide was able to learn various common sense of combat that she had never been taught prior. Common sense of combat first. Attacks should always be continuous. Counterattacks are not made after the opponent's attack ends but are wedged in the gaps of combat. Pat, whoosh, swish. After successively avoiding attacks aimed at her right forearm, left thigh, and upper torso, Adelaide tilted her head, wondering why her opponent, who was on guard for the next attack, kept stopping their attacks. Why do these people keep stopping in the middle of their attacks? Even the first opponent, Paulo, had done the same. If one made a nice thrust, one should naturally pursue the opponent with a flurry of attack, but he just made one attack and that was it. She did win by implementing the Tin Knight's advice to counterattack immediately after dodging, but it was a truly unsatisfying match. The second match was no different. They did launch a series of attacks, but by the time they started contemplating where to strike next while observing the gaps, the attacks abruptly stopped. It was truly incomprehensible. Although she couldn't understand it. Sir Knight said to hit now. Whack! The opponent's nose bridge was spectacularly crushed by Adelaide's mercilessly swung wooden sword, sending them tumbling to the ground. Other disciples gulped at her merciless actions, but Adelaide herself remained oblivious. Common sense of combat second. When striking, aim for the places that hurt the most or are dangerous if struck. When fighting Adelaide, the Tin Knight targeted her vital points without the slightest hesitation, and advised her to do the same. An iron sword, even with its edge dulled, could easily kill a person if used properly. This was why Adelaide, who hadn't even properly mastered the basic stance of swordsmanship, had her evasion ability heightened to the extreme. After all, if she couldn't dodge, she'd be pushed to the brink of death. Incidentally, Adelaide harbored no hesitation about hitting others. It was the consequence of persistently swinging her weapon at the Tin Knight, who would barely be marked or often remain unscathed from her strikes, even as she grew increasingly tired and disoriented. While she understood that she should make some distinction between the Tin Knight's body, which was clearly unordinary, and the body of a normal person, even that was meaningless in her current circumstances. After all, the weapon in Adelaide's hands was a wooden sword. Unlike the dulled iron sword that could kill if hit in the wrong place, she thought that since it was just a wooden sword used for training, there was no risk of death no matter how freely she swung it. This was a grave misunderstanding. One could die if hit in the wrong place by a wooden sword as well. No, even if it didn't necessarily kill, the fact that when wielding violence, the standard was whether they'll die or not rather than how much the opponent will get hurt was already a serious problem. But Adelaide, who was in a highly tense state, failed to realize this. Clang! During the 6th match, the wooden sword Adelaide was holding flew into the air. It was the result of her opponent, who had been carefully observing Adelaide's tactic of striking at openings immediately after dodging an attack, intentionally showing an opening to induce an attack and then launching a counter. It was also clear proof that Adelaide still lacked the discernment to distinguish between real openings and deliberate traps. A fierce attack rushed towards Adelaide, who had lost her weapon. Common sense of combat. Third. Weapons are just one of many tools. If you lose it, use something else like your body. After avoiding a thrust aimed at her face with a tilt of her head, Adelaide closed the distance to her opponent. Although surprised by her unexpectedly fast speed, her opponent tried to shake her off, but Adelaide's outstretched hand was faster in grabbing the opponent's head. Adelaide firmly grasped the opponent's head with both hands, then leaped and delivered a knee strike to their face. Whack! Ugh! Even though Adelaide was on the smaller side, the force of her knee strike, utilizing her entire body like a spring, was nothing to scoff at, especially if it came in a series of hits. Whack! Whack! Thud! Scattering bright red blood and a couple of white teeth on the floor, another opponent collapsed. Adelaide, who nonchalantly picked up the fallen wooden sword, let out a big sigh and said, "Next, please." Ha! A sigh escaped from Ruben's mouth. What? Evaluating a girl who had never had proper training in her life by the same standards as disciples who had been training for years was cruel? This wasn't a test made by someone else. It was a thought that Ruben himself had entertained a few dozen minutes prior. Nevertheless, Ruben had no choice but to treat those words as nonsense. The girl's actions, her movements, were absolutely not those of someone unfamiliar with combat. Did Giselle give me false information? That thought crossed his mind briefly, but he quickly dismissed it. Giselle had nothing to gain by deceiving him. Then was Giselle deceived? Was she hiding her skills all along? This was a bit more plausible, but even this wasn't very likely. If Adelaide had such skills, she wouldn't have been caught by thieves or sold as a slave in the first place. No, never mind the letter. The important thing is that even after I saw her with my own eyes, I judged her to be a greenhouse flower. Why was that? It wasn't that Adelaide was more skilled than Ruben himself. Certainly, she was showing an unexpectedly good fight, but compared to Ruben, Adelaide's skills were still those of a novice. Why, then, despite the clear difference in level, had Ruben failed to gauge Adelaide's true abilities? Ruben soon found the answer. The balance is off. There's no foundation. She doesn't even know how to properly hold a sword. Her physical abilities are decent, but that's only impressive compared to her build and gender. On their own, they are not enough to overwhelm those who have received professional training. While there was no proper evidence to judge her as strong, there was an abundance of evidence to judge her as a weak, inexperienced fighter. That was why he judged Adelaide's skills to be poor. But the ability to read and avoid attacks, the boldness to not hesitate in both inflicting and receiving injuries, the adaptability to not fixate on a single method. Only these three elements are abnormally high. Ruben turned his gaze to the Tin Knight. He couldn't even guess what kind of training he had given to result in such an unbalanced form, but it seemed clear that the culprit was that knight. And at the same time, he realized something frightening. Judging from the letter I received from Giselle, the period Adelaide has been seriously acting together with that knight is only about 2 weeks. This is the result of 2 weeks? Then if those two continue to travel together, how far will she go? Thinking of that question, Ruben let out a hollow laugh. He couldn't easily distinguish whether the emotion swirling in his chest was fear or expectation. Thud. Another disciple fell, and silence fell over the dojo. Ruben looked at Adelaide. Ha. Although Adelaide boasted an amazing record of 7 consecutive wins, it was evident that she was physically exhausted. Her breathing was labored, and her limbs were trembling slightly. Ordinarily, revealing one's fatigue was something a warrior should avoid as much as possible, but the girl either lacked the skill to hide it or didn't seem to know that she should. If pushed like this, it seemed likely that the dojo side would be the final victor. Ruben asked his disciples, "Is there anyone who volunteers to step up?" No answer came. Ruben examined the faces of his disciples. They all had cowed expressions. There were many whose bodies were intact and not a few who were technically superior to Adelaide, but they were all already crushed in terms of momentum. Really? Ruben felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Well, the truly capable ones among his disciples were already wandering the continent taking tests or had finished their tests and were working in the empire. Those left here were like a second string, so it was unavoidable that their quality was somewhat lower, but still, he couldn't help feeling bitter. I'll have to push them harder from now on. Of course, there was a method of forcibly designating names and making them fight, but Ruben didn't want to do that. It was behavior unbefitting the Leonard name. I'll ask once more. Is there no one who says they'll fight? Very well. Since there are no challengers, the remaining matches will be won by default. As the instructor of the Leonard Dojo, Lowfelt Branch, I think Adelaide von Leonard possesses sufficient skills to be recognized by our dojo. If anyone has objections, speak now. We have none. After confirming the disciple's answer, Ruben approached Adelaide and stood in front of her. Adelaide still had a dazed expression, as if she hadn't adapted to the unfolding situation. Thinking that such an innocent face had launched such ruthless attacks made him want to laugh, but suppressing it, Reuben said, "Congratulations on passing the test." Thank you. Thank you to the other disciples for sparring with me as well. Adelaide bowed at 90 degrees and greeted everyone here and there. Here sincere gestures seemed to slowly melt the somewhat stiff atmosphere. Even the disciples who had been looking at Adelaide with somewhat uncomfortable expressions showed signs of acknowledging her, saying, "Well, a match is a match." And so, Adelaide safely cleared her first hurdle. On the way out of the dojo, the Tin Knight congratulates Adele on passing the test. The Tin Knight praises the badge, saying it's cool. "It is, isn't it? I think it's cool too." In Adelaide's hand was a locket-shaped medallion, with one of the 5 hollows inside filled with a fan-shaped token. The fan-shaped token had an elaborate picture drawn on it, and it seemed that when all the token were collected like a puzzle, the picture would be completed. Hey, hee. Adelaide was practically glowing with excitement. Despite having injuries here and there from the successive sparring matches, she was humming without showing any signs of pain. The Tin Knight asks if Adele is that happy. "Of course I am." Adelaide answered immediately. "It's the first proof that I'm not inadequate as an heir, and I fought and earned it myself. Not something given to me by someone but by myself." Adelaide particularly emphasized the by myself part. This was also proof of how much Adelaide had been concerned about being evaluated as incompetent, unable to do anything alone. The Tin Knight suggests working hard to collect the remaining 4 tokens. That's right. Well, I don't know if the path to the cities with other dojos will luckily coincide with the witch's route like this time. The Tin Knight says if they don't coincide, we can accomplish other quests instead. The Tin Knight declares he'll devise some intense training menus. "No, I'd like to rest for at least a few days since I passed the test." The Tin Knight droops his shoulders. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, laughing and talking about trivial things, the unexpected happened. The miniature skull hanging like an ornament on the Tin Knight's neck suddenly rattled and opened its mouth. "Guard, come, guard, come, the witch is summoning you, the witch is under attack. Guard, come, guard, come." The two's laughter stopped. Without needing to say who was first, the two began sprinting through the Genesis Forsaken. After shutting herself in her lodging, Dorothea was lost in thought. If she thought about it rationally, even if one of the treasures was in this city as the Tin Knight said, Dorothea wouldn't lose anything. It was naturally easier to find something in the middle of a busy street than digging through some strange mountain valley's secret ruins. Yet, the reason Dorothea grumbled was simple. "Somehow, I feel like I'm being swayed by that guy more and more as days go by." The Tin Knight. A familiar contracted to Dorothea and her personal guard. A skilled fighter who could effortlessly cut down dozens of armed troops, yet frivolous and impulsive in a way ill-suited to his skills. For a magic doll, that guy's emotional expressions are excessively abundant. Ordinary magic dolls were low in intelligence and incapable of complex thought activities. "Come here, bring that, wait, fight." They couldn't properly understand anything but simple, intuitive commands, and their active judgment was very poor. But the Tin Knight, far from having poor judgment when it mattered, he often did things he wasn't told to do. Like arbitrarily saving Ronnie and the other slaves, and then encouraging Dorothea to accept Adelaide as a companion. Of course, this didn't particularly harm Dorothea or interfere with the goals she was trying to achieve. Although she had to use spells for Adelaide during the journey, she received catalysts necessary for spells in return, so this was also a gain. Objectively, she had suffered no loss. And yet, ego, you foolish thing. The problem starts with the familiar doing things on its own without being told. To think you can't properly control even one familiar, and you still dare call yourself my apprentice? She could almost see the image of her teacher clicking her tongue in disapproval. It was as clear as her own face reflected in a polished mirror. Trying hard to ignore it, Dorothea leaned back in her chair. And then, pushing the backrest backward, she rocked back and forth. The chair, which should be standing on 4 legs, precariously balanced on its rear legs. It was an action perfect for tipping over backward if she wasn't careful, yet Dorothea's expression remained utterly indifferent. Staring blankly at the wood grain etched on the ceiling, Dorothea continued her train of thought. It was a solution. She could simply amend her contract with the Tin Knight. Don't do unnecessary things. Follow commands only. Prioritize Dorothea Eschingard's safety above all else. That kind of content. Dorothea held the card that made such a contract possible. It was none other than the mana Dorothea possessed. Whether because it was an old model or for some other cause, the mana required by the Tin Knight was unusually high compared to ordinary magic dolls. It was at a level that would be burdensome even for mages who focused on increasing the quantity of mana, let alone warrior types who focused on improving the quality of mana. Handing over such an amount as easily as dispensing a cup of water from a water purifier, and still using all her own magic on top of that, was a feat possible only for Dorothea, who, according to the Wicked Witch of the East, had mana rotting in excess. Conversely, if Dorothea cut off the mana supply, the Tin Knight, who had no suitable alternatives, would have no way to resist. If she played that card well, it wouldn't be difficult to form a contract overwhelmingly favorable to Dorothea. TCH. Dorothea clicked her tongue softly. Despite the obvious solution staring right into her face, for some reason, Dorothea couldn't bring herself to use that method. And she didn't even know why she didn't want to use that method. She could only express it as simply distasteful. I don't know. If it becomes necessary, I'll do it then. With a thud, the two front legs of the chair that had been wandering in the air settled on the ground. Since she had enough catalysts even now, she thought she'd buy a book to read in her spare time. There should be a bookstore or two in a city of this size. Dorothea opened the door and stepped out of the room. On one side of the second-floor corridor were the wall and rooms for guests, and on the other side was a railing that came up to the waist. Below the railing, the view of the first-floor dining area could be seen, but due to the awkward time of day, there were largely no customers. Dorothea figured she'd time her return from the bookstore to coincide with mealtime and started walking. Suddenly, right next to the door, something strange was visible at Dorothea's feet. A pitch-black snake, with a texture that seemed as if a shadow had gained three-dimensional form. Dorothea immediately recognized what it was. After all, it was something she had seen so often lately. She was sick of it. Shadow snake. One of the 8 animals that guide the way to the location of the kingdom's 8 treasures. Among them, the snake was the one responsible for the key of opium that Dorothea possessed. Dorothea reflexively checked the animal compass she carried in her bosom. Among the 8 emblems, only the indigo mole was dimly erased, not having its cooldown fully recharged. The emblem of the shadow snake was shining clearly, ready to be summoned at any time. In other words, the shadow snake in front of her eyes wasn't from her compass. You must have received a magic tool from the king that reveals the locations of the 8 treasures. That wasn't made in our kingdom. It was given by the kingdom of heaven that roams the heavens. The foolish king rejoiced, believing the kingdom of heaven wanted to return the treasures to their rightful owners, but that's surely impossible. They must have given the same thing to other countries as well. The kingdom of heaven is scheming to have all the countries on the ground dance in the palm of their hand. This is such a grand conspiracy. We mustn't get involved. The face of the kingdom noble who had tried to dissuade Dorothea from her journey came to mind. Her judgment was quick. Crack. First, she broke the miniature skull to alert the Tin Knight who had the matching skull. Boom. The defensive magic engraved on her staff was activated at full strength. Dorothea's quick judgment was rewarded, in the form of saving her own life. Whoosh! Right after a loud noise hit her ears, something broke through the room window, pouncing on Dorothea. Feeling the impact that grazed her nape, Dorothea threw herself over the railing as if bouncing off. Crash! Whoa, what's this? As a person fell onto the restaurant table, the innkeeper who had been yawning leisurely raised his voice in surprise. Dorothea rolled her body off the table and onto the floor. Although there were no major injuries thanks to the defensive magic functioning properly, her nape had taken the attack from the unidentified assailant and her back that had collided with the table edge were throbbing. Dorothea looked up at the railing. The something that had attacked her was perched on the railing, looking down at her. Oh, at first glance, it looked like a monkey, but it was undoubtedly more than a mere monkey. On its back was a pair of wings reminiscent of birds, and its long arms ended in claws that brought hooks to mind. Dorothea realized that it was these claws that had just slashed at her neck. If she hadn't used defensive magic in time, her carotid artery would have been slashed clean through. The fur covering the monkey's body was golden, and its texture reminded one more of hard metal than animal fur. Is it a magic beast? In the middle of the city? How? The innkeeper screamed. As if reacting to that sound, the golden monkey looked at the innkeeper. Shay. As the golden monkey bristled its fur threateningly, the innkeeper fled out of the building with a short scream. The golden monkey laughed, clutching its belly at the amusing sight. However, it never lost focus of Dorothea, keeping a sharp eye on her every move. It wasn't behavior one would expect from an ordinary wild animal. The golden monkey's actions clearly conveyed both mischief and malice. Dorothea's blue eyes narrowed. The innkeeper had called the golden monkey a magic beast. It wasn't wrong. In the first place, the definition of magic beast itself was notoriously vague, so ordinary people tended to label any unfamiliar or dangerous life form a magic beast. But even if a layperson could afford such imprecision, a professional couldn't. Dorothea knew a more accurate term to describe the monkey before her. A heretical life created by arbitrarily combining, twisting, and strengthening all kinds of organisms. Those with knowledge called it, with contempt for its unethicality, a synthetic creature chimera. As if to refute this, those who claimed it was a creature born by their own hands, therefore like a child, called it a little person homunculus. Like necromancers, one of the many branches of mages alchemists. A familiar used exclusively by them was staring at Dorothea with clear killing intent. Okeek. The golden monkey's wings fluttered, and its body shot like an arrow. Dorothea dove under the table. Slash. The wooden table was instantly reduced to splinters by the sharp swipe. Seeing the faint mana flickering at the tip of those claws, Dorothea raised her assessment of the enemy's attack power. If hit without defensive magic, it wouldn't just be her carotid artery at risk but her entire body would be dismembered. Black spheres scattered from Dorothea's hand. In form, they were just black-colored magic bullets, but in reality, they were curse lumps brimming with the grudges of the dead. Physically, they gave an impact like being hit by a hammer, but their true value laid in showering living creatures with debuffs like vomiting, chills, dizziness, and other debilitating status conditions. Okay. As if mocking that counterattack, the golden monkey nullified the black spheres by charging into them with its body. Slash. Another swipe hit Dorothea. Dorothea tried to swing her staff to strike the golden monkey, but the monkey deftly avoided it with quick movements. Dorothea tore off a leather pouch from her waist and scattered its contents in the air. Strands of multicolored hairs received mana and instantly turned to ash, coalescing into the form of spirits that began wailing out curses and lamentations as they encircled the area. Die 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 die. It hurts, it's painful, I can't breathe. You too, just like us. Kishaaa. As if annoyed by the group of spirits clinging to it, the golden monkey let out an irritated screech. As the golden light surrounding the monkey's body intensified, the group of spirits touched by that light quickly melted away. Dorothea quickly tried to prepare her next spell, but the golden monkey was faster in swinging its long arm to strike Dorothea. Crack! The wooden staff Dorothea was holding split with a loud noise. The staff, which had been acting as a catalyst for the defensive magic, could no longer withstand the attack and was destroyed. The remaining impact was directly transferred to Dorothea. Ugh, guh. Raising a long dust cloud, Dorothea's body rolled on the floor. Her cloak failed to stay in place and slipped off, and a burning pain came from the skin that had been scraped against the ground. Ignoring the pain and forcibly getting up, Dorothea gritted her teeth. Do you know how much trouble I went through to make that staff? Okie geek. The golden monkey let out a gleeful laugh, seemingly reveling in Dorothea's frustrated appearance. The compatibility was the worst. There was no comparison in physical abilities, and the golden fur seemed to have resistance to all kinds of mana. If magical attacks didn't work, she should unleash physical attacks, but necromancers weren't a school with excellent physical destructive power to begin with. Or more precisely, there were such types of magic, but they were all not to Dorothea's taste and couldn't be used in the current situation. It wasn't possible to find a corpse to suddenly self-destruct in the middle of the city. The golden monkey lowered its body. It looked like it was about to pounce at any moment. Dorothea, who had been wearing a stern face, suddenly relaxed her expression. The golden monkey interpreted this as resignation. A golden flash streaked through the air. Sharp claws aimed for Dorothea's chest and the heart within. Clang! A shrill metallic sound rang out. The golden monkey's eyes widened at the unexpected resistance. Before the golden monkey could react, the intruder swung his shield to strike the monkey. The Tin Knight launches a strike of fury. Whoosh! Sky Kingdom of / Genesis Forsaken. The solid iron shield smashed into the golden monkey's face. With a loud thud, the golden body tumbled on the ground, but moments later, it sprang up like a spring and took a falling stance. The face, already tinged with red, had become even redder from being hit, and blood streamed freely from its half-crushed nose. Kishaaa. The golden monkey bristled its fur as if enraged and let out a screech. Far from appearing cowed, it was deep in rage. You considered this fortunate. You had no intention of ending it with just this either. You glanced sideways to check on Dorothea's condition. Aside from her clothes being crumpled or torn in several places, the state of her back and shoulders was serious. The skin had been scraped off, with sand grains embedded and mixed with blood, looking painful enough to make one wince just by looking at it. But Dorothea herself, far from showing tears from the pain, filled her blue eyes with fierce determination and shouted at you, "Smash it to pieces." It was a truly pleasing order. As a knight loyal to his master, you decided to gladly obey that command. Okeek. As if to pay back for the blow it had just suffered, the golden monkey launched itself toward you. Its long, flexible, and strong arms were like whips in themselves. Moreover, with mana-infused claws at the end, a simple metal shield would mean little more than paper. Clang! Kick. But that powerful attack failed to penetrate the shield and harm you. No, it didn't even make you take a step back. As if unable to accept this fact, the golden monkey launched a series of attacks. Clang! 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 Each time the claws met the shield's surface, sparks flared like lightning. With each shrill metallic sound that rang out, those watching the fight in silence instinctively felt threatened and shrank back. Yet, you did not retreat. Skilled body techniques deflected most of the impact of the attacks, and your shield was also reinforced with mana. After all, if one could imbue swords and claws with mana, why would shields be an exception? At the moment when the golden monkey, excited by the iron wall-like defense, swung its arm even larger to launch an intense attack, your blue eyes flashed ominously. Slash! Oki! A pain-filled howl rang out. The golden monkey's right arm, severed by your curved sword, convulsed as it rolled on the dirt. You were inwardly surprised. Even with the momentum of the monkey's swing working against it, your counter had to exert quite a bit of force to cut through cleanly. From the golden fur to the tough muscles and strong bones, nothing was ordinary. Flap! The golden monkey spread its wings and took to the air. Judging that it couldn't hope to best you in combat, the golden monkey tried to target Dorothea while avoiding you. Few knights knew how to fight against flying creatures. In that sense, the golden monkey's judgment was wise. If only its opponent hadn't been you, the Tin Knight. Thud! Your shield dug into the ground like a shovel. As you infused mana into the gravel and stones in the shield, you shouted. The Tin Knight warns to get down. Dorothea's action was swift. Rather than uselessly questioning why, she immediately lowered her posture. Shay! The golden monkey attempted a dive toward her defenseless back. And you swung your shield upwards diagonally with all your might. Baba-boom! The mana-reinforced pile of gravel shot out like buckshot, striking the golden monkey directly. The golden monkey plummeted to the ground without even managing a proper scream. Before the golden monkey could rise again, you shot forward like an arrow and swung your curved sword. Grind! You felt the curved sword creaking with a bizarre sound. Although you had attacked with enough force to bisect the entire body, the actual damage was limited to a partially torn shoulder. Moreover, the sword was firmly entangled between muscles, and you were certain that if you tried to forcibly pull it out, it would break. Kisha. The monkey turned its body, swinging its left arm in a massive arc. It was powerful enough to make the air tremble, but to you, it was an extremely sloppy attack. You, having avoided the attack, released your grasp of the curved sword. Instead, you grabbed hold of the monkey's tail. Grip. Despite firmly grasping it with all your might, the tail remained intact. You felt satisfied. It wouldn't do for the handle to be weak. You added rotational force to the monkey's momentum, slamming it into the ground. Boom! The golden monkey thrashed about, flailing its arms and legs. Ignoring its struggle, you swung your hand again. Boom! Your face was hit by the flapping wings. Ignoring this as well, you swung your hand again. Boom! A roar of what might have been pain or anger leaked out. Ignoring this, you swung your hand again. Boom! The monkey's body went limp. It seemed to have lost consciousness. So you grabbed the back of the monkey's head with your empty hand and ground its face against the dirt as if grating radish. A grotesque wail leaked from the monkey's mouth, half buried in the ground. It was now difficult to even call it a monkey's cry. Of course, you didn't particularly sympathize with it. If it had the wit to play dead, this monkey clearly still had plenty of energy left. You resumed the work of slamming the monkey down. After repeating this dozens of times, you felt the monkey no longer moving, but just to be sure, you repeated it about 10 more times. You stomped on the monkey's back. The curved sword had bounced off somewhere in the process of slamming the monkey. There was a risk of it escaping while you went to pick up the weapon, so instead, you raised your shield. Just as you were about to split the monkey's skull with the bottom edge of the shield, your instincts, or rather the Tin Knights, flared. Shiver. Alarm bells rang in your head. The moment you rolled to the side, something pierced through the area where your upper body had occupied. You felt a rare sense of bewilderment as you saw it embedded in the stone wall with a thud. It was a large arrow, no, something closer to a spear. Just considering its size alone, it was far too big to be shot from a bow carried by a person, seeming more like something that should be mounted on a ballista. Moreover, it was crafted from a solid chunk of metal with no trace of wood. Whoosh! Another shower of arrows rained down. The arrows, even faster than before, didn't allow you any room to dodge. You swung your shield to deflect the incoming arrows. The impact was so heavy that you could feel the shield creaking even though you deflected most of the shock. But thanks to this, you were able to determine the direction from which the arrows came. High atop the roof of the tallest building in the area. Someone was peering over you. Your vision, surpassing human capabilities, accurately captured the figure of the opponent. A crinoline-style dress with the skirt fanning out like a parasol. Elaborate embroidery adorned various parts of the clothing, and the accessories were equally ostentatious. The hair, tied in 2 tails and hanging down, looked either golden or silver depending on the angle and intensity of light. The elegant features of her face were undoubtedly enough to be called beautiful, but the sharp gaze simultaneously conveyed arrogance and fierceness that made her seem unapproachable. She was the kind of woman whose mere presence would turn heads wherever she went, but what caught your eye even more than the woman herself was something else. A golden ballista. Not a metaphor or anything, but a ballista with a texture and luster that seemed literally made of gold, equipped with a giant arrow, was aiming at you. The woman's gaze was constantly moving between you and the monkey you had mangled. With killing intent and anger in her blood-red eyes, the woman muttered something. And as if responding to that, the golden ballista beside the woman fired a third arrow. Crack! In the face of arrows increasing in power and speed, your iron shield finally began to crumple. If all you did was defend, the situation would inevitably worsen. However, recklessly charging at that peculiar sniper would mean leaving Dorothea vulnerable. You were about to tell Dorothea to hide, but there was no need. Dorothea, seeming to have guessed why you couldn't leave this place, was already moving towards the alleyway between buildings. Satisfied with Dorothea's quick-wit action, you were about to charge towards the new enemy when something caught your eye. Oki. Another golden monkey, which had appeared out of nowhere, was seen snatching up the golden monkey you had mangled. Unlike the first specimen with bird-like wings and a developed upper body, this one that appeared now had bat-like wings and a thick lower body. You moved to intercept it, but another incoming arrow prevented your action. It seemed the enemy had given up on their original target Dorothea and focused on retrieving that monkey. You were enraged. You couldn't let them escape unscathed. The pride of the Tin Knight, wanting to protect the descendant of his lord, wouldn't allow it. The pride of the gamer, wanting to enact revenge on behalf of the witch who was fun to tease, wouldn't allow it. You kicked the ground while maintaining minimal defense. Crunch! The shield, swept by the ballista, was completely shattered, and even your left arm was blown off. But in exchange, you were able to grasp the hind leg of the first monkey, which was about to take off while being held by the second monkey. Okiki. The second monkey, seemingly flustered by the unexpected additional weight, struggled. It seemed the second monkey didn't have enough strength to lift you, a human-sized metal lump. Unable to shake you off or abandon the first monkey, the second monkey floundered in the air. The standoff didn't last long. The enemies still had another card left, the ballista. If this stalemate continued, it was clear that the ballista would come to pierce you. That was right. The strike you had been waiting and waiting for. It was impossible to judge the exact timing by sight. Therefore, you entrusted everything solely to the Tin Knight's intuition. 1, 2, 3. As you pulled the first monkey with all your weight, the monkey's body overlapped exactly in front of your body. In sequence, the ballista pierced through both you and the monkey. With a heavy impact, your body rolled on the ground. Your chest caved in significantly, but it didn't hinder your movement. It was the expected result. You, who had directly cut, beaten, and ground the golden monkey against the ground, knew better than anyone how sturdy its body was. The golden monkey, with its chest pierced through by the ballista, gasped with wide eyes. It was a remarkably tenacious life, but that too lasted only a few seconds. Finally, the golden monkey's breath ceased. This time, it seemed real, not an act. You glanced far away, towards the top of the building. The woman in fancy attire wore an expression tinged with shock, crumpling to the floor in a daze as if her strength had left her. The ballista beside her also disappeared, but you couldn't discern how from your position. Before the woman could regain her senses, you quickly rolled on the ground and fled towards the alleyway. You felt the mana reserves inside your body completely depleted. Right after entering the shade of the alley, your body collapsed regardless of your will. Your vision slowly faded. But before the world went dark, the image of Dorothia and Adelaide rushing toward you was your final ray of Genesis forsaken. You stretched your body with a long, ha. You didn't particularly feel tired or stiff, but it was a habitual motion. You directed your gaze straight ahead. In one corner of the monitor screen, which had turned pitch black, the word standby was written in white letters. The strange sensation of coexistence between you outside the screen and you inside the Tin Knight had also disappeared. You felt an inexplicable sense of loss at this fact. It felt like suddenly becoming one-eyed after having both eyes functioning perfectly. It wasn't difficult to guess the meaning of the standby text on the screen. It likely meant that recharging was necessary because all the mana remaining in the Tin Knight had been depleted. It didn't seem like it would take too long. Dorothea had been by your side just before you blacked out. For that witch girl overflowing with mana, supplying the necessary mana to the Tin Knight wouldn't be a difficult task. Although Dorothea herself seemed to find it annoying to have to manually make contact and transfer mana every time. You had heard her grumble several times about how remote automatic supply wasn't possible, and even when she tried to pour in a lot at once, the container size was small. If you thought about how smartphones of others could charge wirelessly while yours couldn't, and even had a small battery capacity, Dorothea's complaints weren't incomprehensible, but you felt wronged as well. It wasn't your fault that the Tin Knight's technology was outdated. Rather, shouldn't it be praised that an ancient relic, at least hundreds of years old at minimum, was somehow still functioning well? You looked at the monitor. The screen remained black. The waiting time was longer than expected. Perhaps the damage your body sustained before collapsing was causing the delay? You had believed it was a wound that could be fully recovered from, trusting the Tin Knight's intuition, but what if that wasn't the case? What if something had happened and they couldn't wake you up? What if Dorothea had died while you were unable to move? You looked around. A narrow room without any exits came into your view. You, who didn't sleep yet felt no fatigue. You, who didn't eat yet felt no hunger. But boredom and loneliness, those were things you couldn't avoid. If there was no one to wake up the Tin Knight, you might be left alone here. Just as you were about to seriously dwell on this possibility, light returned to the screen. The strange sensation of expansion filled your senses, and you could feel the world that the Tin Knight saw and felt. You were you, but at the same time, you were the Tin Knight. There was your story. The dark something that was about to well up in your chest vanished without a trace, cheerfulness and a renewed sense of adventure filling its place. With a smile on your face, you resumed the adventure. Then, I'll start. Okay. After confirming Dorothea's indifferent response, Adelaide carefully began to move her hands. First, she washed away the sand grains embedded in the wounds with clean water, then applied ointment. When the translucent, viscous liquid touched the wound, Dorothea's back noticeably twitched. Adelaide understood that feeling. It was the same ointment Dorothea had applied whenever Adelaide got injured during her training sessions with the Tin Knight. This ointment, which Dorothea said she had mixed and concocted herself, had truly amazing performance. First of all, compared to medicines sold on the market, the healing was surprisingly fast, left no scars, and was convenient to use as it didn't take long to absorb. However, there was also a clear side effect. In a word, it stung terribly. When Adelaide used it for the first time, it hurt so much that tears streamed down her face. Unfortunately, she didn't have a choice. The Tin Knight's training was, as Adelaide had discovered, utterly unforgiving. He attacked relentlessly regardless of whether the opponent was a woman or not, so her whole body was never unscathed. Dorothea's ointment was indispensable for preventing scars from such harsh training. If asked whether she'd endure pain that made her want to scream to ensure scars wouldn't form, or use a more mild medicine that risked scars forming, the girl's heart would choose the former without hesitation. Will Sir Knight be all right? His injuries looked severe. One way to endure pain was to focus on something else. To ease Dorothea's pain, Adelaide started small talk. He'll be fine. That guy has, an auto-repair function. I've poured in plenty of mana, so he should wake up, soon. The last part sounded almost like it was being squeezed out. Adelaide hesitated for a moment, but seeing Dorothea's gesture to continue, she resumed her work. It's amazing that he can recover even with his left arm completely blown off. I didn't know magic dolls were so incredible. The mages in Friedel domain don't use them. That's not normal. The mana consumed for repair is not insignificant. Modern magic dolls don't often include such functions anymore. Come to think of it, didn't you say Sir Knight was sleeping in some kind of ruin-like place in the kingdom? Could he be someone who was active in the ancient kingdom? Who knows? Aren't you curious about Sir Knight's identity, Miss Witch? After applying all the medicine, the wounds that had been overflowing with blood could be seen healing rapidly. It was an amazing effect no matter how many times she saw it. Dorothea, who had been catching her breath as if enduring the oncoming pain, returned to her usual indifferent tone and spoke, not particularly. As long as he does his job properly like this time, it's enough for me, whoever he might be. Adelaide pondered this. Is this cold indifference or a sign of trust? Anyway, it's about time for that guy to wake up, so let's prepare for a counterattack. Dorothea's words didn't continue to the end. Suddenly, the door to the room where the two were opened with a bang. The sudden intruder, upon seeing Dorothea and Adelaide, tightly clenched the only fist he had left. The Tin Knight is relieved that Dorothea and Adele are both safe. The Tin Knight lets out a silent cheer. As a reminder, the two of them were in the middle of treating wounds, and Dorothea had taken off her upper garments, exposing her upper body out of convenience for treatment. Adelaide froze. Dorothea's body trembled. It wasn't the motion of enduring pain from just before, but a trembling filled with anger. Grasping the staff that had been broken into the size of a small baton during the battle with the golden monkey, Dorothea stood up. And then she started beating the Tin Knight. A cheer? Are you kidding me? Don't you have the basic concept of knocking? Freeze to death you damn tin can. Clang, clang. Having infused so much mana into the staff, a sound like metal colliding rang out despite wood hitting iron. The Tin Knight protests, claiming he hurriedly tried to join them after waking up to find no one around. The Tin Knight points out that the problem was the unlocked door. I did lock it. You just brute forced it open with your strength. The Tin Knight turned around and confirmed the half-broken doorknob. Then he nodded up and down in acceptance and gave a thumbs up. The Tin Knight humbly admits his mistake, saying there was no helping it. If you understand, get out right now. Clang! The staff Dorothea threw hit the Tin Knight's face spectacularly. Grasping his dented helmet, the Tin Knight fled outside in a hurry. Dorothea slammed the door shut with an angry motion. As Dorothea grumbled and hurriedly gathered her clothes, Adelaide silently observed her. This is similar to what I've seen in romance novels, but something seems a bit different? Shouldn't there be more, what should I put it, high-pitched screams, or shy reactions? Is the female lead supposed to physically beat up and chase away the male lead? Phew, Adele. Can you hand me that belt over there? Yes. Adelaide decided to keep her mouth shut. Come to think of it, these two were strange people to begin with. The Tin Knight wasn't reported for property damage. Fortunately, the place where the three of them were staying was an empty house whose owner was away. This was still clearly illegal trespassing, but among the three, only Adelaide cared about such trivial issues. Unaware of Adelaide's thoughts about leaving some money for the broken door and for borrowing the place, Dorothea spoke. We can't go back to the inn. Our location has already been discovered, and if we go there now, we'll just get entangled with investigations and such. A battle in the middle of the city center. And not just a simple sword fight, but a chaotic battle that destroyed and overturned various things. Strictly speaking, Dorothea and the Tin Knight had only retaliated after being attacked, but to the city guard, both sides would be subjects for arrest. The city guard here seemed to be relatively proper people, so it might be possible to clear up the misunderstanding if they calmly explained the situation, but Dorothea had no intention of doing so. If we leisurely submit to an investigation, we'll miss the timing for a counterattack. If an explanation is really necessary, it's not too late to give one after I've dealt a blow to the one who attacked me. The Tin Knight asks if Dorothea knows the identity of the enemy. A mage who has a compass like me. They probably attacked aiming for the key of opium I possess. Judging by their use of homunculi, their school is likely alchemist. I'm not sure of their exact capabilities, but this guy finished off one of the monkeys, so there's only one left. Even if they kept a spare for protection, it would be at most two. If they could handle more than that, there would have been no need to send just one at first. Dorothea's gaze turned to the Tin Knight. Thanks to continuously pouring in new mana every time the Tin Knight's mana tank bottomed out, the wound that had been carved out right below the shoulder had now recovered to the point where the elbow was visible. At that rate, it seemed like the rest would heal completely during their movement. But, even if we try to counterattack, don't we need to figure out the enemy's location? Perhaps with that mouse you often use, Miss Witch. To Adelaide's question, Dorothea shook her head. I've already tried that, but it failed. For any mage with some skill, preparing against detection magic is basic of basics. But, Dorothea added, naturally, the same goes for me as well. I've used magic to suppress my mana traces and weaken my presence to avoid standing out. At Dorothea's words, Adelaide recalled when she was captured at the auction house, and had been left alone in a cage. It seems she had used a similar method then too. The Tin Knight raises the question of why Dorothea was attacked even after using that. That's the key point. It's possible that the opponent's detection skills were simply superior to my concealment, but what found me was the shadow snake. In other words, the compass detection ability chews through any ordinary concealment magic. The corners of Dorothea's mouth curled up. In that case, the reverse should hold true as well. But that would only work if the opponent has one of the treasures. Oh, Adelaide, who had been tilting her head, exclaimed as the realization dawned on her. The opponent was a competitor with the same compass. Just as Dorothea had already secured one of the 8 treasures, there was no reason the opponent couldn't have done the same. As it happens, we have an emblem that guided us to this area. Until now, we've been running straight north, but how about this time? As Dorothea let mana flow into the emblem, it rippled and an indigo mole popped out with a poof. The gazes of the three focused on the mole. If there was no significant change in the mole's movement, they would need to devise a new strategy. The mole, after looking around, soon began to move forward stealthily. Not towards the north, but turning its body towards the west. Dorothea spoke, "Let's settle some grudges /Genesis Forsaken." If one were to ask which was the largest and most luxurious accommodation in Lowfeld, citizens would unanimously recommend the Grisha Inn located in the western part of the city. This inn, with its rare 5-story structure in the kingdom, was equipped with various cooling facilities, fully furnished bathrooms, and excellent chefs on standby for 18 hours. This made it one of Lofeld's landmarks. It was so famous that there were even rumors of Lofeld's lord lamenting, "This seems better than my mansion," when he visited. As it emphasized a luxury strategy, the cost of staying at the Grisha Inn was quite expensive. Among the nobles who visited Lowfeld to form even a small connection with the Leonard ducal family, staying at the inn for longer than a week became a status symbol that divided them. Some intellectuals clicked their tongues at this, calling it a pathetic act of distinguishing oneself by wealth, but Tom, the general manager of the Grisha Inn, disagreed. So what if it was pathetic? Who cared if it appeared unsightly? The more they splurged, the more Tom's wallet grew and the more peaceful his household became. Tom prided himself on never losing his smile towards the customers visiting the inn, and recently, that smile had grown even deeper. This was because a certain guest who visited a week ago had rented out the entire inn. The guest's somewhat overbearing personality, or the unique appearance of their pets wasn't a significant issue for Tom. Even when the pets would run amok and cause accidents in the inn, the guest always compensated for the damages, so there were no complaints. No, since the compensation far exceeded the original price of the broken items, he was even inwardly cheering for more to be broken. So when the guest who had gone out for a while returned to the inn, Tom quickly rushed out and them with a bow. "Welcome back, esteemed guest. The bath water and meal are prepared, so whichever you prefer first. Move." A cold reply cut off Tom's words, which were wandering somewhere between flattery and service-mindedness. Tom, who unconsciously examined the guest's expression, froze in place. The blood-red eyes were filled with an indescribable, unsettling emotion. Tom quickly stepped aside. Without even giving a glance to Tom, the guest strode towards their room. 2 golden monkeys followed behind the guest as if they were attendants. The monkey with bat wings was fluttering around the guest, and its movements somehow gave off the impression as if it cautiously observing its master's mood. The other monkey was dragging a wheeled travel bag, and it seemed quite heavy as distinct wheel tracks were left on the carpet laid on the floor. It seemed like something that even a decent merchant would find difficult to move, but the monkey moving it didn't seem particularly burdened. It was a creature boasting a size and musculature nearly 2 to 3 times that of the bat-winged monkey beside it, so it wasn't particularly strange. Due to its robust build, the small and puny insect wings on its back looked almost like decorations. Tom thought, "Whatever it is, I should tell the employees to stay away from the guest as much as possible today." Tom had seen his fair share of noble guests with deranged eyes taking out their frustration on innocent employees. The guests' eyes now looked as dangerous as those nobles in the past. Soon, precautions were spread, and the employees couldn't hide their tension. Come to think of it, when I went out to buy ingredients earlier, there was a strange rumor going around. They say there was a fight between a golden-furred magic beast and some knight in the middle of the street, and the magic beast side died. Boss, isn't that about our guest's pet? The city guard and the disciples of the Leonard Dojo were searching for a knight in plate armor and a golden-furred monkey-like magic beast. At the employees' testimonies, Tom's expression became serious. No one has come looking for us, right? If anyone has been blabbing about the guest around town, fess up now. Come on, why would we risk losing a decent job? Of course, we kept our mouths shut. In the first place, neither the guest nor the monkeys ever go out much, so people around wouldn't know. Not yet at least. The words "not yet" struck at the heart of this matter. If people didn't suspect the inn now, it wouldn't be long before they did. When that happened, there was a risk that even the employees of the Grisha Inn might be implicated as accomplices in a strange incident. Why did you hide the culprit? They might ask. Tom pondered. Should he ask the guest about the situation? Or is it better to inform the city guard or the dojo without saying anything? If the inn gets a reputation for selling out its guests without hesitation, wouldn't other nobles avoid this place in the future? The guest had been holed up in their room since returning, not even eating dinner. If Tom were going to make a decision, now was the opportunity to do so. The employees' gazes focused on Tom. It was a chance for Tom's ability as the inn's manager to be tested. Hey, wait, everyone look at that. What's that? Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, Tom didn't get to properly take the test. As one female employee pointed outside the window with a pale face, Tom and the employees' gazes turned in the same direction. And they froze. A pale-faced woman was staring at Tom and the employees from beyond the window. In the dead of night with the only nearby light coming from inside, the outside scenery should have been indiscernible, yet the woman's figure was unnervingly clear. Her disheveled black hair hung loosely, her eye sockets were deeply sunken, and her eyes were bloodshot. Swish. The woman moved forward. The solid window and stone wall offered no obstacle, allowing the woman's intrusion without resistance. Despite there being no wind, the white dress the woman wore fluttered gently. Everyone opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound. In the midst of this, the woman's expressionless face suddenly twisted into a smile. Grin. That corner of her mouth tore to an extent impossible in human anatomy, reaching all the way to her ears. Blood dripped from the torn corners of her mouth, staining the woman's white dress bright red. Kai ha 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 ha. The woman know the evil spirit burst into maniacal laughter. Several of the employees fainted on the spot. The remaining employees and Tom tried to flee in panic, but as new evil spirits swarmed in from all directions, blocking their escape routes, they too eventually succumbed to fear and lost consciousness. The evil spirits, as if having fulfilled their role, disappeared one by one, scattering like mist. In the silent first floor of the inn, opening the closed main entrance, a small shadow stealthily crept through. The shadow quickly looked around, then hid in a corner. And a moment later, Oki, the golden monkey with bat wings, appeared from the direction of the stairs. The golden monkey, after confirming the fallen employees, looked around warily. And towards this monkey, something flew. The monkey's reaction to this sudden throwing attack was truly agile. With a slight movement of its membrane-covered wings, the monkey's body gracefully maneuvered through the air. The stone that failed to reach its target hit the wall helplessly before falling. The monkey tried to find the culprit, but there was no need. The person in question had already revealed themselves of their own accord. The girl with bright golden hair and clear violet eyes pointed her sword at the monkey and declared, ahem, Mr. Monkey, I challenge you to a duel. Oki. A question mark appeared on the monkey's face. If that expression were to be translated into human language, it would roughly be, what is this kid yapping about? Matchup 1, Adelaide von Leonard vs Batwinged Golden Monkey. The alchemist, who was sharing the monkey's vision, felt just as bewildered by the sudden duel declaration. She had strengthened her defenses as soon as she felt traces of mana in the surroundings, but the expected offensive spell never came. From the scene on the first floor and the residual traces of mana in the surroundings, she could only guess that some necromancy-related magic had been activated. Did they knock out the employees to prevent them from causing a commotion or getting involved? The alchemist felt displeasure at the hypothesis that popped into her head. For such a trivial reason, they let slip the perfect opportunity to launch a preemptive strike? And against me of all people? After taking my precious childlike creation so ruthlessly from me? Blood rushed to her head. If it were her usual self, she would have noticed the unnaturalness in the series of situations, but the burning anger stripped the alchemist of rational judgment. At the very moment the alchemist was about to order the golden-haired kid on the first floor to be torn to shreds, it happened. The golden monkey with insect wings beside the alchemist urgently threw its body to embrace her. Crash! The window and part of the wall flew off entirely, and the debris rained down inside. The perpetrator of this incident rushed towards the monkey and the alchemist with hawk-like swiftness. A sword filled with sword energy left a large gash on the monkey's right upper arm. The monkey roared. Unlike its two brothers, it was a cry closer to a tiger than a monkey. The beast's arm filled with bulging muscles and the knight's arm made of cold metal moved according to their respective purposes. Every time the ferocious claws and sharp curved sword clashed, red and blue sparks bloomed like flowers. The tin knight's kick directly hit the monkey's body. At the impact, much heavier than it looked, the monkey's large body was sent flying through the wall. As the Tin Knight unhesitatingly chased after and brought down his sword, the ground collapsed, and the Tin Knight and the monkey fell together. Matchup 2, Tin Knight vs Insect-Winged Golden Monkey. In front of the alchemist left alone, cutting through the dust cloud created by the rampage of the two monsters, someone revealed themselves. It was a witch with jet-black hair tied and draped over one of her shoulders, wearing clothes that exuded a sense of mystique. In her right hand, which would usually be holding a large wooden staff, something unidentifiable wrapped in cloth was firmly grasped. I owe you one from earlier. At those words, the alchemist, the disciple of the Wicked Witch of the West, Franca Aglaya, smirked. Oh me, I thought that much was just a light greeting. Was it too early for an Eastern bumpkin? Not particularly. That's why I came to return the greeting like this, isn't it? Ha, it was an overt sneer. It was also Franca's expression of anger in her own way. So, did you think you could handle me alone somehow since I moved all my children elsewhere? That an alchemist without homunculi is powerless? Don't be mistaken. Beside Franca, the large wheeled bag opened by itself without anyone touching it. From within, golden block-like things crept out and rolled on the floor. If the Tin Knight had been present, he might have caused a commotion saying they looked like some something toy. The golden blocks assembled themselves arbitrarily into various forms. A catapult with a large hammer attached instead of a stone-holding base. A wheel moving erratically, with many saw blades attached. Even the large ballista that had attacked the Tin Knight. These were all weapons more than capable enough to kill a single person. As if showing off this firepower, Franca said, the tricks a necromancer can use are predictable. Petty curses or hallucinations and auditory illusions using evil spirits. It might work on ordinary people, but did you think such things would work against another mage? Despite the insulting words, Dorothea didn't get angry. She merely shrugged. Well, that's true. Whether it's necromancy or witches' spells, they're not particularly useful for direct combat. Dorothea continued in a sly tone, however, if there's a corpse, then it's a different story. Surely you didn't think I came all this way without preparing one. What are you talking about? Where would such a thing? Franca's words stopped. Her wide-open red eyes were directed at the bundle of cloth Dorothea was holding. As if finding that reaction amusing, Dorothea giggled. It was truly a laugh befitting the title of witch, yet her eyes didn't hold a speck of amusement. If you dared aim for someone's life, you should have been prepared for the consequences. Dorothea threw what she was holding into the air. As the bundle of cloth unraveled, it revealed what it had been concealing. It was a severed monkey arm, shining with a brilliant golden light. Dorothea clenched her fist towards the air. With a crack, the monkey's arm burst, and the blood that spurted out painted the air. Ah ha 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 ha, ha he, kairurururuk. Evil spirits emerged from thin air and swarmed toward that blood. As if trying to fill in the missing body parts, the blood that seeped from the monkey's arm greedily devoured the evil spirits and Dorothea's mana. Strong limbs, thick fur, bird-like wings, and the form of a monkey. All of these were recreated in dark red blood clots. You alchemists consider homunculi like your own children, don't you? Dorothea's blue eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. Enjoy a touching reunion with the child you killed with your own hands, alchemist. Something snapped in Franca's mind. Responding to her screaming anger, the assembly blocks became golden weapons and pounced on Dorothea. The undead in the form of a winged monkey countered by swinging its arm like a whip. Matchup 3, Dorothea Astingard vs Franca/Genesis Forsaken. To clarify one fact here, Adelaide's combat experience was meager. The period she had been learning to fight from the Tin Knight amounted to a little more than 2 weeks. Her ability to achieve an undefeated streak at the Leonard Dojo was due to quick initiative and unpredictability, not because Adelaide was overwhelmingly strong. Therefore, Dorothea didn't demand something like defeat the opponent from Adelaide. Her sole task was to stall for time, to somehow hinder the movements of one familiar. Even that came with the condition that she could flee anytime if it became disadvantageous. Adelaide was grateful for the consideration. That witch, slightly older than her, was cruel to those who first pointed their blade at her but had a surprisingly soft side towards companions. For this reason, Adelaide had no intention of easily running away. The Tin Knight and Dorothea treated her not as a servant, but as a companion. As such, Adelaide felt a duty to act in a way that would not be considered shameful as their companion. Okay. The bat-winged monkey soared through the first floor's airspace. The golden body that had risen to a precarious point near the ceiling shot down to the ground in the blink of an eye. Sharp claws approached her face. Instead of reflexively closing her eyes or shrinking back, Adelaide dodged while observing the trajectory of the attack until the end. I felt it at the dojo too, but the training results are really showing? Adelaide was inwardly delighted. Having been beaten defenseless when she mistakenly closed her eyes and lost sight of the enemy, it had become ingrained in her to keep her eyes open no matter what. It was a truly unfortunate misunderstanding brought about by Adelaide's excellent talent. Ordinarily, forcing oneself to endure such experiences would only lead to trauma, causing the body to shrink even further. Adelaide, of course, was unaware of this. Since the Tin Knight lacked a human heart, and Dorothea knew little of the training of knights and warriors, her misunderstanding went uncorrected. Okeek. Naturally, the monkey attacking Adelaide didn't know such detailed circumstances. The golden beast simply wanted to catch the prey that was slipping away from its attacks as soon as possible. The sight of the prey narrowly escaping again and again only caused its frustration to grow. A few times it had tried to return to its master, abandoning the prey, but each time Adelaide uncannily sensed the attempt and rushed in, foiling its attempted escapes. Finally, the monkey's already limited patience ran out. Kishaaa. As the monkey's golden fur shone brilliantly, its movements became even faster. Feeling a chill surge up her spine, Adelaide hurriedly protected herself with her sword. Crack! Adelaide's iron sword broke as it blocked the monkey's attack, and its fragments grazed her thigh. A stinging pain flared, but Adelaide had no leisure to check her wound. The monkey, now emitting mana from its wings and claws, lunged at her once more. Adelaide's body, certain that even one hit would mean death, came up with a usable tactic almost instinctively. Adelaide grabbed a nearby chair and threw it at the monkey. It was a powerful throw, as if claiming this much was basic etiquette for a trained noble young lady. Okay. Of course, to the monkey with its special body, not to mention wielding claw energy, it was a trivial attack. The chair was split in two with a light kick. Next came a water bottle flying, but this too shattered with a single wing beat. Next was a desk, then a picture frame, then a fireplace poker. By this point, even the monkey felt something was odd. Wasn't she throwing a bit too much? Okeek. Despite the monkey's protests, Adelaide was busy throwing everything she could get her hands on. If she closed the distance, she risked getting torn to shreds by her opponent's claws, but keeping too much distance would only make her lose sight of her opponent. This was the best Adelaide could manage for now. It was fortunate that the first floor space was very large, befitting the best inn in the city, and that Tom and the employees had fallen unconscious in the corner. Both in the sense that they weren't caught up in the battle, and that they didn't have to witness the mayhem unfolding before their eyes. But even this was nothing compared to the chaos the two monsters were causing upstairs. Boom, crash, creak. A wall crumbled with one punch from the monkey. When the Tin Knight stepped down hard, the ground caved in as if it might collapse. Golden light and silver energy. Every time the two mana forces clashed, something in the surroundings was cut or crushed. The Tin Knight observed his opponent closely, even as he nimbly rolled to avoid the predictable sequence of arm swings and forward charges. The monkey with bird wings had a strong body, decent flying ability, and overall well-balanced specs. Although he hadn't directly fought the bat-winged monkey, he could guess that its abilities were focused on flight and agility. Then, what of the insect-winged monkey he was fighting currently? Bang, bang, crash. a complete physical powerhouse. A moving mass of muscle itself. It's half a size larger than the Tin Knight, its limbs as thick as logs, and its fur was notably denser compared to its brothers. The wings on its back seemed decorative, having abandoned flight ability, but considering this was indoors, this wasn't a major disadvantage. Boom! Every time the huge limbs swung with a roar resembling a beast, the Tin Knight's body seemed to flare like a rag doll. The Tin Knight, having lost his shield in the previous fight, was left with only a curved sword. One-handed sword and one-handed shield. Unable to use his preferred combat style, the Tin Knight's body continued to be dented and injured. It was a stark contrast to the first fight where he had pushed the enemy without receiving a single proper injury. The opponent was stronger, and the Tin Knight's power had diminished. Therefore, the one who held the advantage in this fight was, overwhelmingly, the Tin Knight. An expression of pain and bewilderment appeared on the monkey's face. Although the Steel Knight's body fluttered and was injured every time it collided with the monkey, none of those injuries could be called fatal. Of course, if that was all, there would be no reason for the monkey to be greatly pushed back. After all, it too had escaped major injury. Although the shoulder wound from the initial surprise attack was somewhat deep, it was a level that the monkey's regenerative ability could fully recover from. Yes, if the monkey's regenerative ability was functioning normally, that was. A searing pain, as if something was burning, was felt from the shoulder joint. No, not just the shoulder, but all the wounds inflicted by the Tin Knight were like this. Wounds that normally could have been easily ignored were endlessly asserting their presence, tormenting the monkey. The Tin Knight's eyes shone brightly. The curved sword in his hand was stained black. It wasn't the sword's original color, nor was it the color of the Tin Knight's mana. Poison and curse. The witch's spell that Dorothia had imbued was mercilessly tearing at the monkey's wounds. There's no time to leisurely go find a shield. But since you'd be uncomfortable without one of your usual pieces of equipment, I'll enhance your sword instead. It's originally a spell to strengthen weapons used by the undead, so if a living person uses it, they'd be harmed too, but you should be fine without worrying about side effects. There's no need to conserve mana to protect me like last time, or to deal with the surrounding situation. You can use it all up, so finish it off for sure. Despite there being no one to hear him, the Tin Knight shouted. The Tin Knight claims that your master and his are in a hierarchical relationship. The Tin Knight asserts that damage is truth. The monkey let out a roar of anger. As if displeased with the Tin Knight's nimble movements, dodging fatal blows while moving here and there, the monkey wildly swung its robust body, turning the surrounding terrain into chaos. The Tin Knight's eyes flash, saying the berserk pattern has come. The Tin Knight didn't dodge. On the contrary, he dove into the monkey's embrace. When the right arm swung, the shoulder was cut. When the left arm struck down, the sword was stuck in the shin. He stumped on the tail and sometimes climbed up the monkey's thigh to strike down on its head. It was a dangerous maneuver where even the slightest miss or a moment's mistiming could result in him receiving a fatal wound instead, but the Tin Knight's movements were as light as if he were dancing a joyful dance. There was no room for error. Failure was not an option. He was the Tin Knight. Even if he had deteriorated unrecognizably compared to his prime, he wasn't one to be defeated by a mere strong monkey. Crash! The fourth floor, unable to withstand their fierce battle, collapsed once again. Tearing the monkey's insect wings to shreds, the Tin Knight inaudibly shouted. The Tin Knight declares that if you want to surprise him, you'll need an immortality ability at the very least. Golden wheels raced across the ground. The luxurious carpet touched by the blades on the wheel's surface turned into rags in an instant. The wheel rushed fiercely as if to split Dorothea in half in one go, but the undead monkey blocked its path. As the blade wheel and the monkey's hand met, a harsh metallic sound rang out as they entered a stalemate. Dorothea tore open two leather pouches and scattered their contents on the floor. Translucent oil and a noxious purple liquid mixed, transforming into a swarm of mice. It was a swarm of mice imbued with a poison that would paralyze skin upon touch and endanger life if bitten. You necromancers, always creating things on the spot and then using and discarding them like consumables. Not an ounce of respect for life. Near Franca's feet, surplus golden blocks left from making the wheel were installed on the ground. The poisonous mice swarm tried to go around these blocks or jump high over them, but it was useless either way. Futile. Spikes resembling chestnut burrs sprang from the square blocks, skewering the mice. Franca placed her right hand on a nearby dressing table. The dressing table creaked and shook violently, then in the next moment, it changed form. The mirror became arrowheads, the wood became arrow shafts, and the decorative cloth became fletching, settling onto a golden block that had somehow transformed into a crossbow. A dozen arrows were fired simultaneously toward Dorothea. And what about you? You respect life by ordering your children to assassinate? Practice what you preach. White bone powder scattered from Dorothea's hand. The bone powder, infused with Dorothea's mana, expanded into a giant skeletal shield, deflecting the arrows. What even is that? That magic doll? How on earth did you design thought circuits that could execute such inhumane, cruel acts, and then implant that into an artificial soul? Don't blame me, I didn't make it. And do you think I'll fall for your subtle attempt to change the subject? While exchanging verbal retorts, the two continuously operated magic. Franca's accessories repelled Dorothea's curses. Just before Franca could launch golden blades, evil spirits summoned by Dorothea disrupted Franca's senses. Franca was on the verge of losing her composure. What on earth is this woman? While there were various schools of magic, if asked to choose the most base, repulsive, and feeble school among them, Franca would answer necromancy without hesitation. Those who couldn't use high-level magic purely with their own mana and skill, exploiting the remains of others and the residual mana within them. Unable to control contented souls, these novices resort to manipulating vengeful spirits, only to succumb to madness themselves. In their quest for power, these half-wits embraced both modern witch magic and archaic witchcraft, amassing an array of pointless skills and achieving mediocrity among all magical disciplines. Their spells required painstaking preparation, took far too long to cast, and weren't particularly powerful. For anyone with genuine talent, there was little appeal in necromancy. But, the woman before her eyes? If normal necromancy uses 5 units of catalyst, 4 units of time, and 1 unit of mana, this woman reduces the units of catalyst and time to 1 each and supplements the deficit with mana. From a purely combat perspective, this approach was incredibly effective. Magic that would normally require numerous offerings or a huge altar could be replaced with portable, simple catalysts carried in small pouches, and what would normally require long rituals could be instantly activated by just pouring in mana. However, as a mage, it was also an incredibly inefficient action. 1 unit of catalyst couldn't be replaced with 1 unit of mana. Losses inevitably occurred in the conversion process. According to Franca's estimation, the exchange rate, at best, was 1:10. In other words, this witch was pouring in 1 unit of catalyst, 1 unit of time, and 71 units of mana to activate magic with a total sum of just 10. It was utter madness. Above all, what enraged Franca more than the sheer absurdity of this approach was the fact that she was being overwhelmed by brute force alone. Not by superior spell quality or operational skill, but purely being pushed back by quantity? This kind of crack. The accessories Franca was wearing began to break one by one. The jewel in her earring shattered, the chain of her necklace broke, and her ring split in two. Faced with curses that had gained mass due to excessive stacking, the protective gear Franca had made herself succumb to the unbearable pressure and were destroyed. The golden blocks that had been transforming into various shapes and targeting Dorothea were failing to break through the blood-colored monkey with its tremendous regenerative ability and were running out of mana, and the spare blocks that had been attempting counterattacks and targeting Dorothea were now at their limit, just protecting Franca's body. I can't accept this kind of match. This absurdity, this irrationality. In front of Dorothea's hand, a black and enormous mana sphere appeared. Aiming it at Franca, Dorothea answered simply, "This isn't a knight's duel, you shouldn't demand fairness in a witch's fight." Bang! A black flash pierced through Genesis Forsaken. Franca Aglaia regained consciousness amidst a headache that felt like her skull was splitting. Various parts of her body ached and throbbed, and her limbs felt heavy like water-soaked cotton. The near-feverish state of her body was one of the typical symptoms of being cursed. Indeed, it was a curse. She had been defeated by that woman in black. "You're awake, I see." Franca's eyes snapped open. She reflexively tried to assume a combat stance, but her heavy body wouldn't move as nimbly as she wished. And even if her body had been light, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. Skeletal hands extending from the chair firmly gripped Franca's hands and feet. As expected of a necromancer, even the method of restraint exuded wickedness. Franca quickly surveyed her surroundings. The witch, Dorothea, peered over her tied to the chair. The Tin Knight and the golden-haired girl stood behind her. And even her own familiars were bound in the corner. "My children." Franca let out a small scream as she confirmed the state of the 2 golden monkeys. The bat-winged one had no major injuries other than bruises here and there from being hit several times, but the insect-winged one could hardly be called fine even as a polite lie. There were clear marks of cuts and gashes all over its skin, and black, seemingly festering blood was flowing from the wounds, staining its golden fur. Dorothea spoke to Franca, who was rattling the chair, "Don't thrash about. They're not dead yet. You, how dare you do this to my children? You were the one who targeted someone else's life first, and then you were the one who got thoroughly beaten and defeated. Don't act like you're the one-sided victim. And remember that if you get excited and thrash about now, it will only make things worse for you and your precious children." Franca's mouth snapped shut. As if trying to suppress her throbbing headache and anger, she took several deep breaths before speaking. "First, treat those children's wounds." "Why should I? The fact that you've kept me alive like this means you have some business, right? If those children die during our conversation, I will absolutely not open my mouth no matter what happens afterward, no matter what you do to me." Dorothea fell into brief contemplation. Truthfully, there was no need to comply with Franca's demand. The overwhelming advantage was on Dorothea's side, and while they had ended up capturing both monkeys by chance, in reality, one hostage would have been enough. "I could refuse. The Tin Knight argues to kill one first, and if she doesn't comply, kill the other one too. But, well, as the victor's mercy, I'll grant you that much." Dorothea abruptly changed her words. She didn't want to reveal that she had entertained the same cruel thought as the Tin Knight. That would be shameful as a civilized person. Dorothea took out a container of special ointment and was about to hand it to Adelaide, but suddenly changed direction and passed it to the Tin Knight. "Apply it only to wounds that look moderately severe." The Tin Knight, who received the ointment, approached the monkeys and started smearing the ointment on them, seemingly amused. As the special ointment seeped in, the monkeys thrashed about, flailing their limbs due to the maddening stinging and itching. The skeletal hands restraining the monkeys shook to the point of rattling, but the Tin Knight paid no mind. Seeing the Tin Knight mercilessly twist the jaw of a monkey that had bitten his forearm, Adelaide immediately understood why Dorothea had given the ointment to the Tin Knight instead of her. Franca raged for a while, asking what on earth they were doing, but regained her composure when she saw the monkey's wounds healing rapidly. Franca asked, "What do you want?" "Oh, I want plenty." Dorothea nodded as if to say, "Look around." There was the side of the inn, wrecked and overturned everywhere. First, the chaos that broke out when your familiar first attacked me, and then what happened here now. Tell the city guard that it's all your responsibility and turn yourself in. Say that the first time you attacked unilaterally, and the second time it was something you did alone without any relation to us. Whether you say your familiars went berserk and rampaged, or that an experiment failed, come up with the reason yourself. The point is, we were never here. Got it? Franca's eyes narrowed. Even if I accept the first part, you want me to take the blame for the chaos you caused here. If you want to argue like that, the first incident was because of you two, you know? If you don't like it, just give up. We'll find another way. It was an impassive statement, but that made it all the more chilling. Realizing that the other way Dorothea spoke of didn't include the safety of herself and her monkeys, Franca had no choice but to nod. Confirming this, Dorothea listed the next requirements one by one. Firstly, all treasures and information about them in Franca's possession would be handed over. Secondly, Frank must give compensation for various equipment like the staff and shield that were broken during this affair. Thirdly, any hostile actions against Dorothea's group were prohibited. Lastly, swear to all of the above with a blood oath. Unable to hold back any longer, Franca exploded, "Just kill me instead. My master will exact the blood price for me and my children." Dorothea made a sulky expression. "No, what are you complaining about now? Prohibiting all hostile actions? Even if I turn myself in and take the blame for your crimes too, what about after that? If you decide you're done with me and try to kill me, are you saying I should just die without any resistance?" The eyes and blue light of Adelaide and the Tin Knight, who were listening from behind, widened. Wait, was this Dorothea's plan? Dorothea burst into a hollow laugh. "I didn't even think of such a thing. What kind of person do you think I am? Huh." Feeling a strange prickling sensation on the back of her head, Dorothea turned her gaze behind her. Slap, slap. The Tin Knight shouts for them to stay still so he can finish applying the medicine. "Why yes, please stay still. Ah, Sir Knight, here's some more ointment." "Oh, okay." But all she could see was the Tin Knight earnestly admonishing the monkeys and Adelaide nervously assisting. Dorothea tilted her head for a moment but soon turned back and cleared her throat. "Ahem, all right, then I'll make that clause void if we attack first. No other issues, correct? What's the penalty for breaking the oath?" A smile formed on Dorothea's lips. Franca's question essentially assumed she was accepting the contract. "Well, how about becoming a frog?" The battle concluded with the victory of the Tin Knight's party. Franca and the two monkeys were apprehended by the city guard, and thanks to Franca's voluntary testimony, the Tin Knight's group was able to obtain a not guilty verdict in just a few dozen minutes. Objectively speaking, the Tin Knight's party was equally suspicious, and normally it wouldn't have been strange if they had been investigated for a day or so, but Adelaide's golden hair and violet eyes possessed a peculiar magic that made the city guard's stiff backs bend flexibly and their stern faces break into smiles. The Tin Knight even raised the question of whether they could have resolved this from the beginning by just pushing Adelaide forward. Dorothea ignored that remark. Franca was wealthy enough to rent out the most expensive lodging in the city. The party's wallets also became fat after extorting a huge compensation from Franca. They were also able to obtain information about their new destination. To the west of Lowfeld, right at the border of the Empire's territory, a new underground labyrinth had been discovered, and rumors suggested that a treasure was hidden deep within. Although several months had passed since the labyrinth's discovery, due to its extreme depth and complex internal structure, progress in conquering it had been slow. Franca explained that she had been looking for the key of opium, which had the power to open all kinds of locks, to break through this underground labyrinth, and when she realized Dorothea had the key, she tried to take it only to fail spectacularly. Despite gaining so much, Dorothea's expression was not bright. Damn it. We got had at the end. They got compensation. They got information. They resolved the social issue. Yet the treasures they sought after still eluded them. Dorothea recalled the events of last night. After making the blood oath, that was, a contract like the one Dorothea had made with the Tin Knight and the kingdom's noble, Dorothea demanded Franca hand over the treasure, and Franca complied. Or more precisely, she tried to comply. No, wait, why is this? Despite rummaging through her belongings earnestly, Franca couldn't find the treasure. Franca claimed the treasure had disappeared. Normally, Dorothea would have snapped at her not to play tricks, but this time she stiffened her expression. The blood oath was magic with powerful binding force, but it had the strict condition that the contracting parties must clearly understand and agree to the contents of the contract. At the point where Franca's body hadn't immediately turned into a frog, there was no possibility that she was intentionally stalling for time or deceiving the group. Thinking that it might have been buried in some debris during the battle, they tried using Franca's animal compass, but instead of circling inside the inn, the indigo mole disappeared into the middle of the street. As the group blankly watched the direction the mole was leaving, they were able to spot something glinting in the sky. A winged, golden monkey flying through the sky, clutching something in its hand. Franca muttered in a trembling voice, Master. The Wicked Witch of the West. Franca's master and the most skilled alchemist on the continent. She was the culprit who had intercepted the treasure that should have belonged to the victor. The monkey, larger and with more lustrous fur than Franca's familiars, soared off into the sky without looking back even once. If she had the ability to extract the treasure during Dorothia and Franca's fight, she would have had the power to help or rescue her apprentice, Franca. Recalling Franca's face when she realized she had been abandoned by her master, Dorothia made an unpleasant expression. Objectively speaking, it was a fight where they gained a lot, but the image of Franca being taken away by the city guard with a completely dejected look lingered like an afterimage. Even though they weren't close friends, and even though she told herself there was no need to care about someone she had fought to the death with, the bad aftertaste wouldn't leave her. As expected of someone on par with a great witch, it was the worst encounter from the very beginning. Dorothea fell into thought. The opponent was a witch evaluated to be on par with her teacher. It was frustrating, but there was no way to immediately reclaim the stolen treasure. However, given that she didn't try to steal the key of opium that Dorothea possessed and only retrieved the treasure Franca had, it seemed that the Wicked Witch of the West wasn't planning to seriously enter the treasure hunting race yet. My teacher and the great witches of the West, North, and South don't get along well. If one starts acting openly, the other witches will start to intervene. I wonder if the witches of the South and North are also after the treasures? Or like me and Franca, their apprentices. As Dorothea was lost in her thoughts, someone tapped her back. Seeing the Tin Knight who had somehow approached right beside her, Dorothea responded gruffly, What is it? The Tin Knight argues that originally, emblems were not stolen from rivals but obtained in new cities. She's not my rival. The Tin Knight argues that as we collect treasures on our side, the other side will have no choice but to make contact again. The Tin Knight insists that a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. Dorothea chuckled. What do you mean 10 years? You look like someone who couldn't wait even 10 weeks. The Tin Knight protests, telling Dorothea not to underestimate his patience. Yes, whatever you say. Ah, Miss Witch, Sir Knight, the carriage and travel permits are ready. Seeing Adelaide waving her hand next to the carriage, Dorothea and the Tin Knight walked forward. They carried with them the grudge of turning a perfect 100-point victory into a mere 80.1, vowing to never forget. And so, they set off toward their next/Genesis Forsaken. At the peak of noon, with the sun soaring overhead, 8 carriages were moving in a line under the warm sunlight. Inside the most luxurious carriage, designed purely for passenger transport unlike the other cargo wagons, a middle-aged man named Lawrence Halder was lost in thought. It seems like just yesterday that I left my hometown with a single bundle, and now I am, riding a noble's carriage, managing people. You never know how things will turn out in this world. Lawrence was a merchant. But not just any merchant, he was a veteran among veterans who had traversed the continent for over 20 years. In this harsh world, the fact that he had survived for so long amidst ever-changing weather, treacherous natural environments, wild beasts, and rare magic beasts, bandits who'd rather gut someone than work honestly, rural residents who viewed outsiders as potential thieves, and nobles who treated merchants like golden goblins, proved Lawrence's tremendous ability and fortune. While marveling at how far he had come, Lawrence couldn't help but feel a tinge of bitterness at the same time. Although the Halder company he led was quite well known in the southeastern part of the empire, compared to giant conglomerates that sat at such lofty heights, his accomplishments seemed pale in comparison. If he hadn't started from nothing, if he had had more initial capital and backing, couldn't he have climbed higher? Seeing the white hair that had started to grow stealthily, Lawrence couldn't help but harbor such sentiments. Father, I heard this area was underdeveloped without a clear ruling power, yet the road is wider and sturdier than expected. Lawrence awoke from his reverie at the sound of his son's voice from the opposite seat. He smiled and replied, It's a road made by the kingdom long ago. Which kingdom do you mean? The kingdom of Ionia. At Lawrence's answer, his son's expression subtly changed. That backwater nation? No, how could a nation at the far eastern end make roads here in the first place? Well, I've only heard rumors here and there, but they say the kingdom in its heyday was an even more powerful nation than the current empire. They say this area was originally their territory too. HOH. To think such a prosperous nation has come to that state now. That's how the world works. When there's a time to rise high, there's also a time to fall. You should always be mindful of your footing too. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Despite being at an age where parental nagging might be grating, his son nodded obediently without showing any particular displeasure. Lawrence felt a sense of pride swelling in a corner of his heart. His intelligent and diligent son, Mix, was Lawrence's pride. For a merchant's son, he might have been a bit too gentle and naive, but that too would improve with experience. Yes, I started with nothing, but this child will be different. Thinking this way, even the hardships of his younger days didn't seem all bad. After all, he could pass on to his son the wisdom gained from starting at the bottom, things that the wealthy, born into comfort, would never experience. Accumulating as diverse experiences as possible from a young age would allow one to deal with unexpected situations without panicking later. That's right. For example, unusual experiences like the girl running alongside the cargo wagon visible through that window right now, experiences such as this. Lawrence rubbed his eyes for a moment. He hadn't thought his health was failing, but it seemed he had developed presbyopia without realizing it. Point 1. When Lawrence opened his eyes again, he saw the same image, a girl running alongside a cargo wagon. Moreover, perhaps because the distance had shortened compared to earlier, he could now discern even the finer details he had missed before. For instance, the fact that the horses pulling that cargo wagon were galloping at a speed 2 to 3 times faster than normal cargo wagons, that they were running through bumpy and obstacle-filled plains while ignoring the smooth road, that a knight in full armor from head to toe was sitting in the coachman's seat, that the girl running beside it had bright golden hair, and that she was even holding what appeared to be an iron sword in her hand. Lawrence's confusion deepened further. Father, those people are coming this way. Lawrence snapped back to his senses at his son Mick's words. Mix was right. The mysterious wagon and the carriages of the Halder company led by Lawrence were getting closer and closer. An unidentified group approaching during a trade journey was inherently a risk factor. Underestimating them because the other party only had one wagon would be the height of foolishness. When Lawrence tugged a rope attached to the top of the carriage, a bell installed outside the carriage jingled. Confirming this, the coachman's seat sent some sort of signal to the back, and the company's carriages all stopped at once, assuming defensive positions. The captain of the company's direct guard stepped forward and shouted, "Halt that wagon for a moment." And the wagon that had put the Halder company on edge, whoosh, simply ignored them and continued straight ahead, disregarding the road as before. The girl running diligently beside it was a bonus. A long silence hung in the air. The face of the guard captain, who had been about to draw his sword dramatically, turned red, and the other guards who had been ready to spring out of the cargo wagons also wore blank expressions, as bewilderment and awkwardness, or something in between, heavily pressed down on the air. At that moment, the wagon is coming back. The mysterious wagon, which had sped past them, suddenly made a U-turn and approached the Halder company carriages again. Fortunately, this time the wagon stopped without passing by, and the guard captain and the knight in plate armor made eye contact. The guard captain involuntarily gulped at the extraordinary aura emanating from the knight, but the knight didn't say a word. Instead, he just slightly turned his head towards the panting girl. Yes, huff, me, huff. The girl, sweating profusely enough to make onlookers feel sorry for her, soon caught her breath a few times and cautiously stepped forward. The entire guard's gaze focused on the iron sword in the girl's hand. The girl was momentarily dazed, but soon seemed to realize the meaning and hurriedly sheathed the sword in embarrassment. I am sorry. I was holding it unconsciously because I was training with it. I absolutely didn't have any strange thoughts. Training? That thing of running beside a moving wagon while holding a weapon? Although the questions multiplied, at least it didn't seem like they were about to attack right away. The guard captain asked, "What is your purpose?" "Pardon." The girl tilted her head. The guard captain was also puzzled. That. Didn't you tell us to stop? Sir Knight said he would pass by but then turned back because it seemed like you had some business with us. With an expression that was hard to describe, the guard captain clamped his mouth shut. The girl, on the other hand, just blinked her eyes as if she didn't understand the situation. It was Lawrence, the company head, who broke the awkward standoff. "Ahem, it seems there was a misunderstanding. We believed that you were charging towards our company and asked you to stop, but we didn't actually have any business with you." The girl nodded as if she finally understood the situation. Her large violet eyes sparkled in the sunlight, making her a truly cute and bright sight. Violet? A fleeting sense of incongruity flashed through Lawrence's mind for a moment. It felt like he was on the verge of recalling something important. Then, "We'll be on our just a moment." The girl, who was about to say something, suddenly turned her gaze towards the knight. While Lawrence and the others merely saw the knight silently standing, the girl nodded as if she had understood something. Excuse me, do you happen to know which way the Taro's labyrinth is? We know the general direction, but it would be better if we knew the exact location. Some of the company staff flinched. This was because the Halder company's current trade destination was none other than the Taro's labyrinth. The cargo wagons they were leading were packed with herbs useful for adventurers, spare weapons, lodging equipment, and the like. Lawrence's eyes narrowed, and he mentally noted the list of those who had just reacted. While it could be excused for inexperienced newcomers, it was hard to tolerate seasoned veterans so easily revealing their intentions. It was important not to give away even trivial information about one side when the identity and clear purpose of the other party were unknown. "Oh, that's great. We're also headed that way. Care to join us?" "Son, what are you saying?" Lawrence barely managed to suppress the words that nearly escaped his throat. Lawrence saw it. His son, who was trying to act nonchalantly in his own way, was unable to hide his flushed face. The way he couldn't look straight at the girl and kept shifting his gaze around, and the way he fidgeted, it was the behavior typical of a pubescent boy. Unaware of the newly added preparations against Honeytrap's curriculum in his successor training course, Mix earnestly invited the girl to join them. "I heard this area has a lot of magic beasts and the public safety is poor. Many people fall victim to bandits too. Is that so? It does sound dangerous." The girl's words meant that it would be dangerous for the bandits, but Mix understood it as the girl agreeing with his words. Mix said with a brighter face, "Yes, so it would be safer if you came with us." The gazes of the company staff became lukewarm. How could they resist when an episode that could be used to tease the young master endlessly when he grew old enough to drink alcohol was being broadcast live before their very eyes? The girl's gaze turned towards the knight again. The knight gave a silent nod, and the girl dashed to the cargo compartment of the wagon and hopped inside with a light jump. There was a faint sound of voices, suggesting she was talking to someone inside the cargo compartment. A moment later, when the girl emerged from the cargo compartment, her hands were full of what looked like bundles of dried herbs. Our head says it's okay to go together, but she doesn't want to slow down, so feed this to the horses. She said if you're not going to feed it, let's just pretend we never discussed this. Lawrence let out a hollow laugh. Even though things had improved compared to ancient times due to technological advancements, horses were still valuable means of transportation and expensive assets in themselves. To say they wouldn't go together unless these suspicious herbs were fed to such horses was a proposal not even worth discussing. To begin with, they were travelers moving with just one wagon. On the other hand, while they might not dominate the continent, this side was a company with a considerable reputation in the southeastern part of the empire. It was they who would benefit from traveling together, not this side. One might think they could slaughter a bandit group attacking alone, or that they had gold bars piled up in their wagon. Such arrogance. Perhaps feeling that it wouldn't be right to decide this matter on his own, Mick stealthily glanced at Lawrence. It was fortunate that he hadn't completely lost his sense of judgment. If he had tried to accept even this, Lawrence would have had a hard time suppressing his anger, no matter how much he cherished his son. Lawrence stepped forward. Although he was thoroughly displeased by the other party's attitude, the girl in front of him had only relayed the words of her companions, and his son seemed to feel goodwill towards her, so he intended to decline politely. Lawrence looked down at the girl looking up at him with calm eyes, bright golden hair and violet eyes. Indeed, she has a cute appearance enough to captivate my son. Wait a moment. Golden hair, violet eyes? Lawrence's body stiffened like a wooden block. The suspicion that he had failed to recall once and passed over now struck his mind with full force. Might I ask your name? The girl answered without showing any particular sign of hesitation. I'm Adelaide von Lennart. A moment of silence fell. Those who hadn't grasped the situation were puzzled by the company head's sudden change to formal speech, while those who had understood the situation turned pale just like Lawrence. Lawrence's gaze sharply turned towards the cargo compartment of the wagon. Someone who would make a descendant of the Lion Duke run alongside a wagon like it was nothing, and even use her like a servant, must surely reside in there. Lawrence spoke, feigning calmness. Please give us the herbs. We will gratefully accept your kindness. Footnotes. 1 Ed note, farsightedness caused by loss of elasticity of the lens of the eye, occurring typically in Middle and Old/Genesis Forsaken. There were some minor troubles, but the journey afterward progressed smoothly. This was because the overall travel speed had noticeably increased. Watching the horses advance relentlessly as if their whole bodies were overflowing with vitality, Lawrence felt both admiration and anxiety. The effect is certainly amazing, but I hope there are no side effects. Originally, the speed of cargo wagons was not very fast. No matter how swift the horse, it was impossible to run freely while carrying a huge lump of cargo. But after eating the mysterious herbs, the horses were galloping towards the front with light footwork as if they had never been sluggish. It was still slow compared to single-rider horseback or a horse running alone, but even that was enough to make the coachman struggle with control. While intuiting that if these herbs could be commercialized, they could make an enormous amount of money due to their excellent performance, Lawrence also felt worried about what would happen if the horses suddenly dropped dead. If dozens of horses perished, even the Halder company would suffer significant losses. Lawrence's gaze turned towards the window. There was Adelaide, who was moving by running despite having a perfectly good carriage, and beside her, Mix, who was gasping for breath and desperately struggling not to fall behind. Since we're going together for a while, how about we chat a bit? Sorry. I have to keep running. Then I'll run with you? Recalling the conversation before they set off again, Lawrence rubbed his face with both hands. Apart from the parental heart that wanted to cheer for his son's endeavors of the heart, his cold merchant's eye was telling him, this is already hopeless. Why young master has collapsed. Hearing the cry from outside the window, Lawrence sighed. Lawrence's wish to give his son various experiences was being fulfilled in a way he hadn't expected. Fortunately for Lawrence, the horses that had eaten the suspicious herbs didn't end up dying en masse. They looked so energetic even after running a long distance that some staff members joked that if people ate that stuff, they'd be unparalleled at night. His son, who had returned to the carriage, was silently screaming in shame. Lawrence didn't think much of it, considering it normal to accumulate embarrassing memories at that age. It was just a matter of laying out plenty of blankets so he could kick them as much as he wanted at night. Miss Witch, we've arrived. At Adelaide's words, someone who had been cooped up in the carriage throughout the journey, never coming out, finally showed signs of emerging. Not just Lawrence, but even the staff couldn't resist their curiosity and focused their gazes. I get it, so stop rushing me. Do you think it's easy to reapply defensive magic to a new staff? I'm sorry. With a grumbling voice, a girl revealed herself. Her deep black hair and blue eyes formed a striking contrast with the skin color of her exposed shoulders. Her sense of fashion doesn't seem particularly good, Lawrence thought to himself. Although she was managing to pull it off somehow due to her inherently outstanding beauty, the crow-like dress and various accessories were hard to call stylish even as a polite lie. It felt like a country girl who had never really dressed up before was trying her best with knowledge picked up second-hand. At least she doesn't seem to be royalty or a Lion Duke descendant. Perhaps a high-ranking female mage or her apprentice. If she was both a mage and a person in power, the first thing that came to mind was the magic country in the north, but there was no way a Lion Duke descendant would treat a mage from the magic country with such respect, so it seemed reasonable to consider her a high-ranking noble from the empire or another country. No, even if she's not a noble, that might not be bad either. It's easier to negotiate when the other party is in a somewhat equal position rather than being overwhelmingly superior. Setting everything else aside, just gaining knowledge about the herbs they showed this time would be more than enough profit. Just before addressing the witch, Lawrence briefly pondered what tone to use. While it wouldn't be bad to show a dignified appearance as a company head, it seemed better to maintain a polite attitude for now, given that she was acting alongside a Lion Duke descendant. Having quickly finished his calculations, Lawrence addressed the witch. We've been together for quite some time, but only now am I seeing your face. I'm Lawrence Halder, the head of the Halder Company. Dorothea. It was a short answer. Whether she had no family name or chose not to reveal it was unclear. Nice to meet you, Miss Dorothea. The effect of the herbs you provided was remarkably excellent. Thanks to that, we were able to arrive quickly. We learned the way too, so there's no need for thanks. It was a cold attitude, but Lawrence hadn't accumulated years of experience as a merchant for nothing. Haha, I see. Are you planning to enter the labyrinth right away? If you don't mind, we can help with the registration process. Registration? Dorothea asked back as if puzzled. Wasn't this no man's land? Not all land on the continent was under the control of a specific nation. Remote mountain areas difficult for people to set foot in, colonies of powerful magic beasts, or regions with little benefit even if occupied were sometimes claimed as territory only nominally, or even left abandoned without any claim. The land where the Taro's labyrinth was discovered was one such place. It wasn't suitable for village formation due to the lack of a proper water source nearby. Magic beast appearances were frequent due to the high concentration of mana in the air, and it didn't have a particularly excellent geographical location. If the entrance to a new labyrinth hadn't been accidentally discovered a few months prior, it would have been a land that people wouldn't have been interested in to begin with, so Dorothea's words weren't wrong. That was true until recently, but quite some time has passed since the labyrinth was discovered. Currently, the Imperial Adventurer's Guide has dispatched staff to manage entry into the labyrinth. What right do they have when it's not even their land? In an empty land, if strong people with loud voices claim something is right, that soon becomes their authority. Dorothea frowned. Wait a moment. Let me check something. To cut to the chase, Lawrence's words rang true. Stop right there. Without at least a silver-grade adventurer's badge issued by the Empire, you can't enter here. Near the labyrinth entrance. Seeing the guild staff who had even set up a proper checkpoint and were inspecting approaching people, Dorothea showed a reaction of disbelief. How does one get that badge? Of course, you have to register at one of the adventurers' guilds throughout the Empire, and then gradually build up achievements. There are 4 ranks: stone, bronze, silver, and gold. Stone grade is mostly for riffraff, and you're only properly recognized as an adventurer from bronze grade. By silver grade, you can receive treatment comparable to a decent knight. Unaware of Dorothea's growing irritation, the guild staff blabbered on about things she hadn't even asked, with unnecessarily confident faces. That alone was irritating enough, but the Tin Knight, excited about who knows what, kept chattering incessantly, grating on Dorothea's nerves. The Tin Knight marvels at the NPC-like explanation of the staff. The Tin Knight criticizes the rank system for its lack of originality, saying he's heard this squabble many times prior. Ignoring the nonsense coming from beside her, Dorothea asked once more, this isn't even Empire territory, so why should I listen to whatever this Empire Adventurers Guild is? At Dorothea's question, they smiled with overt mockery. To begin with, it was an Empire citizen who first discovered this place and requested a detailed investigation from the guild. Naturally, the right to explore this place belongs to the Empire. Numerous adventurers have met their end within the labyrinth's depths. A significant number fell not to monsters, but to human hands. To prevent such grim occurrences, the guild has taken charge of this place. We aim to stop the inept from recklessly triggering deadly traps, and the unscrupulous from betraying their fellow adventurers. If you want to enter, you can just go through the procedures step by step at the guild. I don't understand what you're so dissatisfied with. Dorothea didn't say anything more and turned her body. Adelaide, who had been watching from a step back, asked while reading the atmosphere, should I try asking? Don't bother. During the conversation, the guild staff had been glancing at Adelaide while pretending not to. The staff seemed a bit surprised to see her golden hair and violet eyes, but they didn't show a servile attitude or change their words. It was evidence that they had enough power not to tremble just because they were dealing with a Lion Duke descendant. The Adventurers Guild might be on the side competing with the Lion Duke's faction, or conversely, another bloodline might be affiliated with or backing the guild. Dorothea silently fell into thought. The situation was different from when she mercilessly blew away the Colombo bandit group or when she counterattacked Franca. The opponent was a huge organization, and it was impossible to subdue them by force. No, if she unleashed the Tin Knight and released all the magic that Dorothea herself tried not to use due to surrounding gazes, they might be able to annihilate all the staff in this labyrinth, but the repercussions would be enormous. However, she had no intention of simply complying with their words either. Dorothea went back to Lawrence. Lawrence explained the plan as if he had been waiting. Although the Adventurers Guild is acting like the owner of the labyrinth, strictly speaking, they don't have a monopoly on all rights. It's companies like ours that supply various items necessary for adventurers to explore its depth. In other words, even without a silver grade badge or whatever, you can explore the labyrinth freely if you borrow our company's name. What about items obtained inside? You can keep everything. There's only a limit on the number of people who can borrow the name depending on the size of the company, but there are no restrictions on the treasures acquired. The price. Lawrence inwardly gave a bitter smile. She was truly a girl who liked straightforwardness. I'll put it on your tab. I refuse, Dorothea answered immediately. There's nothing more frightening than an intangible debt. If you want a deal, make it something we can settle right here. Is that so? This is troubling. Lawrence hid his disappointment beneath his calm demeanor. In truth, the right to explore the labyrinth wasn't that valuable to Lawrence. He had planned to hand over something he had no particular use for as if it were precious, intending to create a sense of debt or foster a favorable attitude towards him in the future, but the other party firmly refused. Lawrence decided to be a bit bolder. Then I'd like to receive the recipe for the herbs you showed us. Everything about what herbs to collect, what processes to go through to process them. If that's difficult, it would be fine to supply a fixed amount at regular intervals. I'll share the recipe. While we're at it, I'd like to entrust you with the disposal of the treasures obtained here. How about it? It's not impossible, but considering the commission, wouldn't it be more profitable for you to dispose of them directly? It's bothersome. I'll give you a reasonable brokerage fee, but in exchange, convert them into something like promissory notes. Carrying gold coins around would only increase the luggage. Well, if Miss Dorothea is fine with that, I have no objections. Lawrence felt puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder, as Dorothea, who hadn't even set foot in the labyrinth yet, was talking on the premise of already securing massive treasures. Treasure hunting shouldn't be that easy, after all. Should I also buy spare weapons for this guy and Adelaide, along with food, lamps, and oil? Give us a one-person cart if you have one too. And, after that, Dorothea ordered various items one after the other. In her bosom, a magic key with a black luster quietly / Genesis forsaken. The next morning, the Tin Knight, Dorothea, and Adelaide were able to enter the labyrinth with Lawrence's guarantee. The guild staff had uncomfortable expressions until the end. Did they dislike the idea of us entering that much? While pulling the cart through the narrow passage, Adelaide tilted her head. Despite the cart being quite large, she showed no sign of struggle, likely a result of the physical training she had endured. The first floor was completely empty, so there was no one to question why a noble young lady was pulling a cart in the first place. The Tin Knight argues that if someone dislikes you for no reason, you should give them one. No, I don't think that's necessary. Adelaide tried to laugh off the Tin Knight's response with an ambiguous reaction. It was too extreme a theory for her to consider. However, Adelaide wasn't the only one who heard the Tin Knight's remark. Not bad. It's certainly more rational to be hated for a reason than to be hated for no reason. You're making sense for once. Dorothea seemed to like the Tin Knight's suggestion very much. Or rather, it seemed she had been thinking along those lines from the beginning, even if the Tin Knight hadn't said it. Usually, balance was maintained when Dorothea smacked some sense into the reckless Tin Knight, but when these two agreed, Adelaide had no way to stop them. She carefully asked, So, what exactly are you planning to do? We're going to sweep up all the treasures in this labyrinth, Dorothea answered nonchalantly. Won't that take too long? There are only 3 of us, and since we're not affiliated with the other adventurers, it seems like it would be difficult to gather information. Adelaide spoke hesitantly while reading the atmosphere, but Dorothea unexpectedly nodded in agreement. It would certainly be difficult without information. Dorothea raised her wooden staff with her right hand. It was a masterpiece she had crafted while cooped up in the carriage's cargo compartment for several days, using high-quality wood purchased with the compensation extracted from Franca. So, I'm going to call a guide. Tap. As the tip of the staff struck the floor, something like a black wave spread out around them. Tap, tap, tap. Like creating ripples by dipping a hand in and out of a puddle, Dorothea's mana spread throughout the labyrinth each time the staff hit the floor. This continued for about 10 seconds. From the ceiling, the walls, the ground, something like black sludge began to seep out. The sight of the sludge approaching the party while writhing its amorphous body with a squelching sound evoked an instinctive anxiety in those watching. At that moment, Dorothea raised her left hand. As if swinging something, she rotated it counterclockwise twice. In the blink of an eye, the chain ring on Dorothea's hand transformed into a birdcage. While holding the birdcage with her thumb and middle finger, Dorothea lightly tapped it with her index finger. Boom. Although it didn't seem like she had tapped it particularly hard, the resulting shockwave spread as if a giant bell had been struck. It was no mere sound, but a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within. As the sludge touched by the impact simultaneously stopped moving, Dorothea opened her mouth. Any of you who pride yourself on knowing this labyrinth inside and out, come into this cage. The payment will be mana and pacification. The sludge writhed. Unlike earlier when it instinctively evoked disgust, now it seemed to be reacting as if confused by the current situation. Not interested? Then stay trapped in this labyrinth forever. Let me tell you in advance, the fact that you've regained even basic cognitive abilities now is thanks to my mana and the power of this cage. Without it, you'll return to your original state. If you want to become beings that just blindly cling to living people, not knowing who you were or what you want as if you were drunk on sleep, be my guest. Some of the sludge stepped forward and writhed. Adelaide watched the scene with half-closed eyes. Why is it? The sludge, which until just now had been somewhat frightening and instinctively alarming, now seemed like disgruntled workers protesting an unfair contract. And then, the evil boss no Dorothea declared. 5. The movement of the sludge stopped all at once. Question marks appeared above their heads. 4. Regardless, Dorothea calmly continued the countdown. As if finally realizing the meaning, the sludge collectively started convulsing. 3. The sludge tried to urgently approach the cage, but their writhing sludge bodies were endlessly slow. 2. Finally, the souls discarded the dark and murky parts that formed their bodies and became translucent will-o-wisp-like forms that soared into the air. Without anyone needing to go first, they all rushed to throw themselves into Dorothea's cage. 1. Click. The cage door closed. The souls that had been struggling inside the narrow cage soon merged into one and became the shape of a human skull. The skull sang, "Oh great witch, ask anything, anything at all, witch, oh great and mighty witch." Ignoring the stunned Adelaide, the Tin Knight nodded his head up and down. The Tin Knight admires the great and mighty witch's vicious business tactics. Silence. Various thoughts are all mixed up, so I have to use a somewhat docile one as the center, or it's troublesome to handle, you know? It's not about my preference, but necessity, Dorothea replied sharply. Judging by her voice, she seemed to feel a bit embarrassed herself. Adelaide stuttered a question, excuse me. You gathered the souls or something that was in the labyrinth, right? They've all become one, is that okay? I've already cleansed the accumulated resentment and curses, and the souls will automatically separate when the cage's effect ends, so it's fine. Once we're done with our business, I'll release them under the sunlight, and that's the end of the contract. They'll all go their separate ways after enjoying some sunbathing. After answering like that, Dorothea took out something like a large wrapping cloth and covered the area around the cage with it. The Tin Knight asks what that's for. Dorothea spoke, frowning as if being asked about something obvious. There will be lots of other adventurers in this ruin, right? What do you think people would say if we walked around carrying a cage with a skull in it? The Tin Knight, Adelaide, and even the skull acting as a temporary guide all had the same thought. Hadn't we already passed that level of concern long ago? The witch's standards were as skewed as ever. Adelaide was a girl who loved books. While she mainly read romance novels, she had also read quite a few adventure stories due to her brother's influence. Among them were books about labyrinths, which detailed the difficulties of labyrinth exploration. The protagonists constantly got lost, fell into traps, and suffered from the threats of approaching magic beasts and the exhaustion of their stamina and mana. Therefore, when she heard that their next destination was inside a labyrinth, Adelaide was quite nervous. Yes, she had been nervous. You need to go right here? The other paths are dead ends or full of traps. If you look at the crevice in this wall, there's a mechanism that leads to a hidden room. The treasure itself has already been looted, but it's a good space to rest comfortably. The monsters that appear on this level are weak to bright light. It would be good to have a magic tool with a flash spell, but since it's expensive, people usually substitute it by carrying multiple torches. There's nothing special here. There used to be some magic beasts roaming around, but adventurers conducted a large-scale sweep operation last time. Just pass through comfortably. Kek. Didn't you just say to pass through comfortably? Long live the witch. All hail the great witch Dorothea. Watching the magic beast that was crushed by the Tin Knight's hand as soon as it attempted a sneak attack, and the skull's desperate flattery to avoid the witch's sharp gaze, Adelaide thought, this is certainly different from what I expected. Sure, it's convenient, but is this really how a labyrinth exploration should be conducted? The Tin Knight admires that it's like an experiential attraction. The Tin Knight evaluates that if it were developed as a tourist spot, many people would flock to it. Moving according to the information provided by the skull meant there was no need to get lost. Dorothea solved the issue of light to illuminate their vision with magic, and the Tin Knight mercilessly felled the occasional appearing magic beasts. All Adelaide had to do was pull the cart and follow the two. There wasn't even a need to draw her weapon. Of course, the souls weren't omniscient, so there were occasional gaps in their knowledge, but even this wasn't a serious issue. There are a few more around here too. Occasionally, when Dorothea stopped and tapped the ground with her staff, new souls would appear in response. There were souls like the dark and murky sludge they had seen at first, and there were also souls that emitted a relatively bright light. Dorothea offered contracts to them as well, and the skull, absorbing new souls, became increasingly distinct in its presence and began providing increasingly detailed and accurate information. How far had they advanced like this? The structure of this floor is quite simple. The floor, shaped like a small dome, contained three main features: stairs going up, stairs going down, and a large door in front. The Tin Knight evaluates that it looks like a boss room. Adelaide, now somewhat accustomed to the Tin Knight's bizarre terminology, nodded in agreement. In the books she had read, when such a meaningful space appeared in a labyrinth, it usually contained a powerful enemy threatening the protagonists or a hidden treasure vault. Beside the main door stood a lone stone tablet. It was written in a bizarre language that Adelaide couldn't understand. "Miss Witch, can you read it?" "I can't." After answering, Dorothea shook the cage left and right. The skull quickly opened its mouth. "Those who see nigh treasure, prove thy valor by offering the giant centipede's venomous claw, the black knight's sword, and fairy wing powder before the stone tablet." "That's what it says, witch. You know well." An archaeologist dispatched from the guild made an interpretation and spread it among the guild members, "Witch. But there's no sign of the door being opened or closed." Adventurers exploring the labyrinth did find those magic beasts, but the party that defeated the giant centipede and the party that defeated the Black Knight refused to cooperate due to pre-existing affairs. Fairies haven't even been discovered in the currently explored levels, so no one has been able to open it, which, how petty. Are there doors like this on other floors too? There's one every 5 floors. A few were lucky enough to gather the materials and secure the contents inside the room, but more than half couldn't be opened, which, I see. A wicked smile appeared on Dorothia's face. She approached the main door and caressed its surface. I can definitely feel mana. Well, if it's a structure that responds to specific materials to open the door, it's only natural. Dorothea took out the key of opium from her pocket. Seeing the key about the size of a finger, Adelaide expressed doubt. Are you going to open it with that? But there's no keyhole or anything. It doesn't matter. I've been analyzing it while carrying it around, and this isn't meant to be used that way in the first place. This is how you use it, Dorothea said as she touched the key to the door. Surprisingly, the key trembled and then floated in the air. Around the key, various geometric patterns appeared. The patterns, which were like tangled threads, became increasingly easier to recognize as time passed, and at the moment when all the patterns were organized. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a sound like moving a heavy rock, the sealed door opened wide, revealing the scene beyond. A solemn chamber. One treasure chest placed at its center. While Adelaide was speechless at the glitter, Dorothea spoke mockingly. These labyrinths are really bizarre when you think about it. They prepare traps and magic beasts for visitors who might never come, yet they also prepare rewards for those same visitors. I don't understand the purpose. The Tin Knight claims that dungeons are just like that. The Tin Knight asserts that this is a principle of fantasy worlds. You sure like talking about world principles. People always resort to principles or gods when they're trying to gloss over something they don't understand well. This structure must have its reasons, whether it's the creator's perverse tastes or some necessity. Well, that's not what's important right now. Dorothea looked at Adelaide, or more precisely, the cart Adelaide was pulling, and said, Loaded/Genesis Forsaken. The late emperor of the empire, known as the Iron Blood Emperor, was said to have evaluated adventurers as follows. The dregs of society. They neither take up sickles to farm, board ships to catch fish, spin looms to make clothes, nor do they lead carts to transport goods. Like the military, they are a group that produces nothing merely consuming. However, at least the military follows the nation's control and can be self-sufficient in forms like military farms if necessary. Furthermore, they function as a deterrent that protects the country from external threats and suppresses instability in public order by their very existence. But what of adventurers? Far from stabilizing society, they sow chaos. They stride through the streets with all sorts of deadly weapons, making the people tremble with anxiety, and flaunt their occasionally lucky gains, instilling a relative deprivation in those who labor honesty. Worse, their flamboyance misleads the foolish youth who mistakenly think their appearance is cool. Some might defend them by citing the heroic deeds of the few. However, I ask in return, out of the riffraff scattered across the continent, how many adventurers are truly worthy of respect? If only 1 in 100 is a gem and 99 are trash, how is that different from a simple pile of garbage? The freedom that adventurers cry out for is nothing more than licentiousness. A society where adventurers are respected proves the incompetence of its rulers. Therefore, my words to them are simple. Submit to the nation's control. Take responsibility for your assigned tasks. That alone is how you can prove that you are not mere trash, but upright citizens of the empire. The Iron Blood Emperor's disdain for adventurers was well known, but ironically, it was also the Iron Blood Emperor who brought about a great revival in the adventurer industry. Before the Iron Blood Emperor, the Adventurers Guild was not a single large organization, but separate armed groups rooted in each region, and there were no proper standards for request fees or adventurer ranking systems. It was common for adventurers from different guilds to fight each other with force, and it wasn't rare for adventurers who failed quests to transfer to guilds in other regions to avoid compensation for failed commissions. Without cooperation between guilds, it was frequent for adventurers in Region A to be idle due to lack of work while request fees in Region B skyrocketed due to lack of manpower. The Iron Blood Emperor forcibly restructured this adventurer industry. More precisely, only those who gave up all existing vested interests and rivalries with other forces and prostrate themselves flat survived, while the rest were all brutally crushed. Clients no longer needed to wander through various regions to find a guild to accept their requests, and adventurers had to maintain courtesy towards clients and diligently fulfill requests to maintain high ranks. As those who were indistinguishable from bandits were filtered out, and the prevalent culture of backstabbing and stealing achievements among adventurers disappeared, the overall quality of adventurers was greatly improved. The winds of reform were blowing, and all that remained was for the entire adventurer industry to take flight. Or that should have been the case. Hey, don't you think the guild atmosphere has been a bit strange lately? In response to Kumara's words, the ranger and party leader, the mage Magia replied grumpily, strange how? I feel like the quality of the guys has been declining recently. What, are you going to sound like an old fogey saying that nowadays the newbies are terrible in both skill and mentality? No, it's not that kind of problem. It's the overall atmosphere. Guys who clearly should be punished for their actions are getting off with just light reprimands, or conversely, those who haven't shown much are getting promoted suspiciously quickly. How should I put this? Kumara hesitated for a moment before frowning and saying, "It feels like we're gradually returning to the old guild days that the senior talked about." Magia replied, ruffling her long green hair, "No way, it must be your imagination. With the Empire openly watching with sharp eyes, if we return to the days when guilds backed by various nobles fought each other in the shadows, as Senior Alfal said, we'd be crushed in an instant. This time, the adventurer profession itself might disappear from the Empire. That's why it's more problematic. If it was just one or two guys causing trouble, we could just weed them out, but if the entire guild starts to rot, even we'll suffer the consequences." Magia closed her mouth with an unpleasant expression as if imagining an unpleasant future. In place of Magia, the party's third member, the warrior Sitar, opened his mouth. "If the leader's hunch is right, what should we do?" "What do you mean, what, we should?" Kumara hesitated. Magia intercepted Kumara's hesitant speech. "What else? Just live quietly like dead mice. Why do you always talk like that? If we were dealing with idiots causing trouble elsewhere, we could beat them up, but if personnel management is being tampered with, it means the culprits are in the upper echelons of the guild. What can mere silver rank nobodies do?" "Hey, who are you calling nobodies? Silver rank is well respected outside, you know. Even so, it's just their own festival. If you have complaints, quickly accumulate achievements and become gold rank. Specifically, stop chattering and continue what we were doing." Although grumbling, Kumara once again grasped the lock-picking set. "Seriously, though, if they made us find a hidden room, shouldn't they just let us get the reward after that? How can the chest inside be locked again?" Underground labyrinth, 28th floor. While searching for magic beasts to obtain the materials required on the 25th floor, they had found a secret room. Moreover, there were even 3 large treasure chests in the room, so it was natural for Kumara's party to have their mouths curling up. The problem was that all 3 chests were firmly locked. Kumara had somehow managed to open the 2 chests decorated with copper and silver, but he was struggling and unable to open the last golden chest. Finally, with a crack, another lock-picking tool shattered, and Kumara flopped on the floor. I can't do it. Forget it, I give up." Magia, who had been watching the party leader lying on the floor and throwing a tantrum like a child with a look of exasperation, finally sighed. "Sitar, can't you lift and move that chest as it is?" At Magia's words, Sitar, who had been moving the chest around, shook his head. "Impossible. It won't budge at all. It looks like a chest on the outside, but isn't it actually integrated with the ground? Then there's nothing we can do. Let's go back and leave the treasure chest behind. We have no choice since this guy broke all the lock-picking tools." At Magia's pointed remark, Kumara flared up. "Someone might think I made mistakes on purpose. I successfully opened the other 2, didn't I? The security devices in this labyrinth are at an extremely high level, even skilled rogues and rangers struggle to open just one." "Lower your voice, it's noisy. Do we need to advertise that there's a hidden room here?" Sitar, who had been listening to the 2's argument, suggested, "If it can't be done with skill, how about just breaking the chest?" After a moment's consideration, Kumara shook his head. "Let's not do that. There's a high chance we'd damage the contents while breaking the chest, and it's a bit unsightly as adventurers to prevent others from getting what we can't have." Magia also shrugged her shoulders. "Well, I don't know since when this industry had such business ethics, but I agree not to break it. There's a possibility the chest might still be here safely when we come back next time. After all, teams that can come down to this level are." Magia's words about them being rare were left unfinished. Kumara had signaled for silence with a SHH. It was right after that when someone's voice was heard from far away. "This way? This may look like a simple dead end at first glance, but you can actually pass through the wall. The treasure chests inside are firmly locked, so they were left unopened." The bodies of the 3 tensed up. Someone had identified the exact secret room they were in. And then, click. Breaking through the wall that seemed to have nothing at first glance, someone appeared. Click. The metal armor covering the entire body reflected a dull light in the torchlight. A blue, ghostly light flickered through the slit of the helmet. The one-handed sword and shield seemed like extensions of his very body, and even the slightest body movement conveyed an extraordinary sense of pressure and aura. The warrior Sitar gulped. As the party's vanguard, he could instinctively realize the difference in skill between himself and the knight before him. "Can't win. At best, I could only buy time." Sitar somehow suppressed the impulse to draw his axe. The opponent hadn't shown any hostile movements yet, and carelessly brandishing a weapon in such a situation could itself become the spark for combat. Although they hadn't immediately grasped the opponent's capabilities as Sitar had, Kumara and Magia also felt the extraordinary tension in the air itself. After a few seconds of silent confrontation, Kumara opened his mouth. "Ahem, it's a face I haven't seen before. I'm Kumara, an adventurer mainly active in the Schwartz branch of the Adventurers Guild. These are my companions. And you are?" The knight made no reply and simply stared at them. While the 3 remained on edge, at that moment, a new figure appeared from the wall side. It was a witch with blue eyes, wearing black clothes reminiscent of a crow. The witch opened her mouth. "Dorothia, I'm a proxy explorer for the Halder Company. We were planning to rest inside here. If you're going to stay, perhaps move elsewhere." It's no big deal. We were planning to leave soon anyway." As Kumara took the lead and left the room, the other 2 followed. As they emerged from the wall, a golden-haired girl pulling some kind of cart bowed slightly in to greet them. After silently returning the greeting, the three quickly left the place. They walked and walked and walked. Only after completely moving to the next floor did the three open their mouths that had been sealed. Phew, I thought my heart was going to stop. It's fortunate they didn't show any particular hostility. Secret rooms are certainly useful for avoiding magic beasts, but the drawback is that you can't visually confirm them until someone else enters the room. We should be more careful next time. After expressing their individual impressions, the trio began talking about the mysterious party they had just encountered. That knight just now looked extremely dangerous. What's his identity? At Kumara's words, Magia shook her head. That wasn't a person. It's some kind of magic doll, though I haven't seen that type before. The mage who came in later was likely the owner. Really? No wonder his gaze felt so fierce. Was it fierce? On the contrary, I felt so unsettled because I couldn't feel any emotion at all. Was that so? It might have been. But the girls in the same party were pretty, though one of them seems to have an outdated fashion sense. I wonder what the cart was for? It was covered with some kind of cloth so I couldn't see the contents, but it looked quite full. Surprisingly, maybe treasures or something. Don't say such nonsense. At best, it's probably magic beast byproducts. Although they continued to babble various speculations after that, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After all, with just a brief encounter of less than 3 minutes, there was a limit to the information they could gather. Enough. Let's go back now. As they were about to conclude and go up, Kumara suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, whose voice was it that guided them to the room we were in? It wasn't the voice of the mage called Dorothia, so exclude that. The knight wasn't a person but a magic doll, so exclude that. The only one left was the golden-haired girl, but there was a bit of a discrepancy between her appearance and way of speaking. In the first place, knowing there was a secret room there means they must be quite veteran among adventurers. It means they could obtain core information from such adventurers. Halder Company. I'll keep that name in mind, definitely can't underestimate them. Achoo. Father. Are you alright? No, it's nothing. I should sleep a bit warmer tonight. It's good to drink water frequently too. By the way, Miss Adele and the 2 others have been in there for quite a while, but they're not coming out at all. Haha, labyrinth exploration isn't such an easy task, especially for beginners without experience. If they're lucky and progressing smoothly, they might have reached about the 4th or 5th floor by now. How many floors are there in total? It should be 30 floors. Not only is the scale itself enormous, but the magic beasts below the 20th floor are said to be so dangerous that even silver-rank adventurers have to risk their lives, so I hope they don't overdo it. Tick. 15 hours since entering the labyrinth. The Tin Knight's party reached the 30th/Genesis Forsaken. You looked around. The large cavern-like space that existed every 5 floors once again unfolded before you. The only difference was there were no more stairs going down. Phew, finally, it's the last one. Adelaide looked around just like you and spoke. A sense of relief could be felt in her voice, and beads of sweat were flowing down her nape. The cart Adelaide was pulling was quite large for a single-person cart, and it was mostly made of metal to ensure durability even under rough handling. The cart itself must be quite heavy, and unlike when they first set out, it was now full of various contents, so it was natural for Adelaide to be struggling. It was rather a bit surprising that she hadn't complained until now. You suddenly came up with an idea. The Tin Knight offers to pull the cart on the way back. At your words, Adelaide flinched in surprise. No, I'm fine, but I'm happy you're concerned. A smile filled Adelaide's face as she said this. It wasn't just lip service, she seemed genuinely pleased. You spoke again. The Tin Knight insists, but says Adele must defeat the magic beasts that appear while going up instead. Adelaide's smiling face froze. In your view, there were quite a few enemies among the magic beasts in this labyrinth that Adelaide couldn't defeat, but there were no strong enemies that could instantly kill Adelaide. The Tin Knight argues that trials that cannot kill Adele will only make her stronger. Can't we start with trials that definitely won't kill me? The Tin Knight says he won't intervene even in an emergency. Please intervene. The Tin Knight argues that trusting one's pupil is also a virtue of a teacher. Adelaide was on the verge of tears, her earlier smile nowhere to be seen, but you were simply pleased with the idea of giving your pupil practical experience. Ignoring you and Adelaide's chatter, Dorothea approached the stone tablet near the main door. The skull, already accustomed to its role, opened its mouth. Gather all the treasures from the treasure rooms and offer them here. The path forward lies ahead. That's what it says. Which? Dorothea let out a short laugh. It was an overt sneer. I heard the exploration had been stagnant for months. So that's the reason. At first glance, it seemed like a condition that could be easily solved if the treasure rooms were opened sequentially, but in reality, it was as good as an impossible demand. There was no guarantee that the party that obtained treasures from various treasure rooms would all be the same party, and even if it was the same party, there was a significant possibility of losing or selling the obtained treasures while going back and forth to the surface in between. If there were papers with some kind of code written in each treasure room that needed to be combined, or puzzle pieces that needed to be assembled, it might be understandable, but this kind of condition was virtually impossible to meet. Therefore, Dorothea declared, it's a fake interpretation. The skull was startled and caused a commotion. Which? We didn't lie? It's not a lie. It's not a lie. Dorothea lightly tapped the cage to calm the skull. I'm not saying you deceived me, but the interpretation you know was ultimately given by an archaeologist dispatched from the guild, correct? It makes sense if the guild side intentionally gave wrong information to the adventurers. The skull fell silent. Dorothea took out the animal compass. When she put mana into one of the 8 sentences, a goat appeared. The goat with a wine-colored body wandered around near the closed door of the 30th floor. The guild knows the real condition for opening this door. Controlling people's entry and exit must be related to that too. Whether they want the door not to open, or they're trying to stall other competitors until they can fulfill the condition themselves. Dorothea took out the key of opium. That's none of my concern. The key of opium, touching the main door, floated into the air. Geometric patterns leaking from the door entwined around the key like rings of stars. The rings tried to strangle the key as if resisting somehow, but the key continued unlocking, ignoring all resistance. The patterns, tangled like a complex ball of thread, unraveled, disassembled, and at the moment they were neatly organized. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire floor began to shake violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Kaye. Adelaide lost her balance and collapsed on the place, while Dorothea leaned on her staff. You looked ahead. The door made of thick walls was opening, revealing the scenery beyond. A corridor filled with grey and green. The grey was stone, and the green thorny vines. Vines with sharp thorns were growing indiscriminately on the ground, walls, and ceiling. After a while, the tremors subsided, and the goat Dorothea had summoned skillfully jumped between the vines and walked forward. Dorothea frowned. It'll be inconvenient to walk through. Adele, leave the cart there for now and come. Yes. You started leading the way, as you had been doing all along. The corridor was a single path without any forks, and it was very long. You noticed something strange and informed the two of them. The Tin Knight points out that the thorny vines are gradually turning red. What? Dorothea narrowed her eyes and examined the surrounding vines. Then, she clicked her tongue. There's a limit to being oblivious. To notice this only now. The Tin Knight consoles that everyone makes mistakes. I'm not talking about the color. These vines are brimming with mana. Dorothea poked the thorny vine with the tip of her staff. The color of the sap flowing out was so vividly red that it looked like the blood of a living being. Adelaide asked with a slightly frightened look, I've heard that among magic beasts, there are many that look like plants and eat people. Could this be one of those? Well, if it really attacks adventurers and sucks their blood, it would be worthy of being called a magic beast, but this place was sealed until a few moments, right? There wouldn't have been any source of prey to sustain it in the first place. Dorothea frowned as if it didn't make sense, but even while she was lost in thought, the goat was advancing without hesitation. Though the circumstances were dubious, there was no choice but to press forward. After walking for a while, a space appeared that was wider than the previous corridor yet not distinct enough to be called a separate room, as it lacked doors. A stone tablet was erected in the center of the space. There was an inscription on the stone tablet, but the skull in the cage was silent. Tisk, I can't understand what it says. Dorothea, who was clicking her tongue, suddenly stopped. She looked around with a suspicious expression, then struck the ground with her staff. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, Dorothea's mana spread like ripples. Adelaide fidgeted and said, the goat is going away. Wait a moment. Dorothea grasped her staff upside down. Instead of the thin tip, she struck the ground with all her might using the blunt head part. A tremendous flow of mana was created, visible even to ordinary people. And then, a faint will-o-wisp-like thing rose from beneath the stone tablet. Towards the soul with a particularly faint presence even compared to those seen so far, Dorothea declared, become my guide and answer my questions. In return, I shall grant you rest. The soul didn't move at all. Rather than intentionally ignoring, it seemed unable to react in the first place. Dorothea opened the entrance of the cage with a reluctant expression and forcibly put the soul inside. Speak. What's the content of this stone tablet? What lies beyond here? The skull, merged with the new soul, trembled and shook, then stared straight at the stone tablet and opened its mouth. Heretic who denied paradise. Sinner who pursued the taboo. Foolish monster who coveted the fruit that should not be coveted. Judge her. Punish her. Hang her upon the gallows as an example. Do so swiftly, as miserably as possible. Condemn their sin. By doing so, we declare our non-involvement. By doing so, we claim our infallibility. By doing so, we prove our innocence. Oh, great ones of the Heaves. Truly, truly we implore you. Do not associate this foolishness of the unwise one with us. Dio not donoti donoti dio not dio not. Like a broken phonograph, the skull stuttered its words, then a large crack appeared, and finally, its body split into several souls. The deterioration of the soul is too severe. Is this the limit? The Tin Knight is indignant that nothing makes people angrier than stopping mid-sentence. It's meaningless to complain to me, you know. Dorothea scratched her head. Something about this feels ominous. But we can't not go since the compass is pointing that way. The Tin Knight declares that there's always a final boss at the end of a dungeon. The Tin Knight expresses anticipation for a new boss battle. How long has it been since we killed the golden monkeys and you're at it again? Dorothea gave you an exasperated look, but you didn't mind. The Tin Knight's intuition was sensing signs of an unusual battle. To catch up with the departed goat, you all quickened your pace. And what greeted you was the sight of the goat being horribly crushed and disappearing into powder. Boom. The culprit who crushed the goat turned its body to look at you. Its body was made of a large tree from head to toe and stood at twice your height. It was a size that would have been difficult to move properly if this place had been the corridor from earlier rather than a large cavern-like space. Kia ha ha ha. Palm-sized winged people circled around the massive creature, laughing. Their overall shape was similar to humans, but their skin was dark green, and their eyes were compound eyes like those of insects. A golem made of wood and fairies fixed their gazes at you. Dorothea, placing her hand on your back, poured in as much mana as you could handle. You take the golem, we'll handle the fairies. Got it. You nodded and stepped forward. Behind you, Dorothea and Adelaide stood side by side, as if embracing each other, ready to guard one another. The Tin Knight burns with fighting spirit. You charged towards the Genesis Forsaken. While the Tin Knight was simply delighted that a new boss had appeared, in fact, this was an optional battle that could have been avoided if they had simply tried to avoid it. After all, the orders received by the wood golem, the guardian of this underground labyrinth, were as follows. Maintain the seal so that the sinner cannot awaken, and continuously drain her power. If a person who has gone through the proper procedures reaches where you are, help them to subjugate the monster. But if someone who hasn't followed the procedures forcibly reaches there, defeat them. Under no circumstances should they come into contact with the sinner. If the Tin Knight's party hadn't attempted to force their way through using the cheat key of opium, the wood golem and its subordinates would have become strong allies rather than obstacles blocking their way. But at the same time, this was also a meaningless assumption. Given the Tin Knights and Dorothea's personalities, they were the type of people who would rather break through using unorthodox methods and fight one more time than go to the Adventurers Guild to find out the proper method of conquering this labyrinth just to avoid one battle. Moreover, one of them wasn't even human, neither in body nor in mind. If we had to pick someone, Adelaide's personality would have suited that orthodox route, but unfortunately, she had little say in matters such as these. Therefore, the wood golem rampaged without hesitation. To fulfill the last order left by the golem's master. To crush that small doll that dared to face it alone. Boom, boom, bang. The golem took large strides with both feet, pressing the Tin Knight. Given the difference in size where the Tin Knights had only reached the golem's navel, a single well-placed stomp from the golem would be enough to end the fight. The golem intended to thoroughly trample its opponent, leaving no chance for him to rise again. Right foot. The Tin Knight dodged by charging to the left. Left foot. The Tin Knight dodged by charging to the right. Full body crushing attack. The Tin Knight rolled in the opposite direction of where the golem fell to avoid it. Slash. The Tin Knight's blade cut off part of the golem's body, but the golem remained unfazed. The golem felt no pain, and the wound immediately regenerated as red sap-like blood filled it. Though the Tin Knight evaded skillfully, that too would soon reach its limit. The golem moved on to its next technique. Boom, rumble. The golem struck the ground hard with its huge right arm, then swung it sideways with all its might while half buried. The ground was plowed up, and countless fragments flew in every direction. Even a graze from the arm would be fatal. It was an attack that would inevitably cause damage from the fragments even if one somehow managed to avoid the arm. The Tin Knight's 2 feet moved brilliantly. Almost impossibly, he retreated at virtually the same speed as its forward charge, barely escaping the attack range, and in the short gap before the golem's right arm reached the opposite side, the Tin Knight seized the narrow opening to insert a slash. Slash. The Tin Knight's blade half-cut the golem's right forearm, nearly severing it. However, the vines surrounding the golem's body firmly held the wound area like a bandage, reinforcing the injury. The golem felt some displeasure but soon treated it as nothing significant. The spec difference between the golem and that tiny knight was still overwhelming. The golem moved on to its next technique. Creak, creak. With a creaking noise, the golem's body curled up like a ball, and then began to spin violently. It intended to overwhelm its opponent, who was avoiding attacks with frivolous movements, with pure speed and crush him. This cavern, created for the golem, the guardian of the labyrinth, was spacious enough to accommodate such attacks with room to spare. The golem charged at full speed. The Tin Knight raised his shield forward. Compared to the golem's size, it seemed infinitely tiny, almost laughable. Mocking this futile struggle, the golem hurled itself toward the Tin Knight. Unable to withstand the impact, the Tin Knight was pushed back greatly. But the next moment, he charged forward again and swung his sword at the golem. Slash. Some part of its body was cut off again, but the golem ignored it and charged once more. The Tin Knight, who received that attack with his shield, was pushed back greatly again. And immediately after, as if nothing had happened, he charged again and cut the golem. The golem tried to stop its charge and raise its body due to the repeated counters, but the Tin Knight was already occupying its back and swinging his sword. Despite being hurled away multiple times, the Tin Knight bore no wounds on his body. Slash. Slash. Slash slash slash. The Tin Knight's blade tore into the golem. He dodged with precision and cut. He blocked with his shield and cut. He continuously exploited the golem's blind spots and cut. Only then did the golem realize its own misconception. Things like size or spec difference, such things had no meaning at all. Just as the golem thought of the doll as a weakling it could crush at any time, that doll had regarded the golem as nothing more than a large, moving target that needed to be cut many times. The golem, or more precisely, the fairy planted as the core responsible for the golem's cognitive abilities, recalled the emotion of fear for the first time in centuries. The regenerative power that seemed infinite faltered, unable to keep up with unrelenting demand, and the once sturdy body was reduced into an unsightly appearance like rags. The fairy's gaze darted around frantically. It was to request aid from its kin. While the fairy was fighting the doll, its kin should have been dealing with the two humans. If they could quickly take care of those two weak humans and cooperate to defeat this monster. Kaya! A shrill scream rang out. It was the voice of its kin. The cheerful laughter of its companions had turned into agonized cries. Every time the witch scattered something like powder, the air became increasingly murky, and the natural mana was polluted with curses. The fairies retaliated with wind blades or blew out powder that caused illusions, but all of it was sucked toward the staff held by the black-haired human. The magic used by the black-clothed human lacked the power to fatally wound the fairies, but it was enough to slow their movements. The moment the movement of the fairies faltered, they were mercilessly slaughtered by the golden-haired human. The golden-haired human flinched and trembled, showing an expression of guilt every time the fairies screamed, but almost independent of her feelings, her blade showed an unwavering precision. She was like a creature whose body moved before her thoughts. The fairy controlling the golem felt anxious. The enemy was strong, and its kin were not helpful. The fairy decided to use its trump card. The thorny vines scattered on the ground began to converge, connecting to the golem's body. Originally, it was a device to continuously drain the power of the sinner to prevent her from waking up while also serving as the labyrinth's power source, but by using the authority of the labyrinth's guardian, it could also be used to strengthen itself. The golem's body turned bright red. The golem charged towards the Tin Knight. Its movement was nearly 3 times faster than before. Slash! And the Tin Knight, using the momentum of that charge, split the golem's head clean in two. The fairy in the same position was also split in half. Until the moment of its death, the fairy failed to realize the reason for its defeat. The Tin Knight points out that just increasing speed with the same pattern is meaningless. The fairy couldn't hear the Tin Knight's words, the voice conveying his will. The Guardian's end was dismally anticlimactic compared to its centuries of wait. So this is what it feels like to cut a fairy. It feels like a mix between an animal and an insect, which is really unpleasant. After the battle, Adelaide grumbled with a tearful expression. Dorothea inwardly muttered. For someone saying that, you cut them pretty well. Well, it might be the result of the Tin Knight bringing rabbits, giant insects, and various other things for her to cut every day. The fairies in the books I read were said to have bodies made of water or emit a soft light, making them very beautiful and mysterious. To Adelaide, who was disappointed as if her dream had been shattered, Dorothea bluntly said, "There are fairies like that too." Adelaide's face brightened up. Really? Fairies tend to change their ecology depending on their habitat. These ones probably became like this adapting to this environment. If it's a fairy living in a lake filled with pure mana or a place where spirits dwell, they might look as you described. Even so, their mischievous and cruel nature is mostly similar. Dorothea swallowed her last words. She had no intention of pampering Adelaide, but she also didn't have a hobby of deliberately crushing others' dreams. Clink, clink. The Tin Knight approached the two conversing women. "Ah, great work, Sir Knight. You're really amazing. I heard that golems are usually impossible for ordinary soldiers to handle and that even knights who can wield sword energy need to cooperate in numbers to defeat them. Yet you overwhelmed it alone without a single scratch. The Tin Knight claims it was easier to handle than the monkeys. The Tin Knight admires that the two of you fought well too." Adelaide bowed her head as if embarrassed. While thinking she was an easy girl to please, Dorothea's gaze was directed towards the Tin Knight. His combat abilities are certainly incredible. Even Dorothea, who wasn't deeply versed in martial arts, couldn't help but admire the skill of effortlessly cutting down an opponent much larger than oneself, and deflecting impacts without injury despite being blown away multiple times by physical charges. However, there was one issue. His mana is almost completely depleted. The Tin Knight's mana, which had been fully charged just before the battle began, had somehow evaporated by nearly 90%. Of course, it wasn't incomprehensible. To cut through a golem with such tremendous strength and size, the output of the sword energy must have been raised accordingly. In fact, as Adelaide said, if the price for single-handedly defeating a golem that would normally require several knights to handle was just mana depletion, it was actually quite cheap. But Dorothea's expression didn't relax. This time, they somehow managed to defeat the opponent before all the mana ran out, but there was no guarantee it would always be like that in the future. There will be other competitors besides Franca. In the worst case, the 4 great cardinal witches might take action directly. I need to solve this capacity problem. There should be doll workshops in the Empire. I'll have to find a way to repair or upgrade him. Dorothea had an abundance of mana. If remote supply became possible instead of manually supplying like now, the Tin Knight's combat potential would greatly increase. Retrieve the 8 treasures, complete the king's errand, and safely graduate under teacher's tutelage. After adding, solve the Tin Knight's mana problem, under the top item on her mental goal list, Dorothea opened her mouth. Then, let's go forward. We'll see what these guys were so desperately hiding. The Tin Knight and Adelaide nodded in agreement. After thoroughly regrouping in preparation for any possible battles, the party pressed onward. At last, they reached the innermost part. The sight that unfolded there made the party widen their eyes for a moment. A tall pillar. Thorny vines grew, twisting around the pillar. And, entwined by those thorny vines and hanging on the pillar was one woman. Blood was continuously flowing from her skin pierced by the thorns, and the vines were feeding on that blood, intensifying their reddish hue. The party recalled the words written on the stone tablet. Judge her. Punish her. Hang her upon the gallows as an example. Do so swiftly, as miserably as possible. Condemn their sin. It wasn't just a metaphor. The sinner was trapped here, subjected to endless punishment. For centuries, no less. How pitiful, Adelaide exclaimed, covering her mouth with both hands. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Dorothea also frowned. However, while Adelaide's expression was distorted with pure sympathy, Dorothea felt confusion and bewilderment. Certainly, this scene was horrific. But thinking about it rationally, it raised several oddities. Could a person survive in a place that had been sealed for hundreds of years? Could a person shed enough blood to dye those vines red and still live? A living person couldn't possibly ensure such circumstances. But Dorothea also realized that the being before her eyes was no mere corpse. A necromancer, of all people, couldn't fail to distinguish whether a soul had left the body or not. The woman was not a living being. But the woman unquestionably housed a soul. Dorothea had learned about such beings from her teacher long ago. Vampire. As if responding to Dorothea's words, the woman's eyes snapped/Genesis forsaken. The gazes of the woman hanging on the pillar and the party met. Pink eyes stared at the Tin Knight, Dorothea, and Adelaide in turn. For someone who had been trapped and suffering for countless years, those eyes were serene too serene. Eyes were vessels that held emotions and windows to the soul. Yet her eyes didn't contain pain and resentment, nor did they reveal hostility and hatred. Like a reader who found a rare book hidden in an old library. Like a scholar who discovered a new species for the first time. Like a child just before opening a gift box. The woman observed the party with eyes full of curiosity and intrigue. Receiving her gaze, each member of the party had different thoughts. The pure-hearted Adelaide felt relief. The woman didn't seem to be suffering as much as expected, nor did she emit hatred or spit out curses filled with madness. The sharp-minded Dorothea felt caution. She knew kindness and interest directed without reason could be reversed without reason at any time. There was no guarantee that madness wasn't hiding behind that curiosity. The eccentric Tin Knight felt excitement. A vampire sealed in the deepest part of the labyrinth. The situation screamed boss battle. Since he had no stakes to deal with the woman before him, he thought he could borrow Dorothea's wooden staff to stab it into the heart if needed. One party member's no thing's mental state bordered on unhinged. It couldn't be helped. Just as mocking a bald person for being bald led to being mauled by a bear, expecting ethics and morality from someone without a heart was futile. Holding these thoughts, the party confronted the vampire. And then, nothing happened. Question marks appeared above the party's heads. The most impatient among the three was the Tin Knight, but since he had no mouth, Adelaide, who was second in patience, opened her mouth. Excuse me, Miss Vampire. The woman's gaze turned towards Adelaide. Well, you're not saying anything, so. Towards the hesitant Adelaide, the woman blinked her eyes once again. Finally, the woman's mouth opened, and words leaked out. But her words were incomprehensible to the party. Realizing that her words weren't understood by the party's reaction, the woman fell into contemplation. At least for now, there was no atmosphere of her breaking the seal and attacking the party. What should we do, Miss Witch? What do you mean what should we do? She doesn't seem to want to fight for now, so let's just ignore her and look for the treasure. What? As if she hadn't expected such an answer, Adelaide was shocked. Dorothea continued with a cold attitude. My original goal is to retrieve the 8 treasures, the secret treasures of the kingdom. I'm conquering this labyrinth for that, not because I'm particularly interested in the labyrinth's secrets. Whoever this vampire is, or why she's sealed here, as long as she doesn't attack us, there's no need to get involved unnecessarily. But, even so, she's hanging there like that. So what if she's hanging? Are you going to free her? Are you willing to take responsibility if she attacks us after you do? Adelaide was at a loss for words. Dorothea's words were cold, but at the same time rational. If one didn't hit the grass, the snake wouldn't jump out. If it wasn't necessary for one's purpose, it was wise to pretend not to know and avoid unnecessary involvement to prevent getting caught up in unnecessary incidents. However, there was one thing. The Tin Knight objects, saying that's wrong. There was one strange fellow here who wouldn't be satisfied unless he created an incident even if there was none to begin with. The Tin Knight couldn't accept Dorothea's reasoning. While a player would even find and smash a hidden boss living quietly in deep mountains without causing harm to others, it was unacceptable to just ignore something that looked like a boss popping up in the main quest. What's wrong with it? Dorothea showed a crooked reaction. Her grip on her staff tightened, signaling her will to smack some sense into him if he continued to spout nonsense. The Tin Knight tried to include the caution of a bomb disposal squad, but then just gave in to desire and shouted. The Tin Knight declares that he wants to fight the vampire. Clang! Dorothea's staff ignited with flames. Stop talking nonsense. The Tin Knight insists that he can take responsibility if the vampire attacks. Just because you can doesn't mean you need to fight when it's not necessary. Whose mana do you think you're using to fight? The Tin Knight suggests the possibility that it might be a friendly vampire that doesn't need to be fought. You just said you wanted to fight. Are you just saying whatever comes to mind now? That was correct. Judging by the Tin Knight's common sense, the possibility of a vampire sealed in such a place like this being a non-combat personnel was, if not zero, extremely slim. To avoid the nightmare of skipping an enjoyable boss battle, the Tin Knight started to use his head, which he rarely used as he usually lived by momentum. The Tin Knight points out that there's nothing else useful to be seen around. The Tin Knight argues that they'll need the vampire's help to get clues about the treasure anyway. Seeming to find some merit in this point, Dorothea crossed her arms and fell into thought. This was the deepest part of the labyrinth. Apart from the pillar the woman was tied to, no other structures were visible, and there were no treasure chests either. In other words, the whereabouts of the kingdom's secret treasure that Dorothea sought remained elusive. The goat that was supposed to act as a guide had been smashed by the golem's hands, and it seemed none of the souls in the cage knew information about this place, leaving no other source of information. The goat would probably revive after some time passed, but it was awkward to just wait here in the meantime, and decisively, given the earthquake earlier, it was unknown when new adventurers might barge in. Even so, if we can't communicate, there's no way to get information anyway, right? Dorothea's response was still grumpy, but her voice had softened considerably. Confident that this direction was correct, the Tin Knight pointed to the brooch he had. The Tin Knight argues that communication would be possible using the voice of guidance. That'll only make it so she can hear your words? No, I see. That might be enough. Even if it was one way, if they could correctly convey their intentions, the rest wouldn't be difficult. Even just being able to nod up and down would be enough. Well, all right. There's no harm in trying once. The Tin Knight praises it as a wise decision. Having finally obtained permission, the Tin Knight looked at the woman. Due to her being tied up at a considerable height, it seemed difficult to make contact directly. The Tin Knight was about to call Dorothea but changed his mind and spoke to Adelaide. The Tin Knight requests a demonstration of how to use the brooch. I see. Leave it to me. Adelaide showed enthusiasm, clenching both hands. Using the Tin Knight's back as a foothold, Adelaide stood up on the Tin Knight's shoulders. It was quite a precarious posture, but perhaps due to her innate sense of balance, she didn't fall. The vampire watched this scene with an interested gaze. Miss Vampire? Please watch this carefully. Saying this, Adelaide poured mana into the brooch she had received from the Tin Knight. Dorothea, who was behind, thought, even if you say that vampire won't understand, but she kept it to herself. It was the witch's own kind of kindness. Above all, she might need to activate defensive and counterattack magic at any moment, so there was no leisure to be distracted by unnecessary things. Did you see? This is how you do it. After demonstrating the process of golden mana entering the brooch and the brooch flashing as it absorbed the mana several times, Adelaide looked at the vampire's face. When the vampire nodded, Adelaide brought the brooch to the vampire's body. After a few seconds, seeing no particular movement from the vampire, Adelaide tilted her head. Wondering if perhaps she couldn't use mana, Adelaide observed the vampire, who had a serious face as if concentrating on something. Finally, mana leaked from the woman's body. It was a vivid red, not unworthy of the title of vampire. However, the amount was extremely small. It looked as if she had squeezed dried sand with all her might to somehow produce a single drop of water. The brooch that touched the mana glowed with a red light and whoosh! The next moment, the thorny vines around suddenly grew and wrapped around the pillar. A sudden ambush. However, the response of the Tin Knight and Dorothea, who were already on guard, was swift. Grab. The Tin Knight's left hand firmly grasped Adelaide's ankle. The Tin Knight then flung Adelaide to another place with all his might. A shrill scream rang out, but the Tin Knight was a vicious battle maniac, a good teacher who trusted his pupil. This was why he had asked Adelaide, not Dorothea, to climb up in the first place. Adelaide would surely survive on her own. After ensuring Adelaide was safely out of range, the Tin Knight wielded his sword without hesitation. Along with dance-like movements, the sword flurried, cutting down all the thorny vines sweeping around. The vines left on the ground tried to regenerate and counterattack somehow, but Dorothea's curse poured down on them. The thorny vines that had been glossy with red blood rapidly dried up and shriveled. It was a perfectly synchronized combo attack, but the problem came next. Whether the pillar had been integrated with the thorny vines from the beginning, or whether it had been gradually eroded over the long years, when all the thorny vines died, the pillar also began to shake and collapse. Recognizing that the direction the pillar was falling was towards Dorothea, the Tin Knight kicked off the ground and embraced Dorothea, shielding her with his own body. The bodies of the Tin Knight and Dorothea rolled on the ground. With a crash, the pillar hit the ground, and a boom echoed as sand dust rose. Cough, cough. Dorothea, who had inhaled a lot of dust, got up with an irritated gesture. Thanks to the Tin Knight's quick response, there were no wounds on her body. The scene in the room had changed miserably. Blackened, dried up dead thorny vines, a collapsed pillar, and blood seeping from under that pillar. At the death of their only source of information, Dorothea muttered, when things go wrong, they really go wrong. The Tin Knight points out it's too early to conclude death. What are you saying? Even if vampires have excellent regenerative abilities, that's too much, isn't it? Dorothea's voice trailed off as if losing confidence. From beneath the rubble, someone was trying to claw their way out. The clothing worn was rags itself. The arms and legs were bent in bizarre directions, and due to the ominous bleeding, there were more parts dyed bright red than intact areas. And even those wounds were regenerating at a rapid pace right before Dorothea's eyes. Curly light green hair flowed down like waves. The eyes, somewhere between pink and red, were soaked in ecstasy. The vampire took a step forward. The Tin Knight stepped forward to face her. The fateful confrontation between monster and knight. Thud. Did not happen. The vampire just fell forward and collapsed. The triumphant Tin Knight froze in place. Dorothia's gaze changed to one of looking at something absurd as if thinking, what's this now? Wait a moment. Adelaide, who had returned at some point, approached the vampire. It was so swift that there wasn't even time to warn her of the danger. After examining the vampire's complexion and overall condition, Adelaide simply said, it looks like anemia. Silence fell. Dorothea questioned, a vampire with anemia? Yes. Sometimes in the Night Order, we get patients with severe blood loss, and it feels just like this. Well, I guess so. Since all the blood seems to have been sucked dry since ancient times, vampire or not, it makes sense to be short on blood. Laughter escaped from Dorothea's mouth. It was laughter that went beyond anger or bewilderment, now in a whatever happens, happens sort of way. She spoke to the Tin Knight with resignation. Well, aren't you going to fight? Your long-awaited boss battle is right in front of you. Just stab her and be done with it. The Tin Knight's blue eye light alternated between Dorothea and the vampire. With a thud, the Tin Knight knelt down and placed both hands on the ground. His back was enveloped in tremendous melancholy. Mourning the evaporated boss battle, the Tin Knight / Genesis forsaken. Fortunately, in the midst of misfortune, the vampire had not lost consciousness. Although she had become so weak that she couldn't control her body, the Tin Knight suggests giving her some blood. Don't be ridiculous. Dorothea rejected the Tin Knight's suggestion. She rejected it so quickly that she had already finished saying, don't be ridiculous, before the suggests had fully been transmitted from the voice of guidance. We don't necessarily need the other party to be healthy to get information. As long as she can move her eyes, she can say yes or no. Hurry up and interrogate her already. Tell her we'll stake her heart if she doesn't answer. It was a heartless statement. Adelaide, who was listening nearby, let out a gasp of horror. The Tin Knight, who had been pretending to sob, suddenly raised his body as if he had thought of something. The Tin Knight advises that he'll stake her heart, so if she doesn't like that, she should get up and fight quickly. Hey, clang! Dorothea's staff struck the Tin Knight's head. Sir Knight, as much as I understand your reasoning, that's a bit. Even Adelaide directed a cold gaze at the Tin Knight's ugly struggle. Meanwhile, the vampire, who was being directly threatened with death, simply blinked her eyes. It was unclear whether she didn't properly understand the words themselves, or if she dismissed them as mere jests. Eventually, the Tin Knight seemed to have abandoned his persistence, as he entered into negotiations with a serious attitude. Of course, the very situation of having to leave negotiations to this madman was comedic in itself. The Tin Knight informs the vampire that he'll start to ask questions, so she should nod her head for yes, and shake her head left to right for no. The Tin Knight requests to answer yes if she understood. Perhaps she still had enough strength to move her head, as the vampire nodded up and down. The Tin Knight asks if she knows about the kingdom's secret treasures. Nod nod. The Tin Knight asks if she knows the detailed location. Nod nod. The Tin Knight asks if the kingdom's secret treasures are hidden somewhere in this room. Shake shake. The Tin Knight then asks if there's a deeper area beyond this room. Shake shake. Dorothea, who had been quietly watching, interjected, wait a moment. The goat from the animal compass was clearly heading this way before it was crushed. But if it's not in this room, and there's no deeper area, where on earth is it? Does she really know the proper location? The Tin Knight asks if she can perhaps point to the specific location. The vampire's arm trembled for a moment but fell limp again. The Tin Knight suggests that maybe we should just give her some blood. No, this is suspicious. She might just be acting to regain her strength. The Tin Knight argues that a single drop shouldn't hurt. You're only saying that because you're not the one supplying it? You don't even have blood to begin with, do you? A brief ugly argument broke out between the one trying to feed and the one trying to obstruct it. Adelaide cautiously raised her hand. Excuse me. Can I say something for a moment? The Tin Knight and Dorothea's gazes turned to Adelaide. As both of them nodded simultaneously, Adelaide spoke. It's not hidden in this place, and there's no other place. But she knows the exact location. Could it mean that she has it? At Adelaide's words, everyone's gaze turned to the vampire at once. The Tin Knight asks if she has the treasure. The vampire nodded. Dorothea made a dubious expression. Even if she has it, where? She's wearing nothing but rags, there's nowhere to hide anything. The Tin Knight declares that absorbing treasures with mysterious powers for a power-up is a cliché. Absorb? Are you saying she ate it or something? That's ridiculous. Nod nod. As the vampire nodded, Dorothea's mouth gaped open. The Tin Knight argues that if we divide her into 17 parts, it might pop out. The Tin Knight spouted madness as usual. Point 1. Just as Dorothea seriously considered his absurd suggestion, Adelaide said, Miss Witch, you're not on the same level as Sir Knight, are you? About 5 minutes later. Luckily, the cart was retrieved intact. The vampire was added to the list of the party's possessions as they ascended. That was right, their possessions increased but not their companions. As the morning sun rose, warm sunlight shone down on the campsite near the labyrinth. Just as budding green sprouts endured the cold night to receive nutrients from sunlight and soil, people, too, needed to fill their hungry stomachs to replenish their vitality. Smelling the aroma wafting from the food spread on the table, Lawrence Halder licked his lips. Toast, fried eggs, grilled sausages, and pickled cabbage. Despite being quite humble for the fare of a successful merchant known throughout the southeastern empire, Lawrence had no complaints. To Lawrence, who in his younger days had eaten hard black bread divided over several days, or filled his stomach with salty soup where one might find one solid piece every 10 spoonfuls, Lawrence found the luxurious diet of imperial nobles ill-suited for his body. While he spared no expense at important reception venues, Lawrence preferred such simple meals in situations where he didn't need to be mindful of others' eyes. It was simple but far from tasteless. Those people, they didn't come back after all. Mix Halder, sitting opposite, spoke with a voice filled with concern. Lawrence immediately guessed who those people his son was referring to. It's only been a day. It's not unusual for people to handle meals and rest while exploring a labyrinth, so there's no need to worry too much. Do you think Miss Adelaide can endure something like sleeping outdoors? Well, son, I think she can endure it better than you. Lawrence refrained from voicing the thought that came to his mind. He didn't fully believe all the rumors about Lion Duke descendants being immune to disease, or recovering stamina as quickly as young children even after entering adulthood. Still, just looking at the stamina that allowed her to keep running beside the carriage for several hours, it seemed like ordinary outdoor sleeping wouldn't be a problem. According to the guard captain, the knight with them is an incredibly skilled individual, and that Miss Dorothea also seemed quite accustomed to travel, judging by how she picked out exactly the items needed for the labyrinth. With companions like them, Miss Adelaide should be safe too. I see. With a slightly brighter expression, Mix bit into his toast. Lawrence also dipped a sausage in the yolk of a half-boiled egg and put it in his mouth. The savory and greasy taste spreading at once was truly exquisite. After finishing the meal like that, and when they were about halfway through their post-meal coffee, company head. At the news brought by a subordinate, Lawrence set down his coffee cup. It was news that the party he had just been discussing with his son had returned and was looking for Lawrence. Only this time, Adelaide came alone looking utterly ragged. I see, I'll go right away. Lawrence moved his steps with a seriously hardened face. The moment he saw Adelaide in the reception room, Lawrence inadvertently let out a sigh. Did the exploration fail? Adelaide's appearance was truly dire. Her entire body was full of scratches and cuts, parts of her armor were torn, and her beautiful golden hair was sullied with dust. It felt fortunate that his son Mix had temporarily left to observe the employees organizing the warehouse. Lawrence spoke in a calm tone, trying not to stimulate the other party as much as possible. I heard you called for me, Miss Adelaide. Adelaide, who had been bowing her body as if tired, raised her head. Ah, Mr. Lawrence, the company head. I'm sorry for barging in suddenly without an appointment. No, it's fine. Is there perhaps something I can assist you with? Oh, how did you know? As expected, Lawrence was certain his prediction was correct. 3 people went in, but only 1 returned. Moreover, that one was in a ragged state. Perhaps the lives of the remaining 2 were already. If you need a rescue request, I'll step up. It wasn't a proposal born of pure goodwill. This offer held the ulterior motive of putting the noble girl before him in debt, and if he could possibly save and bring back Dorothia's side, he could demand other knowledge as compensation besides the herbs that strengthened the horses they had obtained in this venture. Of course, his sympathy as a human and consideration for his son were no less high. Lawrence resolved to willingly extend a hand here, even if it meant some financial loss. A rescue request. And the girl tilted her head with a reaction that seemed to say, what are you talking about? Did you not come seeking help after your companions fell into danger? No, that's not it. Sir Knight and Miss Witch are fine. Those 2 are fine, yet you look like this? Lawrence didn't say anything, but his intention must have been clearly visible in his eyes. Adelaide blushed shyly and said with embarrassment, well, you see, the magic beasts inside the labyrinth were fierce, so, I see. It must have been quite an intense battle. Yes, I didn't realize it much when I was just watching while pulling the cart. But when I had to fight alone, there were so many things to pay attention to. Cart? Fighting alone? The more the conversation went on, the more question marks appeared in Lawrence's mind. It was somewhat rude, but he even suspected that the girl before him might be spouting nonsense due to a great mental shock. Ahem. I see. So, specifically, what do you want to request from me? Right. Actually, we brought back quite a lot of things from inside. But Miss Witch said that the staff guarding the entrance would definitely cause trouble, so someone with strong speaking power needs to be nearby. Oh ho. This was the most plausible thing he had heard so far. Given the commotion when they first entered, it was a reasonable inference to think that similar troubles might repeat. However, the young lady is worrying a bit too much. As long as the guild guys have any face, they won't be able to find fault with explorers certified by our company. There might be a possibility of them forcing the issue regardless of face if the amount of treasure was enormous, but the party had only been in the labyrinth for a day so far. Even if they brought back treasure during that time, how amazing could it possibly be? I understand. I'll go see for myself. Even with such thoughts, Lawrence nodded readily. As the owner of a company, his time was precious, but it would be unacceptable to turn away someone who had come like this. The calculation was to show his face for the first few times, and then he could decline later with a clear conscience. And shortly afterward, Lawrence found himself unable to close his gaping mouth. There was a sword with a handle decorated in gold. There was a necklace with a large jewel embedded in it. There were books that felt ancient yet unweathered, and magic tools whose purposes were difficult to guess were scattered here and there. Even the guild staff who had sneered at the cart led by the Tin Knight and the cloth covering it, wondering if they had brought out magic beast carcasses, were unable to say anything with expressions full of astonishment. The witch in black clothes approached Lawrence and said, "As per our original contract, I'll leave the disposal of the treasures we brought from inside to you." Wait a moment. A guild staff member who had belatedly come to his senses hurriedly interjected, "This requires a thorough investigation. To secure such relics after just one day of entering, you must have used some underhanded method." Underhanded? The witch sneered. Specifically, what counts as an underhanded method? Is there some rule that limits the amount of treasure you can bring out in one entry? I haven't heard any such explanation. The guild staff member's face reddened. That, right. Perhaps you ambushed other adventurers and stole their treasures? If that's the case, you should think of more plausible excuses before uttering such nonsense. After an overt snort, the witch's gaze turned to Lawrence. As he met the blue eyes, a lightning-like realization struck Lawrence. In the contract, how much brokerage fee did we agree to take? 30%. Yes, it was 30%. 30% of the sales amount of the gold and silver treasures filling that cart belongs to our company? It was a cart large enough to carry people if desired. Even if it was filled solely with gold bars, its value would already be staggering, but in reality, it included numerous jewels of greater worth than gold, various crafts, and magic tools. Besides the simple monetary value, if one considered the intangible asset value created by selling these items to influential people in various regions, Lawrence's back straightened, his steps became full of strength, and light leaked from his eyes. No, not just Lawrence, but all the company personnel behind Lawrence were in the same state. I cannot overlook such accusations. Are you saying our company's explorers committed acts of banditry within the labyrinth? Is this the official stance of the Adventurers Guild? If so, Halder Company might need to reconsider its future relationship with the guild. The guild staff member started sweating profusely. As Lawrence displayed his unrivaled performance against the guild staff, the Tin Knight's party exchanged subtle looks of victory with their eyes. Using the dazzling glitter of the treasures as a shield, it seemed no one had noticed them sneaking out one person-shaped cargo, or rather a person. Footnotes. The negotiations with the guild were successful. Even the staff who had been treating the Tin Knight's party with a high-handed attitude were pushed back, finding themselves helplessly retreating when Lawrence and by extension the Halder Company stepped in and applied pressure. We're in a superior position both contractually and justifiably. If we can't win this, we might as well give up being merchants. Lawrence was confident that unless they entered the labyrinth again, there would be no issue with the items they had obtained this time. The party was also satisfied with this outcome. The labyrinth was wider than expected and there were many hidden treasures. Some treasures couldn't fit in the cart so they had to be left behind, but they had already secured all the ones that looked valuable. Above all, it was decisive that they had obtained the most important treasure. However, the witch was dissatisfied because the form of that treasure was quite different from what she had expected. In the exclusive lodging prepared by the Halder Company, the party was gathered in a space devoid of prying eyes and ears. The atmosphere in the room was subtle. This was because Dorothia was openly sighing with irritation. At the end of her gaze was a wine-colored goat. The goat, which usually tended to move around as it pleased, was lingering in the room without any sign of leaving. Next to it was the vampire lying on the bed. The vampire's condition was fairly good. Instead of the clothes that were close to rags, she was now dressed in a clean white dress, and her body, which had been crushed when the pillar fell on her, was recovered without a single wound. However, her complexion was still pale without sign of vitality. Staring blankly at the goat rubbing its head against the vampire's palm, Dorothea opened her mouth. "I checked while changing her clothes, but the kingdom's secret treasure, that is, the chalice of tuberose, was nowhere to be seen. Yet that goat doesn't want to leave the vampire. So the treasure really is inside her body. What on earth did this dem vampire do?" The Tin Knight asks if the phrase dem vampire is also conveyed. Sir Knight. If you say that, won't she hear it? At Adelaide's point, the Tin Knight made a gesture as if saying, "Oops." The vampire herself didn't show much reaction, though. Under such circumstances, one might expect wariness after hearing threatening words about staking her heart while she was unable to move, yet the vampire's demeanor remained relaxed. Really? This is annoying. Dorothea grumbled that at this rate, it might have been better to have a clean fight as that stupid tin can had wanted. If the vampire had threatened their lives, they could have fought back without hesitation and taken the treasure, but with her being so docile, it was uncomfortable to point a blade at her. By conventional standards, being a vampire was a capital offense in itself, but Dorothea couldn't think that way. To begin with, if one started considering general common sense, the profession of necromancer itself had many problems in various ways. It was a pitiful sense of camaraderie born of shared struggles. The Tin Knight suggests that if it's troubling, we should just defeat her and obtain the item. There was also a stubbornness about not wanting to fall to the same level as that thing. After groaning for about 10 minutes, Dorothea finally shouted as if saying, "Whatever happens, happens. I don't know. We'll just carry her around like that. We can just treat her as somewhat bulky luggage, right?" It was a wicked statement that suggested treating someone human no human-like as luggage. It was truly a witch-like conclusion. Adelaide let out a sigh of relief. She had been anxious that Dorothea might accept the Tin Knight's suggestion and decide to cut the vampire into pieces. The Tin Knight, who sometimes made Adelaide cut up live animals or insects for practice, might have entrusted the handling of the vampire to Adelaide as well. Adelaide would rather fight tooth and nail within the labyrinth than practice vampire anatomy. The Tin Knight stepped forward to ask a question. The Tin Knight asks what specifically they will do if she's luggage. Can't we just get something like a coffin and physically seal her in it? We can stick the coffin in a corner of the carriage. The Tin Knight points out that's wasteful. Then what do you suggest? The Tin Knight argues that if we're going to carry her around anyway, it's better to have her as a companion rather than luggage. Dorothia's eyebrow twitched, and Adelaide made a surprised expression. Dorothea sneered grumpily, "You were all about fighting and killing earlier, what's with this sudden change of heart?" The Tin Knight passionately argues that the development of taking a potential boss as an ally is thrilling in its own way. The Tin Knight also notes that if we walk around with her in a coffin, it will be troublesome when passing through checkpoints and such. Even if I dismiss the first statement as your usual nonsense, the latter is worth listening to. Dorothea continued, however, it would also be troublesome if we just took the vampire along. Even if her appearance doesn't stand out much, she'll burst into flames as soon as sunlight touches her. How are we going to hide that? Dorothea, who was about to discuss extremely obvious common sense, suddenly stopped speaking. And then she recalled something. Didn't she touch sunlight earlier when we were bringing her to the room? Oh, now that you mention it, that's right. Although Dorothea had used magic to reduce others' attention, since its effect wasn't absolute, the party had to be very careful when moving the vampire. They had been so busy avoiding other people's eyes that they hadn't paid attention to the sunlight, but thinking back, something seemed strange. Seeing was believing. When the Tin Knight pulled back the curtain hanging over the window, sunlight poured onto the bed where the vampire was lying. Flinch. The vampire frowned. It seemed the sunlight was dazzling to her eyes. In other words, that was all. Her skin didn't burn, not even turning red. The Tin Knight wonders if the assumption that she's a vampire might just be completely wrong. Dorothea's mouth gaped open. After seeming to search for a rebuttal for a moment, she apparently couldn't find anything appropriate to say and changed the subject. Ahem. Well, anyway, even if we put aside the sunlight issue, if we're treating her as a companion rather than cargo, her opinion is important. We can't decide this matter on our own. The Tin Knight points out that her treatment has suddenly improved dramatically. Shut up. The Tin Knight's gaze turned to the vampire. The Tin Knight asks if she's willing to join the party as a companion. It was an invitation that had thrown away all context and preamble. Dorothea scoffed, thinking there was no way she would agree to that. Nod. The vampire nodded without hesitation. No, why? Dorothea was genuinely bewildered. Glaring at the triumphant Tin Knight, Dorothea questioned in a sharp tone, "Wait. You can say anything with words. Ask her if she can swear with a blood oath that she won't harm us in any situation." Even as she said it herself, Dorothea didn't think the other party would accept the terms. If she accepted this condition, even if the party tried to kill the vampire when push came to shove, the vampire wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. Nod. But contrary to Dorothea's expectations, the vampire nodded too easily. Dorothea wore a blank expression. Miss Witch. Adelaide looked at Dorothea, seeing the face that practically screamed, "Isn't this enough?" Dorothea felt indignant. Am I the strange one here? She was surely making sensible and rational statements, but Dorothea couldn't understand why the atmosphere was flowing as if she was the bad one. However, with the vampire being so agreeable, she couldn't make all the discussions so far meaningless by insisting on her own opinion. Of course, if she was determined, she could do it, but in Dorothea's opinion, that would be an unsightly action. Thinking, might as well do it, Dorothea stepped forward, half gritting her teeth. As she cut her palm with a dagger, the blood that flowed out circled in the air instead of falling to the floor, creating characters. Sophia Hubris swears not to harm Tin Knight, Dorothea Eschingard, or Adelaide von Leonard under any circumstances. The penalty for violating the oath is death. Translate it. A blood oath can't be established unless both parties fully understand the content and agree. When the Tin Knight conveyed the message, the vampire nodded. The contract, confirming the intention to agree, moved gently in the air and touched the back of the vampire's hand. The blood composing the contract fluctuated greatly, and it was then that its content changed. Sophia Hubris swears not to harm Tin Knight, Dorothea Eschingard, or Adelaide von Leonard under any circumstances. The penalty for violating the oath is dot. Dorothea's eyebrow twitched. It was good that the name was added in a language Dorothea could recognize. That was why she had deliberately used her own blood instead of the vampire's. The issue laid in the penalty section. The phrase corresponding to death was blurred, rendering its content illegible. Dorothea swung her staff. The blood of the contract fluctuated, attempting to form the word death, but it only lasted for a moment. After a while, it turned back into an unrecognizable lump. Dorothea knew this phenomenon. Assuming there was an ordinary person A and a mage B, the contents that could be specified as a penalty were as follows. When A violates the contract, A stops breathing for 10 seconds. When A violates the contract, A turns into a frog. The first one could be specified as a penalty because A could do it alone, and the latter was possible because even though A couldn't do it alone, B had the ability to do so. Conversely, a penalty like A turns into the sun couldn't be specified, as neither A nor B could accomplish that, even if they cooperate. In short, the current situation was essentially proof that no matter what method was used, death couldn't be sentenced to the vampire. Not by Dorothea's will nor by the vampire's own will. What exactly is your identity? It wasn't a question expecting an answer. Since communication wasn't possible in the first place, it might have been closer to talking to herself rather than a question. Yuri asking quite the philosophical question. An unexpected answer came to her rhetorical query. Dorothea and Adelaide's eyes widened. The Tin Knight's eye light fluctuated. Whether she noticed their astonishment or not, the vampire Sophia Hubris calmly continued speaking. Blood had somehow stained her lips. I am a scholar. Although I suppose the nation that once validated my degree seems to have long since perished into the annals of history. I am a cleric. Although I was excommunicated for being designated as a heretic. With a beautiful smile, Sophia swung her legs over the edge of the bed and sat right up. And I am a monster. That much hasn't changed, then or now. The Tin Knight drew his sword. Dorothea pointed her staff. Only Adelaide was at a loss, unable to keep up with the sudden change in the situation. Dorothea asked sharply, you could speak all along, and you pretended not to. No, I genuinely didn't understand at first. Watching you all chatter, I figured out your intentions through the effect of that gentleman's magic tool and pieced things together by getting a bit of information from the young lady's blood. I was fortunate that even though the words were different from when I was outside, the grammar itself was nearly identical, Sophia answered with a beaming smile. Although she made it sound simple, it was obviously far from an easy feat. Also, until just now, I didn't have the energy to speak. Even nodding was quite an ordeal. So, now you're full of energy after siphoning off and drinking my blood. I'd evaluate it as ambrosia after hundreds of years. Please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of fighting. I drank the blood because I thought free communication would make the conversation faster, not because I had any complaints about the contract. Rather, I think it's a perfectly reasonable clause. It would be foolish not to have such safety measures against an unidentified monster. You're quite talkative. Quite the common remark, even from centuries prior. Dorothea thought for a moment, then brought up the contract. You said it would be faster if you could speak. Then answer. Why can't death be specified as the penalty for violating the contract? Is it because you're a vampire? Is it impossible to kill you again because you're already a corpse? Good reasoning, but incorrect. Certainly, vampires are closer to corpses if you want to be precise, but the concept of death does exist properly. You can kill them by piercing the heart with a stake and cutting off the head, or by sunbathing them in sunlight. Any of these methods can be used to kill us. Then why? Well, I've rarely seen other vampires beyond myself, so I couldn't do direct comparative experiments, but I do know I'm hard to kill. The people of the Order couldn't kill me despite all sorts of attempts. It probably means that neither I nor the young witch possess the ability to kill me. Dorothea's expression twisted grotesquely. It wasn't pleasant to be told outright that her ability was lacking, but it was odd to get angry when the vampire herself said she couldn't do it either. It was roughly that kind of face. All right, then how about this? Sophia Hubris swears not to harm Tin Knight, Dorothea Eschingard, or Adelaide von Leonard under any circumstance. If the oath is violated, Sophia Hubris falls into a sleep from which she cannot wake. If death can't be the price, then a sleep close to death, is it? Clever idea. Shut up and decide whether to accept it or not. The idiot next to me is dying to fight right now. Please add one clause. It's frightening if there's no way to reverse it. At Sophia's suggestion, Dorothea was silent for a moment, then nodded. However, Sophia Hubris can exceptionally wake from sleep when Tin Knight, Dorothea Eschingard, or Adelaide von Leonard try to wake her of their own will. This time, Sophia readily accepted the contract. And then, she asked, by the way, what kind of party are you? I just realized I have yet to hear about your goal. Dorothea suddenly found herself staring at the ceiling. This entire situation was a complete mess, no matter how she looked at it. The Scarecrow has joined the Genesis Forsaken. The Empire. Adventurers Guild Schwartz Branch. Branch Manager's Office. Branch Manager, we've received an urgent report from the Taro's Labyrinth Management Department. An urgent report. The branch manager furrowed his brow in confusion as he took the report. As he checked the contents written in the report, his face gradually turned red, and finally, an indignant shout burst from his mouth. So, explorers under the Halder Company swept up all the relics inside the labyrinth in just one day? And the incompetent fools on site just watched it happen? Hey, you bastards! How did you handle this? That's because the contract terms with the company were set up that way. And who the hell approved such a ridiculous contract? We should have either limited the amount they could take at once or made sure our people went with them. The subordinate felt the words, you're the one who approved it without properly reviewing when the related documents first came up, so why are you yelling at me? Welling up from deep inside, but those words never escaped his lips. Instead of provoking the branch manager's anger with unnecessary words, the subordinate silently bent his waist at a 90-degree angle. My apologies. Tisk, such incompetent fools. Clicking his tongue in disapproval, the branch manager carelessly threw the documents on the desk, and said, retrieve them? Pardon. I said retrieve them. Halder Company or whatever. Isn't it just one of the small to medium-sized companies? Intimidate them appropriately and retrieve everything. Especially if there's anything obtained from the last floor, don't miss even a single piece of cloth, get everything. The subordinate was shocked, his mouth hanging open blankly. He couldn't comprehend what he had just heard. No, more precisely, he simply didn't want to understand. It was true that the Halder Company was a smaller force compared to the Adventurers Guild. However, that didn't mean they were the kind of group they could dismiss as just one of the small to medium-sized companies. If one made a huge list of companies on the continent, they might not reach the very top, but they'd no doubt be in the grade just below it. If they had been any less significant, they wouldn't have been granted exploration rights in the first place. Moreover, if they forcibly seized the treasures from the Halder company, other companies wouldn't remain idle either. Before talking about loyalty among merchants, they'd worry about becoming the next target. Wait a moment, please reconsider. If we do that, we may end up provoking all the companies involved in this case might rebel. Moreover, if we unilaterally break a contract once made, it will damage the honor of the entire guild. Rather, it would be better to purchase the necessary items. How frustrating. You're so lacking in business sense. The branch manager cut off the desperate dissuasion of the subordinate, who had mustered up the courage to speak, with an attitude of annoyance. Listen. A mere company, blinded by greed, harmed other adventurers and plundered treasures within the labyrinth managed by the guild. Which do you think preserves the guild's honor, quietly watching this wicked behavior, or resolutely punishing it? Do I really need to explain even this to you? What do you mean? The subordinate was genuinely perplexed. He wondered if the branch manager had even read the report he had submitted. What the branch manager said had already been suspected of and thoroughly investigated on-site. The report had explicitly stated that no adventurer party had been harmed. But, what on earth? No, wait. The subordinate's face hardened. What a tragic affair. Truly tragic. To think that the guild's precious adventurers were brutally murdered. If our guild doesn't resolve their unjust deaths, who will? Punish the company severely, and make sure to judge those explorers who committed this act. We should also retrieve any items they might have kept for themselves instead of handing them over to the company. The branch manager spoke in an exaggerated tone, his body language nearly theatrical as he stared down his subordinate. What are you waiting for? Move quickly. At the snake-like gaze filled with greed, the subordinate involuntarily shuddered without realizing it himself. Understood. The subordinate bowed his head. After all, he had no other choice. He'd seen his seniors demoted or vanish without a trace after having defied the branch manager. He didn't want to become another predecessor for his role. At the same time, near the Taro's labyrinth. Are you leaving already? The head of the Halder company, Lawrence Halder, showed a troubled reaction, but Dorothea remained indifferent. We've decided on our next target, and we've gotten everything we needed. There's no reason to stay here any longer. But you haven't properly received the sales proceeds yet, have you? I've received the advance payment, and it'll take a while to sell everything anyway, right? I'll come back for it later, so keep the money safe for me. Deduct the storage fee from the sale price. It's not like you're taking a loss out on this deal, are you? Well, that's true, but far from a loss, it was quite beneficial. If free trade was possible without a set sales deadline, they could carefully choose their buyers and extract the maximum profit. However, from a networking perspective, it was somewhat regrettable. The plan to host Dorothea's party as honored guests while the goods were being sold, and build a relationship, had all come to naught. Instead of that, if you tell us your destination, we'll treat you with the highest hospitality. It would be a shame to let such valuable customers leave without proper treatment. It's fine. Too troublesome. Dorothea waved her hand dismissively. Even though the other side had shown an insincere attitude, she was the one who had even discarded the escort unit provided by the kingdom without hesitation. While a temporary accompaniment might be acceptable, she had no interest in traveling with a large entourage. Moreover, if they kept moving around together, there was a concern that Sophia's existence might be discovered. Realizing that Dorothea had no intention of changing her mind, Lawrence couldn't help but feel disappointed inwardly. However, if he gave up so easily, he wouldn't be worthy of being called a merchant. In that case, please at least accept the carriage we've prepared. Not only is the ride comfort and loading capacity excellent, but the horses are also top-class steeds. Well, I suppose that much would be fine. Though looking a bit reluctant, Dorothea accepted. Although she viewed kindness without compensation as a debt, in this case, there was no catch, so there was little reason to refuse. Above all, it was clear that if the carriage's performance improved, the journey would become more comfortable. While Dorothea had the patience to endure the poor ride of a cheap carriage and the discomfort of sleeping outdoors without much complaint, having patience and enjoying it were separate issues. Miss Adelaide, our company headquarters is in Perdia City in the southern part of the empire. Please make sure to visit. Ah, yes. Thank you. I hope Mr. Mix stays healthy too. After finishing their final greetings like that, they set off on their new journey. To Adelaide, who was now doing her pre-run stretches with familiar movements, the Tin Knight asked. The Tin Knight wonders what Adele thinks about that boy's kindness. Hey, oh my. Dorothea frowned at the tactless question, while Sophia showed a reaction as if it might be amusing. Adelaide blinked her large violet eyes a few times, then soon answered with a bright smile, he seems like a nice person. An indescribable silence fell. It was meant as a compliment, but it wasn't. At least, not when evaluating a potential romantic partner. The Tin Knight, Dorothea, and Sophia exchanged glances. They silently agreed to pretend the previous question never happened. Everyone, have a safe journey. With the boy waving from afar in the background, the carriage departed. It was a truly peaceful scene. As always, the Tin Knight led the carriage and Adelaide sprinted alongside it. Inside the carriage's cargo space now, properly furnished with proper seats, Dorothea and Sophia were facing each other. With an arrogant posture, arms crossed and legs folded, Dorothea asked, "So, what are you?" Sophia, sitting formally with her hands neatly placed on her knees, answered with a smile, "Sophia Hubris, scholar, cleric, and monster. I'm not in the mood for wordplay." Despite her sharp glare, Sophia merely let out a faint laugh. Dorothea clicked her tongue, seemingly realizing intimidation was useless. "Fine. Then I'll change the question. Where are you from?" "I'm from the Doria City-State Alliance." "The name Doria seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it in a book somewhere." "A state alliance, does that mean there are multiple kings?" "Each city is led by a people's assembly, so there are no kings." "If there's no king, isn't it not a country?" Dorothea made a puzzled expression, and Sophia nodded as if understanding, saying, "Ah, I was wondering why the language was so different despite only a few centuries passing, but it seems the censorship was quite severe." "Well, even back then, we were treated as oddities by surrounding countries. Anyway, don't worry about it." It was human nature to become more concerned when told not to worry, but this time, Dorothea decided to simply follow Sophia's words. After all, she had no interest in the headache that was politics. "Then, for what reasons were you sealed in that labyrinth?" "I didn't hear a direct explanation from those who sealed me, but perhaps it was because they had no way to kill me? They might have hoped I'd gradually weaken and die, or they might have passed on a troublesome problem to future generations." There were words like taboo and sinner written on the stone tablet. "What exactly did you do?" "Ah, that." Sophia answered as if it was nothing special. "I believed in God. I followed his laws. But as I did so, I found passages here and there that I couldn't understand at all. So I raised questions. Then people around me said it was blasphemous. They said that doubting itself was a sin. That it wasn't about logic or theory, but accepting things as they are since that is the manner in which they were written. I couldn't understand. Couldn't God be wrong too? But when I said that, they accused me of being possessed by evil, that I had fallen. When I heard that, I thought, that's how I should do it." Sophia raised her right hand. It was a pale, lacking a hint of blood. In that hand, an intangible energy rippled. It wasn't the deep red mana that Sophia originally possessed. Evil exists solely to defy God's providence. One must never approach it. And vampires are an easy-to-understand synonym for evil. So, if a vampire can demonstrate God's miracles, it can negate the above passage. Like this? What formed in Sophia's hand was a pure white light. A pure white light that truly deserved to be called holy. Whoosh! The bright light spread like a ripple, illuminating the cargo compartment. And Sophia's hand that emitted that light was burning up like logs in a fire. So, because you, a vampire, can exert holy power, it proves that neither God nor his words are absolute? Did you wish to deny him that much? No? Why does being curious about God's flaws mean a denial of him? Can't God make mistakes sometimes? Isn't it much more blasphemous to insist that God is absolutely perfect while ignoring that possibility? Personally, I find a God with room for mistakes far more endearing because of his imperfections. You're casually saying things that would have people from the kingdom of heaven coming after you with hammers and nails. Are those people still lecturing the earth, telling them to do this and that these days? I don't know. The high-ranking people in each country might know. To begin with, the information Dorothea had about the kingdom of heaven was extremely biased. Her teacher had gritted her teeth, calling them arrogant bastards who put on airs just because they lived in the sky despite having nothing special about them. Dorothea clutched her forehead as if she had a headache. A vampire wielding God's miracles. What could this even be compared to? A fire-type flower? An electric-type fish? No, it was even worse than that. At least in Dorothea's memory, there were certainly flowers that burned on their own without being touched, and fish that emitted electricity, but at least those existed as entire species, while this vampire was a unique individual. No matter how she thought about it, her very existence was an incident just waiting to happen. And the biggest problem, Dorothea had no choice but to keep this troublesome existence around. All because the kingdom's sacred treasure was inside Sophia's body. More importantly, why did you absorb the chalice of Tubros? Was that also to deny God's doctrine or whatever? Was it even something you could consume in the first place? That? I did that just out of curiosity. The chalice of Tubros was said to give the power of prophetic dreams. If just drinking alcohol from the cup does that much, I couldn't help but wonder how amazing it would be if I absorbed the chalice itself entirely. But it seems it was a magic tool that had no effect without following the proper procedure because I've never had a single prophetic dream. Hey, you crazy woman. Finally, Dorothea exploded. Spit it out. Spit it out right now. Leave just the chalice and disappear. That's impossible. It seems to have been completely absorbed during the hundreds of years it was inside my body. It no longer has a physical form. Even while being shaken back and forth with her collar grabbed, Sophia just laughed nonchalantly. Dorothea's screams and Sophia's laughter echoed across the plains. The Tin Knight is pleased with the sight of the two getting along well. Should we, really call this, getting/Genesis forsaken? Oh, dear. William Hemming, a marquis from a prestigious noble household in the kingdom of Ionia, couldn't help but sigh at the sight of his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were sunken, his skin dry, and the mustache he had been secretly proud of had lost its luster. He knew other nobles and servants in the mansion were whispering behind his back, but he hadn't realized it was this serious. If it weren't for that witch, William gritted his teeth. A few months ago, upon hearing the king's so-called Great Kingdom Revival plan, he had tried to subtly interfere, fearing the entire nation would be destroyed. William's plan to either recruit or, at the very least, eliminate the witch, who was the key figure in the king's proposed plan, had failed miserably. Worse, he had been forced into an unfair contract. The terms included not harming or interfering with the witch, informing her if there were signs of betrayal from the king or nobles, and explaining the witch's independent actions to the king and surrounding nobles on her behalf. If this had been a simple written contract, William could have laughed it off, but cruelly and terrifyingly, this was a magical contract. At first, William had tried to minimize his own responsibility by claiming the witch had ignored their goodwill and acted as she pleased, but then the unthinkable happened. The moment the court meeting concluded, "We can't leave such a willful witch unchecked, we must capture her again and retrieve the compass," William had the horrifying experience of webbing sprouting between his fingers like a frog. His unfavorable testimony against the witch, which had swayed public opinion, was considered a violation of the contract clause prohibiting interference. Terrified, William had to desperately defend the witch by taking back his words or claiming, "That's not what I meant," and somehow try to cancel the treasure retrieval plan. The king, displeased with the nobles' intentions to cancel the plan, sided with William, resulting in the cancellation of the order to capture the witch. William recovered his human hands, but his reputation did not recover. Already receiving unfavorable glances for failing to properly handle the witch, and now siding with the unreasonable king, albeit unavoidably he couldn't expect to be well regarded among the nobles. To think that he, once a key figure among the noble faction, was now treated as a leading supporter of the pro-king faction, and for that bomb king with grandiose dreams and not a speck of realism, William silently screamed, clutching his head. "Damn that witch, what's with inform me if you see signs of the king or nobles trying to backstab. If you're going to make people spy, at least let them know your whereabouts. How am I supposed to send news when I don't even know where you are?" William was afraid. The witch had left without escort, claiming she would find the treasures alone, and there had been no news for months. While the nobles were secretly rejoicing, believing the witch must have given up, the king's mood was worsening by the day. What if the enraged king reissues the retrieval of the compass? And what if I am considered to have violated the contract for not informing the witch, even while I am unable to? Rationally speaking, in this case, he couldn't be considered in violation of the contract since he couldn't send news due to not knowing her location even if he wanted to, but who knew? That wicked contract might arbitrarily judge William and turn him into a frog. Living each day in anxiety, he couldn't taste his food even when eating, and couldn't smell the aroma of fine tea even when it was right in front of him. Just when he thought he might waste away completely, one day, a letter from the witch has arrived. Yes, it's a carrier, well, not a live bird, but some kind of dead bird flew through the sky. Bring it to me immediately. Now, William was desperate. The guard knight seemed quite reluctant about the letter delivered by a dead bird, but William couldn't care less about such things. When his remaining life hung in the balance between living as a human or a frog, what did it matter if the letter was delivered by a dead bird or a flying spaghetti monster? Here it is. Whoosh! William snatched the letter with a swiftness uncharacteristic of a noble who had never handled a sword beyond basic etiquette. As he quickly scanned the contents, his face contorted grotesquely. Successfully retrieved the key of opium and the chalice of tuberose. However, the chalice of tuberose has been absorbed by an unidentified woman. Don't complain later after all the treasures are recovered. If you think this will cause problems, say so now. No complaints will be accepted afterward. Return the reply to the bird that brought this letter. What nonsense is this again? Arg. Hearing his master's death-like shriek, the guard knight shook his head. That afternoon, a copy of the letter, carefully edited by William, was delivered to the king. Delighted that 2 of the 8 secret treasures had been recovered, the king sent a reply saying, "I won't worry about minor issues, just continue as you are." As a bonus, William, who had excellently performed his role as intermediary with the witch, further solidified his position as the king's confidant, though it was entirely against his wishes. Some time later, the Tin Knight's party had gathered in a forest in the northern part of the empire. "Well then, I'll open it." At Dorothia's words, someone audibly gulped. The Tin Knight, Adelaide, and Sophia were staring intently at the letter Dorothea was holding. Dorothea's eyes flicked left and right as she read the letter. And finally, "All right, he says there's no problem. Whether it's a person or a treasure, just bring it back. In other words, we continue our journey." The Tin Knight lets out a silent cheer. "Kaya, thank goodness. I'm so relieved. I was so worried that our journey might end here. I'm glad to see everyone so happy." Fufu. Dorothea's face showed exasperation. She spoke to Sophia, the Tin Can and Adele aside. "Why are you, of all people, happy about this? The kingdom is openly saying they want to have you. Is that a problem?" Sophia tilted her head. "What do you mean, is that a problem? You're being treated like an object right now." "Ha ha ha, that's up to me to decide. No, given the ability of the chalice of tuberose, couldn't I easily pass myself off as a prophet with some plausible words? As a prophet supported by the royal family, wouldn't I receive excellent treatment as a living treasure? Pretending to be a prophet? I've tried imitating one before, and it's quite easy. The important things are phrasing things in vague ways with multiple interpretations and commonalities that everyone has one or two of. Sophia smiled leisurely. "Besides, we're not going to the kingdom right away, are we? There are still 6 treasures left, and Adelaide has 4 more challenges she needs to face. Now that I've finally been released from my seal, there's nothing wrong with thoroughly enjoying the culture and knowledge of this new era before settling down in one place. Well, if you're fine with it, who am I to argue? Dorothea shook her head. She addressed the party. Anyway, there's no change in plans, so we'll continue heading north in the Empire. Our destination is the city of Clockwork, tick-tock. However, this time our goal isn't to retrieve a treasure. Dorothea pointed her staff at the Tin Knight. The main objective is to overhaul this centuries-old scrap heap, and if possible, upgrade him to the latest model. We need to strengthen our forces in advance to prepare for the monster-class enemies that might appear in the future. The Tin Knight sheds tears of joy at the unexpected possibility of a power-up. Ignoring the Tin Knight who started dancing a strange dance with his creaking steel body, Dorothea pointed at Adelaide. Adele, you go and do your little dojo challenges or whatever too. This is just a bonus though. Yes, I'll do my best. Finally, Dorothea pointed at Sophia. And you? Yes, I'll diligently explore modern culture. That's not it. Dorothea yelled. Prove that you're useful. Useful? You're not helping this party at all right now. It took a few days to send the zombie carrier pigeon to the kingdom and receive a reply. During that time, following Dorothea's argument, if we have to keep you as a companion anyway, you should be useful for something, Sophia was assigned to various tasks. The results were disastrous. What kind of vampire can't even properly hold a sword? Aren't you guys supposed to be a race with superhuman strength? Well, I'm a case that succeeded by experimenting with this and that, and before I knew it, oops, I might be a bit different from typical vampires. Then you should at least be useful for housework including cooking, but you can't even do that. I'm still a bit anemic, so it's a bit hard for me to move. After being drained for hundreds of years, a few drops in my mouth doesn't make much difference. You can't even fight properly. You don't know how to use magic? The only seemingly useful holy magic burns you up the more you use it. What exactly is your purpose? Is your job just to sit around and breathe all day? No one would notice if I pulled out a scarecrow from a field and stuck you there instead. Oh, that sounds nice. Gazing at a field while being lost in thought would be an enjoyable experience too. Adelaide stared blankly at Dorothea, who was clutching her head. Our Miss Witch. She seemed a lot cooler before, or was she ever cool in the first place? Adelaide briefly recalled Dorothea's past behavior. Dorothea beating the Tin Knight with her staff whenever he did something stupid. Dorothea recklessly smashing a random inn in pursuit of vengeance against the witch who had threatened her life. Dorothea grabbing Sophia's collar and shaking her whenever she teased her with a carefree laugh, unable to beat her as she did with the Tin Knight. Come to think of it, maybe she was always like this. The cold and cruel image of a witch, and the current emotional and hot-tempered young woman. Which one is the real Dorothea? As Adelaide pondered this, the witch's sharp gaze turned towards her. What? Do you have something to say? No, it's nothing. I'll go start the fire. Adelaide shrank in an instant and started preparing a campfire in the corner. The way she rubbed 2 sticks together with both hands looked highly professional for a noble young lady, but none of the people here were sensible enough to question it. After watching her for a moment, Dorothea turned her gaze back to Sophia and snapped, Anyway, if you want to be recognized as a member of this party, find something you can do. If you're really useless, I'll get a coffin and carry you around in it. Sophia let out a thoughtful sound. However, the faint smile on her lips made it seem like she found the current situation amusing. I understand. Then, if you don't mind, could you lend me some money? The more, the better. What? It's easier to have some funds when starting various projects. If you can't trust me, it's fine if you don't give me any. Dorothea's eyes narrowed. She took out 2 small leather pouches from her personal bundle in the carriage and handed them to Sophia. Clink, clink. The heavy weight felt from the pouches proved the witch's expectations contained within. Or perhaps it was a provocation disguised as expectation. If you insist that much, give it a try. But let me warn you, you know what will happen if you try to run away, right? I have not the slightest intention of becoming your enemy. Both you, Miss Witch, and the Tin Knight over there are terribly frightening. But Adelaide is adorable. And so, a wager was established between the two. About a day later, the party arrived at their target city. Wow! Adelaide let out an exclamation of admiration at the scene that unfolded as soon as they entered the city gates. Lights glittered all over the city. Smoke and steam rose high into the sky. Metal-bodied familiars patrolled the streets in place of guards. The Tin Knight admires the steampunk atmosphere invading the fantasy setting. This was tick-tock, the city of clockwork. It was a place boasting the cutting edge of the Empire's magic engineering and the largest producer of magic dolls on the /Genesis Forsaken. This city presents quite a unique sight. You nodded at Dorothea's words. Tick-tock, the city of clockwork. Instead of human guards, magic dolls guarded the city gates. Horse-shaped magic dolls pulled carriages instead of real horses, and small bird-shaped magic dolls popped out of clocks to announce the time. It was all quite different from the scenery you had seen so far. It felt as if the film reel of time itself had swapped. Adelaide's eyes sparkled as if she had come to an amusement park, while Sophia was looking around with interest, nodding as if she was making sense of the sight before her. Even Dorothea had momentarily entered tourist mode, however, she ultimately came to her senses first. Ahem, anyway, let's go, everyone. We might stay in this city for quite a while, so we can sightsee later if we want. Are we staying long? We don't know how long it will take to modify this guy. At Dorothea's answer, Adelaide showed a slightly pleased expression. Your party's travel pace was quite fast. In other words, it was rare for you to stay in one place for more than 3 days. Since it was routine to follow a quick course of arrival, reorganization, and departure, proper sightseeing was nearly impossible. The prospect of more free time must have been quite a delight for Adelaide. Upon arriving in a city, the party's routine was usually similar. First, secure lodging. Those who had business in the city would then wander off. The rest would rest in the room or take a light stroll. Naturally, you were definitely part of the wander and stroll faction. For you, who didn't have the concept of fatigue, it was more enjoyable to wander around even without a specific purpose than to sit idly by in the room. However, in TikTok, the fact that you only had one body might become an issue. Then I'll take this guy to the workshop. At Dorothea's declaration, Adelaide and Sophia each opened their mouths. After you come back from the workshop, I'd like to move around with Sir Knight too. I get nervous if Sir Knight isn't watching over me. Would you lend him to me as well? After all, being of a weak constitution, it's reassuring to have a strong companion. Dorothea made an exasperated expression, but she didn't coldly reject the two's requests. Do as you like. I'll return to the room after I'm done at the workshop anyway. You can negotiate the rest with this idiot. The Tin Knight puffs out his chest, saying this is the pain of being popular. Dorothea glared at you with half-closed eyes, but perhaps thinking it was futile to even say anything, she silently started walking ahead. Leaving behind Adelaide and Sophia waving their hands, you followed after Dorothea. On the way to the doll workshop, you spoke to Dorothea about various things. The Tin Knight says it's become more fun now that the party members have increased. I don't particularly like noisy things. The Tin Knight argues that to break the stereotype that necromancers are gloomy and brooding, she should actively interact with people. The Tin Knight warns that if she's not careful, she might develop a habit of only babbling to corpses or souls. That's nonsense. Dorothea suddenly fell silent. The Tin Knight points out that this is the reaction of someone who's been hit where it hurts. I don't do that. I just remembered my teacher a bit, is all. Teacher. It was a title Dorothea often used. Moreover, when Dorothea talked about her personal history, you had never seen her refer to anyone else. The Tin Knight is curious about what kind of person Dorothea's teacher is. What kind of person? Dorothea paused for a moment to choose her words, then blurted out, first of all, she's not exactly a proper human. The Tin Knight is shocked by such an unfilial statement. What can I do if it's the truth? She's someone who doesn't bat an eye at the death of dozens, moves as if worldly power and authority can go to the dogs, and casually throws their only apprentice into dangerous situations. She even delegates all the minute details of daily life to familiars. You know, there's no way such a person could be a proper human. You should have seen skeleton soldiers stirring a pot with a ladle in front of the stove, or doing laundry by the river. Dorothea continued to complain with a scowl, but somehow you found her appearance enjoyable. The Tin Knight asks if Dorothea grew up under her teacher from a young age. Well, that's right. The Tin Knight is curious about Dorothea's parents. They passed away when I was young, Dorothea answered indifferently, and you paused for a moment. And then you pondered your own reaction. It was easy enough to predict that Dorothea's family situation wasn't very good, just from the mere fact that she never brought up stories about her family. The early death of parents was a cliché story element. In the various games you had played, there were several characters with similar backgrounds. So, there was nothing particularly new about it. You should just consume the character's story as content, as you've always had. But why? Why did you feel the sensation of yore for a moment? Your previously detached vision seemed to lower a bit, and your chest, which had been full of reflexive impulses without deep thought, felt a little heavier. Without noticing your moment of contemplation, Dorothea continued speaking as she walked forward. With 2 corpses in front of me, I didn't know what to do. Whether to dig a grave or cremate them, none of these options even crossed my mind. Well, even if they had, I lacked the means to carry it out. So there I was, in a daze, ready to starve to death. That was when my teacher came. I think they said something like, the corpses and souls of your parents seem to be of quite good quality, so I'll be taking them. I doubt there's a worse first impression than that. Your deliberation wasn't long. Perhaps you simply didn't want it to be. Your vision returned to as it was, and the heaviness in you became light once more. You answered as always, frivolously, with an attitude of pure enjoyment. The Tin Knight testifies that this teacher is fully qualified to be a final boss. That's good. It sounds rather fitting. After passing this damn graduation exam, when we become witch and witch rather than teacher and apprentice, it might be fun to go settle some grudges. The Tin Knight insists on joining in. Join in or not, you obviously have to participate. You seem to forget often, but you're my guard, you know. The Tin Knight feels wronged, protesting he's never forgotten. I wonder. Judging by your usual behavior, I find that rather hard to believe. After chatting like this for a while as you walked, finally, you were able to reach your destination. There are more shops than I expected. Dorothea blinked. The place you arrived at after asking passersby for directions was not a specific shop, but an entire street. On both sides of the wide avenue, shops displaying various magic dolls were positioned as if competing with each other. The Tin Knight argues that in times like this, the correct answer is to compare several places and choose the cheapest one. You spoke the common sense of shopping that you knew, but Dorothea's reaction was lukewarm. There's a reason why cheap things are cheap. We should choose the one with the highest final specs. Why choose based on price? You were shocked. A sense of duty to impart the strict teachings of capitalism to this witch who didn't know the harsh ways of the world enveloped your entire being. The Tin Knight warns that reckless spending of money leads to dire consequences. Oh, and whose money am I spending? Yours or mine? Should I skimp on your upgrade and save money? The Tin Knight bows his head deeply, saying it seems fine to do as the witch wishes. Come to think of it, it seemed okay for her to remain ignorant of the ways of the world. You must have been temporarily insane to question the judgment of your benefactor. Let's start with that shop first. With that, you and Dorothea entered the first shop on the left. It seemed like it would be an enjoyable shopping experience. Oh dear, we're terribly sorry, customer. That doll is so old that even repairing it is difficult. Oh my, where on earth did you find such an antique? We can't fix it, but if you're looking to sell it, we'll gladly take it off your hands. What would we use it for? Why, for a museum, of course. Customer, how about taking a look at our latest magic doll instead? We'll dispose of the old model cleanly for you. Wait. Let go of my hand, Ack. To cut to the chase, it wasn't enjoyable at all. The clerks, noticing that Dorothea had quite a lot of cash, desperately pitched their sales, but most of it was about recommending the purchase of new magic dolls. They said you were too outdated to repair, and even if they forced a repair, it would just be a waste of money with little meaning. When even the owner of the last workshop on the street shook his head, you drooped your shoulders in defeat. They sure love to call themselves the Empire's best, but they're just a bunch of quacks. Dorothea, for her part, looked quite irritated. Most of the clerks maintained their manners, but in some shops, once they realized Dorothea had no intention of buying new items, they openly disparaged you and mocked Dorothea's judgment for keeping a magic doll like you. Of course, those clerks had to pay the price with screams as they fell victim to the curse of stubbing their pinky toe every time they turn a corner that Dorothea used, but anger didn't necessarily disappear just because revenge had been successful. Fine, then. I'll find one by force if I have to. Dorothea, with her mouth tightly shut, entered a dim alley. After confirming there were no people around, she tapped the ground with her staff, spreading her mana. Similar to what she did in the labyrinth, several souls flocked towards Dorothea, and she asked these souls, if you know of a doll workshop skilled enough to repair this guy, tell me. Most of the souls silently remained silent or drifted away, but only one soul confidently guided the way as if sure of itself. Contrary to the expectation that it would leave towards the outside of the alley, that soul led you deeper and deeper in, to a place where shadows remained untouched by light. A somewhat gloomy atmosphere, and wary and hostile gazes felt from here and there. Your knowledge knew a word to describe such a place. A slum. Due to Dorothea's magic, the slum residents couldn't see the soul guiding Dorothea, but they seemed to see Dorothea's figure very well. In fact, her appearance was quite eye-catching even just walking down the street. Some shady figures approached with lewd smiles, but the moment they noticed you behind Dorothea, they immediately backed off. You, who had been planning to physically smash them the moment they picked a fight, felt a little disappointed. At the end of this journey, what appeared was a shop that could be described as atmospheric if being kind, or looking half like an abandoned warehouse if being harsh. Moreover, because the sign was half erased, the shop's name remained unreadable. Dorothea glared at the soul with a terrifying gaze, but far from being intimidated, the soul showed a proud appearance as if snorting. Perhaps feeling trust in that appearance full of pride, Dorothea opened the shop door and entered without a word. With the creaking sound of rusted hinges, the interior scene revealed itself. HOH. The Tin Knight evaluates that the inside is cleaner than expected. Unlike the exterior appearance that seemed like it could offer a haunted house experience with half a spoonful of exaggeration, the shop interior was quite impressive. Various parts of magic dolls gleamed as if well maintained, and there wasn't a speck of dust on the display shelves. Welcome. With a slightly lisping pronunciation, a man sitting at the counter rose. He was quite tall, seeming to be about 180 centimeters, and below his gray short-sleeved t-shirt, tanned skin, and muscular arms full of all sorts of scars were visible. The man scanned Dorothea up and down, then abruptly asked, "Who introduced you to come here?" Introduction. You wandered to this corner on your own? That's hard to believe. TCH, were there some loose-lipped bastards? To the man who roughly cursed under his breath, Dorothea asked without showing any sign of shrinking back, "This is a doll workshop, correct? That's part of what I do. You can think of it as dealing with all sorts of metal scraps generally. So, what do you need? Can you repair this guy?" The man's gaze turned towards you. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, then 100. After staring at you for about 2 minutes, the man soon laughed as if finding it interesting. "Hiya, where did you dig this up? I've repaired magic dolls used during the founding of the Empire, but this one seems to be from much earlier than that. Just tell me if you can fix it or not." "Well, I'd have to take it apart to know for sure. Actually, there's not much point in repairing the exterior of this type. It seems to have a self-repair function anyway. Adding strange things would just be superfluous. If you want to repair it, we need to overhaul the interior." Looking a bit surprised, Dorothea blinked. You were the same. This man was the first to notice that you had a self-repair function just by looking. Seeming to like that reaction, the man grinned. "Well, even if you're an unexpected customer, if you got enough cash, you can be considered a VIP customer. So, how much have you looked into Genesis Forsaken? Funds extorted from the alchemist Franca, who treated winged monkeys like children. Money received as payment for looting treasures from the labyrinth and handing them over to the Halder Company, or more precisely, a portion of it. Dorothia's financial power was quite abundant, and thanks to this, there were no obstacles in the transaction. Well, first we need to take a look inside, so tell the doll to lie down on that workbench over there. Put the sword and shield aside, they're dangerous. At the man's words, Dorothea looked at you with a face that said, "Did you hear that?" and you silently laid down on the workbench. Oh ho! The man's eyebrows twitched greatly, showing an expression of admiration. Its intelligence is quite high, it can move based on situational judgment without specific orders from its master. What high intelligence? It's just an idiot. The Tin Knight protests that Dorothea's assessment is too harsh. You expressed dissatisfaction, but Dorothea didn't even pretend to listen. You felt wronged. You were just living faithfully to your desires at each moment? I wonder how they constructed the circuits. It might take some time, so if your legs get tired, you can sit somewhere nearby. No, please sit down. The man's speech had been quite inconsistent from the start. He was maintaining the minimum courtesy as a shop owner, but it felt like his true nature was popping out here and there. Dorothea briefly scanned the surroundings but didn't sit down anywhere. Apparently, there were no seats that appealed to her. The man's light humming and the clanking sounds of him disassembling you harmonized and echoed. It was a situation similar to being examined at a hospital, but due to the lack of sensation or pain, there was almost no sense of tension or reality. The technology itself is certainly old-fashioned, but this level of craftsmanship is no joke. No way this was made by just one person. Several top-level experts from different fields must have worked on this. If I showed this to the old geezer who died, his eyes would have popped out. Can you fix it? I think I can handle the internal mana circuits with the materials and equipment I have on hand. But this needs to be fixed right away. It's like a building where the pipes that should carry water have countless scratches and cracks. It's leaking even when idle, and if you increase the pressure, the cracks grow larger too. If left like this, it would have gone boom any day, you know. The Tin Knight shivers, saying it's chilling. You were terrified, but the repair technician couldn't hear your words, and Dorothea seemed uninterested either way. You felt alone. Can't the self-repair function fix that much? If you compare it to humans, the self-repair function works on things like skin, muscles, and bones. The issue lies more with the internal organs. What about other things? Can't you increase the storage capacity of mana, or make it possible to supply mana remotely like other magic dolls? Well, the thing that acts as a mana tank is usually a jewel. The jewel this doll has now is already ridiculously large. Even though it must have worn down and shrunk over time, it's still this massive. How large must it have been in its prime? Anyway, finding anything larger would be near impossible. It's not just a matter of money, but such jewels are usually used as accessories by high-ranking people, so there's rarely any stock available for use in places like this. What about remote supply? It would be faster to just start from scratch for that. Well, if you really want to do it, instead of tinkering with the existing body, it would be better to transfer the artificial soul of this doll to a completely new magic doll. The repair technician's voice trailed off. His mouth, which had been chattering about various things enjoyably, closed tightly and his eyes widened. Doubt, shock, denial, and then rage. The repair technician, emitting a fierce aura, abandoned his work and strode towards Dorothea. You tried to get up, but being half disassembled, you couldn't move an inch. The man's hand reached out towards Dorothea's neck then suddenly hesitated. It seemed he was trying to grab her collar, but given the structure of Dorothea's clothing, grabbing her collar was quite a difficult task. The man hesitated, unable to do this or that with his outstretched hand, then lowered it towards the ground with an irritated motion. Hey, what the hell is that? You obviously didn't make it, so where the hell did you get something like that? Dorothea frowned. Despite the large man sticking close and making threats, she showed no sign of fear. That doesn't seem like the attitude to treat a customer. And does that have anything to do with the repair? Cut the crap and just answer the damn question. Explain the reason first. Wow, really? The man's fists trembled, but unable to swing them, he shouted instead, "That's not an artificial soul? It's goddamn human? This was made by stuffing a living person as is." Dorothea's eyes widened. Just as she was about to say something, moving her lips. With a creaking sound of old hinges, someone entered the workshop. "Brother? I told you to lock the reception desk door when you're in the workshop. What if someone steals shop items?" A girl with brown hair that was more reddish than the repair technician's, but resembling him, stopped speaking as she saw the scene inside the workshop. That was the scene of the shop owner sticking close to Dorothea with a fierce face and yelling at her. Unlike the man who went through the stages of doubt, shock, denial, and rage, the girl's emotional change was very simple. Bewilderment. "Okay, I understand. Die. Hey, you, jackass." The girl, pulling out a monkey wrench from her waist, charged at the repair technician with terrifying momentum. "Wait, hey, that's not, Gah." Spurting blood. Screams rose into the air. The bloody action scene that unfolded in a workshop in a back alley of the city of Clockwork finally ended after about 10 minutes. "I'm sorry? I'm so terribly sorry. I knew my brother was an idiot, but I didn't know he was trash who thinks with his lower half instead of his brain." I'll educate him even if I have to beat some sense into him, so please forgive us just this once. Dorothea wore an expression that was hard to describe as she watched the girl bowing repeatedly and apologizing without pause. Generally, the "I'll educate them thoroughly, so please let it go this once" line from the family of an offender was famously unreliable, but, well, twitch. Looking at the repair technician writhing like a caterpillar on the floor, it seemed that, at least for this girl in front of her, the words "I'll educate him even if I have to beat some sense into him" had some credibility. Rather, Dorothea thought she might have gone too far. It would be troublesome for Dorothea too if the useful repair technician she had finally found disappeared. It's fine. I didn't suffer any particular harm, and I learned something thanks to this. Saying, learned something, Dorothea glanced at the Tin Knight. A human soul? If asked whether she had never suspected it, of course she had. The excessively expressed emotions and high intelligence, all of it hinted at the Tin Knight's extraordinariness. But Dorothea had never seriously considered that possibility. The very act of putting a human soul into a doll itself already puts considerable strain on the soul. If centuries or more have passed in that state, it couldn't withstand it no matter what. The soul itself would deteriorate and perish, or even if it somehow endured, there's no way the mind could be intact. Dorothea suddenly flinched at the thought she had just had. That's right. Come to think of it, the Tin Knight's mind wasn't intact at all. There's no way someone with a sound mind would act like that. I see, so that's what it was. Dorothea let out a thoughtful sound. Thinking about it that way, things seemed to fall into place. Above all, she had directly witnessed the soul that was usually hidden under the armor, in the container holding the soul, so she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Dorothea looked at the Tin Knight with somewhat pitying eyes. She had thought he was just a strange fellow, but it turned out he was a patient. From now on, she should be more considerate. The Tin Knight points out that staring so intently at the exposed insides of his body is unexpectedly perverted. Clang! Dorothea's staff mercilessly struck the face of the Tin Knight lying on the workbench. Eek! The girl beside her jumped in surprise. Apparently, she misunderstood that Dorothea was expressing her anger towards her brother in this way, but Dorothea didn't care about that right now. For now, finish the repairs that can be done immediately, as quickly as possible. And do you also do blacksmith work here? Yes. But we're not at the level of a specialized weapon shop, just using it as an auxiliary for workshop work. Then put some metal on the head part of my staff, so it can be used as a blunt weapon. The girl swallowed the words. It seems like you're already using it well as a blunt weapon internally, to provoke such a terrifying customer. She was convinced that this damn brother of hers must have gone completely insane. The man's name was Smith. The woman's name was Sin. Smith, with bandages wrapped around his face, apologized to Dorothea with an embarrassed expression. Well, I'm sorry about that. Seeing such trashy behavior, I got heated up without realizing it. An apology along with an excuse is the worst, brother. You're no better, starting to beat me up without even listening to a proper explanation. No, never mind. Sin, with sparks flying from her eyes, and Smith, averting his gaze while sweating. Towards the deeply affectionate repair technician siblings, Dorothea asked, is the work all finished? For the internal mana circuits, yes. There won't be leaks everywhere when drawing mana like before. However, it was impossible to recreate all those circuits, so it might not function as it did when this doll was first made. Why, there are two types of those blood vessels, right? Thick and sturdy ones, and thin and easily bursting ones. Usually, magic dolls only have the thick ones, but in the case of this doll, Knight, there were even thin blood vessels. Now they're all severed and clogged, leaving only traces. Sin answered, and Smith added an explanation. Can't those thin and detailed circuits be recreated? We can't. We can't right now. This time, similar yet different answers came out. Smith frowned. Hey, if we can't do it, we can't do it. What's with this right now nonsense? It's unsightly. Sin grumbled in rebuttal. If it was in grandfather's workshop, not this corner room, we could definitely do it. What's the point of that now? Ahem. It would be better to pretend you didn't hear what was just said. Smith continued his explanation with a sulky expression. To begin with, such detailed circuits are useless even if they exist. The reason the latest model magic dolls only have thick mana circuits is that those are sufficient. You mean they're useless organs? That's how it usually goes when making various complex machines. You think something is necessary, but later you find out it works fine even if you remove it, or conversely, you think something isn't needed but it turns out to be essential. That's how improvements are made. Well, in the case of this Knight, since it's such an old model, I think it ended up like that from trying to imitate the human body as much as possible. Dorothea crossed her arms and fell into thought. Somehow, the results feel quite inadequate compared to what I expected. Remote supply was impossible without making a completely new doll. Increasing mana capacity was impossible due to the lack of jewels to act as tanks. The only thing that succeeded was improving the mana circuits, but even that had some dubious aspects remaining. Dorothea stared at the two. Judging from the talk about their grandfather's workshop, it seemed there was some backstory, but given the atmosphere, it didn't seem like they would easily share that story. Even if they did share it, it was questionable whether it would be something Dorothea could solve. So if I just get a suitable jewel, we can improve the capacity problem. That's true, but it's not just about size being better unconditionally. I can check whether it can hold a lot of mana or not. If I see something suitable, I'll bring it. After exchanging greetings like that, Dorothea opened the front door of the shop and stepped outside. As she was about to move her feet, her view caught sight of a pair that seemed to be about to enter the shop. One was a girl who looked about the same age as Dorothea, shining blonde hair and blue eyes, a pristine white dress that looked out of place with this dark alley. Guarding her side was a knight wearing similarly pure white armor, no, a magic doll. The Tin Knight brightens his eyes at the appearance of a player two-color, black and white. The dull metallic luster reminiscent of a battlefield, and the brilliant metallic luster that seems like it would march in the center of a crowd. Dorothea realized something. It was closer to intuition than theory, and the girl in front of her seemed to have reached the same conclusion. The girl smiled and greeted, "I'm Gale Lilaz, mentee of the Witch of the North. Are you, perhaps a/Genesis Forsaken?" The girl who introduced herself as Gale looked at Dorothea with sparkling eyes. The white knight beside her was silently standing guard as if following the will of such a master. At least it doesn't seem like they intend to be hostile right away. Dorothea pondered for a moment. Right now, Dorothea and Gale were just customers who happened to meet in front of the shop. There was no further relationship between them, and Gale's sudden self-introduction was, objectively speaking, nothing more than peculiar behavior. So there would be no problem if Dorothea ignored Gale or brushed her off here. However, it's not like I've committed a crime, so is there any need to run away or hide my identity? The conclusion was reached. Therefore, Dorothea boldly opened her mouth. "I'm Dorothea, apprentice of the Witch of the East. Thank you for acknowledging my greeting. I was anxious about whether my intuition was right or not. If it had been a misunderstanding, I would have looked like a peculiar person, right? So, what's your business?" Dorothea coldly cut off Gale's attempt at small talk. For Dorothea, who was ready to immediately enter combat if necessary, even if she hadn't raised her staff yet, Gale's chatter was the least of her concerns. Even though she should have felt embarrassed, Gale just smiled brightly without showing any sign of being upset. "I wanted to greet you. We're rivals competing for the same goal, aren't we?" Gale stretched her right hand, and the white knight beside her held out a bag. A hand covered in white lace gloves rummaged through the bag and pulled out something like a small disc. Gale showed it happily and said, This. You have one too, right, Dorothea?" Dorothea frowned. "Don't call me so familiarly." "Huh? But we look about the same age. I don't like adding miss or lady because it feels too distant. I simply don't like it." "Huh?" Dorothea was dumbfounded. It was funny enough that she was babbling about not liking to feel distance when they had just met, but it was also absurd how she was showing off the compass, which was the key to finding the secret treasures, as if boasting about a new bag. "I don't think we're in a relationship to get along well." "Why not?" "What do you mean, why not? There are many people after the treasures, but the treasures are limited. We have no choice but to push each other out, right? Do I have to explain even this to you? Come on, that's just a matter of perspective. In other words, the four of us are people trying to gather the 8 secret treasures in one place anyway, right? Isn't it more efficient to collect them by dividing the work rather than searching for 8 scattered ones alone? In that sense, we could even be called comrades? No, rather friends." Dorothea unconsciously gaped. This level of nonsense was almost worth listening to for its novelty. Her head is a complete flower garden. Dorothea shook her head. Watching her continue to spout such nonsensical words, it was starting to feel foolish to have been seriously on guard. The Tin Knight advises to be careful because often those with such a carefree attitude are the strongest characters. Dorothea flinched. It was coincidental, but the timing was as if he had read her inner thoughts. Realizing that she had been unconsciously looking down on her opponent, Dorothea rebuilt her collapsed vigilance. After exhaling shortly with a "hoo," Dorothea opened her mouth with her usual grumpy expression. "Then we should do that efficient work division right now. If I take all the secret treasures you've collected, wouldn't that be the great work division you were talking about?" At Dorothea's words, Gale curled her lips. "Are you going to try? I'm fine with that. Although I wanted to face the Wizard of the South the most, the Necromancer of the East seems interesting too with all the bizarre techniques and all." Spirits and curses gathered around Dorothea, and mysterious letters floated around Gale. The Tin Knight excitedly raised his sword and shield, and the White Knight silently drew out his spear and shield. Just as the two pairs were about to clash. Excuse me, everyone? If you do that in front of the shop, it'll interfere with the business." At Sync's words, who had slightly opened the front door and peeked her head through the gap, everyone at the scene froze. Dorothea and Gale quickly exchanged gazes. If they continued like this, the two would transform from mysterious witches into nuisance customers causing trouble regardless of place. The wise witches who knew how to maintain dignity finished their silent agreement and simultaneously withdrew their magic. Gale clapped her hands. "Well, the journey is still in its early stages. We don't need to be hasty yet, at least not until all the secret treasures are in the hands of us witches. Let's enjoy the duel later." Dorothea grumbled. Dueling between witches, what nonsense. Gale entered the shop, and Dorothea stepped out onto the street. There were no farewell greetings, no promises to meet again. But both were certain that they would encounter each other again soon, as long as they stayed in this city. So that happened. Adelaide couldn't help but be amazed and shocked at the news Dorothea conveyed. No matter how she looked at it, the sheer number of things that happened in such a short amount of time was both strange and surprising. Is Dorothea the type to attract incidents, or is the Tin Knight the cause? Perhaps both. Then should I go to the dojo alone? Since Sir Knight will have to protect you, Miss Witch. Adelaide recalled what happened in Lowfelt. While the Tin Knight was away from Dorothia's side, there had been an ambush by another witch, and because of that, Dorothea had to overcome a life or death crisis. If there was another witch in this city, the Tin Knight should stay by Dorothea's side to prepare for ambushes like last time. It's fine. Just take him with you? But Dorothea shook her head at Adelaide's words. Adelaide asked back in surprise, but that one is probably not the type to do ambushes like Franca. If anything, she's more the type to enjoy head-on battles despite being a mage. Sophia, who had been quiet, interjected, still, isn't that just your assumption? The opponent might be acting deliberately to make us let our guard down. That possibility exists too. I don't think I've figured out everything about her at first glance. Dorothea readily acknowledged Sophia's point. But that one, she's from the magic country. While a duel might be one thing, if she were to commit terrorism at an inn like Franca did, she'd be in jail immediately. Oh my, are the magic country and the empire on very bad terms? They do anything short of war. Actually, even war isn't off the table, it's just not openly all out, but they're fighting locally. Then when they get tired, they shake hands again and talk about peace and such. Ah, I see. It's a battle of nerves. Anyway, with things as they are, there's almost no worry about me being ambushed. I've properly prepared defensive magic this time, and above all, I can just use you as a shield if necessary. Isn't it too much to use a comrade as a shield? Be grateful I found a use for you as a shield. Watching the scene of Dorothea one-sidedly snapping at Sophia, which was more than just bickering, Adelaide blinked her eyes. The Tin Knight patted Adelaide's shoulder. The Tin Knight suggests heading off to the next dojo challenge. The Tin Knight strongly insists that he wants to fight too while they're at it. The Tin Knight is outraged upon realizing the event that he thought would be a test for his post-power-up capabilities was a mere teaser for strong enemies. See, calm down, Sir Knight. You're throwing out too many strange terms. I get the gist, but it's hard to make sense of the last part. It was only for a moment that she was dumbfounded by the unexpected situation. Realizing that the Tin Knight would accompany her, Adelaide's expression also became excited. The Leonard Dojo was a kind of test site for Adelaide, and in some sense, enemy territory. Going there alone versus going with a reliable teacher. It was needless to say which would be more comfortable. Then shall we go? To the dojo here in TikTok. With energetic steps, the two headed toward the dojo. As Adelaide stepped into the dojo, filled with resolute determination, what greeted her was, "Welcome to Leonard Land, full of hopes and dreams. An amusement park." Huh. Adelaide rubbed her eyes. Something was wrong. To use a metaphor from the books Adelaide liked to read, it was like eagerly reading heroes entering a cave to subjugate a dragon, but suddenly on the next page, the dragon transforms into a beautiful woman confessing her love to the hero, and the saint who was the hero's companion bit her handkerchief in bitter jealousy while vowing revenge. The genre was collapsing somewhere unknown. I must be seeing hallucinations from being too nervous. After placing her hand on her chest and taking a few deep breaths, Adelaide slowly began to open her eyes. This time for sure, she would see a dojo building full of dignity. An instructor with a muscular, blade-like atmosphere. The sight of disciples dedicating themselves to training day by day, dripping with sweat. Adelaide's violet eyes opened completely. Welcome to Leonard Land, full of hopes and dreams. Why isn't this a dream? Towards Adelaide, who unconsciously opened her mouth, the dojo's gatekeeper, no, receptionist continued explaining with a smiling face, "Oh my, you seem to be a customer visiting our Leonard Land for the first time. Do you have any questions?" Well, I came to take the test of the Leonard Dojo. Did I perhaps come to the wrong place? No, you've come to the right one. Adelaide looked around. At first, she was too flustered to properly observe her surroundings, but looking again, she could see disciples repeating sparring sessions here and there. However, their sparring partners were not people. Good, I'm sufficiently familiar with the basic difficulty now. Increase the difficulty. Confirmed. Initiating mock battle at intermediate difficulty. Ha, 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 ha. Damn. As expected, it's tricky to close the distance against an opponent with a spear. Let's take a break for now. Confirmed. Entering standby mode. Hey op. Whack. Confirmed. Evaluating attack score. Impact score, 45 points. There was a doll made entirely of wood engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a disciple. There was a doll holding a blunt-ended spear, showing off elegant spear skills. There was a doll with a huge body, holding an equally giant shield, one-sidedly receiving attacks and evaluating scores. Adelaide muttered blankly. Our magic dolls, acting as instructors. This is TikTok, after all. The receptionist answered Adelaide's words. If you're facing a person, there are various restrictions like having to control your strength when attacking, or considering the other person's condition, but if your opponent is a magic doll, you don't need to worry about such things. One of the many instructors at the TikTok dojo saw potential in this, ordered a large number of magic dolls, and created a training system centered around those dolls. That was an explanation Adelaide could empathize with. After all, Adelaide herself had learned how to fight by being trained by the Tin Knight. There were instructors and disciples who opposed this, saying it was tarnishing the honor of the Lion Duke's bloodline, but even they couldn't hold out for long. The disciples liked being able to learn martial arts from obedient and capable dolls instead of instructors shouting about mental discipline, and the instructors liked having more time for personal training as the dolls took over managing the disciples. The tide turned quickly, and the instructor who created the training system using magic dolls became the dojo's chief. The receptionist, wearing a tall cap with a visor, slightly raised the visor of his cap and stared at Adelaide. His hair was golden, and his eyes were violet. Welcome to the dojo I have newly created, my distant relative, Adelaide von Lennart. Please, enjoy yourself to the Genesis Forsaken. It was natural to find someone from the Lennart family at the Lennart dojo. However, Adelaide's eyes widened in surprise. After all, she hadn't expected one of them to be working as a receptionist. Amused by this reaction, the receptionist let out a hearty laugh. Their appearance was quite delicate, but their behavior was boisterous, making it difficult to determine if they were male or female. Great, wonderful, I love people with rich expressions. Yay, it was worth waiting for you to come. Adelaide asked in surprise, did you know I was coming? I received a message from Ruben, the representative instructor at Lowfelt. This is the closest dojo from there. But still, without knowing exactly when. Let's say it's killing two birds with one stone. This is partly a hobby for me. The receptionist tapped the hat on their head. This is a magic tool with a slight perception interference effect. I've turned off the effect now, but normally, it has the effect of blurring the overall impression, including the face. As you know, our bloodline's appearance is quite unique, isn't it? Once people confirm the hair and eye color, they start bowing and flattering, so I can't hear people's pure evaluations. In contrast, when they think I'm just a regular employee, everyone shows honest reactions. But this is a secret, okay? If rumors spread in the city, I won't be able to play anymore. Ha ha. Adelaide could only laugh. Unlike Ruben, the instructor at Lowfelt, who was the epitome of a stern and strict warrior, the instructor here in TikTok seemed quite eccentric. Oh my. Come to think of it, I haven't told you my name yet. I'm Renee von Lennart. Renee winked, closing one eye. When Renee pressed a button-like thing at the reception desk, an employee wearing the same uniform as Renee appeared from inside the management office. The Tin Knight points out that this person's appearance is also blurry. At the Tin Knight's remark, Adelaide carefully observed the new employee. That was when she realized something strange. Despite clearly being in front of her, it was difficult to grasp the person's specific appearance. More precisely, it felt like someone one would pass by on the street. They were in her field of vision, but when she tried to recall their face, it was impossible to remember in detail. If asked to describe their features, she could only say a person wearing a uniform. Did you call, boss? Take care of the reception desk for me. I think I need to guide our precious guests. Understood. After giving instructions to the employee, Renee turned to Adelaide with an invitation. Well then, follow me. Yes. Thank you. Haha, no need for thanks. The place Renee guided them to was a fairly large training ground. From the Tin Knight's knowledge, it was about the size of a tennis court. The test content is simple. You just need to defeat the magic dolls we've prepared. There are 7 difficulty levels in total, but I'd like to recommend starting from the basic level first. Then, please start with the basic level. Understood. When Renee gave a command to one of the dolls waiting in the corner of the training ground, the waiting doll stood up and walked to the center of the arena. Its body was made from wood, and it carried no weapons. Raising one arm horizontally near its chest, the doll bowed its head in greeting. Adelaide, flustered, returned the greeting. When an effective hit is made, there will be a sound from the doll. Victory is achieved when a sharp sound rings out 3 times. Understood, Adelaide answered briefly. She had already entered a state of concentration. Renee, eyes shining at this sight, announced the start of the match. Whoosh! The wooden doll made the first move. Stepping forward with its right foot, it swung its wooden fist widely. Adelaide lowered her posture, then slashed at the wooden doll's stomach in the gap of its failed attack. Beep! Although no blood flowed, a sharp whistle-like sound rang out from the doll instead. It tried to counterattack by swinging both arms, but Adelaide had already positioned herself behind the doll. Slash! One diagonal slash on the back panel. One horizontal slash aimed at the nape. With a fluid combo, the wooden doll rang out consecutive signal sounds, collapsing to the ground. Haha, as expected. This was too easy for you, I see. Shall we move on to the next level? Of course, if you want to rest, you may do so at any time. There's no rule saying you have to clear all levels consecutively. I'm okay. I'll continue like this. Understood. Adelaide's subsequent performance was exceptionally outstanding. Level 2, 3 exchanges to defeat a doll using basic swordsmanship. Level 3, 5 exchanges to defeat a doll wielding dual swords flamboyantly. Level 4, though she struggled against the joint attacks of 2 dolls, she managed to overcome them in 20 exchanges. Ha. Adelaide breathed heavily. She had experienced this prior in the labyrinth. The difficulty of facing multiple opponents compared to facing one was the difference between heaven and earth. Not only was the stamina consumption high, but finding escape routes between enemy attacks was extremely tricky. Of course, it was rewarding in proportion to its difficulty. The admiring gazes of the disciples who had gathered around, Renee's praise, and the Tin Knights cheering all excited Adelaide. Clap, clap, clap. When Renee clapped as if showing off, the surrounding gazes gathered. Excellent. It's a skill that draws admiration. I mentioned earlier that the test consists of 7 levels, but you don't need to clear all 7. It's considered a pass if you win up to the 5th level. This applies to the dojo's disciples as well. Pass if you win up to the 5th level. Those words flowed into Adelaide's ears. With her head a bit dull from the excitement, Adelaide thought vaguely. I passed the test at Lofeld in one try, so, maybe this time too. How about it? Would you like to challenge it right away? Yes. The deliberation wasn't long, and Adelaide boldly issued her challenge. And then, clang? She was met with a magic doll emitting mana from its entire body. In a situation where she clearly slashed the body but heard a sharp metallic sound instead of the notification sound indicating an effective hit, Adelaide shouted in confusion, excuse me, I think this one is broken. Nope, this doll is functioning perfectly fine. We've just reactivated the reinforcement armor that was turned off until now. Eck. Reinforcement armor. If attacks don't work even when slashing, what should I do? Adelaide fell into confusion, but her opponent didn't wait. As if all the sluggish movements prior had been a mere feint, it pressed Adelaide with movements that seemed at least twice as fast, driving her into a corner. No, wait, even while screaming, Adelaide somehow managed to succeed in dodging. Watching this scene, the disciples exclaimed in admiration. Wow, she dodges well. It's admirable that she's still trying to counterattack somehow, but just tapping it like that won't mean anything. Does she know how to use body reinforcement but not sword energy? But did she even use body reinforcement? I can't see any mana fluctuations on her body. Come on, it's probably just hard to see. How could she move like that without reinforcement? That's true. Overhearing the disciples' words, you thought, these friends are quite sharp. Clink. With your arms crossed, you fell into contemplation. In truth, Adelaide hadn't yet properly learned how to handle mana. She could move lightly to some extent thanks to the basics she learned from the Friedel family, but that was all. However, you had never directly taught Adelaide how to handle mana. The reason was clear. The experience and wisdom of the Tin Knight deemed it too early. Adelaide's innate physical qualities were truly at a genius level, almost innate. Even at this point, she was displaying abilities on par with average reinforcement users without mana, but how far she could rise if she continued to train was in the realm of speculation. For now, learning how to handle mana would undoubtedly hinder Adelaide's growth. It was similar to giving soft shoes to someone who had been walking around barefoot causing the calluses on their soles to disappear. Even if you told Adelaide to not use mana, there was no way to prevent unconscious use. As a player, you judged this as a kind of build-up. There were such things in games. When a character reached a certain level, they became eligible for promotion to a higher class, and the player could then decide whether to promote the character immediately or continue growing in the current class. If promoted immediately, the character becomes stronger quickly. However, exclusive skills or bonus stats that could only be obtained by leveling up without promotion all evaporated into thin air. Teaching Adelaide how to handle mana now would make her stronger in the short term, but thinking about the future, it would only hurt her. That was the common view of both the Tin Knight and the player. The problem was that because she couldn't handle mana well now, Adelaide was on the verge of being defeated. For Adelaide's growth, she shouldn't be taught how to handle mana now. But it was also troublesome not to clear this subquest here. There was an option to just pass it for now and come back later after Adelaide's growth was complete, but in your opinion, that was a waste of time. You came to a conclusion. Originally, games were not necessarily cleared only by orthodox methods. Even if the opponent was a boss that could only be defeated by weakening with specific items or performing specific gimmicks, if the player willed it, they could be beaten through brute force. You decided to impart that will to Adelaide. The Tin Knight tells Adele to roll backward to the right. Before Adelaide's reason could process the phrase that appeared in her mind, her instinct moved her body. Right after Adelaide hurriedly rolled her body, the wooden doll's leg stomped where she had been. The Tin Knight tells Adele to charge to the left rear while staying prone. The Tin Knight tells Adele to kick the opponent's right knee area hard, and use that rebound to create distance. Whack! Adelaide's kick connected as the doll adjusted its stance. The doll's posture adjustment was delayed by 1 beat, while Adelaide, using the force of the impact, regained her posture 1 beat faster. The Tin Knight tells Adele to lower the sword to the lower right. Adelaide lowered the sword she was holding with both hands diagonally downward. The Tin Knight tells Adele to swing the sword upward with all her might. It was a very strange instruction. It meant swinging the sword towards empty air after creating distance. But Adelaide, who was in a half-dazed state, didn't have the capacity to question such details. Unaware of the happenings around her, Adelaide swung her sword as instructed and thwack! The neck of the doll, which was charging towards Adelaide with perfect timing, lined up perfectly with the sword's trajectory. Adelaide's body was sent flying backward from the force of the charge, but the result was clear. Adelaide's sword was embedded about 1/3 into the wooden doll's neck. The gazes of the spectators watching from the sidelines were awestruck. While everyone was frozen in confusion, only one voice was issuing instructions without hesitation for Adelaide to hear. The Tin Knight tells Adele to secure the mace from among the spare weapons in the corner of the training ground. The Tin Knight tells Adele to charge forward. By this point, Adelaide's reason had caught up with her instinct, but instead of being flustered, she followed the Tin Knight's instructions. Holding the mace in her hand, Adelaide sprinted across the ground. The wooden doll, which had been trying to remove the sword stuck in its neck, seemed to consider the approaching Adelaide a greater threat and stopped its action to shift into a defensive stance. The Tin Knight tells Adele to lower her body and ram into the left leg. The wooden doll's right foot kick grazed Adelaide's golden hair. The left leg, which had been solely supporting balance, collided with Adelaide. Whack! A sharp pain shot up from Adelaide's arm and shoulder. Having collided bare-bodied with a body that could deflect even swords, it was natural that even Adelaide wouldn't be unscathed. But in exchange for that pain, the magic doll's balance was disrupted. The upper body of the doll, which had spread its two legs front and back as if stretching, tilted to the left. Thud! The tip of the blade stuck in the doll's neck was driven deep into the ground. The Tin Knight tells Adele to strike the sword handle with the mace. Whack! Adelaide struck the sword handle, driving the blade even deeper into the doll's neck. If this had been done in a normal state, the sword tip on the opposite side would have moved and come out, but that sword tip was now firmly embedded in the ground. The Tin Knight tells Adele to strike the sword handle with the mace. Whack! The Tin Knight tells Adele to strike the sword handle with the mace. Whack! The Tin Knight tells Adele to strike the sword handle with the mace. Whack! Unable to withstand the consecutive impacts, the sword tip that had been buried in the ground came out. Thud! Adelaide collapsed to the ground completely drained. She had no more energy left to move. Not that she needed to. The wooden doll, with more than half of its neck cut off, twitched its limbs weakly with a creak, then stopped moving altogether. Beep, 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 beep. Only the signal sound indicating effective hits kept ringing repeatedly from the doll's body like a siren. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that everyone only now recognized the sound that had been ringing since the sword first lodged itself in its neck. While everyone was dumbfounded, the Tin Knight alone nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected, if you set your mind to breaking something, you can break it / Genesis forsaken. Adelaide thought to herself. I thought I was going to lose. A 5-round battle against various magic dolls. The final opponent was especially formidable. Its mana-filled body made it nearly impervious to blades, and its movements and strength were overwhelming. Thanks to her rigorous training with the Tin Knight, she managed to endure somehow, but that was her limit. To be honest, Adelaide had given up on the match halfway through. If her sword couldn't cut her opponent, victory was impossible. This must be as far as I can go this time, she thought. She had been dodging attacks to avoid getting hurt, but in her heart, she had already accepted defeat. At least, that was how it should have been. She had been certain she had no chance of winning. Yet, looking back at the result, victory was somehow in her grasp. This was unbelievable to Adelaide. Roll. Unable to even think of getting up her tired body, Adelaide simply shifted her prone position to lay on her back. Her golden hair touched the ground and got dirty, but she had long since abandoned the delicacy of caring about such trivial things on the first day of training with the Tin Knight. Looking up at the ceiling, Adelaide replayed the recent battle in her head. It was an incredible experience. The sensation of her body moving with instinct ahead of reason. A battle that had reached the realm of reflex rather than conscious thought. Sir Knight's instructions, they calculated even the gap between me hearing the instructions and actually moving. Otherwise, such a result couldn't have happened. No matter how much Adelaide moved almost unconsciously according to what she heard, there would still be a subtle difference from the Tin Knight moving his own body directly. And that wasn't all. With Adelaide's strength and weight alone, it would have been impossible to lodge a sword into the wooden doll's neck, even if it was a weak point in defense. Yet the attack succeeded because it accurately predicted the timing of the opponent's charge and countered it. The Tin Knight had read in advance how the opponent would judge and act, supplementing the strength and momentum that Adelaide alone lacked. It felt like it was teaching Adelaide that even if she lacked strength compared to her opponent, even if she were slower, even if she didn't have a sharp weapon, optimally combining her arsenal could still lead her to victory. Sir Knight is amazing. Adelaide marveled once again. Her teacher was indeed amazing. Yes, really amazing, but... The Tin Knight burns with enthusiasm, saying to clear level 6 and 7 as well. Please, can't you consider human limits? I'll really die at this rate. Even now, my whole body was languid, and her shoulder that collided with the magic doll and both wrists that swung the mace were in excruciating pain. Unable to voice her grievances against the Tin Knight who didn't understand human feelings, Adelaide's eyes slowly closed. Before her consciousness completely faded, she had the faint sensation of being held by something cold and hard. Wow, amazing. I can understand why Reuben was impressed. Clap clap clap. Renee von Leonard approached you while applauding. The instructor, whose gender was hard to determine, praised Adelaide, who was sound asleep on your back and offered words of admiration. It's not that there haven't been skilled people who passed the 5th level before, but she's the first to pass without using mana. I'd like to create a Hall of Fame to commemorate this. You wanted to reply that it was a great idea, but unfortunately, you had no mouth to speak with. It might be possible if you let the other person touch the brooch, but Dorothea had said not to use the brooch unless it was a special case, warning that if it broke from being handed to just anyone, there was no guarantee it could be repaired. With this in mind, you nodded your head in response instead. Satisfied with your reaction, Renee smiled and held out a fan-shaped piece. Like the pass token received at the Lofeld Dojo, it was part of a circular picture divided into 5 pieces. In the name of Renee von Leonard, instructor of the TikTok branch of the Leonard Dojo, I declare. Adelaide von Leonard has sufficient qualifications to receive recognition from this dojo. Who gave you permission? A rough voice forcibly interrupted Renee's declaration. The voice was so loud that most of the disciples spread throughout the amusement park-like dojo turned their gaze toward the main entrance where the voice came from. Renee's expression suddenly twisted. Those nuisance old men came again, never getting tired of it. I can hear you, you cheeky brat. An old man with a terrifying physique, his half-grey blonde hair and muscles visibly bulging even through his clothes, glared at Renee. Behind the old man were dozens of middle-aged and elderly men with muscles that, while not as impressive as the old man's, were nothing to scoff at. The old man saw the token in your hand and growled like a beast. The dojo's token is given only to those worthy of bearing the pride and honor of the dojo. And now you're handing it over to this mere piece of scrap metal. Are your eyes malfunctioning? This person is merely receiving it on behalf of someone else, the real recipient is the girl carried on his back. Renee's words and attitude towards the old man were utterly scathing. And the old man, too, made no attempt to hide his contemptuous and disdainful attitude towards Renee. That's just as problematic. All the real skilled people of this dojo are here with me. Who exactly did that girl prove her skills against? Did she beat those so-called elite fancy toys you play with? If you hand over the token for such a trivial reason, the honor of this dojo will fall to the ground. I am the representative instructor of this dojo, and I'm the one who sets the criteria for awarding tokens. Not you and your gang who were driven out after facing a collective petition for mistreating disciples with your outdated mentality. Oh ho, that's right. I was driven out. All because of those ungrateful bastards who betrayed their master and seniors without mercy, just because it was a bit physically demanding and difficult, even though I patiently taught them the basics of martial arts. As the old man glared around the dojo, the disciples couldn't meet his gaze and looked at the ground. There were some who looked back at the old man with displeased expressions, but they were few in number. Enough of this. I've tolerated you as a senior of the dojo, but my patience has its limits, Renee warned in a cold voice, but the old man snorted. Who needs to know their limits will be decided soon. The old man threw a piece of parchment towards Renee. Renee caught it and, while frowning, unfolded the parchment to examine its contents. Wow, shit. A vulgar curse, ill-fitting for such a delicate face, burst out. Seeming relieved by this reaction, the old man laughed loudly and said, "You saw it well, did you not? It's a direct order from the Duke himself. It revokes my dismissal as representative instructor and your appointment as representative instructor, and orders a rejudgment under the supervision of the Lord of TikTok to determine which side is truly suitable to lead this dojo. Do you understand? You are no longer the representative instructor, and therefore, the token you just rewarded is invalid." You senile old man, really? I thought it was strange to see people not from here scattered about. Did you bring all your connections and whine to the main family about being wronged? How can a person be so petty? Are you trying to overturn a settled match with backing? Humph, babble all you like. On the day the Lord of TikTok declares my victory, I'll overturn this toy garden and turn all those damned pieces of metal into waste. Hey, you damn bastard! Do you know how much money I poured in to get those precious things? Cut the bullshit. You should quietly step down, Renee. That's right. Even if you pushed out the Great Master with your petty paperwork, do you think we'll meekly accept defeat? What Great Master? You just arbitrarily attached that title after losing the name of representative instructor. We like the current teaching method? Get lost, you old geezers who only know how to abuse juniors. The fight that started as an argument between Renee and the old man now escalated into a market brawl with each side's followers joining in. For now, it had somehow hadn't devolved into a physical conflict yet, but even that was a precarious balance. You fell into contemplation for a moment. You were considering whether to slash all those old men and their hangers-on who kept spouting irritating words in front of you. It was one thing for the old man to call you a piece of scrap metal you could tolerate that given the Tin Knight was indeed an old model. However, him blatantly dismissing the token your pupil has earned through sheer effort was utterly unacceptable. Honestly, if you weren't carrying Adelaide on your back, you might have already split their skulls with your sword. Perhaps sensing your mood, Renee bowed to you with an apologetic look. I apologize for involving you in this troublesome matter. I wouldn't care with ordinary magic dolls, but I can feel human-like emotions from you. Please leave this to us and go back. You can ignore that old man's nonsense. Once I regain recognition from the Lord again, this will all be meaningless. You silently looked at Renee, then nodded. It was just as you were walking towards the exit. Hey, you? Even if you're leaving, you should leave that token behind. No, what's the point of reasoning with a hunk of metal? Let's just take it back by force. Some of the old man's followers suddenly grabbed you and started spouting nonsense without even apologizing. Seeing this, Renee's eyes widened. Hey, you bastards, what do you think you're? You hadn't the slightest intention of listening to this pointless squabble any longer. Crack. A middle-aged man who was hit in the shin by your swinging foot curled up, clutching one leg without even being able to make a sound. Instead of your right hand carrying Adelaide, you stretched out your left, grabbed the back of the head of another wide-eyed middle-aged man, and slammed it down towards the crown of his companion on the ground. With a sickening thud, the two crumpled to the ground. Blood seemed to have been spilled, but that wasn't your concern. After all, they were the ones who dared rush at Genesis Forsaken. Has this doll gone mad? Some members of the old man's gang, enraged at the sight of their comrades being taken down, drew their weapons in a frenzy. It seemed their boasts about being skilled weren't entirely baseless, as the angle of their sword thrusts and their footwork were quite fierce. Moreover, sword energy was even rippling on their blades. Grasp. You gripped your shield. Perhaps thanks to your improved mana circuits, it felt like the mana consumption was significantly reduced compared to usual. After completely enveloping the shield with mana, you lightly struck the side of a sword with your shield. Clang! The sword broke, and the man's eyes widened. The price for reaching out carelessly was a shin bone and a mild concussion, so it seemed appropriate to collect a stronger price from someone who openly swung a sword. You kicked between the man's legs. Oof. Although you had no sense of touch, somehow you felt you could understand what was happening beyond the man's pants at this moment. Everyone around gawked with their mouths hanging wide open. Some even trembled and reflexively shielded their own groin. Of course, there were always one or two people who didn't sync with others and did their own thing. Seeing some who were trying to swing weapons at you with angry expressions instead of stopping their movements from the shock, you moved your shield once more. It was quite a cumbersome task trying to move without bothering Adelaide. One of the two men dropped his sword, and the other's sword snapped in half. If any of them had carried a spear, you would have stepped on the shaft and driven it into the ground, but unfortunately, they all wielded swords. It seemed the saying about the sword being the king of all weapons wasn't for nothing. Clicking your tongue at these unoriginal fellows, you ended two other bloodlines in the same way. Thud, bang, oof, crack. After thoroughly crushing every fool who dared take aggressive actions, such drawing weapons or shouting, against you, peace finally arrived. Glance. You locked glances with the old man who had been glaring at you with intense focus. The old man's wrinkled face was evenly mixed with anger and doubt. How can a mere toy have such skill? No, more than that, do you have emotions? What if I do, and what if I don't? You didn't feel it was worth answering. In fact, even if you felt like it, you couldn't answer. Anyway, the old man spoke again. Do you understand who you're picking a fight with right now? Hearing the old man's question, you glanced at Adelaide on your back. Even though you had been as careful as possible, there must have been some impact, so you thought she might have woken up. Not that it would have been an issue even if she had. After all, Adelaide wasn't a baby who needed to be bottle-fed. However, it would have felt like you had failed to complete a surprise quest, not to mention the humiliation you would have suffered if she had woken up. Snore, snore. Fortunately, Adelaide was sleeping soundly. To fall into such a deep sleep just from rolling around a bit, you felt the need to keep building up her stamina more and more. Anyway, it seemed okay to do something a bit noisy. Thanks to your improved mana efficiency, you still had plenty of mana reserves left. You raised your shield and looked around. You spotted a suitable rock. Judging by how it protruded in the middle of the street, it seemed that it was too heavy to be moved or excavated, so people naturally accepted it as a decoration for the scenery. You pointed at the old man with your finger, then pointed at yourself and Adelaide. After confirming that the old man's eyes twitched, you raised your shield. The remnants of the Tin Knight guided your body according to a predetermined sequence. Lowering the shield to the left, you extended your right foot forward. Then, untwisting your body while expelling mana through the back of the shield and your elbow, you swung the shield with that propulsion and rotation. Crash! Like the outer wall of a building hit directly by a wrecking ball attached to an excavator, the rock instantly shattered into numerous small fragments and 3 or 4 large pieces. Had you been at the Tin Knight's peak as seen in your memory, the rock itself should have been pulverized into dust, but whether it be due to the condition of your body, or the quality of your shield, the power was weaker than expected. But, well, it at least seemed to serve as a sufficient demonstration. Most of the people around were staring at you with abject terror. The exceptions were Renee and the old man. Perhaps those who stood at the top of an organization had a different level of skill and composure. In fact, for all the old man's flaws, his level seemed quite high, so you secretly wanted to fight him. You repeated the earlier motion once again, pointing at the old man, pointing at yourself and Adelaide. Finally, adding the motion of pointing at the shattered rock. Earlier, the old man had said, "Do you understand who you're picking a fight with right now?" So you answered with actions. Do you? Judging by the old man's face and forehead turning increasingly red, the meaning seemed to have been properly conveyed. Eek. Having just regained consciousness after hearing the loud noise, Adelaide looked around frantically from your back. You thought about telling her to get down but decided to just keep carrying her since it was a rare opportunity. Discarding the shield that had become unusable due to being half split and its handle tattered, you walked forward. Fortunately, no one blocked your way this time. Adelaide wasn't hurt, and you had followed Dorothia's warning of don't cause too much trouble to the letter. Therefore, you were undoubtedly a very patient and wise familiar. As long as no one died, it wasn't a big incident, right? What the hell did you do this time, you damn tin can? Clang, clang. Dorothea's staff relentlessly struck your head. You felt wronged and protested. The Tin Knight argues that he resolved the situation amicably without casualty. As if all that matters? What the hell did you do in broad daylight that made the guards come straight to the inn? I nearly got arrested because of you. The Tin Knight assures Dorothea that she has enough ability to escape even if caught, so there's no need to worry. After saying that, you suddenly thought, oh, that actually makes sense. 9/10 of the reason Dorothea tells you not to cause trouble was because of joint responsibility and dealing with the aftermath. But if being able to escape from prison was easy, consequences and aftermath be damned. It should be fine for you to run wild as you please. Excuse me, Sir Tin Knight. Could you repeat that? Dorothea smiled sweetly. She even used polite speech. The Tin Knight apologizes for his mistake. You surrendered immediately. A deep, primordial fear consumed you as if watching every letter in an encyclopedia pop out of the paper in 3D and simultaneously start breakdancing. For Dorothea, that witch, to speak gently. It was a terrible experience that raised non-existent goosebumps. What's this? This is unpleasant in its own way. Dorothea frowned with a puzzled expression but seemed satisfied with you bowing your head and didn't raise her voice further. Anyway, the guards came and gave a warning, so seriously, don't cause any more trouble. No, rather, wouldn't it be better for you to just stay cooped up in the inn? That's troublesome. I've been waiting for my turn all this time. To suddenly say he's not available. At Sophia's words, Dorothea made a sulky expression. The only useful thing this guy is useful for is violence, bloodshed, and destruction. What exactly do you need this idiot for to prove your usefulness? You felt inwardly dissatisfied. You had demonstrated excellent negotiation skills today. It was troublesome not to add negotiation to your list of useful skills. Doesn't our Dorothea excel in those areas best? Sir Tin Knight's primary duty is to be a guard. Most people won't pick fights just by him being nearby. That alone is reason enough to have him along. Dorothea looked quite dubious, but she didn't seem to want to go back on her promise, so she finally raised the white flag. Fine. Go. Do as you like. It'll take a few hours to take care of the exhausted Adelaide anyway. If you give me a few more drops of blood, I could heal her with holy magic. Absolutely not. Using that would disrupt the defensive barrier I've set up. Holy magic. Sophia's technique of literally drawing on holy power and Dorothea's technique of using necromancy and curses as the source of power were not compatible. You marveled. What an ill-fitting party composition. It felt like someone's malice could be sensed. That was why you became curious. How would this vampire, who currently has no meaning or value to be with the party other than possessing one of the kingdom's secret treasures inside her body, prove her usefulness? You followed Sophia out of the inn. The sky was dark. In a sense, it was natural, as you had visited the doll workshop with Dorothea in the morning and done the Dojo challenge with Adelaide in the afternoon. Sophia's eyes sparkled as she saw shops naturally lighting lamps and continuing business instead of closing at sunset. The Empire is truly a wealthy nation. Not just for some privileged class, but to brighten the ground with lamps lit throughout the entire street. The Tin Knight asks if it was different in Sophia's time. Well, oil was a luxury item. Since I could handle both mana and holy power, I rarely felt a lack of light. But for most people, sunset meant the end of the day. Sophia walked down the street with gentle steps. Suddenly, she spun around to face you. Her eyes, which had been hidden in her smiling expression, slowly opened and stared at you. The impression that had felt friendly and approachable was instantly dyed in a new color. A color more alluring, cold, and dark. Wasn't it worse in your era? Her eyes, shifting between pink and red, were ominous like blood/Genesis Forsaken. Hearing Sophia's question, you tilted your head. The you Sophia was referring to likely meant the Tin Knight. In other words, Sophia was asking about the era when the Tin Knight was still active or the time when he was human. You decided to answer honestly. The Tin Knight answers that he doesn't know well either. It was true that you inherited the Tin Knight's power, but most of it was skewed towards combat-related elements. While combat techniques engraved in the body, experience, and insight as a warrior remained, you didn't inherit the Tin Knight's memories or knowledge, so you couldn't answer questions about the Tin Knight's past life. Oh my. Sophia covered her mouth with her hand. It was a somewhat exaggerated gesture, but it suited her quite well. Do you have no memories? The Tin Knight answers that's correct. I see. The soul of a human that enters a magic doll often develops mental abnormalities, unable to overcome the disconnect from its original body. Just as I read in the book. The Tin Knight insists that he is perfectly fine. Isn't memory loss also one of the abnormal symptoms? You paused for a moment. The reason you had no memories wasn't for that reason, but explaining specifics would be quite troublesome. Besides, insisting on memory loss might make things convenient in various ways. The Tin Knight asks if she knows anything about his past self. I have some guesses, but I'm not certain. The Tin Knight says even speculation is fine. To explain that, there's somewhere I'd like to stop by for a moment. I see it. At Sophia's words, you turned your gaze. While the details were different from what was in your memory, there was a building that was generally similar. If you had a sense of smell, you might have been able to smell paper, ink, and dust. Well then, shall we go in? In front of the largest bookstore in TikTok, Sophia smiled. What? You want to read books here? Come on, don't talk nonsense. I thought I might get one last customer before closing, but some weirdo shows up. The owner's response, which was grumpy as if mocking them, changed to, oh my, please feel free to take your time reading. There are chairs over there for you to sit on. What? You're asking if we're not closing? Haha, it's fine. I can just stay up all night reading books too? Ha ha ha. All it took was one hefty leather pouch to cause this change. You felt puzzled by Sophia's sudden action of handing over half of the funds borrowed from Dorothea. The Tin Knight asks if that's not too much to give. Reading books at a cheap price is like devaluing the knowledge contained in those books. Well, expensive doesn't always mean good books, so you need to be flexible according to the situation to some extent. Winking playfully, Sophia picked up a book. It was a language-related book recommended by the owner. Sophia started to focus on the book silently, and you, with nothing to do, looked around the bookstore. Since it was a rare opportunity, you thought about reading an interesting book if you found one, but the Tin Knight laments that he can't understand the letters. At the very least, you needed to understand what was written on the cover to even choose a book, but everything looked like scribbles, so there was nothing you could do. It wasn't like someone was explaining the content to you, like when you made a contract with Dorothia. The Tin Knight asks what the relationship is between his past story and coming here. The Tin Knight points out that it's not polite to suddenly start reading in the middle of talking to someone. The Tin Knight appeals for attention. No response. No matter how many protest messages you sent, Sophia remained silently absorbed in her book. It was very contrasting to Dorothia's immediate reaction of telling you to be quiet because her head rang when you sent 3 consecutive messages when she was nearby. With no choice, you decided to practice mana manipulation while settling in a corner. You needed to familiarize yourself with the various changes brought about by the improvement in your mana circuits. After about 40 minutes had passed like this. I understand roughly. Sophia got up. After returning the language book to its original place, Sophia picked up another language book from the same section and started reading it while standing. Thinking, I guess that's how it is, you resumed your practice. And 10 minutes later, Sophia exchanged the book she was reading again and started flipping through the pages. You tilted your head. The speed at which she was turning pages seemed too fast. Before one page finished falling to the end, the next page was already starting. In less than 10 minutes, Sophia repeated putting 3 books in and out of the bookshelf, then moved and started doing the same thing from the books tucked in the farthest corner of the bookstore. The store owner looked puzzled for a moment but soon lost interest and turned his gaze away. It seemed he thought she was just skimming through several books to find one she liked. You looked at Sophia's eyes. Usually, when people read books, their eyes move in a zigzag pattern, tracing the lines of the text. But while constantly turning pages, her pink eyes showed almost no movement. To put it more bluntly, it was as if she was just directing her gaze once at each page, like putting a dot on it. Even then, from the middle, she often looked at 2 open pages at once. How should it be described? It gave the impression of capturing the entire page in her field of vision rather than reading the book. Just like a scanner. Good. Sophia closed the book. It was the last book among all the books in the bookstore that Sophia hadn't touched. You, who had finished fine-tuning your mana manipulation and were thinking about new training menus for Adelaide, turned and stared at Sophia. The Tin Knight complains about how long it took. Are you angry? The Tin Knight argues that anyone would be dissatisfied if someone suddenly became engrossed in reading in the middle of a conversation. My apologies. I originally intended to resume the conversation after reading only what was necessary, but it's been so long since I held a book that I got carried away without realizing it. The Tin Knight shows a magnanimous attitude, saying that he, being generous, will forgive Sophia. If it were Dorothea, she would have pointed out not to talk nonsense, and if it were Adelaide, she would have made a sour expression without affirming or denying, but Sophia just smiled and affirmed clearly, saying thank you. The sharp response you expected never came, leaving you slightly disappointed. Well then, shall we continue our earlier conversation? Sophia's gaze briefly shifted towards the owner. After confirming that the bookstore owner sitting at the counter was dozing off, Sophia spoke. As expected of a city famous for producing magic dolls even within the empire, there was quite an extensive collection of related books. While manufacturing methods and detailed know-how seemed to be treated as industry secrets and were somewhat hidden, basic structures and characteristics were well introduced. Sophia approached the bookshelf and, while touching the cover of one of the books, said, "The core of a magic doll is the element called artificial or synthetic soul. This intelligence device, which can be created by a mana-handling craftsman or mage, was developed for the purpose of creating obedient and versatile familiars instead of homunculi that strongly inherit the nature of the base animal, spirits who are fickle or arrogant, or even vengeful undead, full of resentment towards the living." Sophia's hand touched another book. New phrases flowed from her mouth. The synthetic soul can be called the brain of a magic doll. The higher the skill of the creator, the greater the cognitive function and judgment. Although it can only show extremely passive movements at the beginning of creation, a synthetic soul that has accumulated many experiences sometimes exhibits spontaneous behavior. Whether to judge this as growth or as a functional disorder due to unnecessary information accumulation differs among experts. Next book. And the next. There are various theories about who first developed the synthetic soul, but the most likely one is that the origin was the Tower of Protection, one of the magic towers of the Eolia magic country. The synthetic soul is a magic entity and requires mana for its existence to be maintained. A synthetic soul that does not receive mana supply begins to evaporate gradually, and while this speed can be somewhat slowed down in a dormant state, there is still a limit. The vampire, who couldn't read a single letter just like you until entering this bookstore, seemed to have put the contents of all the books in this bookstore into her head in just a few hours. The content is diverse, is it not? And yet, among all these books, there wasn't a single one that had the content I expected. Sophia, moving away from the bookshelf, brought her face close to yours. Her pink eyes gleamed with an eerie intensity. The origin of magic dolls. Where magic dolls were first made, when they were made, and why they came to be. Sophia pointed her finger at your breastplate, or more precisely, at the vessel containing the soul inside it. I'll give you the answer. Where were they made? In the kingdom of Ionia. When were they made? In the Dark Ages. Why were they made? Out of necessity. They needed to survive against enemies threatening humanity. They needed to secure power even at the cost of sacrificing human souls. The Tin Knight wonders who these enemies were. I can't answer that. Sophia playfully said, that's exactly what I was investigating when I got sealed. Using human souls as material for magic dolls was taboo among taboos even when I was human. The era when it happened most frequently was about 500 years before I was sealed, which would be about 1,000 years ago in the Dark Ages from now. So, I thought if Sir Tin Knight was perhaps from that time, you might know something, but if you have no memories, it can't be helped. The Tin Knight is shocked, asking if that means he's a 1,000-year-old antique. Who knows? It's just that the era when they were made the most was then. There's a possibility you could have been made later. You tilted your body with your arms crossed. The Tin Knight grumbles that it seems like only questions have increased. The Tin Knight demands a satisfying answer. To your complaints, Sophia smiled brightly. I sympathize. That's why I plan to investigate further in the future, even if someone finds it uncomfortable. The last words, muttered lowly, strangely stuck in your memory. Oh, are you done with your business? Haha, thank you for your patronage. The dozing shop owner smiled brightly when you said you were leaving. He seemed relieved that he could finally sleep comfortably. The street was dark. When you first entered the bookstore, some establishments including bars were still open, but now even those had closed. Well, except for special cases like Albert that openly focused on entertainment and tourism, it was already praiseworthy to work a few extra hours after sunset. The Tin Knight asks if she's ready to prove her usefulness. To some extent. The rest is about collecting information while moving through crowded places. If I become a walking map and encyclopedia of trivia, wouldn't Dorothea find it convenient and make use of me? The Tin Knight evaluates that navigation is certainly useful. On the way back to the inn. Clang. A faint metallic sound from afar stopped your steps. You turned your head. Clang. Thud. Boom. There was no doubt. In the darkness where everyone was asleep, someone was fighting. Judging by the sound, it was multiple against multiple. Your eyes lit up. It had the scent of a side quest. The problem was that Sophia was beside you. Sir Tin Knight. Let's go take a look. I'm curious about what's happening. It would be too late if we match my speed. It would be better if you could carry me. You stared at Sophia blankly. The Tin Knight warns that it could be dangerous. Sophia answered, either way, I won't die, and you won't lose. So shouldn't it be fine? You were silent. It was truly a crazy thing to say. In other words, the Tin Knight expresses agreement with Sophia's words. It was exactly to your/Genesis Forsaken. Kumara, a silver-ranked adventurer of the Imperial Adventurers Guild, received a peculiar request from the guild one day. So, you're telling me to give a false testimony now? False testimony? No, our guild merely wishes to correct your misunderstanding. Despite Kumara's gruff, irritated voice, the guild employee maintained a businesslike attitude without showing any emotion. Silver-ranked adventurer Castor and his 3 party members, along with the same-ranked adventurer Palettos and his 2 party members, were killed in the Taro's labyrinth. It was undoubtedly a crime targeting the treasures they possessed. Our guild has decided to respond strictly to protect the safety and honor of our affiliated adventurers, and after a thorough investigation, we also uncovered the crime process and the culprits' identities. The employee continued speaking with an unchanging expression and tone, as if reading from a predetermined manual. The culprits are the exclusive explorers employed by the Halder Company. They ambushed the 2 parties aiming for financial gain and stole the treasures they had discovered. They quickly handed over the treasures to the company and fled after securing immediate compensation, fearing their crime would be discovered. Considering that they ignored repeated requests from the Halder Company to accompany them, they might have intended to shift all responsibility to the company. You crazy bastards. Kumara's patience finally reached its limit. I personally saw those Castor and Palettos guys alive and wandering around here and there even after those so-called Halder Company explorers had left. How the hell could people who had already left kill those who were in the labyrinth? If you're going to do an investigation, do it properly. You must be mistaken. It was a rebuttal full of certainty. No, beyond certainly lied something else. It was a firmness that seemed to leave no room for considering other possibilities. Kumara's face twisted grotesquely. It was as if it wasn't that the Halder Company explorers are the culprits, but rather the Halder Company explorers must be the culprits. Wait a moment. Kumara's spine chilled at a possibility that arose in his mind. Labyrinth exploration is an extreme endeavor. It involves tremendous physical and mental exhaustion, and since you can't see the sun for a long time, your sense of time becomes vague. It's not uncommon for memories to get mixed up. It's such a common occurrence, a trivial mistake if you will. The employee's empty eyes stared at Kumara. We're not asking for anything grand. We simply want to prevent confusion in the investigation. After leaving this room, Kumara, you just need to say one thing to the adventurers asking about the situation. I'm sorry. Thinking about it carefully, I seem to have confused the dates a bit. Then everything will be resolved. The curious adventurers will laugh it off saying, oh, so that's what it was, and our guild will take care of the rest. Kumara realized. This wasn't a request for cooperation or consultation. It was a threat to shut up and go along with the guild's fabricated story. A hollow laugh escaped Kumara's lips. He wasn't particularly a righteous person. Honestly speaking, it wasn't his business whether explorers he had only briefly passed by in the labyrinth were falsely accused or not. But there was one possibility he simply couldn't ignore. Don't tell me, those guys. Did you bury them? He couldn't forgive the act of the Adventurers Guild murdering their own affiliated adventurers and then using them as political fodder. Kimura himself was an adventurer, after all. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ha, right. Of course, you don't. Sure, let's go with that. I don't know either. Kimura got up from his chair. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As Kimura was about to leave, the employee's voice was heard from behind. You'll regret it. Kimura left the room without answering. The first thing Kimura did after escaping the guild was to explain the situation to his party members, the mage Magia and the warrior Sitar, and apologize. I'm sorry. For deciding on my own. Magia and Sitar exchanged glances. Ha, it's fine. What's done is done. You should have punched them once before coming back. You guys. The warm moment of confirming their camaraderie was brief. The three soon began to act. The first place they visited was the Halder Company. Coincidentally, the Halder Company had just received the following notification from the guild. The explorers hired by the Halder Company murder adventurers of the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, all treasures possessed by the Halder Company are stolen goods obtained through illegitimate means. The investigation concluded that this incident was the explorers' independent action, and it appears the Halder Company was merely exploited by their intentional deception. Even if it wasn't intentional, they can't avoid responsibility for causing an incident by hiring people of unclear identity. However, in consideration of the Halder Company's long-standing sincerity with the guild thus far, leniency may be extended. If the Halder Company issues a statement denouncing the wrongdoings of these explorers, we will conclude the matter with the full return of the treasures, and won't demand additional compensation. The guild expresses deep regret that such an incident occurred, and hope that the two groups will maintain an amicable relationship in the future. Lawrence, the head of the Halder Company, interpreted the guild's notification like this. Hand over all the treasures you have. We're just recovering stolen goods, so of course we won't pay. We'll announce that you hired a strange group of killers and killed our people. You should admit that you did wrong too. Your reputation will be ruined, but that's not our concern. If you're upset, you shouldn't have hired strange people. Take responsibility for this, okay? As long as you give us the treasures and sell out those guys you hired, we can go on our merry ways. Honestly, we should have beaten you up more, but we're being nice in consideration of you. Aren't you so grateful? You should treat your big brother well from now on. They're fucking with us. Lawrence Halder felt like he could understand what it meant for blood to flow backward. There were two reasons he didn't immediately declare all-out war. 1. The guild was an immensely powerful force. 2. He still had reservations regarding the validity of the guild's claims. Lawrence's judgment told him that Dorothia's group wasn't the type to commit such acts, but the time Lawrence had spent with Dorothia's group was too short to stake the company's fate on a once-in-a-lifetime battle. To Lawrence, who was troubled by this dilemma, unable to acknowledge that Dorothea's group was the culprit as the guild requested, nor able to give the guild the middle finger, Kimura's party's testimony was as precious as a treasure. We need to quickly inform the group we hired from our company about this fact. If the guild is set on fabricating this incident, they won't leave the supposed culprits roam free. They'll try to silence them no matter what. The problem is that we don't know their exact location. Do you perhaps know what kind of carriage they were using? It would be a carriage provided by our company. Why? Then it should bear your company's crest. I've seen the group's appearance in person, so that should be enough to track them. I see. I'll prepare the fastest horse. I'll also give you a special herb. It's an herb that shows tremendous stamina and endurance when fed to horses. Even while pulling a carriage, it moved at a speed similar to a person running, so riding bareback without a carriage should be even faster. After dividing roles, Kimura and his two companions began tracking Dorothea's group. Their goal was to inform the group about the guild's scheme and bring them to a city where the Halder Company's influence reached. Kimura, who had been taught by his father who was in the Empire's special forces, and Magia, who was from a fallen noble family, originally had horse riding skills, and Sitar endured the forced march by clinging to the horse with his brute strength and endurance. The problem came next. Damn it. It looks like there are already others following beside us. Seeing traces of the target carriage and traces of someone pursuing that carriage, Kimura gritted his teeth. At this rate, the target might be caught before they could make contact. Displaying abilities that would make an imperial general exclaim, Why were talents like you rotting away as mere adventurers? Enlist immediately. Kimura's party hastened their steps to meet Dorothea's group before the guild's pursuers. They made contact. Not Dorothea's group, but the guild's minions who were pursuing Dorothea's group. Magia? Sitar? It's them? Prepare for battle. So you're the ones who've been sneaking up behind us. In a strange situation where the two pursuing groups clashed and started fighting while the actual target, Dorothea's group, was unaware they were being chased, Kimura's party and the guild's pursuers clashed with the night-stained tick-tock sky as the backdrop. Slash. Boom. Proving that they weren't ranked among the top in the silver rank for nothing, Sitar's axe and Magia's magic knocked down the pursuers one after another. As he plunged the dagger he usually used against magic beasts into an enemy's neck, Kimura thought, this is disadvantageous. Individually, Kimura's party was far superior, but they were heavily outnumbered. Combined with the fatigue accumulated from the forced march, he could feel his movements becoming increasingly disorderly. Damn it, if only we were just a little faster. In fact, for Kimura's party, who had started several days later, to arrive in the same city as Dorothea's group with less than a day's gap, their mobility was already at a level that would put most professional couriers to shame, but that was of no comfort to Kimura now. Sitar, who was taking the vanguard, accumulated wounds on his body and Magia was gasping for breath. Just as Kumara, judging that they couldn't go on any longer, was about to order a retreat. Clank. It was in the midst of battle. With weapons clashing against weapons, and the added explosions from magic, normally small noises from the surroundings wouldn't be audible. But why? Clank. That footstep treading on the ground in the darkness of night vividly resounded in Kumara's ears. Forgetting that they were in the middle of a battle, Kumara reflexively turned his gaze. The heaviness of metal revealed its presence in the darkness. Blue eye lights glowed like will-o-wisps. The figure of a terrifying knight with someone slung over his shoulder like a sack? Huh? Didn't I just see something strange? After blinking a few times, Kumara examined the intruder's appearance again. A knight in armor. No, a magic doll. It was good that the one they had been searching for so desperately was here. He was so glad that he wanted to give a hug even though they weren't particularly close. If only the Tin Knight wasn't carrying a person. It wasn't like the princess carry that people generally thought of. Rather, it was more like carelessly slung over the shoulder, or to put it more bluntly, it looked like the posture when forcibly dragging someone during a kidnapping. At this bizarre sight, even those who were in the midst of battle unconsciously stopped their swords and blinked. Have we arrived? If so, I'd like you to put me down now. This position is pressing on my stomach, and blood is rushing to my head a bit. A calm voice rang out. As the knight tilted one shoulder to the side, the woman hanging there slid down and fell to the ground with a light thud. While everyone watching was dumbfounded, the woman who had tumbled to the ground got up as if nothing had happened. And she said, "Nice to meet you all. We're a pair of a wandering knight and a curious scholar. Could you perhaps tell us why you're fighting?" Silence fell. The beautiful woman with green hair and pink eyes tilted her head, and then suddenly looked at the knight beside her. "Ah, that's right. Knowledge requires compensation." After nodding her head up and down for a moment, the beautiful woman spoke again. "I'll offer a small reward to whoever tells me. Does anyone need gold coins?" Kumara thought. She's insane. The pursuers seemed to have reached a similar conclusion. The hell is this crazy woman saying? Kill them too. Some of the pursuers rushed towards the beautiful woman. The woman stared at them blankly, then said one thing. I'll convey the message." Thud. With a swing of the Tin Knight's shield, the charging pursuers were knocked down. The beautiful woman, smiling, said, "Sir Tin says if you don't like money, he'll be more than happy to settle it with /Genesis Forsaken."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.